I'm Luo Mingyue, and here's what happened to me. After going bankrupt and working myself to death in my second year, I thought it was the end. But no, some strange system appeared, bound me, and said I was now a side character in a cultivation novel. The system promised to send me back to my world if I completed its tasks. Honestly, I wasn't keen. I had died from overwork once already, and my old life wasn't great. Bankrupt, abandoned by my parents and friends, with no real reason to return. The task? I was supposed to reform thousands of villains in this story. The system said I had 500 years before they destroyed the world. Perfect. I decided I'd just enjoy life in this new world instead. Then, I woke up as the villainous master of a sect, feared by all. My disciples cowered around me. The male lead, Mulingyan, my eldest disciple, was kneeling for punishment over a silly matter, a dead fox pet. I ignored the drama and asked for food. Honestly, being able to eat delicious meals again after my old, miserable life was heaven. The system kept bugging me to start my mission, but I stalled. Why rush? I had 500 years. I explored the sect, relished good food, and practiced flying with a sword. Pure freedom. My disciples stayed terrified of me no matter how friendly I tried to be. Eventually, I gave up trying to bond with them. The system finally gave up nagging and went to sleep, but not before leaving me with some mysterious gift. For now, I've got half a year of peace to enjoy this bizarre second life. I'm determined to make the most of it. Missions can wait. The system told me to check my courtyard, so I flew back on my sword. There was a huge package waiting for me. Feeling excited, I opened it like a blind box. Inside was a lightweight black cube, like a tiny village model. At first, I thought it was just a decoration, but then I saw tiny people moving inside. Turns out it wasn't a model, it was a real, living miniature village called Mo Family Village. The place was bleak. Cracked black soil, no rain for years, and villagers on the brink of starvation. They'd eaten everything, even bark from trees. Some were so desperate they started eating dirt or eyeing each other as food. Watching them suffer, I felt bad. Luckily, I had some rose-flavored pastries on hand, so I crumbled them up and sprinkled them over the village like snow. The villagers were stunned. One man, starving and chewing dirt, caught a piece and tasted it. His face lit up, real food. He ran to gather more. Then I saw another scene. A boy named Mo Jean, so desperate he was about to cut off his own hand to cook and feed his family. His brother, Mo Hanshi, ran in, shouting that they now had food from the sky. Mo Jean froze, staring at the fragrant white crumbs his brother brought. I couldn't believe it. Was I now their savior? This little village came with its own struggles, and I wasn't sure what to do next. But for now, at least they wouldn't starve. After sprinkling the crumbled pastries over the miniature village, I watched the tiny villagers react. They were starving, desperate enough to eat dirt. At first, they were shocked and confused, but soon they realized it was food. A man ran back home, shouting about the food falling from the sky, while another, Mo Jean, froze in place, staring at the clouds. He saw something no one else could, my hands breaking the pastries into pieces and dropping them. Mo Jin's brother, Mo Hanshi, didn't see my hands, only the falling food. He scolded Mo Jean for daydreaming, insisting they gather as much as possible before it stopped. Mo Jean tried to explain, but Hanshi dismissed it as hunger-induced hallucinations. The brothers quickly began collecting the crumbs, careful not to waste any. Mo Jean even made a soup from the crumbs to share with their dying mother. Elsewhere in the village, chaos unfolded. Some villagers devoured the food on the spot, too hungry to care. Others argued, fought, and scrambled to gather more, fearful the food rain would end. Some children, like Mo Jean, claimed to see giant hands in the sky, but the adults brushed them off, thinking they were being silly. Watching all of this from above, I didn't know whether to laugh or feel guilty. To the villagers, my simple snack had become a miracle. They were fighting over crumbs while I still had plenty of food left. I couldn't decide what to do next. Should I intervene or just keep watching? For now, I hoped the crumbs would buy them some peace. The villagers had managed to gather several baskets and buckets full of the pastry crumbs I'd scattered. For me, those snacks were barely a bite, but to them it was a massive harvest. They made soup with the crumbs, trying to stretch their meals as much as possible. Seeing their misery, I felt bad about keeping the rest of my rose-flavored pastries for myself, so I decided to give them all. But then I realized, just feeding them crumbs wasn't enough. They needed a better environment to survive, like proper water and farmland. Looking at their black, cracked soil and the poisonous black flowers growing there, I knew I had to fix it. The village's bleak colors were depressing. Too much black, even for someone like me, who enjoys wearing it. First, they needed rain. But before that, I needed to find a good spot to place the box housing their village. I moved their world to an empty room in my courtyard that used to be a music room. I don't play the cheen, so I cleared the room and set the box on the floor. I even tested how stable their village was, tilting and shaking the box, but nothing inside was disturbed. Relieved, I left them to enjoy their meal and flew off to the kitchen to make further plans. At the kitchen, my second disciple, Morong-shur, had just prepared a feast for me. Braised fish, beggar's chicken, stir-fried cabbage, egg drop soup, and rice. As I entered, he panicked and immediately knelt, looking terrified as always. I sighed. "Didn't I tell you to stop kneeling?" He apologized profusely, calling himself dumb and forgetful, his head practically touching the floor. His exaggerated fear annoyed me. He acted like I was a monster. I had never hit or yelled at him, but he still couldn't look me in the eye. Ignoring his theatrics, I checked the food. It smelled delicious, and I realized I'd need Morong-shur's cooking skills for my next idea, feeding the villagers real meals instead of just crumbs. "Morong-shur," I said, "stand up." It was time to put his talents to better use. Morong-shur, my second disciple, trembled as he stood before me. He's been like this ever since I brought him to the mountain as a child. Back then, I saved him from a destroyed family, but my original self, the evil master, was no saint. Apparently, I was as cruel as they come, using the frozen soul whip to punish him for no real reason. He's been scared of me ever since. Now, every time I so much as smile, Morong-shur looks ready to pass out. And today, all I asked was for him to debone a chicken and chop it into tiny pieces. I needed it for, let's call it an experiment. He hesitated but quickly agreed. Anything to avoid my wrath, I suppose. As he worked, I hovered nearby, keeping an eye on the process. He got even more nervous. Watching him carefully shred the fish and dice the chicken reminded me how serious he is about tasks, even when he thinks they're pointless. I had him slice some bread and lettuce next, turning my kitchen into a scene straight out of How to Feed Ants 101. Morong-shur couldn't hide his confusion. He clearly thought I was losing my mind, but he didn't dare say so. Meanwhile, I inspected the kitchen and found a few more things to add: eggs, water, and fresh greens. Balance is important, even for tiny villagers. When I started boiling eggs myself, Morong-shur panicked. "Master, how can I let you do this? Please let me handle it." His fear was almost comical. He probably thought I'd suddenly lose my temper and use the boiling water on him instead of the eggs. I didn't bother explaining. "Boiling eggs isn't hard," I said. But his anxious expression didn't change. By the time the food prep was done, he had shredded everything into perfect little piles. I praised his work, which made him more confused than relieved. Then, as I glanced at a ceramic basin nearby, I asked, "What's in that?" Morong-shur froze again, probably wondering if the wrong answer might get him tossed into the basin next. Honestly, I don't blame him. My predecessor really was a piece of work. Morong-shur replied, "This is goat milk." Luo-minghua asked, "Can I take it away?" "Sure." Morong-shur nodded repeatedly. Not to mention carrying a basin. Even if the master took the sheep away, it would be fine. He added, "I just boiled this goat milk once. It is warm now. I will heat it up for you again." Luo-minghua shook her head, "No need." She held the porcelain basin in one hand and the food box in the other, walked out of the kitchen, summoned the contracted flying sword, and flew away. Murong-shi raised his head, watched his master disappearing from the scene, and his expression relaxed. When Luo Mingyue flew into the sky, he put everything in his hands into the storage space with a thought. As she was flying and thinking, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to prepare the seasoning for the little people. After all, Luo Mingyue doesn't cook, so it's normal that she can't think of it for a while. And no fruit either. Forget it. I'll get it next time. Let's go back and see what's going on in the little people village first. Luo Mingyue sped up his flight, returned all the way back to his own house, and walked into the room where the cardboard box was placed. As soon as she entered the door, she was stunned because the area of the cardboard box had become larger. It was originally a cube, but now it has become a rectangular block, occupying a larger area but with a reduced height, making it easier to observe. Not only that, the little people have also become much bigger, like action figures. The cardboard box took up almost the entire room, and the space left on all sides was only enough for Luo Mingyue to put a small stool to sit down and observe the little man. There was no extra space for a table. Not only that, there was a piece of paper on the ground, which seemed to be left by the system, with Pocket Kingdom feeding instructions written on it in modern simplified Chinese. Luo Mingyue moved a small stool, sat next to the cardboard box, and then began to read the instructions. According to the system, the height of a little man in the cardboard box is equivalent to that of a real person, shrunk by 20 times, that is, the height of the real person. The height of the little man equals 20:1. It's only the length ratio that is 20, not the volume ratio. According to 1 meter equals 10 decimeters equals 100 centimeters. A 5 centimeters tall man is equivalent to 1 meter tall in the real world. 7 centimeters is equivalent to 1. For meters, the 8 centimeters little man is equivalent to 1.6 meters. 9 centimeters is equivalent to 1.8 meters. Luo Mingyue fed the food just like feeding ants. The food thrown down was very small in reality, but very big to the little man. In the real world, an adult's palm is between 15–25 centimeters. If scaled down proportionally, the man's hand is between 0.75 centimeters and 1.25 centimeters. The rice in the world of immortal cultivation is specially cultivated spiritual rice. The length of a grain of spiritual rice is 0.8 centimeters or 1 centimeter. For a villain, this grain of spiritual rice is about the same size as their palm. A small person will be full after eating a few grains of rice. Children with small appetites can eat 1 or 2 grains, and adults can eat more, but it should not exceed 15 grains. Of course, people with particularly large appetites are a different matter. If Luo Mingyue cooked the rice and poured it into the dwarf village, it would be like piling up cakes into a mountain for the dwarfs. Each of them could take some rice grains home to eat. The staple food in Luo Mingyue's lunchbox is rice. However, the little people had already eaten a meal of porridge made of cake crumbs and water at noon, and they could not eat it even if they were provided with food now. Luo Mingyue was not in a hurry to feed them for the time being. The food was in her storage space anyway and would remain warm and would not get cold or rot. Luo Mingyue continued to watch feeding instructions. At the bottom of the front is a line of small words. Warm tips. People who have been hungry for a long time should eat light, simple, and gradual food. It is recommended not to feed meat right away. Note: it is forbidden to take the figurine out of the carton. On the back of the white paper was a simple map, marking the environment around Manga village and the locations of other villages and towns, but there was also a small reminder written below the map. Every half a month, a new village or town will be opened, with a maximum of 5 currently open number of small villages, 1 number of pending openings. For it is detected that the room where the host stores the Lilliput kingdom is too small. This room has been refined into a space magic weapon by the system. If the cardboard box is expanded, the room's shape remains unchanged, and the length and width of the interior will be expanded to ensure that the entire Lilliput kingdom can be accommodated. Luo Mingyue looked down and saw that after the cardboard box was expanded, the upper left corner showed Manga village and the surrounding environment. As for other places, they were all covered by a thick blood-red fog, and nothing could be seen. Luo Mingyue did not dare to reach out to explore the range of the blood mist. After all, for the villains, Luo Mingyue could crush them to death with one hand and could also destroy their homes. If Luo Mingyue reached his hand into the blood mist, he might accidentally destroy their houses. Luo Mingyue first took out the bowl of water and prepared to start watering the farmland of the people in Manga village. In fact, she couldn't tell where the farmland was. After all the land was pitch black. Even the flowers and plants were black, and the crops had long since dried up. But it doesn't matter. She has no shortage of water and can irrigate the entire village without any problem. Luo Mingyue scooped up a handful of water and poured it into the deserted area. Manga village. After eating, everyone did not take time to rest, but rushed to fetch water from the stream outside the village. Mo Hanshi carried a shoulder pole and walked with people from the same village. Everyone was silent. The drought in the village lasted too long, and people were fighting over tree bark. Neighborhood relations were tense. Although there was food now, food is limited. The streams are also limited. There is still competition among the villagers. However, when Mo Hanshi fetched water from the stream and was walking back, he suddenly saw crystal-clear water droplets dripping from the sky and falling on the dry farmland by the roadside. It's raining? No, it's not rain. Maybe God is lazy. Large amounts of water droplets are tilted down like a waterfall falling into a mountain stream, splashing and irrigating the farmland continuously. Moreover, this waterfall moves. After watering this field, go to water another one. It's raining, we are saved. God has shown his power. The villagers gradually noticed the changes in the farmland on both sides and were suddenly ecstatic, wishing they could rush over to get wet in the rain. Mo Hanshi carried a shoulder pole and did not dare to run recklessly for fear of wasting water. As for the villagers who were carrying empty buckets and planning to walk towards the stream, they had no such concerns. They danced with joy and chased the waterfall in the sky with their buckets. However, before they could catch up, the waterfall suddenly stopped. The rain has stopped. The joyful expressions on everyone's faces froze in an instant, and then became panic-stricken, thinking that they had done something wrong and angered God. At this time, the waterfall descended again from a little further away. But this time, the villagers didn't dare to chase, for fear that the waterfall would dry up again. They put down their buckets, knelt down in the direction of the waterfall, and cried with joy. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the crowd. "There is a hand in the sky. Don't you see it?" Following the direction of the voice, I saw that the person who was speaking was the son of the village chief. He was a scholar with the surname Jiang and a thin figure. However, due to the disaster in the past year, he became even thinner, like a bamboo pole, and seemed like he would fall down with a gust of wind. He was holding a bucket in his hand, which was only half full of water, to prevent the water from spilling on the bumpy way back. Someone asked cautiously, "Scholar, why are you talking nonsense like my daughter?" Mr. Jiang stopped talking and looked up at the sky. I saw the beautiful hand with clear water droplets retracted, and then a gorgeous face appeared in the sky. It is very beautiful and huge, blocking out the sun. Her hair was piled high in the air, her brows were cool and clear, and her skin was as fair as jade. The immortal stretched out his hand again, and the water in his palm flowed out, forming a waterfall to irrigate the farmland. Mr. Jiang tilted his head back, motionless. At this time, the fairy girl also looked at him. The last time Luo Mingyue fed them cakes, she was so busy watching the little people picking up the crumbs that she forgot to communicate with them. At this moment, she asked, "Can you hear me?" The voice is pleasant and resounds throughout the world. Mr. Jiang hesitated for a second, put down the bucket, and knelt down. Yes. At the same time, all the children in Manga village came out of their rooms, stood in their own yards, and looked up. Some shouted, "There is a beautiful sister in heaven." Others shouted, "Sister, I can hear you too. Sister, you are so beautiful. Beautiful sister, why are you in the sky? Can you come down?" The children chattered. There were also children who said nothing and looked at the sky in fear. Many people looked up with suspicious expressions because they saw nothing. Among the adults, only Jiang Xiaocai and Mo Jin can see Luo Mingyue. Someone said, Jiang Xiaocai, are you okay? There is nothing in the sky. You should drink more water. You must be hallucinating. No wonder everyone doesn't believe Mr. Jiang. Although the villagers are mortals, their living environment is obviously different from that of ordinary ancient villagers. Black flowers and plants grow on the ground, which have hallucinogenic effects. Jiang Xiaocai said seriously, I have never eaten the black dream flower or the evil curse grass. What I said is true. The black dream flower can make people indulge in beautiful illusions after taking it. At this time, they only need to drink a lot of water to get out of the illusion. If they don't drink water, they will gradually fall asleep in the illusion and never wake up again. In the past, some people in the village could not stand hunger and would choose to take this flower and die in a beautiful dream. The evil curse grass also has the same hallucinogenic effect, but this grass has an additional function, which is to make black spells appear on people's arms. No one can understand the content of the spell. In short, if people do not drink water to detoxify, when the black spell spreads throughout the body, they will die. The villagers didn't believe what the scholar and the children said at all. The parents even thought that the children had collectively stolen the flowers and plants. Some parents who were more proactive had already begun to force-feed water to their children. Luo Mingyue said, put all your pots or pans outside the yard, and I'll feed you some eggs. She had originally planned to feed the eggs at night, but in order to make the villagers believe in her existence, she decided to show her spirit now. Once the villagers saw the eggs, they would definitely believe what Jiang Xiaocai said. Yes. Jiang Xiaocai responded, and then asked hesitantly, Mr. Fairy, may I ask your honorific title? Mingyue, my name is Mingyue. After Luo Mingyue answered, she asked the little people's names. The children rushed to shout out their names to the sky. But some of the children were very young and just looked at the sky with innocent eyes without saying a word. Luo Mingyue's main concern was the names of the two young men who could see her. My name is Jiang Yanfeng. Luo Mingyue nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. After saying that, she sat back on the small stool and took out the bowl of broken eggs from the storage space. As long as her face didn't appear above the paper box, the villagers couldn't see her. When Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jin saw her disappear, they each started to take action. Jiang Yanfeng stood up from the ground, not even bothering to brush off the dust on his clothes, and said to the villagers on the road, Go home quickly and take out the pot and put it outside the yard. The immortal said that he would give us eggs. The villagers were skeptical. Some villagers ignored Jiang Yanfeng and continued to fetch water from the stream. Some villagers asked in a long-winded tone, Mr. Jiang, you didn't lie to us? At this time, Mo Hanshi, who was passing by with a shoulder pole, became impatient and shouted, There is no harm in putting the pot out of the yard. If there are no eggs, we can put the pot back home, and we won't lose anything. If there are eggs, it proves that what the scholar said is true. Anyway, I trust the scholar very much. He is a scholar, and I believe he will not lie. The villagers thought, yes, it's free to try. So they all ran back home and put the pot outside the yard. Mo Hanshi also quickened his pace. He was willing to speak up for Jiang Yanfeng just now because he remembered that his younger brother had also said in the morning that there was a hand in the sky. At that time, he thought his younger brother was having hysterics, but now it seems that what his younger brother said might be true. After all, the waterfall just now was obviously a miracle. On the other side, Mo Jin took out all his pots and pans first. He had discussed with his elder brother Mo Hanshi that at least one of the two brothers should stay at home to take care of their mother. In the morning, food fell from the sky. Mo Jin brought the bowl to his mother, but his mother only ate 2 or 3 bites and refused to eat any more. On the one hand, as people age, their digestive function declines and their appetite becomes poor. On the other hand, the mother felt that she was old and would die sooner or later, so she might as well save some food for her sons. Mo Jin didn't eat much, just half a bowl, mainly to save money, worried that he would have no food for the next meal. At this moment, after Mo Jin put the pot out of the yard, he started knocking on his neighbor's door. The neighbor's door was closed because the man and the family went out to fetch water, leaving only the woman and child at home. The child was only a year old, and although he could see the fairies in the sky, he could not express himself yet. The woman asked warily, "Who's outside?" Imogen explained simply, "Take out your pot, the immortal wants to give out eggs." This sounded too absurd. Various thoughts flashed through the woman's mind. She said in a sad and angry tone, "You want to steal my food?" Imogen said, "No, my family also has food, I won't steal yours." The woman didn't believe it. She had picked up several buckets of food in the morning. She said, "Imogen, you used to be a good person. Even when you were hungry, you always upheld your morals and never stole or robbed. But why have you become like this now? There must have been a lot of food left in your yard this morning. Why did you come to my house?" Imogen interrupted her and said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't open it, I'll tick the door." The woman suddenly became nervous. You know, Imogen from the Mo family was born with supernatural powers. He didn't look fat, but he was incredibly strong. Not to mention a wooden door, even an iron door could be kicked, and a hole could be made by Imogen. The woman gritted her teeth, put the child back into the house, and opened the door tremblingly. Imogen said, "Take out the pot at home. Remember, it must be empty." He specifically emphasized the empty pot to show that he would not steal food. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Her family had 2 pots, but in this famine year, pots and pans were worthless. Food was the most precious thing. As long as they didn't steal the food, everything else would be easy. The woman took one of the pots outside the yard and placed another basin there. Seeing that she did as he was told, Imogen stopped paying attention to her and went to knock on the doors of several other households. Every time he knocked, he would repeat the immortal's words. If someone was unwilling to open the door, Imogen would directly threaten them. Everyone in the village knows Imogen's reputation, and most people would choose to open the door. Only a very few people firmly believed that Imogen knocked on the door just to steal food. Imogen, even if you are strong, so what? You haven't had a full meal in a long time. I don't believe you still have the strength to kick my door open. Haha, Imogen, even if you beat me to death today, you can't take away my family's food. For this kind of people, Imogen's method is to kick the door. After kicking open a door, he saw an old man holding a kitchen knife and rushing towards him. "Imogen, you stinky boy, I'm going to fight you today." The old man's son died while hunting in the mountains, and his daughter-in-law had a difficult childbirth, leaving behind only a baby granddaughter. The old man raised his granddaughter alone with great difficulty until she was 3 years old. Now he and his granddaughter depend on each other for survival. Both the old man and the child have small appetites and eat slowly, so they have been able to hold on until now. His granddaughter was cute, with big eyes, but she didn't like to talk. When she saw the old man taking out a kitchen knife with a ferocious look, the little girl burst into tears. "Grandpa. Whoa, Grandpa, don't kill people." "Old man." "Granddaughter, you really overestimate Grandpa. Even if you give me 10 kitchen knives, I'm not sure I can kill Imogen on the opposite side." Imogen snatched the kitchen knife from the old man's hand, walked into the kitchen with a cold face, put the kitchen knife on the chopping board, then took the pot out and put it outside the yard gate, then turned and left. The old man was stunned. He really doesn't steal food. Jiang Yanfeng was also knocking on doors, every household. Some villagers had full water tanks at home and did not go out to fetch water, so they did not hear what Jiang Yanfeng said on the road. They needed to be notified one by one. The Jiang family is a family of scholars. It is said that their ancestors had a prime minister. Later, the family gradually declined, but it still had a legacy. Jiang Yanfeng's father was the village chief. Half a year ago, when the first person died of starvation in the village chief blamed himself and traveled across mountains and rivers to find food. Later, he was allowed to bring back 2 bags of grain from the town, one for his son, and the other to be distributed to the villagers. After the distribution, the village chief grumbled a lot, saying that he was incompetent and could not feed the villagers. He also said that the mountain behind was dangerous, but He had dealt with the dangerous poisonous beasts, and the villagers could go to the mountain to dig wild vegetables and pick wild fruits. If they were lucky, they could hold on until it rained, and then everyone could grow their own food. The next day, the village chief died. His body was festering, and it was obvious that he died of poisoning. Everyone guessed that the village chief sacrificed himself to get rid of the poisonous beasts. In the following period of time, the villagers went into the mountains to find food, which was barely enough to fill their stomachs. Some young and strong villagers said they wanted to explore a way to escape the famine, but they never came back after they went out, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Therefore, many villagers remembered the kindness of the Jiang family and were very polite to Jiang Yanfeng. The population of Majia village was not large to begin with, and with so many deaths or escapes, there are only 15 households left. Each household has 1 to 4 people, for a total of 35 villagers. The street layout of Majia village is in the shape of a cross. On both sides of the cross are houses. Every household is separated by a street, and basically, they are door to door. There is a large open space at the midpoint where the horizontal and vertical lines of the cross converge. In the past, village meetings were held here. Soon, almost all the pots and pans from the 15 households were placed outside. Some villagers held their children and stood next to the pots, fearing that someone would steal their pots. Some villagers stared at the pot, thinking, "I want to see how the immortal can make eggs." "Thank you, immortal." Mo Jean knelt down. He raised his head, his dark eyes looked up to the sky, his Adam's apple rolled, as if he had a lot to say, but due to the difference between immortal and mortal, he did not say it. The rest of the villagers were stunned. They can't see the god's hands, but they can see the chopsticks. A pair of large chopsticks fell from the sky, holding some egg crumbs. The egg yolk and the white of the egg were mixed together. The yellow was warm and the white was clean, and it fell into the pot.
God.
God has shown his power.
Thank God. Woo-woo.
The villagers knelt down one after another. Some even pinched themselves hard to make sure this was not a dream, and tears suddenly filled their eyes. Every household was given eggs. Luo Mingyue didn't fill their pot because they couldn't finish it. Who eats a whole pot of eggs for a meal? Especially for someone like Jiang Yanfeng, who is the only one at home and has no refrigerator. The food will go bad if left for too long. Moreover, in the family next door to Jiang Yanfeng, it seemed that there was only a little boy left at home. The boy was very thin and silent. He knelt in front of the pot and looked up at the sky. When the big chopsticks put the eggs into the pot, the little boy did not say thank you. Instead, he grabbed a handful of eggs from the pot, put them into his mouth, and chewed them slowly. Luo Mingyue said, "Don't you have a spoon? Don't just eat with your hands." The boy still didn't say anything. He looked up at her while eating the eggs. It was impossible for Luo Mingyue to focus on him alone, and continued to distribute eggs to the villagers. After distributing them, he picked up some chopped lettuce with chopsticks and sprinkled them into the basin for the villagers. An old man in one of the families was so excited that he kept kowtowing and shouting, "Thank God." The little girl beside him said in a crisp voice, "Grandpa, the one in the sky is not God, but the fairy sister." The old man was so happy that he said, "Thank you, fairy sister." After repeating it, he realized something was wrong and said with embarrassment, "Thank you, fairy lady." Luo Mingyue didn't care about the address. She said, "Mo Jean Jiang Yanfeng, you two tell everyone to eat less and don't overeat. I will feed you food at every meal from now on." The two responded and conveyed the words of the gods to the villagers. The villagers expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Some villagers were more honest and knelt on the ground without getting up. They asked carefully, "Mr. Jiang, can you help ask the gods if we can eat eggs now?" Jiang Yanfeng raised his head. Before he could ask, Luo Mingyue said, "Eat. There aren't so many rules here. Also, you don't have to kneel down all the time." Jiang Yanfeng said, "That won't work. You saved us, so we should kneel down and worship you." Luo Mingyue insisted, "No, I don't like others kneeling to me." Jiang Yanfeng conveyed, "The immortal does not like to kneel down. Everyone stand up, don't kneel. But the pot is on the ground, so it's convenient to eat while kneeling." The eggs are still warm. So delicious. I haven't eaten boiled eggs for a long time. This long-lost taste reminds me of my mother.
She always saved the eggs for me to eat.
Instead of bringing the pot back into the house, the villagers took out their bowls and chopsticks and squatted at the door. Although we had lunch, everyone basically ate it with water and didn't dare to eat too much. Even if we had drunk enough at noon, it wouldn't hurt to eat 1 or 2 bites of eggs now. The expressions on everyone's faces were very happy. Jean brought out a stool and said, "Mom, please sit down and eat." Hanshi had already neatly served 3 bowls of broken eggs. Unexpectedly, the mother shook her head and said, "No, how can I be rude in front of a fairy?" She was determined, leaning against the door and eating eggs in small bites. Jean wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He looked up at the sky and found that Luo Mingyue was also looking at her. Luo Mingyue's eyes were gentle, without any blame, and she even smiled slightly and said, "Sit down." Jean thanked Xiangkong, then said, "Mother, the immortal asked you to sit down." Jean couldn't persuade her, so he gave up. He thought that the immortal would not get angry over such a trivial matter, because the eyes of immortals are compassionate and tolerant. The mother of the Mo brother's surname was Shangguan, and no one knew her exact name. All we knew was that she was a beauty when she was young. She escaped from the war and was rescued by Mo Dalong, and the two got married. Mo Dalong was a good hunter and could occasionally catch wild game, but ordinary people could not eat this kind of game because the animals in the mountains were poisonous and had to be killed and sent to the town. The process of killing the beast was difficult, but the silver earned from each kill was also generous, enough for the family to live comfortably in the village for 5 years.
Montag dalang was lucky.
One time he hunted 2 beasts directly. The next year, he hunted another beast and made a lot of money. Later, when Mo Hanshi was born, Mo Dalong stopped going out hunting because it was very dangerous to go up the mountain. He was afraid that he would never come back, leaving his widow and orphan without support. Besides, the money he saved was enough for his family to live on for a long time. But Mo Dalong is a man who cannot sit still. He does some side jobs in his free time. His family has no farmland, so if someone is too busy, he will help harvest grain. He will also help build houses for rich families in the village to earn some pocket money. The rest of the time, he stays at home with his wife and son. Later, Jean was born. Jean was born with supernatural strength. At the age of 3, he could beat adults in arm wrestling. His body was as strong as a calf. Mo Dalong was overjoyed, thinking that his son could inherit his hunting skills. The reason why Maja village was called this name was not because there were many people with the surname Mo in the village, but because hundreds of years ago, there was a strong man with the surname Mo who led the tribe to take root here. The Mo family has inherited great strength from their ancestors, but unfortunately each generation is weaker than the previous one, including Mo Dalong, who is only slightly stronger than an ordinary adult, and is far from having the natural strength of his son Mo Jean. So, when Mo Jean was 3 years old, Mo Dalong took his 2 sons into the mountains with great ambition. It was a pity that he hadn't been to the mountain for a long time and didn't know that the beasts on the mountain had a king and had become united, making them not as easy to catch as in the past few years. Mo Dalong fought desperately to carve out a way to survive, allowing his 2 sons to escape quickly. The 3-year-old Mo Jean didn't want to run, so the 8-year-old Mo Hanshi knocked his brother unconscious with a single, then ran away crying and carrying his brother on his back. Mo Hanshi does not have natural supernatural powers, but the people in his family are naturally stronger than ordinary people and can run faster. Of course, there is also a lot of food. Later, Shangguan raised her 2 sons alone. Although her husband left her a lot of savings before his death, she wanted to save the money for her sons to marry, so she worked hard to make money to supplement the family income by weaving bamboo baskets, sewing shoe soles, and mending clothes. But there is a saying that the young boys will eat their fathers out of poverty. As the brothers grew older, Shangguan's own money was not enough to support her sons, so she spent money to buy a few plots of land and lived on farming. Later, when there was no rain, Shangguan emptied her savings and asked her 2 sons to take a detour to the town to buy food. Mojin also worked hard and found a manual labor job in the town that was paid by the daily wage. Later, because of his good looks, he was noticed by a nobleman and became his bodyguard, with free food and lodging. He used the monthly salary he earned to buy food and send it back home every month, and occasionally bought some dried meat that was easy to store. A year later, the price of food in the town suddenly increased, and suddenly someone in the town was infected with a contagious, strange disease. Mojin was not quite sure about the specific symptoms of the strange disease, because sometimes the news would change after being spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and the rumors would become more and more outrageous. Some said that people with strange diseases would become ugly monsters who love raw food. Some said that people with strange diseases would fall into a deep sleep and grow lush hair on their bodies. In short, there are all kinds of rumors. Mojin wasn't sure which rumor was true. He only knew that a large number of people were staying away from the town. Even Mojin's main family has to move away from here and go to the city. Mojin was unwilling to leave his hometown, so he received a severance pay. There are also people in the village who make a living in the town like Mojin, but because of the emergence of strange diseases, people are in panic. Some people originally planned to return to the village, but unfortunately they were infected with strange diseases and did not dare to go back for fear of infecting their family members. Fortunately, Mojin has always had the habit of hoarding food, and he would buy food every time he got silver, otherwise he would not be able to buy it now. After leaving the town, Mojin deliberately stayed on the road for a few more days to make sure that he had not contracted any strange disease. When passing by a stream, he washed his body, threw away his old clothes, changed into clean clothes, and went home. After returning, I found that life in the village was very difficult, and everyone looked sad. After a year of drought, the people could still rely on the meager stored grain to survive, but there was no rain. At first there was water in the well, but later the well dried up. Some people wanted to use the stream outside the village for irrigation, but there was only so much water in the stream, and it was not enough for irrigation, so everyone stopped farming. All the wild vegetables in the field have been dug up. Many people even took risks and wanted to go hunting in the back mountain, but out of more than a dozen people who went out together, only a few came back and they were all poisoned and died not long after. What's worse is that the road to the town is also occupied by poisonous beasts, and everyone has nowhere to escape if they want to take a detour. It was not until the village chief got rid of the poisonous beast that everyone could go to the mountains to find food. But in the past month, new poisonous beasts have appeared in the mountains, and only the village is safe. Fortunately, now the difficult days are finally over, and everyone has endured the hardships and has finally received the mercy of the immortals, who not only sent rain but also provided food. After eating the hot eggs, the villagers decided to hold a collective meeting. Jiang Yanfeng is in charge of hosting the event. He was a scholar and the son of the village chief, so the villagers tacitly agreed that he would be the new village chief. The meeting location is the open space in the middle where the cross layout of the village intersects horizontally and vertically. The area here is very large, and even hundreds of small people can stand there, and there is also a high platform. Jiang Yanfeng walked up to the platform, and his first words were, "I suggest that we appoint 2 village chiefs, because Mojin can also see immortals."
Huh?
After hearing his words, a 5-year-old boy's eyes lit up and he asked loudly, "I can also see the fairy sister, so can I also be the village chief?" As soon as he finished speaking, his master covered his mouth and said, "Stinky boy, stop talking nonsense." Jiang Yanfeng smiled and said, "Wait until you grow up." The child's father said apologetically, "Mr. Jiang, the child is talking nonsense. He is too naughty." The little boy made a sound, obviously not convinced. When his father let go of his hand, he complained in a low voice, "I also want to talk to the fairy sister. She only remembers the names of Brother Xiaotsai and Brother Majin. If I become the village chief, she will definitely know me." No one paid attention to his emotions and thoughts as the adults were busy discussing serious matters. Mojin said, "It is enough for the village to have 1 village chief." Jiang Yanfeng advised, "The immortal will directly tell the 2 of us to do something. Jean pursed his lips and said, I haven't read any books. He had no idea what it took to be village chief. Jiang Yanfeng said, It doesn't matter. We happen to be one civil and one martial. I'll do the talking, and you take action when it's necessary. Okay. After hearing what he said, Jean nodded reluctantly and stood on the platform with him. Jiang Yanfeng said, First of all, everyone should wash themselves clean after returning home. Not only themselves, but also their clothes. Someone in the audience said, Mr.
Jiang.
Village chief, the stream outside the village is getting shallower and shallower. This is a waste. Jiang Yanfeng said, When you see dirty cats and dogs on the street and bring them home to raise, is the first thing you do to clean them? One villager replied, We were hungry before, so how could we afford to keep a dog? We just caught it and put it in the pot. Someone nearby laughed. Even if you put it in the pot, you have to wash it first. Jiang Yanfeng raised his hand and pressed it down. Seeing that the villagers had quieted down, he said, Our situation is different now. Now there are immortals looking after the village. The immortals have compassion and see that we are pitiful, so they give us food. We have to clean ourselves up and leave a good impression on the immortals so that they will feel comfortable looking at us. Second, when the immortal gave us eggs and lettuce today, everyone should have seen the pair of large chopsticks. The immortal went from house to pick up food for us, which was very inconvenient. Besides, we can't always leave the pot outside. So we need to build a huge pot and place it here so that the immortals can give us food, and then we can line up to receive it. We can also place tables, chairs, and benches here. When the immortals give us food in the future, we can queue up to get our meals and sit here to finish our meals. At the end, we can divide the remaining rice in the pot and take it home. Jiang Yanfeng suggested eating together because it was convenient for the immortal to observe their living conditions. It was like feeding ants and watching them carry food. If everyone went back home and closed the doors and windows, wouldn't the immortal not be able to see them? Moreover, the relationship between the villagers was obviously much more distant than before. Eating together was also to enhance feelings, make each other more familiar, and become united again. After a pause, Jiang Yanfeng continued, One pot may not be enough, because we don't know how long the immortal will favor us. In addition to food, we also have to pray to the immortal for clean water. It is impossible to put water and rice in the same pot. One villager said, The pot is too small. We should dig a pond and pray to the immortal to fill it up. Someone nearby questioned, But isn't this too greedy? It's already very good that the immortal can give us food. If we keep asking for more, it will make the immortal unhappy. But how long will the immortals have mercy on us? What if the immortals suddenly stop caring for us one day? How are we going to survive? So we must pray for water, and then we can plant crops and grow our own vegetables. Someone else raised a new question, Village Chief Shotsai. We don't know how to make a big pot, unless we go to the town to buy one, but I heard that life in the town is not easy. There is a strange disease spreading, many people have fled, and now we don't know what life is like in the town. Where can we get a big pot? Jiang Yanfeng thought for a moment and said, How about a water tank? I have 2 large water tanks at home, one of which can be moved out for public use. The water tank is too deep. It's fine for drawing water, but it's not convenient for getting food. You have to put your arm in it. I think there is a carpenter in our village. Just like the trough for feeding pigs, build a huge trough out of wood. Isn't this bad? It feels weird. I don't want to be a pig. A huge feeding trough? Why don't you just use a coffin? Pa, that's too unlucky. Besides, when people in our village die, they are buried with straw mats. Only people in town use coffins. There have never been coffins in our village. Although I am a carpenter, my skills are limited. I can't make coffins. I can only make tables, chairs, benches, and cabinets. And he didn't want to make coffins because he felt it was a bit eerie. The villagers were discussing the matter in a lively manner. Jiang Yanfeng turned around and asked Jean, Do you have any good suggestions? Jean said, I think we should build a statue of an immortal and place it here. The immortal bestows food, and we should offer loyalty and faith. Jiang Yanfeng nodded, because the third point he wanted to talk about was also this about how to worship the immortals. There were no craftsmen in the village, and it would be difficult to carve a finished product in a short period of time. Jiang Yanfeng did note down the appearance of the immortal, and he only needed to draw it with pen and paper. When the time came, he would just ask the craftsman to carve it according to the drawing. But the problem was that there were no craftsmen in the village, so he put this matter last. Also, can you please see the immortal's appearance? Jiang Yanfeng felt that he had to follow the immortal's advice on this matter and not act rashly. If he displeased the immortal and brought down upon him the wrath of thunder, he would be the sinner of the entire village. Just as he was thinking, half of a beautiful face suddenly appeared from the sky. Luo Mingyue had been sitting on the bench observing the movements of the little people and listening to their conversations, but her face was outside the cardboard box and no one could see her until she quietly put half of her face in. Fairy sister. The children were the first to cheer. But there were also older children who looked confused. They looked up and could not see anything. They could not hide their disappointment. Why could other children see immortals, but he could not? When the villagers heard the child's words, their first reaction was to kneel down. Luo Mingyue reminded, "No need to kneel." Jiang Yanfeng called everyone to get up. The villagers were worried. They couldn't see the immortal or hear his voice, and they felt insecure. Luo Mingyue said, "Stand still where you are." Before Jiang Yanfeng could convey her words, the children shouted, "The immortal told us not to move." Luo Mingyue said considerately, "No matter what you see later, don't panic." Luo Mingyue held a spoon and an empty plate in her hand. She extended the spoon toward the open space, scooped up a spoonful of soil, and put it into the plate. The villagers had seen big chopsticks before, so they were still shocked when they saw the big spoon. They followed the spoon with blank eyes, watching the big spoon dig up the soil and take it away, finally digging a deep hole in the ground. Then, a huge ceramic bowl fell from the sky. The villagers could clearly see the delicate floral designs painted on the white porcelain bowls. Luo Mingyue's bowl is 15 centimeters in diameter and 6 centimeters high. It is a noodle bowl that was previously used to hold chopped lettuce. Little people like Mo Jin and Jiang Yanfeng, who are more than 9 centimeters tall, will not drown if they stand in the bowl. Of course, it is not easy for them to climb out because the bowl is very smooth. The mouth of the bowl was slightly higher than the ground by about 1 centimeter, and the rest of it was buried in the soil. Luo Mingyue also used a spoon to compact the surrounding soil to ensure that it would not loosen. Then she used a large clean spoon to add water to the bowl. Soon, the bowl was filled with clean drinking water. Crystal clear. The immortal has given me water. One child was so excited that he rushed over with his hands and feet flailing and leaned over the edge of the bowl. As a result, he fell headfirst into it because of his violent movements. It happened so quickly that the child's parents had no time to react and were unable to pull the child back in time. Mo Jin reacted quickly, jumped off the platform, and rushed towards the water bowl like a nimble leopard. But he stopped halfway because a big hand came down from the sky and pulled the dripping child out. The water in the bowl was dirty, with sand, gravel, and soil mixed thoroughly with the water. The child was about 4 centimeters tall and was almost scared silly, bursting into tears. Luo Mingyue gently put him on the ground. The parent rushed over and beat the child because he saw that the clear water had become a little turbid. He felt that his child had defiled the immortal's reward. He was worried that the immortal would be angry, and he was angry and anxious. Luo Mingyue's emotions were quite stable. If she saw naughty children in real life, she might stay away from them. But now she was facing a group of little kids who were so young.
How could she bother with them?
Luo Mingyue used both hands to pick up the bowl from the soil. Her action immediately caused the villagers to panic. The immortal is angry and wants to take back his gift. Please, fairy lady, don't be angry. We will be obedient in the future. Immortal, don't. There were continuous cries of pleading. The parent of the child who got into trouble was also panicking. If the immortal no longer favored the village, he and his son would probably be hacked to death by the angry villagers, or driven out of the village to fend for themselves. He knelt down with a plop and kowtowed hard. Then he found that his stupid son was still standing, so he quickly forced his son to kneel down as well. Immortal, You are magnanimous. If you want to punish someone, just punish me alone, and don't implicate the villagers. Luo Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then explained, "This water is dirty. I will pour it into the farmland and then pour you another bowl." Jiang Yanfeng quickly relayed the immortal's words. The villagers were relieved, but then they felt like they were in a dream again. The immortal is so thoughtful. He even helps us irrigate the farmland? Someone said, "It's okay if the water is dirty. I don't mind it at all. I can use it to wash clothes." Jiang Yanfeng emphasized, "Go back with water later and remember to take a bath." This time the villagers were well behaved and no one objected, because just now a child fell into the water and the immortal brought out the water and poured it out, which shows that the immortal loves cleanliness. In fact, the villagers had water in their home tanks, but they were reluctant to use it. They were unkempt and thought that they could save as much as possible. But now the situation is different, and they must take a bath frequently in the future. At this time, a villager suddenly realized, "I know why only the two village heads can see the immortal. Look, Zhang Xiaocai's clothes are neat and clean, and Mo Jin's black clothes are not dirty, but his face is white." Someone added, "They are both pretty good looking." Some people also said, "Speaking of appearance, they are indeed the best looking in the whole village, but Mo Jin's brother Mo Hanshi is also good looking. Why can't Mo Hanshi see the immortal?" Mo Hanshi lowered his head in shame, wondering if it was because he hadn't washed his face for a long time. "I should have washed my face earlier. That's not right. My child can see the immortal even without taking a bath." A child nearby said weakly, "I can't see. Could it be related to age?" The villagers began to ask which children could not see the fairy. Finally, they found that children aged 7 and above, like adults, could not see the fairy. Only those under 7 years old could see it. Apart from the children, Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jin are the most special people in the whole village. The villagers looked them both up and down and felt that the biggest thing they had in common was that they were both tall and handsome. At this time, Shangguan said, "Maybe it's not because of his appearance. Jiang Yanfeng is a scholar, and his father saved our lives. Jiang Yanfeng is the most prestigious and learned person in the village, so he can see the immortal." A villager asked, "What about Mo Jin?" Shangguan laughed. "My son Mo Jin is born with supernatural powers. Zhang Xiaocai can manage the village, and Mo Jin can deter villains. The gods chose these two for a reason." The villagers suddenly realized. Luo Mingyue poured water while listening to the villagers' movements. She herself didn't know why only these two young men could see her, but after listening to Shangguan's explanation, she felt that it made some sense. However, she still had to ask the system for the specific reason. Anyway, as long as there are a few people who can see her, Luo Mingyue now just needs to raise the little guy with peace of mind. If there is anything she doesn't understand, she can ask when the system comes back. Luo Mingyue put the bowl back into the pit and filled it with water again. Jiang Yanfeng looked up and said, "Fairy lady, we want to make a statue for you and worship you." Luo Mingyue replied, "No, I don't need offerings." Jiang Yanfeng asked again then, "Can we set up a longevity tablet?" Luo Mingyue refused again, "No need. I don't like seeing someone setting up a memorial tablet for me." After saying that, Luo Mingyue hid his head outside the cardboard box. Jiang Yanfeng thought that the gods said they don't need offerings and don't like tablets, and they also said they don't like kneeling, which shows that the gods are not interested in these forms. As for the sculpture, we can consider carving one, but the village does not have the technology for it at the moment, so we'll talk about it later. Jiang Yanfeng was very brave. He had asked the fairy's name before and knew that her name was Mingyue. He thought, should we let the people in the village call her Mingyue Fairy in the future? But it seemed not good to call the fairy by her name directly, so he decided not to say the fairy's name directly. Jiang Yanfeng has a lot of thoughts in his mind. After all, the whole village relied on the immortal for their food, so Jiang Yanfeng unconsciously began to figure out the immortal's preferences, hoping to receive his long-term protection. Jiang Yanfeng looked up at the sky and said, "The immortal has left, and everyone can get water. But I have one more thing to say. From now on, we must strengthen the discipline of children. Although the immortal does not strictly require etiquette, We cannot behave disrespectfully and offensively just because the immortal is kind. Yes, the village chief is right. The villagers were all scared, especially the families with children. They quickly taught their children to behave well in front of the immortal and not to be unruly. Then they kept saying, "Thanks to the immortal for saving our lives, we should learn to be grateful, understand? You must be respectful to the immortal, otherwise you will not be given eggs to eat in the future." The younger children were ignorant and said they had taken note of it for the sake of the eggs. The villagers dispersed, preparing to use the water in their own water tanks first, and then come here to fetch water. Next, the villagers began to take a bath and wash clothes. Luo Mingyue stopped watching the movements of the little people, and she flew on her sword again to find her second disciple. At this moment, not only Morongshire was in the kitchen, but also the eldest disciple Mu Lingyan was there. The disciples in the qi refining stage do not practice fasting, nor do they know how to refine fasting pills, so they still need to eat. Occasionally, when the master is in a good mood, he will reward the eldest brother with some fasting pills, and then the eldest brother will distribute them to everyone. But recently the master has not given any pills, so everyone can only eat every meal. Since Morongshire is the best cook, he cooks every meal. The other disciples would not be idle either. They took turns to clean up the dishes, wash the dishes, find various ingredients, chop wood, boil water, etc. It was the same today. After finishing their work, everyone returned to their own residences one after another, leaving only Mu Lingyan, who had not left. Mu Lingyan asked second junior brother, "Everyone has finished their meal. Why are you still cutting vegetables? Moreover, you cut the vegetables into such small pieces. It doesn't look like they are for us to eat." Morongshire said, "This is for feeding ants to master." Feed the ants? Mu Lingyan was speechless. It was not enough for the master to raise foxes, but he even raised ants? Morongshire nodded and said, "Well, I will prepare to cut a few more vegetables for future use." Mu Lingyan thought for a moment and said, "Then let me help you. I know how to cut vegetables." Mu Lingyan took the kitchen knife from the side and asked while cutting the eggplant, "Can ants eat raw eggplant?" Morongshire said, "I don't know. Once everything is chopped up, throw all the vegetables into the pot and cook a pot of vegetable porridge." Mu Lingyan asked curiously, "Should we add some seasoning?" Ants shouldn't be able to tell good from bad. Even if they don't like it, they can't speak human language and complain to master. Luo Mingyue, who was at the door, heard this and thought to herself that she had actually forgotten the seasoning. Morongshire replied, "Put less sugar. Ants like sweet things." I also prepared a small jar of honey. At noon, master came here and took away the goat milk. I don't know how much she wanted to feed the ants. That was a full basin of goat milk, which should be enough to feed them for a long time. Mu Lingyan was surprised. "Master came here at noon?" Morongshire nodded. Mu Lingyan hurriedly asked, "Did she cause you any trouble or give you any trouble?"
No.
Mu Lingyan asked again, "Did he hit you? Are there any injuries on your body? Take off your clothes and let me see." Morongshire finished cutting the broccoli in his hand and said, "No, master just asked me to cut vegetables and eggs." Mu Lingyan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It feels like master's behavior has become increasingly strange recently. She hasn't hit me this month, and I don't know when she's going to do it." Morongshire said, "Big brother, isn't this a good thing? Why do you feel like you are expecting master to beat you?" Mu Lingyan said worriedly, "You don't understand. Master must find a reason to whip me every month. Some time ago, I took the initiative to apologize and said that I fed the cloud fox cub to death, but master didn't do anything. It doesn't matter if she beats me. Anyway, I'm used to it. I'm afraid that she has been suppressing her temper all the time, and one day she will suddenly explode and beat you." Morongshire's hands trembled. "Big brother, don't talk about this. I'm already scared." Mu Lingyan peeled the eggplant, chopped it into small pieces the size of millet grains, and filled a bowl with it. "Second junior brother, this is too much. Is master raising giant ants?" Morongshire shook his head. "I don't know either. I just feel that master seems to care about ants very much. He was willing to share chicken thighs with ants at noon. It seems that master treats ants as if they were human beings. So, I'd better prepare some more in case of emergency. The most important thing is that the master asked him to cook millet porridge in the evening. He was worried that the master would want something else besides millet porridge, and then he would order him to make it on the spot. Murongshir's heart is relatively fragile, and he doesn't want his master to be supervising him, so he plans to make more in the afternoon. If his master doesn't want it, he will eat it himself. Next, Murongshir fried an egg and cooked a bowl of noodles. We had noodles with soybean paste for lunch, and there was half a bowl of soybean paste left, which was clean and just right for mixing with the noodles. Then, as usual, the noodles were cut into small pieces. Mulingyan said, "Let me cut it. You just need to cook." Mulingyan held a kitchen knife in each hand. There were scrambled eggs on one chopping board and fried noodles with soybean paste on the other. After cutting, he put them into 2 plates. Murongshir also made sweet and sour pork tenderloin and lotus seed tofu. By the way, he instructed the senior brother to cut a banana, an apple, and a soft peach. The 2 of them were so busy that they didn't even notice Luo Mingyue walking in quietly. Luo Mingyue saw that some of the plates were still steaming, so she quickly put them into her storage space so that they would still be hot next time she took them out. Mulingyan finished cutting the fruit and put it on the plate, but in the blink of an eye he discovered that the plate was gone. He turned his head and saw Master. Mulingyan is the male protagonist, with a strong heart, and soon his expression returned to normal. Greetings to the master. Murongshir was just about to cut 2 more buns when he heard the voice of his eldest senior brother. He quickly turned around and lowered his head, saying in a trembling voice, "Master. Master, how are you?" The second apprentice was too timid, so Luo Mingyue decided to praise him more. "Murongshir, you did a great job. You don't have to cook the vegetable porridge. Just give me some seasonings, especially salt, sugar, and other ingredients for cooking." "Yes, master." With a senior brother here to keep an eye on things, Murongshir was not so scared and put salt, sugar, vinegar, and other items in different bottles. Seeing that he was working hard, Luo Mingyue decided to reward him. "Cook me some millet porridge now, and you don't have to bring me food for the next 5 days." Rewarding Murongshir with a 5-day holiday, "I am such a kind master." As expected, Murongshir was immediately excited when he heard it. "Master, I will make porridge for you right away." "Stone?" Mulingyan didn't know what she wanted the stone for, so he lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Soon, Mulingyan found a dozen stones and arranged them in the yard in order of size. Luo Mingyue took out the sword. Mulingyan's eyes twitched, and he suspected that his master was going to torture him again. However, Luo Mingyue squatted down, picked a palm-sized stone, and cut the stone into a regular rectangular block with a long sword. As for spiritual power spells, most of them are used for attack or healing. Attack spells fall on stones and directly destroy them. Luo Mingyue can accurately control spiritual power to cut stones, but with a spiritual sword in hand, why bother? It's better to use the sword to cut. Mulingyan was full of questions. The magic sword that can cut through iron like mud is used to do this? Luo Mingyue cut the big stone into 2 halves, each cut into 2 rectangles. In the end, I cut out 5 pieces in total, hollowed out the inside, and carefully rounded the sharp edges on the outside to prevent the little ones from getting hurt. Each cuboid is 4 centimeters long, 2 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter high. Of course, the above are all approximate data. After all, Luo Mingyue didn't have a ruler, so it was impossible for him to cut it so neatly. Maybe this stone is 1.5 centimeters high, and that stone is 0.9 centimeters high. They are made shallower on purpose to make it easier to serve rice. The same is true for length and width, which vary, but not by much. After making the simple stone basins, Luo Mingyue put them away and put them into the storage space, leaving the stone scraps on the ground. Mulingyan walked forward and cleaned the ground consciously. He looked at his master inquiringly. Luo Mingyue didn't pay attention to him. She turned and went into the kitchen and found that the millet porridge was already cooked. Murongshir was worried and muttered to himself, "How do I cut the millet grains in here? I can't cut it." Cough. Luo Mingyue also felt that her suggestion to let her second apprentice cut millet grains at noon was a bit embarrassing. She coughed and even deliberately made footsteps to indicate that she had come in. Morongshir came back to his senses and shouted, "Master." Luo Mingyue said, "Give me a bowl of millet porridge. Also, do you have a smaller spoon and chopsticks?"
Ah.
Yes, yes. When I first came to the mountains, I used small spoons and chopsticks, and I have never been willing to throw them away. Morongshir took out the tableware. Luo Mingyue didn't take it. She said, "I feel like they are very memorable to you. Since you can't bear to part with them, why don't you give them to me? Keep them for yourself." Hearing this, Morongshir was surprised. Is the master thinking about him? How is this possible? Mu Lingyan walked in and said, "I have new ones here." He had heard that the master was going to bring back a new disciple, and thought that the master was bringing back a child of a few years old as usual, so he specially prepared many small tableware for children and bought toys. However, who would have thought that the master was bringing back the 14-year-old junior sister by Tian, who didn't need any of these? Mu Lingyan found the things and handed the small bowl to his master. Over there, Morongshir also served the millet porridge. Luo Mingyue filled a bowl with flour, rice, and millet, all raw, because there were enough cooked foods prepared. Moreover, if Luo Mingyue goes out for something one day and fails to come back in time, the little people cannot let them starve. They must give them some rice, flour, and food so that every household has some food stored. Even if she fails to feed them on time one day, the little ones can cook for themselves. Otherwise, the little people will pin their hopes on her every day and feel insecure. Luo Mingyue put all the prepared things into the storage space. Before she knew it, the sun had set, and it was time to go back to feed the little guy. The two apprentices stared at her eagerly. Luo Mingyue said, "Master's leaving. From now on, you are not allowed to enter my residence without permission." Morongshir wanted nothing more than to do so, and nodded repeatedly. Mu Lingyan couldn't help but yelled, "Master." Luo Mingyue turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Mu Lingyan said, "Master has not taught the disciples magic this month." Luo Mingyue said, "You should hurry up and improve your cultivation. You can't chew too much. You don't need to learn so many spells." Mu Lingyan added, "Also, your pet cloud fox has a poor appetite recently. It seems to miss you as its master. You used to take time to visit it." Luo Mingyue said, "Master is busy recently."
Master.
Mu Lingyan wanted to say something else, but Luo Mingyue had already flown away on his sword. What Mu Lingyan wanted to say was stuck in his throat. He looked at the direction where Luo Mingyue left. Why do I feel that Master's words and actions are becoming more and more strange? Morongshir said, "As long as she doesn't come to harm us." After Luo Mingyue returned, he first cleaned all the stone basins and dried them, then sat on a small stool and looked towards the dwarf village. The villagers were busy the whole afternoon, scrubbing themselves clean and washing clothes. Even the children joined in the work, starting to wipe the tables, chairs, benches, doors, and windows, sweep the yard, etc. Dirty water was thrown out basin after basin. The courtyard is filled with washed clothes, and under the glow of the setting sun, it is filled with the breath of life. It feels like the whole village has come alive. Luo Mingyue remembered the first time she saw the dwarf village. She felt that the village was lifeless and depressing. I didn't expect that just providing a little food could make them regain their vitality. Although many of them were very thin, their mental outlook was obviously different. Food is the most important thing for people. Luo Mingyue sighed. There was a widow living alone in the village. She was considered a householder by herself. Her husband had died, and she had no children. So, after washing her own clothes, she went to help a little boy wash clothes. The boy is Jiang Yanfeng's neighbor. He has a handsome appearance and big, bright eyes. His only shortcoming is that he is taciturn and rarely speaks. He just likes to observe others silently. However, everything has two sides. If the child is quiet and not noisy, it will be easier to take care of him. But in other families, the children are much more lively. "Dad, I'm hungry from working. Can I have the eggs in the pot?" "Dad, my sister said that if I clean the cabinets, she will cook me some lettuce." The children are very greedy for the green leaves. Some like to eat them raw, while others want to blanch them in boiling water before eating. They have different tastes and preferences. The immortal said that he would give us delicious food in the evening. You are full now, how can you eat anything else in the evening? The child's father raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was also a little hungry. He took eggs from the pot, scooped out a small bowl for the children, and ate a few bites himself to fill his stomach. He also took a rest at the same time. There were many good days to come, and he must not overwork himself. Just then, he heard his own child say happily, "The immortal is coming. My beautiful sister is in heaven." The child stopped talking halfway when he remembered his family's advice to be polite in front of the immortal. 35 villagers arrived one after another. Jiang Yanfeng raised his head, first glanced at Luo Mingyue, then bowed deeply. "Please give me some food, immortal." Luo Mingyue felt very awkward. Although she knew that her status was not equal to that of the dwarf village, she did not want to see them begging humbly. Luo Mingyue said, "Don't do this next time. I don't like people worshipping me." The villagers were about to follow Jiang Yanfeng's example, but were stopped by Mo Jin. The immortal said not to worship her. She doesn't like it. Jiang Yanfeng felt that he had done something wrong and pursed his lips slightly. Luo Mingyue was a more attentive person. She noticed that Jiang Yanfeng was in a bad mood, so she asked, "Can I just call you Yanfeng?" Jiang Yanfeng's heart moved slightly. He raised his head and smiled, "Of course." Luo Mingyue said, "Yanfeng, it's time to prepare dinner." Jiang Yanfeng was flattered. "Okay." Mo Jin is a carefree person and doesn't feel unhappy because the immortal calls Jiang Yanfeng in a familiar tone. He is more concerned about what to eat in the evening. Luo Mingyue knew that the little people were tired after a busy afternoon, so she took out a bowl of white rice from the storage space. This was her staple food for lunch. She didn't touch it at all. It was still hot in the space. This was the spiritual rice grown by Mingyue sect. It looked similar to long-grain fragrant rice, shiny and glossy, and good for the body. The system said that feeding the little people needs to be done gradually, and the food should be light at the beginning. Therefore, Luo Mingyue decided to feed them spiritual rice first, which could nourish the villagers' depleted bodies. Luo Mingyue scooped up rice with a spoon, filled the stone basin, and then slowly placed the stone basin next to the bowl of water. Luo Mingyue said, "You guys eat this first." Considering that the villagers didn't bring chopsticks, Luo Mingyue put down a stone basin filled with clean water next to them and said, "This is for washing hands." The villagers' hands were not actually dirty because they had washed them once before coming out, but the immortal also provided water, so they washed them again before picking up the rice grains. "Is this a steamed bun?" A child didn't recognize that it was rice, but didn't dare to ask loudly. Every grain of rice exudes a fragrance that can make people feel refreshed just by smelling it. A grain of rice is bigger than a child's palm. It smells like rice, so delicious. Oh my God, this is the most delicious rice I have ever eaten. The food of immortals is really extraordinary. The rice grains are so big. Why do I feel like all the fatigue in my body has disappeared after eating it? The elderly felt the most obvious feeling and felt warm all over after eating. There is no seasoning in the rice, but every bite is delicious. Mo Jin had a big appetite and ate 5 grains in a row. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that every time he ate rice, it was digested quickly. He looked up and asked, "Immortal, can I eat more?" Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "Of course, you can eat as much as you want. I will take away the remaining rice." Mo Jin relayed the immortal's words, then unceremoniously picked up a grain of magical rice with one hand and continued eating. With him taking the lead, everyone continued to line up to get the rice. Mainly because they heard that the immortal would take it away, they felt reluctant to let it go. Even the children tried to eat a few more bites. "I ate too much." But the whole body feels relaxed, and the stomach and internal organs are warm. Luo Mingyue put in another stone box. "It's goat's milk." The villagers went home to get bowls and spoons, planning to drink some before going to bed that night. After everyone lined up to scoop up the goat milk, Luo Mingyue took away the stone boxes. It was not that she was stingy, but there was sand and dust in the air, and it was not appropriate to leave them outside. Besides, Putting them in the storage space could prevent the food from spoiling. The villagers were not greedy. Each of them only had half a bowl of goat's milk. They were already very satisfied with the rice, so they just wanted to taste the goat's milk first. In the future, they should be able to drink it, right? The little people went home. Jean didn't rush to bed, but instead did a set of boxing exercises. Hanshi was worried. What should I do? Although the weather is still cool now, the food can be stored for a day or two, but if the immortal feeds me every meal, the eggs at home will go bad. What a happy trouble. Shangguan sat in the yard, looked at her two sons with a smile, and said, Hanshi, if you can't bear it, then exercise more and eat more. Hanshi sighed, I like to practice boxing on an empty stomach in the morning. Eggs are delicious, but rice is even more delicious. I just hate that my appetite is too small. It would be nice if I could raise a local dog and give it all the leftover food so it doesn't waste it. As he spoke, he gulped down half a bowl of goat's milk and burped. Jean performed 5 consecutive boxing moves and felt very hungry, so he scooped up an egg, added some chopped lettuce, mixed them together, and ate them. Hanshi said, This is the first time I see you eating like this. How can you pair lettuce with eggs? Jean said, You try it? It tastes pretty good. Hanshi shook his head. Shangguan had a small appetite and was full after eating rice. After returning, she only tasted a sip of goat milk and gave the rest to her son. On the other side, Jiang Yanfeng had already laid down, but he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He felt his whole body was hot, but it was not a fever, but a feeling of blood agitation from the inside out. As a last resort, he got up and ran in the yard for more than 10 laps, but still felt unsatisfied, so he simply ran around the entire village 3 times before returning home panting. I never liked to exercise since I was a child, but I can actually run for so long today. Jiang Yanfeng boiled some water and took a hot bath. His breathing gradually calmed down. This is outrageous. My physique can't be so good. Is it because of the spiritual rice I ate at night? Jiang Yanfeng thought carefully. The white food and eggs that the immortal had fed him before only tasted good, but they were not like the rice tonight, which made people feel comfortable all over after eating. It can be seen that only rice is special. The immortal's rations are indeed extraordinary. When Jiang Yanfeng was taking a bath, he closed the doors and windows, fearing that the immortal would suddenly appear and accidentally see his body, polluting the immortal's eyes. After taking a bath, Jiang Yanfeng felt hungry again. Fortunately, there are still some eggs in the pot. Instead of heating it up, he ate some of it cold. Luo Mingyue was still watching the movements of the little people in the village. She found that only Jean and Jiang Yanfeng were relatively active tonight. One was practicing martial arts and the other was running. After exercising, they both ate something. As for the other little people, they all behaved very calmly. The villagers in the entire small mountain village began to fall asleep one after another. Luo Mingyue stood up and returned to her room, deciding to take a rest. But what she didn't know was that in the middle of the night, many little people woke up hungry and ran to the kitchen to eat up all the eggs and lettuce leaves she had given them, but they still felt hungry. Some of the little ones were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. They gulped down a lot of water and could only look forward to the arrival of daytime. Majia Village. The little people got up very early and gathered around the place where rice was distributed yesterday. In addition, there are 6 tables and 35 chairs placed nearby. 2 of the tables and chairs are relatively low, intended for children to sit together, and the other 4 tables are for adults. Even the bowls, chopsticks, and plates were set out. But no one was sitting, everyone was standing under the platform, and some little people were walking around, looking anxious. Luo Mingyue was stunned for a moment. Are they hungry? Could it be that she got up too late and made the little ones hungry? In order to save time, Luo Mingyue did not show her face to communicate with them, but quickly took out the stone basin from the storage space. One of them usually contains goat's milk. One is millet porridge. The other 3 are steamed bun pieces, chopped green onion and scrambled egg pieces, and a salad of celery and soybeans. Add them to the village one by one. In order not to disturb them while they were eating, Luo Mingyue withdrew her hand after putting it down and just observed them from outside the cardboard box. Jiang Yanfeng looked up at the sky and said, "The immortal put down the food and disappeared." The villagers were howling with hunger, and they all picked up their bowls and filled them with goat milk for the children first. "Daddy, I don't like goat milk. I want to drink millet porridge." "You are still young. Drinking this is good for your health." The diameter of a grain of millet is 1 millimeter. Put yourself in their shoes. If a real millet grain were enlarged 20 times, its diameter would expand to 20 millimeters or 2 centimeters, which is about the same size as chibi Morocco-chan. However, the rice grains are cooked very soft, so even the elderly can chew them. Scrambled eggs with chopped green onions contain not only oil but also salt, which is also chopped and tastes very delicious. The celery and soybeans are also cooked until very soft before being served cold, which is very refreshing to eat. Soybeans are difficult to cut as they are relatively large in size. Celery has been chopped, but not as finely as steamed buns and scrambled eggs. The stone basin containing scrambled eggs with chopped green onions was soon empty. Luo Mingyue was amazed at the little people's appetite. It seemed that their appetites had grown bigger. When the little people finished their meal, only a shallow layer of goat milk remained at the bottom of the basin. There is a little more millet porridge left. The other 3 stone basins were empty. Luo Mingyue stretched out his hand and took away all 5 stone basins. After the little people had eaten and drunk their fill, they subconsciously looked up at the sky. Jiang Yanfeng said, "The immortal is not here." Some villagers were worried and asked, "Does the immortal hate us? Is it possible that the immortal dislikes us for eating too much?" It's quite a lot. Today I drank 5 bowls of goat milk and ate a lot of steamed buns and scrambled eggs with green onions. I ate a lot, too. Did the rice last night whet my appetite? My appetite increased significantly this morning. I'm worried that I won't be able to support myself by farming in the future. Mo Jean frowned and said, "Don't speculate on the immortal's thoughts." After we had eaten, the stone basin was taken away immediately, which shows that the immortal's eyes are always on us. As for why the immortal didn't show up, do you still want the immortal to talk to us every day? But the immortal doesn't say anything. I feel bad. Jiang Yanfeng smiled and said, "I think you are just asking for more. The immortal has given you food, and you still want the immortal to chat with you?" The villager's face turned red with anxiety, and he quickly explained, "No, before I went to the town to work for others, and I only got a full meal and 2 big cakes for my wages. In comparison, the immortal is really too kind. I always want to do something for the immortal, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Yes, we have eaten so much food from the immortal. Why doesn't she order us around?" Mo Jean said, "We are so young. What can we do to help the immortals?" The villagers were somewhat frustrated. Jiang Yanfeng said, "Okay, don't think too much. Take the bowl away quickly and go home to wash it." Thinking of the immortal's love of cleanliness, the villagers took action again. They not only cleaned their homes spotlessly, but also wiped the stone tablet with Magia Village written on it at the entrance of the village several times. The farmlands have been watered by the immortals, but they cannot be cultivated now because many black dream flowers and evil curse grass have grown in the fields. They are all poisonous and have strong vitality. They can survive even without water. The little people carried baskets, hoes or shovels, and began to clean up the black flowers and plants. They were poisonous, but they were also fertilizers. In the little people village, before sowing seeds in the fields, they had to mix the black dream flowers and evil curse grass, crush them, add water, and mix them into fertilizer water. Then they could irrigate the fields and plant them. Otherwise, the seeds would not germinate. The villagers are not clear about the reason for doing this, but they have been doing it for generations, and it has gradually become common sense. Although the fertilizer water is toxic, the crops grown from it are non-toxic and harmless. As for Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jean, they did not go to the fields, but instead found a carpenter in the village and used the morning time to make a triangular cube or a triangular pyramid. Jiang Yanfeng took a brush and wrote 3 big characters on the inclined surface of one side of the triangular pyramid, Xianzhuantai. As the name suggests, it is a platform favored by immortals. Afterwards, Imogen and the carpenter lifted the triangular pyramid and placed it on the platform where the villagers held meetings. Because the immortals would put food on the open space next to the platform, Jiang Yanfeng decided to give this place a name so that it would be easier to call it in the future. As for the water bowl buried in the soil next to the platform, it is called the White Porcelain Fairy Pond. Of course, Luo Mingyue does not agree with this name. She prefers to call it Water Bowl Pool. While the little people were busy, Luo Mingyue was not idle either. She filled the water bowl pool with clean water to make it convenient for the villagers to fetch water. Then, he found a few unwanted clothes from the closet and cut them into small pieces with scissors. By the way, he found 5 more stones, cut them skillfully, hollowed them out, washed them with clean water, wiped off the water droplets, and made them into a small stone basin. However, the open space next to the Xianwan terrace is limited, and it is relatively spacious to place 5 stone boxes. If you want to place more, you can only place them a little further away. Luo Mingyue does not plan to place too many stone basins. He only makes a few more for easy replacement. The morning passed by unknowingly. At noon, the hardworking villagers were still working in the fields when they heard a child say, "I saw the hand of the immortal appear." So the villagers in the fields hurried back home, put down their baskets, washed their hands, picked up their bowls, chopsticks, and plates, and hurried to the Xianzhuantai. Today's main dish is noodles with soybean paste. In the other stone basins, there were sweet and sour pork tenderloin, lotus seed tofu, chicken thighs, and egg drop soup. Except for the egg drop soup, everything else is chopped. Wow, there's meat. Oh my god, is this the kind of noodles that immortals eat? They look a bit weird.
What's so strange about that?
It must be that the immortals' noodles are longer, so he cut them into small pieces specifically for us. The immortal is so kind to us. The point is meat. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. The food provided to us by the immortals before was relatively light. I thought immortals only ate vegetarian food and didn't eat meat. I always thought that immortals don't eat. The villagers lined up one by one to get their meals. The adults first used plates to put all 3 dishes on the plates for the children, and then served some noodles with soybean paste, and then seated the children. The air was filled with a strong aroma of rice, which made people drool. No one fought for the food, and no one cut in line because there was plenty of food and everyone knew that they would definitely be full and there was no need to rush. These days, it is already very good to have enough food to eat, and basically no one is picky about food. But today's meal was too rich, and some villagers directly scooped up a full bowl of sweet and sour pork tenderloin and a bowl of chicken legs. Old Zheng, why do you only eat meat? Hey, I've been craving meat for a long time. Today I finally get to eat it. Of course I want to eat as much as I can at once and enjoy it to my heart's content. We are really enjoying a good life. Before the famine, we could only afford to eat meat a few times a year. Now we have so much meat. It is really a luxury. It would be even more perfect if there was some wine.
What are you thinking about?
You still want a drink? Be careful that the village chief will beat you up. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. Being able to have enough food to eat is better than anything else. Soon, most of the sweet and sour pork tenderloin was eaten because many children love to eat it. However, everyone found that the chicken thighs were also delicious, tender and crispy, and every bite was exceptionally delicious. Seeing how happily the little ones were eating, Luo Mingyue couldn't help but take out the beggar's chicken from the storage space and gnawed on it while watching the little ones eat. Most of the noodles with soybean paste was left, as was some of the egg drop soup, and the other 3 dishes were all gone. Hiccup the children were very satisfied with the meal. They each got a bowl of noodles and went home, ready to eat when they were hungry in the afternoon. Luo Mingyue reached out and spread a piece of pink cloth in Mo Jin's yard. The fabric was so soft that it took up half of his yard. Luo Mingyue used a clean small spoon to scoop some flour and put it on. Put the flour in one pile and the spiritual rice in another. They are all raw, so the little ones can cook for themselves. Flour is just ordinary flour. There is only spiritual rice in the world of immortals. The rest of the food is the same as in the mortal world, nothing special. The villagers could not see Luo Mingyue's hands, but they could see the cloth and the spoon. The immortal has given good things to the Majin village chief's family. The villagers were all very happy. Before long, they were happier because every household was treated the same. The villagers went back home, waiting for the immortal to distribute cloth and food. The colors of the cloth are different. Some are light pink, some are goose yellow, and some are light green. The fabrics were very soft and covered with snow-white flour and pure rice, which made people happy just by looking at them. Some villagers were so excited that they had forgotten what Jiang Yanfeng had said: immortals don't like to be worshipped on their knees. They kowtowed 3 times to the pile of rice and shouted, "Thank you, immortal. I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay you in this life or the next." There were a total of 15 households, and Luo Mingyue gave food to all of them. The villagers began to carry food, moving the rice into their own rice jars and putting the flour into cloth bags. After the rice jar was filled, they found that it was still not enough, so they simply freed up the water jar to use as the rice jar. There was plenty of clean water in the white porcelain fairy pond anyway, so they didn't have to go out of the village to fetch water, which was very convenient. Luo Mingyue watched the little people busying themselves. After they finished mixing the spiritual rice, Luo Mingyue added eggplants, potatoes, and cucumbers to the fabric one by one. Only a small spoonful of each vegetable was added, as I was afraid that if I added more, there would be no place to store them. Moreover, these vegetables had already been peeled and cut into small pieces and were not cooked, so I didn't know how long they could be stored. Cucumbers can be eaten raw and are refreshing. Some people ate too much meat at noon, so now is the perfect time to eat a few bites of cucumbers. The little people were as happy as if it were Chinese New Year. After working for a long time, they finally brought all the food given by the immortal back into the house. Then, the villagers began to admire the cloth on the ground. This cloth is really good. It can be used to make clothes. The immortal is so kind-hearted. He was afraid that the food would get dirty on the ground, so he spread such a beautiful cloth. Luo Mingyue took away all the cloth on the ground. Because she saw some flour left on the fabric, some of the little people were reluctant to waste it and even licked the raw flour directly on it. Seeing piece after piece of cloth rising into the air and disappearing into the sky, the villagers were a little disappointed, but they also felt it was natural. They were able to live and have enough food to eat, all thanks to the immortals. Not to mention, if the immortals took away the cloth, even if they took away their clothes, they would not have any complaints. Luo Mingyue still had a lot of clean cloth on hand, so she cut the cloth into smaller pieces and gave 2 pieces of cloth to each household. Luo Mingyue briefly showed her face in the sky and said, "This is for you. You can make clothes." After leaving these words, she disappeared again. Some villagers do not have children at home, or their children are over 6 years old. They cannot see the immortals or hear their words, so they will go out to ask their neighbors to see if the immortals have any instructions. When the little people learned that the cloth was given to each family by the immortals, they were overjoyed. But some people feel dreamy. This day is too good. I suddenly wonder if the people in our village are hallucinating because they ate the black flowers. Otherwise, why would everyone dream of such outrageous things, imagining that fairies give them food and cloth? Should we imagine marrying a fairy next? Shut up and don't offend the immortal, or I'll beat you up. The little people walked together and continue to take care of the flowers and plants in the farmland. Although the fabric is good, many people do not know how to cut clothes and are reluctant to make it into bed sheets and quilt covers, so they simply keep it in the closet as a treasure. Luo Mingyue washed the cloth that had been used as a mat when distributing food, as well as the stone basin that had been used, and wiped the stone basin dry with a towel and hung it out to dry. Seeing that there was a large empty jar in the yard of Jiang Yanfeng's house, Luo Mingyue simply filled it with salt. Jiang Yanfeng is quite busy. As the village chief, he has to inspect the entire village. Now that every household has enough food and has solved the problem of survival, Jiang Yanfeng began to pay attention to the mental state and psychological health of the villagers. There are more than a dozen children in the village. Some help with housework, and some play in the streets. Jiang Yanfeng wondered whether he should open a private school. He used to teach children in the town and later returned to the village. As the only scholar in the village, He felt that he needed to pay attention to the growth of the next generation. If it weren't for the immortal's favor, Jiang Yanfeng would not have meddled in other people's affairs. What did other people's children have to do with him? But now he had to consider his future development. With the protection of the immortal, I can't just stay in this small village and farm for a living my whole life, right? I have to go out and take a look. If possible, it would be best to collect rare treasures from all over the world and present them to the immortals. Jiang Yanfeng lowered his head and thought intently until he felt a shadow looming. He raised his head and saw a beautiful hand like white jade holding a spoon and putting something in his yard. Okay, I'll follow the immortal's orders. Jiang Yanfeng bowed. At the same time, Mo Jin was also looking up at the sky. The immortal's voice resounded between heaven and earth, reaching his ears so clearly that he could not ignore it. Luo Mingyue noticed that Mo Jin was looking at her eagerly and felt that she couldn't favor one over the other, so she asked, "Is there anything you want?" Mo Jin shook his head and said, "What the immortal has given me is more than enough. I dare not ask for more." Luo Mingyue asked again, "Do you have any spare large vats at home?" Mo Jin replied, "No, but you can free one up." However, before Mo Jin could finish his words, Luo Mingyue retracted her head. She took out the honey from the storage space, used warm water, made a cup of honey water, and poured some into the stone basin. Then he placed the stone basin in Mo Jin's yard. Mo Jin was a little confused. He looked up and saw that the immortal had simply put something down but had not shown up to explain what it was. Helplessly, Mo Jin could only take a bowl and a spoon, squat in front of the stone basin, scoop it up with the spoon, and take a sip. Very sweet. Honey water? Mo Jin turned and went into the kitchen, took the spoon and bowl again, filled 2 bowls, and brought one of them to his mother Shangguan. "Save the other bowl for my brother." Then, Mo Jin walked out of the courtyard and went to find Jiang Yanfeng. "Brother Jiang, are you going to distribute salt to everyone?"
Jiang Yanfeng nodded, "Yeah."
Mo Jin said, "The immortal put honey water in my house. Can you help me share it with everyone?" Jiang Yanfeng glanced at him and said, "This is a gift from the immortal. It's only given to you alone. She didn't ask you to share it with others. You can keep it for yourself." Mo Jin said, "But there are only 3 people in my family. We can't drink it." The stone basin was so big that he couldn't finish drinking it even if he died. Jiang Yanfeng listened but said nothing. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Jin followed his gaze and saw the large vat filled with salt in the yard. He was a little surprised. This is refined salt, right? Usually, when villagers go to the town to buy salt, they buy coarse salt. This salt, as white as snow, is simply unaffordable for everyone. I didn't expect the immortal to reward me with so much salt. Jiang Yanfeng said, "Do you feel that we are a little too casual?" Mo Jin was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "There is a saying that goes, a pinch of rice is a favor, a pound of rice is a grudge. When we were in the most difficult times, the immortals gave us hope to survive. But if time goes on, I am afraid that everyone will get used to this feeling of getting something for nothing and take the immortals' kindness to us for granted." After a pause, Jiang Yanfeng continued, "Moreover, if the immortal keeps giving us food, cloth, and other items unilaterally, but we can't give her anything, one day, we will lose her favor." Mo Jin also understood this truth. Now everyone was unilaterally relying on the immortal. And for the immortals, these mortals, probably just ants? Jiang Yanfeng said, "From today on, we must pay attention to guiding the children's thoughts, let them know that we can live a good life because of the favor of the immortals, and cultivate their piety from an early age. The fairy is kind and benevolent, and she sympathizes with the poor and lonely. From her words and deeds, we can see that she does not need our worship and faith, but we need her very much. We should regard the immortal as the village's patron saint, believe in her and offer sacrifices to her." I have to say that Jiang Yanfeng has a strong sense of crisis awareness. After Jiang Yanfeng expressed his opinion, he said sincerely, "Mo Jin, what do you think of my proposal? I think what you said is very right, but I am only good at using fists, not at talking about principles." Emojin actually didn't like to think about such complicated things. I only know that the immortals saved our family's lives. I am willing to do anything for her and offer her my most sincere faith, but I don't know how to guide the children's thoughts. After that, Emojin continued, what you just told me is too profound. I don't know what to do. Why don't you tell me who you want to fight? I'm better at fighting. Medicine? Luo Minghua looked at him and asked, what kind of medicine? Mu Lingyan raised his eyes, not knowing whether his master was pretending to be stupid or really didn't know. Bigu pill. Luo Minghua. She recalled carefully, and the scene of the vicious female supporting role refining the Bigu pill emerged in her mind. How much of each medicinal ingredient should be put in, the temperature of the pill fire, the refining time. Every picture is exceptionally clear. The vicious female supporting role refined hundreds of Bigu pills in one go and stored them away. Luo Minghua couldn't remember where it was stored. The memories in my mind seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. Luo Minghua racked her brains and found out that the vicious female supporting character had run outside the sect, looted a lot of treasures, and hid them. If memory is compared to a room, Luo Minghua enters the room and can see the items placed in the room. However, the vicious female supporting character locked all the precious memories in a box, and without the key, it is impossible to peek into the contents of the box. However, the gold, silver, and copper coins used in the mortal world were not hidden. In the room where Luo Minghua lived, there was a small box containing a lot of gold leaves, silver coins, and copper coins. Perhaps because Luo Minghua had been silent for too long, Mu Lingyan, who was kneeling on the ground, said in a dry voice, Master, I know the rules. As long as you are willing to give me the fasting pill, I am willing to do anything for you. Luo Minghua muttered, the Bigu pill has no taste at all, it's so disgusting. Mu Lingyan's eyes jumped, and he said, Master, eating whole grains will cause impurities in the body, which is not conducive to cultivation. If you take a pill of fasting pill, you don't need to eat for the next month. Besides, you have 10 disciples. Second junior brother has to cook for 10 people every day, and 3 meals a day. In short, Morong really worked too hard. The most important thing for practitioners every day should be practice, not cooking. Mu Lingyan added, if we take the fasting pill, then for the next month, second junior brother will only need to cook for master. This reason immediately touched Luo Minghua. She said, Master has understood. I will send the fasting pills to you in a few days. Mu Lingyan thanked him first. He habitually thought that the evil master was sending him to his room, so he said, Luo Minghua replied, it's not a problem. I just need to go to the kitchen to get food and put down the fasting pills. Hearing this, Mu Lingyan was stunned. Because the master had always given the Bigu pill to him alone, but now from what the master meant, this Bigu pill seemed to be given to the second junior brother? This is not good news for Mu Lingyan. He was not jealous of Morongshire, but was worried about Morongshire's safety. After all, most people cannot bear the master's favor. The vicious master has always favored Mu Lingyan alone. No matter what unpleasant things happen, Mu Lingyan will be the first one to be whipped. As for other disciples, they are relatively safe. Seeing that he was still kneeling, Luo Minghua asked, what else do you want? Mu Lingyan pursed her lips and shook her head. Master's temperament has really changed a lot. Could it be that he was possessed? Mu Lingyan thought for a moment and said, Master, I can go down the mountain and buy all kinds of expensive dishes for you to taste. Luo Minghua said, I don't need expensive and rare dishes, but I want a large number of dishes that are delicious and affordable. After you buy them, chop them up for me. Do you understand? Disciple knows. Mu Lingyan agreed seriously. Luo Minghua closed the courtyard door and turned to go to the alchemy room. There are several rows of shelves in the room, and the shelves are decorated with spiritual power-blocking formations that can lock the spirituality in the medicinal materials. Luo Minghua placed all the medicinal materials needed to refine the Qigong pill at hand for easy use. The vicious female supporting character has the 5 elements of spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Generally speaking, the purer the spiritual roots, the easier it is to practice. The 10 disciples of the vicious female supporting character all possess a single spiritual root and have excellent qualifications. Of course, this is what is written in the novel. Luo Mingyue doesn't quite understand their spiritual root qualifications, but she knows that such talented disciples with a single spiritual root will generally be snatched up by major sections. Just like the second disciple Morong Shur, he has a single earth spiritual root and can advance quickly by just focusing on practicing earth-related techniques. The young disciple by Tian has a single water spiritual root and possesses healing abilities. As the heroine of the novel, she also obtains a kind of elixir fire by chance called Qi Yen. With this fire, she can refine elixirs. But now, she has just gone up the mountain, and she will have to wait for a few months before she can obtain the red flame. The fewer spiritual roots one has, the faster one can cultivate. Therefore, a single spiritual root is also called a heavenly spiritual root and is the most suitable seedling for cultivation. Some people have 2 spiritual roots, which is a pretty good qualification. 3 spiritual roots are relatively common, but they are the most common in the world of immortal cultivation. After all, most people in the world are ordinary people. As for those with 4 spiritual roots, they usually don't even qualify to join a sect. Even if they are lucky enough to join a sect, they will probably only be able to be a menial disciple for the rest of their lives, with limited future achievements. As for the 5 spiritual roots, it is simply the worst talent. To put it bluntly, it is not even qualified to be a menial disciple. No sect is willing to accept a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. Of course, this is just a general situation. The vicious female supporting character is obviously not an ordinary person. She possesses 5 spiritual roots and practices 5 different kinds of skills at the same time. The most outrageous thing is that she makes rapid progress in each of these skills. Moreover, the skills mastered by the vicious female supporting role are numerous, including but not limited to refining equipment, refining pills, making puppets, refining talismans, taming beasts, and setting up formations. It can be called all-round. It has to be said that although the vicious female supporting character has a bad temper and is considered to have problems with her brain by her disciples, her qualifications and understanding are impeccable. The vicious female supporting role contracted a kind of elixir fire called life-favored divine fire. The flame temperature was extremely high and appeared blazing white, so it was also named blazing white divine fire. This flame could evaporate all the impurities in the medicinal materials and increase the success rate of elixir refining. White flames burned at Luo Mingyue's fingertips as she put the herbs in one by one. Even though it was his first time to refine pills, this body seemed to have formed muscle memory and his movements were smooth and natural. In just one go, Luo Mingyue refined a furnace of pills. There are 12 pills in a furnace. Each one is bright in color and has a fragrant smell, but they actually taste bland. Luo Mingyue refined 5 furnaces of pills, a total of 60 pills. It's enough for 10 apprentices to eat for half a year. Only then did she put away the blazing white divine fire. But then Luo Mingyue thought of another problem. My disciples can cultivate immortality, but what about the little people? Can they cultivate immortality? Also, this fasting pill is harmless to the human body and can be taken even by mortals. Can she crush the fasting pill and use it to feed the little man? But if that happened, Luo Mingyue felt that she would lose a lot of fun. Besides, the little people were starving and had been hungry for so long, so she should give them something good to eat. The bigger pill is like chewing wax. It is better not to feed it. Although Luo Mingyue thought this in his mind, he took materials from the shelf and refined another furnace of fasting pills. She put all the refined pills into the storage space, preparing to go find Morong Shur again in 5 days. After all, she had promised to give Morong Shur 5 days off, and she had to keep her word. In addition, Luo Mingyue also crushed 2 fasting pills. Although he was not planning to feed these to the little ones in the short term, it would be better to be prepared in advance. Majia Village. The villagers finished their afternoon work and gradually returned home at sunset. Jiang Yanfeng asked every household in the village to bring 2 bowls to his house. Every household received salt. You are truly the salt of heaven. The immortal is so thoughtful and takes care of us in every way. This salt looks like winter snow. It's the first time I've seen such beautiful salt. I can't bear to eat it." The villagers grinned with simple smiles on their faces. After getting the salt, it was almost time for dinner. As usual, the villagers gathered here at Zyanjuantai. After waiting for a while, the immortal did not feed me. One villager asked cautiously. The immortal gave us food at noon. Is he suggesting that we cook for ourselves at night? Shall we go home? At this moment, Luo Mingyue had just finished refining the Qigong pill. She walked into the room and heard the little people's discussion. So she sat on a small stool and took out a stone basin from the storage space. A bowl of goat milk and a bowl of scrambled eggs. Add half a bowl of chicken thighs and half a bowl of sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Luo Mingyue thought about it and made another pot of cooked spiritual rice. The biggest benefit of storage space is to keep food hot. Luo Mingyue put the remaining food back and then prepared to put the stone basins in for the little people. But before she could take any action, she heard Jiang Yanfeng say that he was going to hold a meeting for everyone. Another meeting? Luo Mingyue's gaze fell on the scholar village chief and felt that he was too thin and should eat more meat. The last time, after Luo Mingyue fed the little people with magical rice, she found that everyone's appetite had become bigger.
But this is not a bad thing.
Spiritual rice contains spiritual energy. If ordinary people eat it, it can help strengthen their bodies and nourish their internal organs. Luo Mingyue fed the villagers some meat at noon today. Seeing that some villagers ate a lot, she was worried that they would have indigestion, so she planned to feed them some spiritual rice tonight. However, when Luo Mingyue heard that Jiang Yanfeng was going to hold a meeting, she did not put down the stone basin. Otherwise, the villagers would smell the fragrance of the food and their thoughts would drift away, and they would not be able to concentrate at all. She first put the stone basin back into the storage space to keep it fresh and hot to prevent the food from getting cold if the meeting lasted too long. Jiang Yanfeng stood on the immortal family platform and said with a serious expression, "Today, the immortal gave Brother Mo Jin a gift of honey water alone." Hearing this, the villagers were envious. They thought that the immortal only gave them a bowl of honey water as a reward, so they didn't think much about it. Until Jiang Yanfeng said that the immortal's reward was a large stone basin of honey water. So a villager asked, "Can village chief Mo finish drinking it? Is the immortal given to him alone?" Luo Mingyue thought, of course not. When she put down the stone basin, she heard the voice of the eldest disciple and forgot to tell Mo Jin to distribute the honey water to everyone, but she felt that Mo Jin should understand what she meant. Who would have thought that the basin of honey water was still in Mo Jin's yard? The water was cold. Moreover, after being left outdoors for an entire afternoon, a lot of dust must have flown in. Luo Mingyue frowned. She put salt in Jiang Yanfeng's mouth and honey water in Mo Jin's family's mouth, actually to help them win people's hearts. If Luo Mingyue feeds the animals uniformly, the villagers will thank her. But if she gave things to Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jin and they distributed them to the villagers, everyone would recognize the status of these two village chiefs more in their hearts. She felt that Mo Jin was not a selfish person. So why didn't he share the honey water with everyone? Jiang Yanfeng said, "Mo Jin can't finish it, but this is a gift from the immortal alone, so." Before he finished speaking, the villagers said, "It doesn't matter. We are satisfied as long as we have water to drink." That's right. We can't give the immortal the impression that we are greedy. A little kid looked up and asked, "Brother Mo Jin, why did the immortal give you honey water alone?" Mo Jin shook his head. "I don't know either." He did nothing but replied to the immortal with 2 words, and then he got the honey water. Jiang Yanfeng raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. He asked, "What do you plan to do in the future? Have you thought about it? In the future? In the future, we will grow more crops, have enough food and clothing, and live a good life." Village Chief Jiang, stop beating around the bush and just tell everyone what you want to say. Yes, you are the only one in the whole village who is educated. I believe you. Hearing this, Jiang Yanfeng immediately gave up the idea of preaching to everyone. He said, "I want to open a private school in the village so that the children can learn to read, and write with me during the day. What he didn't say was that he wanted to compile a book to record the deeds of immortals. That's a good thing. I have long wanted my child to go to school, but my family is poor, and we don't have the means. Village Chief Jiang, if you want my child to learn to read with you, what are the conditions? Village Chief Jiang, are children the only ones who can learn? I want to learn to read, too. I want to, but I still have to farm, otherwise I won't have food to eat next year. The villagers each expressed their own opinions. Jiang Yanfeng smiled and said, "In my private school, villagers of all ages are welcome to come and learn from me. In addition, I cannot be bound to practice." The villagers immediately retorted, "How can we stop practicing? This is a rule. No matter how poor we are, we can't learn from you in vain. Otherwise, what will you eat and drink? You can't always count on the immortals to feed you." Jiang Yanfeng said, "Listen to what I have to say. I teach everyone how to read, but there are conditions.
I plan to establish a Mingyu sect.
Only believers can enjoy the benefits of free literacy."
Mingyu sect.
Most of the villagers were confused. Only one of the more lively children suddenly shouted, "I remember now. The fairy who gave us food and drink called himself Mingyue." The elder next to him immediately said, "Don't be rude. How can a mortal call an immortal by his name?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "After the sect is established, we will use the moon in the sky as a totem. I will gradually improve the doctrine and register the basic information of each believer." The villagers said, "Village Chief Jiang, let alone establishing a sect, even if you change the name of the village, we will all support it. Anyway, I must join the Mingyue sect and believe in Mingyue Immortal. Yes, if I don't worship her, I will feel uneasy. In my lifetime, I have only seen the immortal Mingyue appear. She is really good." Luo Mingyue was outside the cardboard box and originally wanted to tell Jiang Yanfeng not to do all this, but after listening to the villagers' ideas, she put herself in their shoes and thought, if she was about to starve to death and could only count on the illusory gods to save her, she would also lack a sense of security, not knowing when the gods would abandon her. Thinking of this, Luo Mingyue sighed and decided not to stop them. Jiang Yanfeng said a few more things. First, the immortal had his own things to do, and it was impossible for him to watch over them every day. Although the immortal did not reward them with food now, everyone should be considerate of the immortal and not develop negative emotions such as resentment and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Second, no matter how tired you are every day, you must take a shower and keep yourself and your living environment clean at all times. Third, now that the villagers have no worries about food and clothing, they need to find a way to open up a road to the town, or go to the neighboring village and ask a stonemason to carve a stone sculpture of the immortal so that it can be worshipped in the future. The first two things are easier for the villagers, but the third one is difficult. A villager said, "The road to the town is blocked by poisonous beasts. We can't get through." Mo Jin said, "I'll find a way." His father made a living by hunting poisonous animals. He died in the mountains on his last try. After that, the Mo brothers never went up the mountain again. However, there was a book about hunting poisonous animals at home, but the Mo brothers could not read and could not understand it. Jiang Yanfeng said, "That's all I have to say today. In addition, I still need a few days to prepare the location and teaching materials of the private school. I will notify you when they are ready. Now, everyone go home and cook and eat." Jiang Yanfeng turned around and was stunned when he saw a huge palm dropping the stone basin. He thought to himself, "Did the immortal hear what I just said?" Jiang Yanfeng raised his head, but did not see the familiar face in the sky and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The villagers began to line up for food. As a result of eating the magical rice, everyone's appetite generally increased. Soon, the stone basin containing the meat was empty. The scrambled eggs were also very popular and were gone in no time. Luo Mingyue silently put away the empty ones and put new ones in place. One of the pots was filled with sweet and sour pork tenderloin and chicken thighs in half. The other bowl contained apple shreds. "Hey, there's fruit today." The little people ate happily, and their stomachs were full in a short while. Luo Mingyue watched them eat from the side and secretly took away the stone basin of honey water that she had left at Jin's house. Suddenly, I understood why cultivation games are so addictive. Luo Mingyue could spend a whole day just watching the little people eat. After dinner, Jin went home to practice boxing, but found that the stone basin of honey water was missing. Hanshi asked anxiously, "Ajin, why did the immortal take the stone basin away?" Jin shook his head.
He didn't know why.
Hanshi was a little panicked. Shangwan patted his back soothingly and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild." Jin looked up and saw that the immortal had not shown up yet, so he began to practice boxing. Hanshi couldn't sleep today, so he just practiced boxing with his brother. Shangwan sat under the eaves, watching with a smile. On the other side, Jiang Yanfeng went out for a run. After running, I was sweating profusely and took a warm bath when I came back. After washing, he unexpectedly found the neighbor's child standing in his yard. The boy was usually quiet and an introverted child. When he was born, the house was surrounded by animals, with black cats on the ground and many crows on the branches. His family thought he was an unlucky person, so they didn't even give him a name and just threw him away. But he was sent back the next day. There are black cats outside the house, staring at the people at home with their eerie green pupils. The child was brought back by the cat. The parents were afraid and disgusted, but they didn't dare to abandon the child again, so they simply named the child Chinchi. Discarded. Later, there was a food shortage in the village, so the neighbors simply packed up and ran away. When they ran, they deliberately left the child behind and took away all the food. However, every time Chinchi went up the mountain, he could find wild vegetables and fruits. In addition, his children were young and had small appetites, so he was able to persist until now and even survive the day when the immortals favored him. It was not easy. Jiang Yanfeng liked to call the child Xiaoqi, but later he felt that Xiaoqi sounded better. "Xiaoqi, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Yanfeng asked while wiping his hair. Chinchi did not answer, but said, "You did not close the gate, so I came in." This was to explain why he was standing in the yard of Jiang Yanfeng's house. Jiang Yanfeng said, "It's okay. Do you want to come into my house and sit down?" Chinchi shook his head, pursed his lips, and suddenly said, "Many people were supposed to die, but because of the appearance of the immortal, the future has changed." Jiang Yanfeng was puzzled. Future? What future? "Xiaoqi, did you have enough to eat tonight?" Chinchi said to himself, "Something unexpected has happened in the world. Originally, only you, me, and Jin would be left in this village, but now, everyone is alive." Chinchi shook his head. He returned to his old, dull self. The dark pupils stared at Jiang Yanfeng quietly, without saying a word. Jiang Yanfeng felt embarrassed, so he brought out a bowl of apples. Everyone didn't finish the fruits given by the immortal in the evening, so they took some home, and it was a good opportunity to take them out now. Jiang Yanfeng squatted down, put the bowl in front of Chinchi, and said, "Would you like some apples?" Chinchi didn't say anything, but turned and ran away. Jiang Yanfeng thought carefully about what the child had just said, and thought, if there were no immortals, would there be only 3 of us left alive in the entire village? But how is this possible? Jin is strong and healthy, and Chinchi is young and eats little, so it is understandable that these 2 people can survive. But Jiang Yanfeng himself is just a weak scholar, so how could he survive? He shook his head, thinking that Chinchi was talking nonsense. Even if what Chinchi said was true, there are immortals now and the future has changed, so there is no need to worry about it. Luo Mingyue also paid attention to the movement here. She originally wanted to stick her head out and ask what Chinchi meant by what he just said. On second thought, Chinchi is just a 5 or 6-year-old child with a rather dull personality. Even if Luo Mingyue asks, this child may not be able to explain things clearly. It is better to continue observing and see if this child has any other special qualities. After the villagers did some exercise and took a shower, they prepared to go to bed. Silence and peace. Luo Mingyue began to have wild thoughts. Vigorous exercise after a meal can easily lead to appendicitis, especially Jiang Yanfeng. He always runs after eating lingmi. Would he suddenly get appendicitis one day? However, Lingmi seems to have the effect of promoting digestion. Maybe the food will be digested quickly after eating it? Since the little people had quieted down, Luo Mingyue was bored, so he first filled the water bowl with clean water for the little people, and then planned to refine some healing pills, which might be useful in the future. In addition, although there are many medicinal herbs in the alchemy furnace room, they will run out one day, especially those needed to refine the Biga pill, which are estimated to be only enough to refine 2 more furnaces of pills. Luo Mingyue took out a small notebook and decided to make a plan of what he was going to do next. 1. Collect the medicinal materials needed for fasting pills, healing pills, foundation-building pills, etc. 2. Go to Rinjian Inn, order all kinds of dishes, and buy fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as candied haws, cakes, candied fruits, maltos, etc. 3. The rooms of the common people are simple and their clothes are plain. They need to prepare various cloths, soap berries for bathing, perfumed powder for women, rouge for makeup, etc. Of course, the women in the village may not have had extra money to buy cosmetics, and they are not used to using them, but everyone loves beauty. Luo Mingyue only needs to buy a small jar, which will be enough for the women to use for a long time. So they just buy it. This little money is not a big deal. Luo Mingyue was thinking as she wrote. People's life is inseparable from the words food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Now that we have solved the food problem for the children, it is time to consider improving their quality of life. Luo Mingyue wanted to get some beautiful flowers and plants, but the plants in reality were too big. If they were put in, they would look like giant plants to the little people. Moreover, the soil in the village was different from the soil in the ordinary world. Perhaps the plants in reality would not be able to survive if they were put in. Also, the houses where the little people live are not beautiful enough. Luo Mingyue wants to make their houses with green bricks and tiles to make them more impressive. However, every profession has its own expertise, and Luo Mingyue does not have the technical ability to make an exquisite little house, so she plans to go out and find skilled craftsmen in the world to build a model of the house. Then she will put the house down to improve the living conditions for the little people. Oh yes, Zhang Yanfeng wants to set up a private school to teach everyone how to read and write, so he definitely needs tables, chairs, benches, pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Real brushes are too big, and they cannot be used even if they are placed in the village, but Luo Mingyue can provide paper and ink. The paper is soft, and children can cut it themselves. Luo Mingyue was lost in thought, but out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of a large group of furtive figures walking out of the blood mist and entering the village. At present, Luo Mingyue has only unlocked Magia village. Other areas are shrouded in blood mist, and he doesn't know what the environment outside is like. Luo Mingyue took a closer look and found that these villains who broke into the village were all big and strong and looked very difficult to deal with. Especially the man in the lead, who had a hideous scar on his face. He had an ordinary appearance, looked to be in his 20s, young and strong, with a machete on his waist. A man in the crowd said, "Brother Lu, why do we have to come to Magia village at night? The road is dark." The man called Brother Lu was the leader. He turned around and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Our village is grateful to the Prophet. The Prophet led us to hunt poisonous beasts, filter the toxins in the beast's blood, let us bathe in the beast blood to strengthen our bodies, and taught us how to cook poisonous beast meat. This allowed us to survive until now in this drought year. Now, the Prophet predicted that an extremely vicious person will be born in Magia village. We must strangle them before they awaken." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly became a commotion, because before coming, no one knew what the purpose of this trip was. They only knew that after Brother Lu came out of the Prophet's room, he had a gloomy face and asked the young men to take out their weapons. Everyone thought that Brother Lu was bringing them out to kill poisonous beasts. On the way, they encountered a dozen poisonous beasts. After everyone got rid of the poisonous beasts, Brother Lu did not allow everyone to pick up the corpses, but instead came all the way to Magia village. Brother Lu, who is this peerless villain you mentioned? He sounds very powerful. Can we defeat him? How fierce can a human be? We can kill even poisonous beasts, so why should we be afraid of fierce people? We are the fiercest. Yes, Brother Lu. Where's the murderer in Mo village? Brother Lu shook his head and said, I don't know either. The prophet said that 3 extremely vicious people will be born in Manga village. They are world-weary and cruel. Their bodies are invulnerable to swords and guns, and are immune to water and fire. By the time the vicious people are born, it will be too late. So we have to find the vicious people now and kill them in advance. Brother Lu, don't worry. Since it is the prophet's order, I will do my best. So, what are the characteristics of the murder? Brother Lu replied, the prophet said that the 3 murderers are all men, but he couldn't figure out the specific information. So, our mission tonight is to kill all the men in the entire Manga village, regardless of age. As long as they are men, kill them all. Once they're all killed, we can go back. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and was stunned. Kill them all? This is too cruel. The villagers usually killed poisonous beasts and had never killed people. After hearing what Brother Lu said, they were all shocked. Brother Lu tightened his grip on the machete and said, that's right. No, this is too cruel. I can't do it. The prophet was kind and saved our entire village, but why is he asking us to kill people now? Suddenly, I feel that the prophet has become a stranger. Brother Lu had never killed anyone, but he still had to convince his fellow villagers. When has the prophet ever harmed us? To be honest, I can't bear it, but if a vicious person is born, not only will all the villagers in Manga village die, but also countless people in our village, town, and all over the world will die. Someone asked, how is that murderer born? Brother Lu said, according to the prophet, there is a severe drought in the world and food is scarce everywhere. After a long time, people will eat their own children. Someone said, I understand. Evil people will eat people, right? Brother Lu shook his head with a strange look on his face and said, no, it's exactly the opposite of what you guessed. The murderer was eaten. Everyone was surprised when this was said. Brother Lu said, these 3 people were kind-hearted when they were alive, but they all died a miserable death. These 3 people have special physiques and can be resurrected from bones. They were kind when they were alive, but they became extremely cruel after being resurrected. Then shouldn't we just protect the murder? Why do we have to kill people? Brother Lu sighed, because the prophet doesn't know which 3 people in Manga village are the evil ones, unless we bring all the men in Manga village to our village to be raised. But this is obviously unrealistic. Although our village is not short of meat, we are short of water. We can't feed everyone in Manga village. Brother Lu added, there were only 3 murderers at first, but these 3 murderers can also transform some normal people into murderers, so the number of murderers will increase. By then, lives will be lost and blood will flow like a river. Therefore, we must prevent the birth of murderers from the source. In Manga village, even if they are elderly people in their twilight years or newborn babies, as long as they are male, we must not be lenient. Brother Lu, this is too sudden. How about we go back and discuss it and come back tomorrow night? The amount of information I received today was too much, and I need some time to digest it. Brother Lu said forcefully no. Today, if we delay for too long, by the time the evildoer has completely transformed, we won't be able to defeat him. Think about your parents, wives, and children. They will all die by then. After hearing what he said, everyone plucked up their courage and continued to move forward. When Luo Minghua heard this, she was unhappy. The little people in Manga village were all hers. How could she let outsiders kill them? So she stood up, brought a big stone from outside, and placed it in front of Brother Lu and others. Ah, what's going on? Why did a huge rock suddenly appear and block our way? This. Is God preventing us from entering Mo village? Everyone was surprised. This stone fell from the sky and blocked the road ahead. Brother Lu's forehead was covered with cold sweat because he was leading the way and was only 3 steps away from the boulder. If he had walked faster, he would have probably been crushed. Brother Lu, what should we do? Everyone began to think about quitting. The stone is too big to be moved. Brother Lu tried to stay calm and said, go back and ask the prophet. He didn't know what was going on either. Everyone turned around and left, but after taking just a dozen steps, they heard some noise behind them. Looking back, I saw that the huge rock that had blocked the road just now suddenly flew up into the air and returned to the sky. This huge rock is like a spirit. It's really weird. Brother Lu was obviously a courageous man. After hesitating for a few seconds, he actually said, "Now that the stone is gone, you wait here while I explore the way." As he said this, he actually walked towards the direction of Manga village again. Luo Mingyue almost laughed out of anger and put the stone back. This action frightened Brother Lu so much that his legs went limp. He dropped his machete on the ground and didn't even bother to pick it up. He crawled back. The stone is falling again. When he ran like this, the others also ran away quickly. They were just ordinary villagers and could not be as organized and disciplined as a regular army. They quickly rushed into the blood mist and disappeared from Luo Mingyue's sight. Luo Mingyue said thoughtfully, "Qinshi was talking nonsense tonight. He just said that in the future, only he, Jiang Yanfeng, and Mo Jin will survive in the whole village." Then Brother Lu came into the village and mentioned the murderer, and there happened to be 3 murderers. Luo Mingyue felt that these 3 villains should be Jiang Yanfeng, Mo Jin, and Qinshi. However, evil men were born because they were eaten by their own kind. Now that Luo Mingyue feeds this group of little men every day, it is impossible for such a situation to happen in the village. Luo Mingyue recalled that when she first met the villagers of Manga village, she first paid attention to Mo Hanshi, who was eating dirt. Later, she saw Mo Jin, who was preparing to chop off one of his hands in the kitchen. Thinking of this, Luo Mingyue believed what Brother Lu said even more. At the same time, he felt pity for Mo Jin and others. From now on, we must make sure they have enough meals every day. We will never let any evil man appear. Luo Mingyue took out 3 stone basins from the storage space. One of them contains sugar. The other one is filled with vinegar. There is also one for cooking oil. This time they didn't plan to put them all together. Instead, they placed the 3 stone basins in the yards of Qinshi, Jiang Yanfeng, and Mo Jin's homes respectively. Let them divide it among themselves when the time comes. In addition, Luo Mingyue was also considering a problem. Brother Lu and the others were scared away now, and they might come back someday. It was impossible for her to watch the village 24 hours a day. What's more, Luo Mingyue wanted to go out to buy supplies for the little people during the day tomorrow. She didn't want to go out and come back to find all the men in Manga village killed. The disciples hated and feared her, and Luo Mingyue was also worried about asking her disciples to help keep an eye on the Mo family village. We must improve the little people's ability to protect themselves. In addition, Luo Mingyue is a cultivator and can refine puppets. As for the material of the puppet,
Paper figures are best.
because paper people are easy to cut and put into villages, they can patrol the villages. Even if Luo Mingyue goes out, he can observe the situation in the village with the help of the paper people's perspective. The only drawback is that paper figures are afraid of fire. In addition to paper puppets, you can also contract monsters to help you look after the Mo family village. Luo Mingyue recalled that the Mingyue sect seemed to be raising a nest of foxes. However, cultivators who keep pets rarely sign contracts with them. This is because once the contract is signed, the pet will transform and experience tribulations in the future, and the owner will also be struck by lightning, and the difficulty of the tribulation will increase. Spirit pets are not the best choice. Let's get some paper figures first. Luo Mingyue got up and went to find scissors and paper. The paper was not the kind of paper ordinary people used for reading and writing, but spiritual paper specially used for refining puppets. The spiritual paper was divided into 3 layers. The middle layer was filled with spiritual energy, and the upper and lower layers blocked the spiritual energy to prevent it from being lost. Luo Mingyue sat next to the paper cut figures, occasionally glancing at the dwarf village to see if Brother Lu and his group had returned. She cut 10 paper figures, dripped her own blood on them, and cast a spell. Soon, these paper figures stood up one after another and jumped into the cardboard boxes like dumplings. But unexpectedly, as soon as the paper man jumped in, it immediately lost its vitality and fell lightly to the ground, motionless, as if it was just an ordinary piece of paper. Luo Mingyue clearly felt that she had lost contact with them. She reached out and took out the paper figure. The paper people regained contact with her, stood up one by one, and lined up neatly in front of Luo Mingyue, waiting for her instructions. Luo Mingyue frowned. She didn't expect that the paper puppet would be useless. Then, could I set up a protective barrier for Maja village? So, she stretched out her hand, and spiritual power poured out from her fingertips. However, as soon as the magic falls into the world of villains, it will automatically disintegrate into spiritual energy and dissipate between heaven and earth. Can the Little People village isolate spiritual power and magic? Luo Mingyue felt it was difficult. If the paper puppet and the barrier were not usable, then she could only contract a spiritual pet and let the spiritual pet help keep an eye on it. To be on the safe side, Luo Mingyue simply found a few more stones to completely block the path that Brother Lu and his group had taken. After doing all this, she was just about to go back to her room to rest, but she saw some of the little people wake up from their sleep, light candles, and go to the kitchen. To cook? I'm raising a bunch of foodies? I was so hungry that I got up in the middle of the night to cook. Oh no, maybe it's because I ate some magical rice at night, so I digested it quickly. It doesn't matter. No matter how big the little people's appetites are, Luo Mingyue can afford it. Mo Jin also woke up and saw a basin of unknown liquid in the yard. He immediately went to wake up Mo Jin. Ajin, the immortal has given me something as a reward. Mo Jin was woken up and was not very happy, but when he heard the word immortal, he ran out immediately. Mo Hanshi had already taken the bowl from the kitchen and thought it was the same honey water as last time, but when he got closer, he realized it was not. Is this
Oil?
Mo Hanshi swallowed his saliva, his face full of surprise and gratitude. Ajin, this is oil. Mo Jin raised his head and gazed at the sky. It feels like the immortal is unwilling to talk to them recently. However, Mo Jin still bowed towards the stone basin and said, "Thank you, immortal." Mo Hanshi also quickly imitated him and thanked him. Then go to the kitchen to cook. Mo Jin was planning to continue sleeping, but when he saw his brother in the kitchen, he walked over and asked, "Cooking in the middle of the night?" Mo Hanshi said, "Before, the immortal gave me vegetables and salt, and today I even have oil, so of course I have to cook. It's just right, I can fry the eggplant and potatoes that the immortal gave me." Mo Jin frowned and said, "It's the middle of the night, just eat something casually." Mo Hanshi was very enthusiastic. "No, I want to eat." Cooking? Luo Mingyue silently remembered his request and planned to go to the inn to purchase some supplies tomorrow to make the little people's menu more abundant. At the same time, Qin Shi and Jiang Yanfeng also woke up one after another. They all woke up because of hunger. Jiang Yanfeng felt hot all over his body and was about to make some boiled vegetables to fill his stomach, but as soon as he went out, he smelled vinegar. The immortal placed a large stone basin of vinegar in his yard. Jiang Yanfeng looked up as usual. The night sky was dotted with stars, but there was no sign of immortals. He bowed towards the sky to show his gratitude. Next door, Chun Chi also noticed the stone basin in the yard and squatted down to taste a little. "It is too sweet." Chun Chi made some sugar water, thought about it, then knocked on Jiang Yanfeng's door next door and gave Jiang Yanfeng a bowl. Jiang Yanfeng took the sugar water and invited Qin Shi to eat boiled vegetables with him. After dinner, Jiang Yanfeng originally wanted to chat with the child to enhance their relationship, but Qin Shi had already quickly washed the dishes for him, then turned around and ran back to his home to sleep. The next day, early morning, Luo Mingyue fed the little man as usual. After feeding breakfast, I put a bowl of soft peaches and a bowl of apples in the bowl. Then, Luo Mingyue appeared in the sky. "Beautiful sister. Immortal." The kids were excited. Luo Mingyue looked at the little people village and asked, "Do you know where the east of the village is?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "To answer the immortal, it is Tianlu village." Luo Mingyue said, "Last night a group of young people came from the east with knives in their hands." Mo Jin said, "Holding a knife?" Luo Mingyue looked at him and nodded. "About 20 young men. All of them are very strong." Jiang Yanfeng asked, "Mo Jin, can you defeat more than 20 people?" Mo Jin said, I was born with supernatural powers, not supernatural powers. Moreover, the other party had a knife in his hand. Even if Mo Jin could win, he couldn't hold down more than 20 people at the same time. Some of these people could be used to deal with Mo Jin, and the other part could be used to kill Jiang Yanfeng and others. Mo Jin would not be able to save them at all. Luo Mingyue said, I have blocked the road to the east with stones. They should not be able to come in a short time. Jiang Yanfeng immediately said, Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. Luo Mingyue asked, What should I prepare for you? I can try to provide you with some weapons. Also, do you want to build a wall to surround your village? Without waiting for their answer, Luo Mingyue muttered to herself, But there are only 35 people in your village, 13 of whom are children. The remaining 22 are adults, but the young people in Tianlu village can kill poisonous beasts, and you can't beat them. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed like it was ringing in their ears, so Jiang Yanfeng and others could hear her voice clearly. Mo Jin asked, Can't the immortals see Tianlu village? I can't see it. Right now, I'm only concerned about your lives. Luo Mingyue spoke the truth, and then put down 3 stone basins, which were filled with sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs, and millet porridge, respectively. Luo Mingyue covered the stone basin with several pieces of cloth to prevent dust from falling in. She advised, If you are hungry in the morning, just open the cloth and eat your own food. If people from other villages break in, you can send the food out and say that what our village lacks the most is food and water. The evil man was born because of lack of food. If the people of Tianlu village knew that Majia village was so rich, they should understand that the evil man would not appear, so there would be no need to kill the people of Majia village. Jiang Yanfeng said, Thank you for your concern, Immortal. We will remember it. Mo Jin asked, If your life is in danger, can we tell you your name? Luo Mingyue said, They don't know me. The group of people could only see stones falling from the sky, but could not see Luo Mingyue's hand. Mo Jin said, Then can we announce to the public that there is a guardian god in the village? Luo Mingyue thought about it and said, Okay. Mo Jin took the opportunity to say, Our village will use the bright moon as its totem and respectfully call you the Bright Moon Immortal. Luo Mingyue looked at the little people's expectant eyes and finally did not refuse. She said, Okay. When Luo Mingyue's face disappeared in the sky, Jiang Yanfeng conveyed the Immortal's words to the villagers. Great, the Immortal has agreed that we can believe in her. We must quickly carve a stone statue of the Immortal so that we can worship him conveniently. Hey, today is a really beautiful day. The Immortal has agreed to be our guardian. Although village chief Jiang Yanfeng had mentioned this before, it was just our unilateral idea. Today, with Luo Mingyue's permission, this matter was officially confirmed. The villagers' faces were filled with joy, and only after they were happy did they begin to discuss matters concerning Tianlu village. A villager said, I have a relative in Tianlu village. I wanted to escape to join him, but I saw a dozen poisonous beasts blocking the way. Fortunately, they didn't find me.
I was so scared that I hurried back.
Now the Immortal said that someone from Tianlu village came here last night. Doesn't that mean they defeated the dozen poisonous beasts? Not only that, isn't our road to town also blocked? However, I feel that the Immortal is thinking about us very much. She intercepted a crisis for us last night and told us when she went out today, and even left some fruits and food for us. I feel that immortals must be very beautiful, with a kind heart. You are wrong. That is a fairy with a beautiful heart and a kind heart. How can we mortals see the appearance of a fairy? The topic had unknowingly veered off track again. Jiang Yanfeng interrupted everyone's chat and said that he had vinegar at home and asked everyone to go to his house to get it when they were free. Mo Jin said that he had cooking oil at home. Chun Chi didn't say anything, but tugged at Jiang Yanfeng's sleeve. Jiang Yanfeng looked down at him. What's wrong? Chun Chi blinked his dark eyes and looked at him without saying anything. Jiang Yanfeng reached out and touched the child's head, saying, I have something to discuss with you. You are the only child in your family, and I am the only one left in my family. Why don't I make room for you, and you can move into my house in the future? If you don't mind, you can be my brother in the future. I will treat you as a relative, and we can take care of each other. Anyway, the two are neighbors and live together, so it is convenient even if Qin wants to go home to get something. To be honest, basically everything in Qin house has been taken away, leaving only tables, chairs, cabinets, beds, and other items that are not easy to take away. It would be pitiful for the child to live alone. Qin smiled. This was the first time he smiled in front of Jiang Yanfeng. He said slowly, "Okay, I can move there, and I can take your last name." Jiang Yanfeng said, "We can live together, but you don't have to change your surname." Qin interrupted him and said, "From now on, I will be called Jiang Qin." There was another widow in the village who also lived alone. In fact, she really wanted to adopt Qin as her adopted son, but when she heard that the village chief had taken in the child, the widow sighed in her heart, knowing that she had no chance. Qin would definitely have a better life if he lived with the village chief. Jiang Yanfeng organized a group of people to go to the east side of the village, and indeed saw huge rocks blocking the road. Mo Jin suddenly lay on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground, listening to something. Jiang Yanfeng asked, "What's wrong? Brother Mo, do you have any new discoveries?" Mo Jin stood up and said, "I seem to hear the sound of stones breaking and heavy footsteps coming from the front. Could it be that the people from Tianlu village are coming again and destroying the boulders blocking the road?" Jiang Yanfeng ordered, "Shao Qi, go back and get me a kitchen knife." Qin nodded, turned, and ran away. Mo Jin said, "The kitchen knife is useless." The immortal said that this group of people are holding machetes. Mo Jin said, "I suggest bringing the stone basin over here. They come to kill people only because they are hungry or thirsty. We put the food here. Once they break through the stone defense line, they will be tempted to see the food. This way they won't come up and chop us up, howling. Once they have food, they won't be in a hurry to chop us up." You are right. Before leaving, the immortal specifically reminded us to pay attention to our own safety. The other side. Luo Mingyue walked out of the room, flew on a sword, and came to the streets of the human world. There are breakfast stalls on both sides of the road, steaming hot and filled with fragrance. Luo Mingyue bought some breakfast, strolled along the way, and bought all the items that he felt were useful. He then went to different inns and bought dozens of plates of delicious food, loading them into the storage space. After doing all this, Luo Mingyue returned to the sect to see the nest of foxes. It was a female fox with 4 cubs, and her body was as white as snow. Luo Mingyue was stunned for a moment. How did he die? The female fox's eyes revealed grief and anger. "You're a good disciple. By Tian, I just took a nap, and she fed my youngest child to death." Luo Mingyue looked at the remaining 4 cute cloud fox cubs and apologized. "I'm sorry." The female fox said, "It's been a few days since the incident. To Bai Tian, it was just the death of a pet, but to me, that was my child." Luo Mingyue asked, "Then what do you want?" "If you want Bai Tian to pay with her life. Bai Tian is the heroine and is not easy to kill." The female fox said, "Not really, I just want to find a master." Luo Mingyue lowered her eyes to look at it. The female fox was a little nervous and explained, "The sect master refused to make a contract with me." Before it could finish, Luo Mingyue said, "We can sign the contract now." The female fox was stunned, feeling like she was dreaming. Luo Mingyue signed a contract with the mother fox and raised the litter of little foxes in her own yard, giving them names one by one. The female fox was named Qianxue, and the cubs had simple names: the eldest, the second, the third, and the fourth. Luo Mingyue checked and found that all the little foxes in the litter were healthy. She set rules for the female fox Qianxue, not allowing them to eat humans. The female fox said that Luo Mingyue was worrying too much, as she had no blood sin and never ate humans. "Scholar?" Luo Mingyue held her forehead with her hand. She looked at Qianxue and said, "You haven't transformed into a human form yet. Why are you looking for the scholar?" Qianxue said, "The scholar can help me transform." Luo Mingyue was full of questions, "But you even gave birth to a cub, which means you had a partner before." Qianxue said, "I actually picked up these cubs from the forest. Your disciples thought I gave birth to them. They didn't think about it. I'm a single fox who has never been pregnant. How can I give birth to a litter of cubs?" Luo Mingyue was silent for a few seconds, then said, "You just said that these are your children." I picked it up, so of course it's mine. Luo Mingyue was speechless. No wonder a little fox died. Qianxue didn't look very sad and didn't think about revenge. After all, they were not her biological children. The world that Luo Mingyue traveled to was actually divided into 3 parts: the human world, the world of immortals, and the demon world. The spiritual energy in the human world is thin, and those who live there are just a group of ordinary mortals. The world of immortal cultivation is full of spiritual energy, and there are many immortal cultivation sects, independent cultivators, monsters, etc. The Mingyue sect happens to be located at the edge of the world of immortal cultivation, bordering the human world, so one can go to the human world after going down the mountain. As for the demon realm, it is under blockade. No one knows where the entrance to the demon realm is, nor what the living environment there is like. Moreover, it is very difficult for the monsters in this world to cultivate human form. Unless they are gifted and have the help of their tribe, they can transform. There are 2 ways for a monster like Qianxue who is separated from his tribe to transform into a human form. One is to make a contract with a cultivator and be led by him to transform. Another method is to go through tribulations. Luo Mingyue didn't know exactly how it went through the tribulation, so she didn't know whether Qianxue's statement that the scholar could help it transform was true. Luo Mingyue said, "You stay on the mountain with peace of mind. I won't be coming down the mountain in the short term." Luo Mingyue took out tables, chairs, chopping boards, kitchen knives, and various delicacies from the storage space. Qianxue's eyes lit up. "Master, are these for me to eat?"
No.
Luo Mingyue raised his hand and stuffed a fasting pill into Qianxue's mouth. Qianxue thought it was some kind of panacea, but only after swallowing it did she feel full. Big a pill? Qianxue couldn't eat the fasting pills before because Muling Yan and others didn't have enough to eat themselves, so how could they possibly share them with a fox? Luo Mingyue said, "Can you use a kitchen knife? Help me cut all the vegetables on the plate into small pieces." Qianxue said, "I have magic. I can cut vegetables." As soon as the voice fell, spiritual energy floated around its body, and all the dishes on the plate slowly flew up and hovered in the air. Then, 2 kitchen knives also flew up. The blade lights flashed past, leaving behind shadows. In an instant, after swinging the knives countless times, all the dishes were cut. For foods like pork elbows and ribs, the bones are removed intact, and the meat is chopped into small pieces. All the dishes gradually fell down and returned to the plates. Qianxue shook her fox tail gracefully and said, "Since there is a fasting pill, who would still care about these mundane things?" Luo Mingyue originally planned to give it something to do and go to watch the villain herself, but she didn't expect that the fox could cut vegetables so quickly. It was much more useful than the second apprentice. Luo Mingyue couldn't help but ask, "Can you cook?" Qianxue shook her head. "I only know how to cut vegetables. I've never cooked, but I can grill meat." Luo Mingyue put away the plates and other things and then asked, "Can you carve tableware? I'll give you a piece of stone, and you can make it into a small stone bowl." "Master, I'm just a fox." Luo Mingyue waved her hand and said, "Okay, go play with your cub." Qianxue said, "Then I will go out and find some fruit for the cubs." Luo Mingyue handed Qianxue 4 fasting pills. "These are for the cubs." Qianxue lazily shook her fluffy tail and said, "They are relatively small, so half of them is enough." Luo Mingyue said indifferently, "The rest are all yours." "Thank you, master." Qianxue was very happy and ran to feed the cubs. Now that both parties have signed a contract, the relationship is solid, and there is no need to worry about betrayal. Luo Mingyue entered the room to check the situation in the dwarf village. Majia Village. During the time that Luo Mingyue was away, Tianlu Village sent an ancestor. This ancestor could shatter a huge rock with just one punch. The disadvantage is that every time you punch, you have to rest for a while and drink some blood of poisonous beasts to replenish your strength before you can continue punching. Brother Lu and others stayed by the old man's side. The old man has gray hair and walks unsteadily, but every time he punches, he is full of power. After he throws a punch, Brother Lu and the others will quickly carry him and hide aside. While the old man drinks the beast's blood and takes a rest, Brother Lu and the others will clear away the rubble that blocks the way, which is also a physical job. Therefore, the pace of progress is slower. Brother Lu, when we came here last night, there was only one rock blocking the road.
Why are there so many now?
Brother Lu said, How should I know? Anyway, the prophet said that the strange phenomenon in the sky is not a good sign. We must hurry up. Evil men destroy the world. Shouldn't God help us to eliminate them? Why did he send down stones to block our way? You ask me. Who should I ask? In this way, it took a long time to clear all the boulders. Finally, we can enter Maggia village. Brother Lu and the others were extremely tired and wanted to rest for a while, but they saw that the people from Mo family village were standing not far away. After all, the shattering of huge rocks made such a loud noise that it was hard not to attract attention. Mo Jean walked forward and saw the machetes in their hands. His heart sank and he asked, You came here for food, right? Brother Lu and the others exchanged glances, thinking that they came here not for food, but for their lives. Mo Jean said expressionlessly, Everyone is just trying to survive. There is no need to use knives. The last thing our village lacks is food. You're guests from afar, and these foods are used to entertain you. As he spoke, several villagers behind him carried 3 stone basins and placed them on the ground, while other villagers also put down empty bowls and chopsticks. The people of Tianlu village were whispering, The people from Maggia village have no prophet to lead the way. I guess they have even eaten all the tree bark. What can they use to treat us? Should we eat?
Don't eat it.
What if they poisoned it? Just then, Mo Jean stepped forward and lifted the cloth covering the 3 stone basins. After being left out for the whole morning, it's already gone cold. But it still looks delicious. Scrambled eggs? Where did the eggs and oil come from? And there's golden millet porridge to wait. Is that millet porridge? Why do the rice grains look so big? Is Maggia village so rich? As for the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, no one could recognize what kind of meat it was at first.
Some people began to swallow.
Mo Jean said, You can't enter the village with knives. Brother Lu stepped forward to negotiate. Brother, if you put some muscle-softening powder in the rice, all of us will be wiped out by you. Mo Jean said, I can eat them all and test the poison for you. Brother Lu still didn't believe it, because some poisons might not be hidden in the food, but might be smeared on the dishes and chopsticks. The people of Tianlu village are very cautious and unwilling to trust outsiders. Brother Lu said, Excuse me, is it raining in your village? Mo Jean replied, It's not rain, it's a waterfall. Lu Ji's face was full of suspicion. There's a severe drought in the world. How could there be a waterfall here? Mo Jean said, Our village is favored by an immortal. Immortal? The villagers of Tianlu village looked at each other and asked, Where is the immortal? Mo Hanshi said, Of course it is in the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, wondering where the people were. Just at this moment, Luo Mingyue came back and was checking the situation in the little people village. A hint of joy flashed across Mo Jin's eyes. Immortal. Luo Mingyue said, It seems that I came back in time and you didn't fight, thanks to the roadblock left by the immortal. Luo Mingyue said, Tell them that I can provide them with enough water and food. The people of Tianlu village said, Don't think you can scare us by pretending to talk to the sky. Luo Mingyue smiled slightly, and without saying much, she directly put down a stone basin filled with clear water. The villagers of Tianlu village were stunned and watched the stone basin fall. The rocks that fell last night were already strange enough, but today clear water fell directly. The most precious thing now is water. Mo Jean said, This is a gift from the immortals to you. The people of Tianlu village rubbed their eyes vigorously and muttered to themselves, Isn't this a dream? Brother Lu walked over first, put down his machete, scooped up some water with both hands, and took a sip. Cool and delicious. This is really water. Brother Lu's eyes were filled with shock. There were still some villagers who didn't believe it, so Luo Mingyue simply put down a stone basin filled with clean water behind this group of people. 5 or 6 young men had lost their knives and were drinking water in front of a stone basin. Some people even buried their heads in the basin. Brother Lu asked, "Why can only you see the immortals, but we can't?" Mo Jin hasn't figured out how to answer this question yet. Mo Hanshi, who is standing behind him, said, "Because the immortal is the patron saint of our village. Of course you can't see it." At this time, the old man from Tianlu village suddenly walked forward, picked up the bowl and chopsticks from the ground, scooped a bowl of sweet and sour pork with a spoon, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Old Song. Brother Lu stepped forward in a hurry. Old Song was an ancestor-level figure in their village. He was over 200 years old this year. He couldn't let anything happen to Old Song. Mr. Song swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, "It's delicious. Very delicious." Then he added, "You are all young and will have a long life ahead of you. I am an old man. Even if this meal is poisonous, it doesn't matter. I will just treat it as a test for you. You can have a full meal before you die, haha." Old Song had an open-minded smile. After eating half of it, he was about to add half a bowl of scrambled eggs, but he saw that all the stone basins had been taken away. Elder Song was stunned this. "The immortal won't let me eat it?" Luo Mingyue said, "These are all cold, and it's hard to digest them." Mo Jin conveyed her words. Luo Mingyue put the steaming millet porridge back in, and also added goat's milk, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, chicken thighs, and scrambled eggs. During this time, he felt that the gravel on the road was in the way and simply reached out to grab them. The people of Tianlu village were frightened and retreated one after another, making room for the stone basin. With Old Song taking the lead, the other young people put down their knives, took their bowls and chopsticks, and squatted on the roadside to eat. "Wow, it's really delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Why does the immortal only favor Magia village and not our village? Although we can have enough food, the food is not as good as this." Brother Lu was still thinking about the prophet's instructions, but now, Magia village has a patron saint, and the brothers around him have all been bribed by delicious food, and even the knife was thrown on the side of the road. Brother Lu sighed, took an empty bowl, and filled it with chicken thighs. "It smells so good." After a while, Brother Lu also had his belly full and sighed with satisfaction. "It would be great if I could eat this every day." As for the murderer, he had already forgotten about it. After dinner, Brother Lu, as the representative of the village, was ready to talk to the people of Magia village. "Thank you for your hospitality today. We want to take some food back, but we won't eat your food for free. We will give you money next time." Mo Jin is not good at negotiation. He showed up today because he is strong and can control the situation during a fight. But now the immortal is watching everyone in the sky, and the villagers are very confident. When it comes to negotiations, Jiang Yanfeng is still the one to deal with it. Jiang Yanfeng said, "How much silver do you have?" "Silver will run out one day. We can do without silver, but we are short of stonemasons." Brother Lu scratched his head and asked, "You want me?" Jiang Yanfeng asked, "Are you a stonemason?" "Well, my name is Lu Dashi. I have 4 younger brothers, including my biological brother and cousin. Their names are Ershi, Sanshir, Sishi, and Shaoshir. We are all craftsmen." Jiang Yanfeng said, "That's great. There are still many empty rooms and courtyards in our village. You can move to our village and live there. We will provide you with enough food every day, but you need to carve a statue of an immortal for our village." Lu Dashi said, "I can carve it in Tianlu village and send it to you, but I don't want to settle down in your village." Jiang Yanfeng frowned and asked, "How long will it take to finish carving?" Lu Dashi said, "I can't say for sure, mainly because I don't know what the immortal looks like, and I need to find a huge rock." The two began to discuss the specific details, and Mo Jin found an ox cart in the village. Unfortunately, there was no ox, but there were many young and strong men in Tianlu village. The men pulled the cart together. There was a stone basin on the cart, which was filled with scrambled eggs and covered with a cloth. Elder Song asked, "Is there anything particular about the cover?" Mo Hanshi replied, "The immortal likes cleanliness and is afraid that the dust on the road will pollute the food inside." Mr. Song. Hearing this, Everyone lowered their heads and looked at their clothes, which were soaked with sweat and dust. Water was very precious these days, so who would be willing to use it to wash their bodies and clothes? But when they looked up at the people in Manhwa village, they were all dressed neatly and cleanly, and their spirits were obviously different. Why do I suddenly feel a little inferior? The villagers of Tianlu village fell silent and silently took away a stone basin of scrambled eggs. There are only 2 ox carts in Manhwa village. The first one is loaded with things, but the second one is still empty. Emojin asked them what they wanted, but everyone had different opinions. Some wanted meat, saying that meat tastes good. Some wanted goat milk, saying that they could give it to their children when they get home. Some said millet porridge is the most delicious food, as it contains rice and soup, which makes people feel full. Some said they wanted water, as water is the most precious.
Really?
The people of Tianlu village couldn't believe their ears. After all, they came with machetes, but they were treated so warmly by the people of Manhwa village. Everyone would feel embarrassed. Some thin-skinned young people even blushed. This won't work. We just need to bring some water. Emojin said, "It's given by the immortal, just accept it." Jiang Yanfeng said, "The immortal is kind and compassionate. He is grateful for your hardship and specially gave you food and water. You must remember the immortal's kindness and not slander him." Brother Jiang, what do you think of us? How could we repay kindness with enmity? Lu Dashi's face flushed red, and he even threw away the machete. They were a group of people who had enough food and drink and could even take the food away. How could they have the nerve to draw their knives against the Mo family village? Some of the young men in Tianlu village carried the stone basins away, while the other group acted as guards. Although all the poisonous beasts on the road had been killed, there would still be some danger if new poisonous beasts came. As for Lu Dashi, he stayed and discussed matters related to stone carving with Jiang Yanfeng. In addition, Jiang Yanfeng also said, "Our village is preparing to open a private school. Are there any of you who are willing to learn to read and write? Private school?" Lu Dashi looked at Jiang Yanfeng in surprise and said, "Do you have a teacher in your village?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "I am a scholar, barely qualified to be a teacher." "No wonder you are so elegant in your every move. You are a scholar." Lu Dashi's expression was obviously much more respectful. Jiang Yanfeng was young and had a good reputation. He had a bright future. Oh, no. There was a chaos in the town before, and the imperial examination had been stopped long ago. The village was relatively closed to information, and we had no idea what the current situation of the dynasty was, so we could no longer take the imperial examination. Lu Dashi said, "It's enough to be alive now. Who needs to study? Everyone in Tianlu village is practicing martial arts now. Besides, there is also a scholar in the village, and he is a prophet." Jiang Yanfeng was puzzled. Prophet? Lu Dashi then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He originally did not want to expose the existence of the prophet, but after thinking about it carefully, Manhwa village already had a guardian god anyway, so it would not hurt to tell them. So he said, "The prophet can predict the future and teach us how to strengthen our bodies and practice martial arts." As he spoke, Lu Dashi slapped his chest hard and said, "I'm not bragging. Everyone in our village is much stronger than ordinary people. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child can beat you down." Upon hearing this, Emojin could no longer sit still and walked forward and said, "Shall we practice?" Lu Dashi laughed, rolled up his sleeves, nodded and said, "Okay, let's stop here and just treat it as a martial arts exchange." The 2 men found an open space. Jiang Yanfeng acted as the referee, and Mo Hanshi and others watched. Lu Dashi didn't want to bully anyone, so even when he heard the word start, he didn't take action first. He stood there and saw Emojin swinging his fist at him. Lu Dashi shook his head in his heart. "Too weak. This punch is full of flaws. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the next second, Lu Dashi was hit by a punch from Emojin. He immediately felt the blood surging in his chest, his eyes went dark, and his body was actually knocked into the air by this hook punch. He then fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood. Emojin was stunned, put away his fist, and explained, I saw that he was calm and composed and thought he was a master, so I used a little more force. He didn't even use his full strength. Who knew that Lu Dashi looked strong but was so vulnerable? Magia village used to have a doctor, but now he is gone. The people were at a loss and didn't know how to treat the injured. Lu Dashi, are you okay? Please don't die in our village. Hold on. We will ask the immortal to save you. Everyone was in a panic. Luo Mingyue had never refined healing pills before. She tried to cast a healing spell, but found it didn't work, so she put down a stone basin of spiritual rice. The spiritual rice is still warm and emits a rice fragrance. If a cultivator is injured, taking the spiritual rice will have little effect. However, if an ordinary person eats the spiritual rice, the effect will be quite good. The immortal has given him rice as a reward. Give it to him now. Mo Hanshi didn't know the function of the magical rice, but he instinctively felt that the rice given by the immortal must be for the injured. He walked quickly, grabbed a grain of rice, and put it to Lu Dashi's mouth. Lu Dashi's mouth was still filled with the smell of blood. He thought to himself that he had internal injuries and should quickly see a doctor for medicine. Why should he eat rice? However, when he saw the food in Mo Hanshi's hand, he was shocked, whose rice is as big as a human palm. Mo Hanshi said, "Rice, of course it's big."
You.
Lu Dashi turned his head to the other side and coughed up blood again. Even though there was still blood in Lu Dashi's mouth, he was reluctant to spit out the rice. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up. So fragrant? This time, without anyone urging him, Lu Dashi obediently finished the rice on his own. He was still not satisfied, but was too embarrassed to ask for more. Mo Hanshi gave him a few more grains of rice. Lu Dashi ate it all. What kind of panacea is this? I feel warm all over, and all the pain is gone. Of course, this is the divine rice given by the immortal. Mo Hanshi said, smacking his lips, and then said, "The immortal gave us the divine rice twice before, and I didn't feel much. I just found that my digestion became faster, and my whole body was full of strength. I didn't expect that this rice could also heal internal injuries." Lu Dashi thanked them and felt ashamed to face people. He had just boasted about how powerful he was, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten by the people from Magia village and suffered internal injuries. Jiang Yanfeng said, "Brother Lu, let's continue talking about the stone statue." Since most people cannot see the face of an immortal, Jiang Yanfeng picked up his pen and drew a picture of Luo Mingyue's appearance and asked Lu Dashi to take it back and carve according to the portrait. As for the immortal's figure, Jiang Yanfeng had never seen it before. Even if he had, he couldn't draw it like that, otherwise it would feel offensive. So he asked Lu Dashi to simply carve an image of an immortal wearing a cloak. He only needed to make the features clearer, and there was no need to carve the figure. He could just carve the shape of the stone into a wide cloak without even showing the shoes, to maintain the sense of mystery and reduce the difficulty of carving. Lu Dashi patted his chest and assured, "No problem. I will go back and work with my brothers to carve the statue for you as soon as possible." After saying this, Lu Dashi looked at the stone basin of divine rice with reluctance. Jiang Yanfeng ignored his gaze. The sacred rice is precious and cannot be given away casually. Luo Mingyue did not say anything. She mainly raised the villains in Magia village and was not familiar with the villains in Tianlu village. To use an inappropriate metaphor, the villains in Magia village are equivalent to her domestic cats, while the villains in Tianlu village are equivalent to a group of stray cats. Luo Mingyue definitely favors domestic cats. An hour and a half later, the young men from Tianlu village returned 2 empty stone basins. And he brought 2 horses over. Let a horse pull a cart. It is much faster than a person. The horse was completely black with scarlet eyes. When the people of Magia village saw the 2 horses, they immediately became alert. Poisonous beast. The most important feature of the poisonous beast is its scarlet eyes. They have a strong sense of territory and will not actively invade human villages. Poisonous beasts do not care about whether they are meat or vegetables. They are not particular about what they eat. They eat humans and grass. When they are extremely hungry, they can even eat soil to survive. Their vitality is extremely tenacious. Lu Dashi said, "Don't worry, these two poisonous beasts have been tamed by the prophet." In the words of the prophet, he has signed a contract with these two horses, and the horses will not hurt people. Sign a contract? Luo Mingyue was slightly surprised to hear this. She originally thought that this little village was just an ordinary mortal village. Although the flowers and plants growing on the land were all black, it might just be because of the special living environment. Moreover, Luo Mingyue has verified today that spiritual magic has no effect in the dwarf village, but the prophet can actually sign a contract with the poisonous beast? Could it be that the villain village can actually cultivate immortality? But in the world of the little people, there is the power of law in the air. As long as the spiritual power falls into it, it will automatically decompose into spiritual energy and dissipate between heaven and earth. How can it be possible to cultivate immortality? Luo Mingyue suddenly wanted to meet the prophet. However, these young people from Tianlu village had already told the prophet about the things about the gods when they returned. Now the prophet sent 2 horses over, but he himself did not come, which shows that he does not want to meet Luo Mingyue yet. Luo Mingyue was not in a hurry either. Anyway, a new area was unlocked every half a month. Maybe the next area to be unlocked would be Tianlu village.
The two sides would meet someday.
This time there were horse-drawn carts, and 2 stone basins were stacked directly on each cart. Although the bottom of the stone basin is not clean, it can be separated by cloth. The people from Tianlu village thanked them and left. At night, Luo Mingyue provided new dishes to the little people in Majia village. They were roasted deer tendons, stir-fried lettuce, brown sugar steamed buns, and 8 treasure porridge, and there was also a stone basin of chopped bananas.
Wow.
The little people thought that the food provided by the immortals was just a few kinds of food, and it would be fine as long as they were full. Anyway, no one was picky. They didn't expect the dinner to be so sumptuous. Especially the 8 treasure porridge, which is impossible to cut because the rice grains in it are large and the peanuts, dates, etc. are even larger. Some elderly people have bad teeth and cannot bite. The stone basin used to roast deer tendons was empty, so Luo Mingyue put another basin of goat's milk in it. The little ones have now learned to restrain themselves and are content to eat only when they are full and will not overeat anymore. As usual, Luo Mingyue filled the water bowl with new clean water. Then go find Qianxue. The 4 cloud fox cubs are all adorable. They haven't worshipped the moon to practice cultivation yet, and haven't gained any intelligence yet. They are just ordinary little foxes and cannot sign a contract with Luo Mingyue. Currently, only the female fox Qianxue has been branded with a contract by Luo Mingyue. Qianxue, come here. I have something to ask you. Luo Mingyue waved at the female fox. The cloud fox clan only needs 5 tails to transform into a human form. Qianxue currently only has 3 tails. Master, what is it? Luo Mingyue said, I have a group of mortals. I am worried that they may be in danger, so I need you to help look after them at night. No problem. I don't sleep at night anyway. Qianxue worships the moon and practices every night and never sleeps. Luo Mingyue took it into the room. Qianxue asked curiously, why is there such a big cardboard box on the ground? Luo Mingyue held Qianxue in her arms. Qianxue looked down and exclaimed, who built this little house? Wait, there's someone moving inside. Luo Mingyue said, this is the mortal village I raised. Luckily I was watching them last night, otherwise outsiders would have broken in and almost killed them. They're all a bunch of villains, struggling to survive. It's not easy. If someone from another village breaks in, don't kill them. Qianxue shook her head and said, I am a spiritual beast that cultivates immortality. It is impossible for me to kill people and be contaminated by karma. If an outsider breaks into this village, I will use a magic trick to make the outsider leave. Luo Mingyue didn't expect that this fox was more particular than himself, because if the invading Lu Ge and his group last night were bandits, Luo Mingyue might have directly moved stones to smash them to death. However, because he heard that Lu Ge and others came from another village and sounded like ordinary people, Luo Mingyue did not kill them. Qianxue, this little village is isolated from spiritual power spells, and your sleight of hand may not be effective. I have prepared several huge rocks, and you can use the rocks to block the road." Luo Mingyue said. Qianxue asked, "Can I put my claws in there?" "You try it, it should work." Qianxue's body floated up, walked in the air, and appeared above the Mo family village. Jiang Yanfeng clearly felt the sky darken. At this moment, everyone had just finished their meal and was clearing away the dishes. Jiang Yanfeng looked up and asked in shock, "Fox?" Luo Mingyue revealed half of his face and soothed him, "Don't be afraid. This is the spirit beast I raised. Its name is Qianxue." Qianxue lowered her head and greeted, "Hello." What a huge fox fairy. Although some children liked furry animals, Qianxue was too big. If it landed, it would crush everyone to death. Some children hid behind their parents and looked up at the sky timidly. The parents couldn't see anything, so they simply covered their children's eyes with their hands and said, "If you're scared, don't look at it." Qianxue stretched out her claws and picked up a stone basin. Its claws were not very convenient, and it did not hold the basin firmly, so it fell. Fortunately, it reacted quickly and retrieved the basin in time. Qianxue said awkwardly, "Mistake, mistake." Luo Mingyue said, "From now on, I will do the feeding and you just need to help protect them." Qianxue nodded quickly, "Yeah." It has no problem using its claws to block the way, but delicate work like feeding is not suitable for it. Luo Mingyue said, "It's still not very convenient without transforming into a human form." Qianxue flew into her arms and said, "I have only been practicing for 3,000 years, and I only have 3 tails. In another 2,000 years, I will transform. After 2,000 years, the little people I raised have grown old." Luo Mingyue sighed and then said, "You watch here. I will refine a transformation pill for you." Qianxue was surprised and asked, "Master can also refine the transformation pill?" "Yes, but if something goes wrong with the little man I raise, you will never be able to transform again in your life." Qianxue said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I am a fox spirit. Not to mention looking after them at night. I can even stay awake for 300 years and guard them day and night without any problem." Luo Mingyue herself was a Jindan stage immortal cultivator and did not need to sleep every day. She had not yet refined the transformation pill because she did not have enough medicinal materials, so she first refined some pills for healing and then returned to her bedroom to sit cross-legged to practice. After so many days in the book, Luo Mingyue has been keen on familiarizing himself with the environment and raising villains, and has not yet practiced. Luo Mingyue practiced for a whole night, but the spiritual power in his body only increased slightly. According to the setting of the novel, the vicious female supporting character was a genius in the early stage, but when she reached the golden core stage, she got stuck in a bottleneck and could not cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Luo Mingyue expressed her understanding of this. After all, the male and female protagonists will have a counterattack in the future. If the cultivation level of the vicious female supporting role rises like a rocket, the male and female protagonists will never be able to catch up in their lifetime. Even so, it took the hero Mu Lingyan 300 years to surpass the vicious female supporting role in Realm. In other words, the hero was beaten almost every month. He endured the soul-frozen whip for 300 years. It was pretty miserable. When he takes revenge, you can imagine how cruel he will be. Luo Mingyue shuddered. She didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the vicious female supporting role. Moreover, she doesn't even need to whip the hero now. The plot has changed. It doesn't make sense for her cultivation level to remain stagnant, right? After a night of training, Luo Mingyue stood up and prepared to feed the little man. Qianxue was lying on the edge of the paper box, her 2 dark animal eyes staring at Mo village intently. "I suddenly feel that raising a pet is quite interesting." Qianxue murmured to herself, "Nothing happened last night. The little ones all went to bed. It was very boring, but this morning the little ones got up and moved around. Some were washing, some were scolding the children, some were chopping wood. It was very interesting to watch." Luo Mingyue fed the fish this morning with broccoli with straw mushrooms, sweet and sour lotus root, pearl tofu, mincemeat pies, and black rice porridge. It is called a pie, but because it is chopped into pieces, it looks like a pie crust with minced meat on it. The black rice porridge is very sticky, and there is a little white sugar next to it. If you want to eat sweet, you can add sugar yourself. Luo Mingyue now had a certain understanding of the little people's appetite, so some of the stone basins were not completely filled, but only about half full. Of course, this is the case without feeding spiritual rice. If you feed spiritual rice, you need to prepare more. After the children had breakfast, some went to work in the fields. Qianxue helped by spreading some water with her paws, which was equivalent to rain. Jiang Yanfeng took a piece of cloth and began to wipe the Xianjitai to keep it clean. Mo Jin and Mo Hanshi also went to work in the fields. No one from Tianlu village came, probably because they were embarrassed to come and have a free meal. Time passes by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Luo Mingyue went to the kitchen to find her second apprentice, Morong Shi, on time. Morong Shi was busy making breakfast for his fellow brothers and sisters. He steamed 30 buns today. I also boiled 10 eggs. 20 more eggs were steamed. I made meatball soup and spicy soup. There's no way, some people are picky about food, so there are more varieties. Even the buns have 2 kinds of filling. One is with leek and egg filling, the other is with pork and green onion filling. The steamer was steaming hot, Morong Shi was busy sweating, and cut some pickles. Taking into account that the master likes to feed ants, Morong Shi cooked an extra pot of meatball soup. The meatballs in it were flattened and cut into finely minced meat. When put into the pot, it no longer looked like meatball soup. Morong Shi cooked a small bowl of it. You cooked so much. Luo Mingyue suddenly realized Morong Shi's hard work.
Master?
Morong Shi put down the pickles in his hand and was about to salute, but Luo Mingyue waved her hand and said, "Continue cutting yours." With his master present, Morong Shi was able to cut the pickles much faster, into small pieces. When he finished cutting, he turned around and found that the 2 steaming pots of soup were gone. The steamed eggs are gone too. Only boiled eggs and buns were left. Luo Mingyue said, "Chop all of these up for me." Morong Shi felt really distressed. The breakfast he had worked so hard to prepare for everyone was eaten up by his master. He obediently peeled and chopped the boiled eggs. Also, placed the egg white and egg yolk separately. Morong Shi said, "Master, the buns are cut into pieces. Isn't it a bit strange?" Luo Mingyue said, "It doesn't matter as long as it tastes good. Just think of it as steamed buns mixed with vegetables." Morong Shi. While Morong Shi was cutting buns, several disciples came over to eat. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw Luo Mingyue. The 8th disciple was even less courageous than Morong Shi. He fell to his knees with a plop, his face pale, as if he had seen a ghost that was taking his life. Luo Mingyue held her forehead with her hand. She didn't even say a word, but she was able to scare people like this. She sighed, took out the fasting pills, and gave one to everyone. "You guys go out." "Yes, master." Several people went out one after another, and the eldest disciple Mu Lingyan stayed behind. He said, "Master, a litter of cloud fox cubs on the mountain, including the mother fox, are all lost." Mu Lingyan searched the mountain thoroughly, but couldn't find even a strand of fox hair. Luo Mingyue said, "It's not lost. I took it to the yard to raise it. I forgot to tell you, and made you worried."
I'm sorry.
The master actually apologized to him. Cultivators have sharp ears and sharp eyes, and even the other disciples heard what Luo Mingyue said. They all widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard it wrongly. Mu Lingyan, in particular, felt it was outrageous. Luo Mingyue had a calm expression on her face. She had wanted to change her personality for a long time. It didn't matter even if someone guessed that she was not the real person. Moreover, the vicious female supporting role either beats or scolds the disciples. If they knew that the vicious female supporting role was possessed by another body, they would be so happy that they would not even have time to avenge her. Therefore, Luo Mingyue was not worried at all about the collapse of her character. When Morong Shi finished cutting all the buns, Luo Mingyue took the pot and ran away with it. "Farewell, master." The voices of the cheap disciples came from behind. Luo Mingyue returned to her courtyard and found 4 fox cubs chasing and playing. She walked to the room where the little man was raised and saw Qianxue wagging her tail leisurely. She dipped the tip of her tail in water and brought rain to the Mo family village. After a while, a group of young people walked out from the blood mist. Ever since the villagers of Tianlu village took away several stone basins of food from Majia village and returned the empty basins, they have not come since then. Until today, they have not come again. The leader was still Lu Dashi. Qianxue stretched out her fox tail, rolled up a stone from under the stool, and planned to put it into the dwarf village. Luo Mingyue said, "No need to stop them, I know these people." Qianxue put the stone back in place and asked, "Master, who are they? Why did they come out of the blood mist?" Luo Mingyue said, "It's a villain from another village." Qianxue asked curiously, "How many villages live in the blood mist?" Luo Mingyue said, "I don't know either." The man and the fox both looked towards Mo family village. The farmlands in the village happened to be near the east. Mo Jin, who was working in the fields, heard the children shouting and saw the people coming from Tianlu village, so he took the initiative to greet them.
No.
Lu Dashi looked embarrassed, not that fast. Mo Jin asked, "Then why did you come here?" Lu Dashi coughed and said, "The stream outside our village has dried up. Today we went to the upper reaches and found that a group of newly born poisonous beast cubs had destroyed the stream water. As for what was placed on the car floor, they were everyone's buckets, hoping to get some water back from Majia village." Mo Jin said, "There is a white porcelain fairy pond in our village. There is clean water in it every day. I can fill some for you." Lu Dashi was very grateful. Thank you so much." Mo Jin was about to lead the way, but Luo Mingyue had already reached out and lifted the cloth on the carriage. Seeing the buckets placed on it, Luo Mingyue directly took out a bowl of water from the storage space and poured it down, soon filling all the buckets. A lot of water leaked onto the ground. Among the villagers of Tianlu, there were some young men who had been to Majia village before, and some villagers who were here for the first time. They did not believe in the legend of immortals at all, until they saw with their own eyes the big bowl pouring water from the sky. They were horrified and could not help but kneel down. Miracle. This is a miracle. All the buckets were filled, and even the car floor was doused with water. Lu Dashi touched the cardboard and felt that it was a waste for the immortal to pour water. Water drops were dripping from the edge of the cardboard to the ground. Lu Dashi reached out to catch a few drops and licked the water from his palm with his tongue. Mo Jin frowned and said, "Dashi, the immortal likes cleanliness. The water on the carriage is dirty and cannot be drunk." Lu Dashi put down his hand and said awkwardly, "I can't bear to waste it." Luo Mingyue said, "There is plenty of water, they just need to make more trips." Mo Jin conveyed her words. The people of Tianlu village thanked the heavens. About 10 people left with their horse-drawn carriages, while the other villagers stayed behind, saying they wanted to help Mo Jin and others farm. "We can't just eat and drink for free, we have to help with the work." The people in Tianlu village are also quite practical. After taking the water, they insisted on helping with farming. Mo Jin arranged for them to help Jiang Yanfeng build a school. There are many empty rooms in the village now, but they are not big enough, so the existing houses need to be demolished and rebuilt, and there is a shortage of labor. Jiang Yanfeng said, "You guys help build the school, don't go back for now. We provide meals here, but no wages. If you are willing, you can stay." The young men looked at each other and asked, "Can you bring more water?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "Yes, the immortal will reward us with clean water." So the young men settled down. Luo Mingyue also considerately put down a few handkerchiefs to use as blankets for them. In addition, cloth was distributed to every household. The young men worked for the whole morning. During this time, Lu Dashi and others transported wooden barrels and came to fill water. It happened to be time for dinner, so they were invited to stay and eat together. Luo Mingyue felt that everyone was working hard, so she provided braised pork, crab meat lion head, pork elbow, and spicy radish. 3 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish. The staple food is noodles with soybean paste and rice, which are placed in the same stone basin, half each. Such a rich feast. The people in Tianlu village began to swallow their saliva. I thought the food they brought back from Majia village last time was delicious enough, but I didn't expect it to be even better today. Is the food in Majia village So good every day. When there was no drought, people even thought it was a luxury to eat white flour buns. Who would have thought that the food we eat now is even better than before? People from Tianlu village brought in 2 tables. As for plates and dishes, each household had plenty of them, and there were several plates of food on each table. The most popular is lingmi. Everyone knows that eating magical rice can make you feel energetic and improve your appetite. Luo Mingyue watched the little people eat, and when they finished the spiritual rice, she added new rice. While eating, Lu Dashi asked in a low voice, "Is your patron saint so effective?" "She gave me more right after I finished eating. It feels like she is always watching you." Jiang Yanfeng said, "The immortals have compassion on the suffering of the world and have given us food every day so that we can survive this disaster year." Lu Dashi asked, "Why does the immortal only pity your village and not ours?" Jiang Yanfeng stretched out his hand and pinched his arm and said with a strange look, "You are so strong. You don't look like you are short of food and clothing." Lu Dashi looked down at his people, then at Jiang Yanfeng, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, and suddenly realized, indeed, your village is too miserable, so it attracted immortals. I envy you so much. During this period, Luo Mingyue added a small amount of vegetarian dishes and sliced braised beef. After the meal, I added honey water and banana chunks. The villagers of Tianlu village were so envious that their eyes turned red. Lu Dashi knelt down in front of several stone basins and said, "Immortal, we in Tianlu village are suffering too." Seeing this, people from his village also knelt down and prayed, Please be the patron saint of our village too." Luo Mingyue did not show up. Qianxue lay on the edge of the cardboard box and whispered, "Master, even if these little guys eat as much as they want, they still don't eat as much as I eat in one meal. Anyway, raising a village is the same as raising 2. Let's raise Tianlu village as well, right?" Luo Mingyue said, "The time is not right yet." Seeing her mysterious look, Qianxue didn't dare to ask any more questions. Little did he know that Luo Mingyue wanted to raise the entire world of villains, but the system had restrictions, and a new area could only be unlocked every 15 days. Calculating the time, it will be unlocked in a few days. Jiang Yanfeng looked up at the sky and said, "All of you get up." "The immortals are not in the sky." Lu Dashi asked, "The immortal just left us a banana. How could it be gone?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "After all, immortals are immortals. They don't talk to us every day, but they will give us food every day." Lu Dashi was a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, we will make the most of the time to carve the stone sculpture when we return this time. When the time comes, I will pray for the immortals' favor." Jiang Yanfeng nodded. "Okay, don't be too anxious. Slow work produces fine work, and we must carve the statue more beautifully. Of course, even if I have 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to treat the immortal half-heartedly." Lu Dashi and several of his brothers drove their horses and said goodbye and left. Tianlu village. The prophet has long silver hair and eyes that are as clear as amber and as bright as spring water. He looked to be in his 20s, but his temperament was sacred and cold. Anyone who saw him would involuntarily believe what he said and would not look down on him because of his age. The prophet can not only predict the future, but also possesses superb medical skills. He is one of the doctors in the village. Although the prophet was dressed like ordinary people, wearing coarse linen clothes, it did not detract from his image. Lu Dashi had a loud voice, and when he shouted like that, all the villagers nearby knew that he was back. But no one was in a hurry to take the buckets back home. With Lu Dashi around, they would definitely distribute the water fairly, and everyone continued to busy themselves with their own work. The children are practicing martial arts. Some adults were chopping wood, some were roasting animal meat, some were beating trees, and some were practicing sparring with others. Everything is in order. Lu Dashi said, "Prophet, we had a meal at Majia village at noon. The food was really good. I really want to eat there every day." The silver-haired prophet said nothing. Lu Dashi continued, "The immortal was very generous in giving me water, but it was too wasteful. He poured water directly into such a big bowl, and a lot of it flowed onto the ground. It made me so sad. The silver-haired prophet remained silent, as if he were dumb. Lu Dashi had long been accustomed to the prophet's temperament. The silver-haired prophet is always taciturn, just like the flowers growing on the snowy mountains under the moon, lonely, cold, beautiful, and out of reach. Only a chatterbox like Lu Dashi could get all kinds of information from the prophet. Lu Dashi asked, "Can we believe in gods from now on?" This time, the silver-haired prophet finally spoke. "Xian is a variable." Lu Dashi said, "I don't care if anything changes or not. I just hope my family can survive." The silver-haired prophet looked at him calmly, then turned and went back to the yard. Lu Dashi didn't mind and started to distribute water to everyone. The corpses of 5 poisonous beasts were piled up in the yard of the silver-haired prophet. He was the only one in the village who could remove the toxins from the meat and blood of the beasts. So every time the villagers killed a poisonous beast, they would send the beasts to this yard. The silver-haired prophet went back to the house and got a basin to collect the blood of the poisonous beast. The smell was foul and bloody. After the bottle was full, the silver-haired prophet cut his fingertips and dripped a drop of his own blood into it. As this drop of blood fell and merged with the beast's blood, the blood in the basin gradually turned into a clear red. It looked very clean at a glance, and there was not the slightest bloody smell. Instead, it had an inexplicable sweetness. The silver-haired prophet had a blank expression on his face. He repeated his previous actions, and when the blood of the 5 beasts was almost drained, the long table in the yard was filled with basins one after another. After a while, Lu Dashi came in and saw so many pots. He quickly called his younger brothers to come in and take them away. The silver-haired prophet was holding a knife in his hand and cutting the beast meat. We were busy like this, and before we knew it, it was getting dark. Lu Dashi wiped the sweat from his head and carried out the strips of meat that the silver-haired prophet had processed. The toxins had been removed from the meat, but it was still raw and could only be eaten after being cooked tomorrow. As for the animal bones, they were thrown out and fed to the village dogs. After doing all this, Lu Dashi finally had some free time. He knocked on the door and walked into the prophet's room. He was the only one in the village who knew that the prophet had 2 faces. The prophet of the day is cold and holy, and he is very frugal with his words. But at night, the prophet seemed like a different person. He no longer had that cool aura, but instead gave people a weird feeling. Those pupils were no longer the clear amber color, but a cold dark red, looking more ferocious than the eyes of a poisonous beast. Lu Dashi was very scared at first, but later he found that the night prophet only looked evil, but was actually very easy to talk to. At this moment, the prophet with red eyes was sitting at the table, drinking water. Lu Dashi was not polite either. He sat directly opposite the prophet, put one arm on the table, and said tiredly, "I am so tired." The red-eyed prophet finished drinking the water and glanced at him. "If you die, I can collect your body."
"Ha, okay."
Lu Dashi laughed, took out a jar of wine from under the bed, and poured out 2 bowls. Lu Dashi said, "Some people from our village went to build houses for Manga village. They provide food and accommodation. The food is very good." The red-eyed prophet smiled and said, "Then you can go too. You are strong and work efficiently. The people in Manga village will definitely welcome you." Lu Dashi shook his head. "I still have to hurry up and carve. Starting tomorrow, I won't have time to deal with these trivial matters in the village. Let my father handle it. He is the village chief. But he just drinks a little wine every day and strolls around the village humming little songs. I am the one who takes the lead in everything." The red-eyed prophet said, "Your father is giving you a chance to train your own team and improve your prestige." Lu Dashi said, "I won't be the village chief in the future, so how can I improve my prestige?" The red-eyed prophet smiled but said nothing. Lu Dashi added, "Let's not talk about this anymore. After I carve the sculpture, I will go to Manga village to ask the immortal to find out what conditions are needed to make the immortal favor our village." Hearing this, the red-eyed prophet sneered and said, "Immortal? I don't believe it. You don't believe there are immortals in this world? Lu Dashi poured himself another bowl of wine and took a sip slowly. To be honest, I didn't believe in immortals at first, but I have seen miracles with my own eyes. They are really great. Prophet, if you also go to Maggia village, you will also firmly believe in the existence of immortals. The red-eyed prophet glanced at him and said, I'm not saying that I don't believe in immortals in the world, but that I don't believe in the immortals in Maggia village. Lu Dashi asked, why? The red-eyed prophet replied, immortals are just humans after all. When I cultivate to a certain level, I can also become an immortal. Lu Dashi opened his mouth in surprise. These words that are so disrespectful. If the immortal heard it, he would definitely blame me, right? Wait, practice. Lu Dashi suddenly stood up, walked to the prophet, and grabbed his arm. The red-eyed prophet shook off Lu Dashi's hand with all his strength, and a fierce light flashed in his dark red pupils. What are you doing? Lu Dashi didn't care about the change in the prophet's expression at all, but excitedly said, Prophet, can you become an immortal too? If you become an immortal, I will definitely be your believer. The red-eyed prophet's face darkened. Lu Dashi asked, Speak up. Why don't you speak? The red-eyed prophet snorted. Do you think it's that easy to cultivate to become an immortal? Moreover, even though I'm not an immortal now, I can still provide you with protection. Lu Dashi asked eagerly. Prophet, I just want to know when you can become an immortal. The red-eyed prophet thought for a moment and replied, hundreds of years. Or even thousands of years. Lu Dashi's face was full of disappointment. That's too long. I've died of old age before you became an immortal. I really hope to see the day when you become an immortal. The red-eyed prophet picked up the wine in the bowl, drank it all, and then muttered, If you want to become an immortal, you must have merits. I asked you to kill the villain before just to accumulate merits. Evil people destroy the world, and if the prophet eliminates the evil people at the source, it will surely be a great merit. However, according to the normal timeline, the first day that Luo Mingyue received the paper box from Maggia village was exactly the eve of the birth of a villain in the village. It was just that Luo Mingyue fed the animal in time and prevented this from happening. Otherwise, when Lu Dashi and others arrived at Maggia village, they would find that 3 vicious men had already appeared. Even if they were holding machetes, they would be no match for the vicious men. Lu Dashi drank a lot of wine and returned home drunk. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Lu Dashi got up and started working overtime with his brothers to carve stone sculptures. In the next few days, Tianlu village sent young people to Maggia village to transport water every day. Occasionally, I would bring back some fresh vegetables from Maggia village. The people in Tianlu village had no shortage of meat, but they hadn't eaten green vegetables for a long time, and everyone was as happy as if it were New Year's Day. The whole village knew that there was a kind, benevolent, and generous immortal in Maggia village. The silver-haired prophet did not have much emotion about this. He just felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter because he did not want to see the people die of thirst or starvation. He could only let the villagers drink pure animal blood and eat animal meat, but he could not create drinking water out of thin air. The immortal in Maggia village just solved this problem. As for the red-eyed prophet of the night, he felt very uncomfortable because he was also the benefactor of the villagers of Tianlu village. But now, everyone seemed to believe in the strange immortal more. The red-eyed prophet was a little sad, a little angry, and a little jealous. He wanted to go to Maggia village in person to meet the legendary immortal, but in the end, he gave up the idea because he had calculated that a treasure would be born in Tianlu village. What if the treasure is born right after he leaves? Wouldn't he have no place to cry? Therefore, the prophet would never leave before getting the treasure. Luo Mingyue has not been idle during this period. She is preparing to go to the human world. Qianxue, are you going? Luo Mingyue still remembered that the fox said last time that he wanted to go. Now the relationship between Maggia village and Tianlu village is good, and they will not use swords against each other. Luo Mingyue can also take Qianxue with him without worry. Qianxue waved her claws impatiently and said, No, no. What's the point of living in the human world? Luo Mingyue, don't you like scholars? Qianxue said, A fox's preferences change. I used to like scholars, but now I like farmers. It didn't want to leave. It just wanted to stare at the villain in Magia village. Qianxue didn't understand why humans kept pets before, but now she understands that keeping pets is really fun and gives her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Especially when it sees the little ones having their fill, it is happier than when it itself is full. Okay, I'll go then. Luo Mingyue nodded. The main purpose of her trip this time was to find someone to customize a house, furniture, and pots. Before, Luo Mingyue used a simple stone basin she made herself to feed the little people. She wanted to improve the living conditions of the little people, so she came to the human world and prepared to find a carpenter to make furniture of suitable size for the little people. In addition, make some models of small houses. The conditions in Magia village are not very good. Some villagers still live in thatched houses. There used to be many people in the village, but now there are fewer people. There are many empty houses, and the people live in relatively scattered places. Luo Mingyue wants to discuss with the villagers to demolish the existing houses, and she will distribute houses and furniture in bulk. If the villagers are unwilling, Luo Mingyue will not force them. After all, the paper box will unlock new villages, and there will always be villains who want new houses, so it is better to be prepared. The carpenter in the human world was a little confused because the orders he received were all to build normal furniture, but Luo Mingyue actually asked him to make a bunch of cabinets, tables, chairs, benches, and even a dressing table for women, and they were all so small in size. As for the pot, Luo Mingyue planned to use it to feed the little people. The stone basins she made before were too simple, and the sizes of each one were not the same. The space on the ground in the little people's village was limited, and the stone basins had to be placed in a fixed place each time. Using a pot was much more convenient, and more pots could be placed, and it was also convenient for the little people to take the pots home. What do you want these things for? The carpenter looked confused. Coincidentally, the carpenter of Tianlu village was Lu Dashi, and this carpenter in the human world also had the surname Lu. Luo Mingyue directly put down a golden leaf and said, "Just tell me whether you can do it or not." "Yes, of course." Carpenter Lu stopped asking questions immediately. He put the gold leaf away and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will make it according to the size you specified." Luo Mingyue said, "And the small house must be sturdy, not only to protect against wind and rain, but also to prevent insects from breeding." "Okay, no problem. I happen to know a few friends who build houses with bricks. Don't use wood for the house. Use cement and lime directly. This is a good thing passed down from the world of immortal cultivation. It is very strong for building a house, combined with steel bars. Not to mention the wind, sun, rain, and even if a stone falls on it, it won't collapse." Luo Mingyue asked, "How long will it take before I can pick it up?" Carpenter Lu replied, "Cabinets and other furniture are simple, and a batch can be made in a few days. The difficult part is houses. You require that each house has a yard, and the internal structure of the house must be solid and practical, and the appearance must be beautiful. This is more time-consuming, and the quantity is large. You need 500 small houses, which is too many. I don't know how long it will take to finish. I can only make a batch and send a batch to you. No need to send it, I can come and get it myself." Luo Mingyue put down another gold leaf. This is the deposit. In their eyes, what are valuable are spirit stones and various natural treasures. But for ordinary people, the temptation of gold leaves is too great. Carpenter Lu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He even closed his own shop and devoted himself to making small furniture. After Luo Mingyue came out from the carpenter's place, she visited the restaurant and in again and bought a lot of food. In the next few days, Luo Mingyue fed the little man on time during the day and returned to his room to practice in seclusion at night. Although Luo Mingyue's spiritual power progressed slowly every day, she firmly believed that little by little she would make progress as long as she practiced. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. When Luo Mingyue stepped into the room again in the morning light, she found that the blood mist in the paper box had dissipated a little. "Master, you are here." Qianxue shook her 3 fluffy fox tails and said, "Last night at midnight, I suddenly found that some of the blood mist had dissipated. Now, not only can I see Mo Village, but I can also see Tianlu Village. Really? Luo Mingyue was very much looking forward to it, as she had long been curious about what Tianlu Village was like. Luo Mingyue walked quickly to the cardboard box. The area of Tianlu Village is much larger than that of Magia Village, and there are more villagers in the village. Looking around, there are little people moving around everywhere. The children practiced martial arts together in an open space, while the adults had clear division of labor and did various things. Lu Dashi and several of his brothers were placing the stone sculpture on the cart. The statue of the immortal had been carved and was ready to be sent to Magia Village. There is a certain distance between the two villages. Just when Luo Mingyue was considering whether he should seize the carriage and take it to Magia Village to help them save time on the journey, the door of a small courtyard in Tianlu Village opened, and a silver-haired young man walked out of the room. The calm eyes of the silver-haired prophet. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at the sky in surprise. Suddenly I understood why the people in Magia Village believed in immortals. Although, the woman who appeared in the sky had a huge face, like a giant. But her appearance is extremely beautiful, with skin as white as ice and bones as white as jade. The eyelashes are long, and the eyebrows are gentle. There is no feeling of being superior or overbearing at all. Every villager who sees her feels his or her own insignificance. No wonder the immortal could feed the entire Magia village. She had grown so big that one meal of hers would be enough to feed the villagers for a long time. This thought flashed through the silver-haired prophet's mind. Then he saw the immortal smiled at him. It feels like a spring breeze. The silver-haired prophet pursed his lips slightly, as if he was infected by the immortal smile, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But soon, he returned to his expressionless look. Luo Mingyue's gaze fell on the prophet. The long silver hair is like flowing water in the moonlight and frost in the morning dew. Her appearance is like the cold moonlight, bright and otherworldly. The whole person is like an exquisite hand-made model, which makes people almost unable to take their eyes away. However, Luo Mingyue had seen many beauties since she traveled through time and space to the world of cultivation, but she liked silver-haired women, so she looked at the prophet a few more times and then looked away. At this time, in Tianlu Village, the children who were practicing martial arts suddenly started to riot. There's a person in the sky. She's so big and scary. Will she kill me with one punch? I've seen the portrait in Uncle Lu's house. The immortal in Magia Village seems to look like this, but why would the immortal appear in our village? Some children are more timid, and even though Luo Mingyue is beautiful, they are still scared. The master, who was in charge of teaching the children martial arts, was named Lu. Master Lu looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there were no clouds in the sky. He wondered, where are the immortals in the sky? Then he lowered his head and asked, "Can you all see the gods?" Many children shook their heads and said, "No, there is nothing in the sky." Only the younger children ran over and hugged Master Lu's legs, trembling. "It's over. The child is hallucinating. Send him to the prophet immediately to see if he can be saved." "Uncle Lu, not only did my brother see it, I also saw a face in the sky bigger than the sun and the moon." Master Lu said, "If you can see, take a step forward." Most of the younger children stood in the front, and only a few children who grew and developed faster than their peers stood in the middle. So Master Lu noticed at a glance that the children standing out were basically the toddlers in the front row. Master Lu thought to himself, "I heard that children can see things that ordinary people can't see." Master Lu asked the children to continue practicing martial arts while he went to find the village chief. Village Chief Lu took this matter very seriously and went door to door to ask the villagers. However, no one can see the gods. Could it be that the gods from Magia Village came here invisibly and deliberately didn't let us see them? Someone speculated. Everyone knows that Magia Village is favored by the gods, but no one knows the specific circumstances. Village Chief Lu knew more. He said, "The gods are not invisible. I heard my son talk about the things in Magia Village. It is said that only children under the age of 7 can see the gods. Among the adults, only the 2 village chiefs, Mo Jin and Jiang Yanfeng, can get a glimpse of the fairy's appearance. As soon as this was said, someone immediately asked, "Village Chief Lu, you're also the village chief. Can you see it?" Village Chief Lu shook his head. "I can't see it." Manga village didn't have a village chief at first. 2 young men were chosen as village chiefs because they could see the gods. It's the same in our village. Whoever can communicate with the gods will be given the position of village chief.
How can that be?
Who in our village hasn't received your kindness? And Dashi is a very capable kid. Thanks to him, we got the martial art secrets and survival methods from the prophet, otherwise we would have died long ago. Village Chief Lu said, "That was the prophet's credit, not his." "You can't say that. The prophet is aloof and mysterious. Dashi is the only one in the village who can get useful information from the prophet. The rest of us don't know how to communicate with the prophet." Yes, the next village chief must be Oishi. Village Chief Lu waved his hands with a smile. He was very happy to hear that the villagers recognized his son, but he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go and ask who can see the gods." The villagers scattered and asked all their relatives and family members, and finally found that it seemed that only children in the whole village could see the gods, and no adults. "Village Chief, what do you think we should do?" Some villagers looked worried. They couldn't rely on children to communicate with immortals in the future, right? At this time, an elderly villager squinted his eyes and said, "Did we miss one person? We didn't ask the prophet." "Yes, the prophet is so powerful that he can definitely see the gods. The question is, who is going to communicate with the prophet?" The villagers were in a dilemma because the silver-haired prophet was very taciturn. Sometimes, out of 10 sentences someone said to him, the prophet would not reply at all. "Let Lu Dashi go. Dashi has gone to Manga village. Let's wait for him. Anyway, the existence of immortals will not affect our lives. There is no need to rush." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a large stone basin slowly descending from the sky. The villagers panicked and hid. "Run quickly. Be careful of getting hit. Do you find this stone basin familiar? Dashi once brought this stone basin back from Manga village, which means there are really gods in heaven." The villagers found that the stone basin fell to the ground, and no one was hurt. The important thing is that the basin is filled with millet and pumpkin porridge, steaming, and a whiff of sweet aroma penetrates into the nose, arousing everyone's appetite. At this moment, the villagers of Tianlu village finally understood how the little people in Manga village felt when they were fed. Shocked, unbelievable, excited, and hungry. The villagers began to drool. Village Chief Lu was the first to come to his senses. He said loudly, "I know. It must be because Dashi finished carving the immortal stone sculpture." The immortal was very satisfied, so he rewarded our village with delicious food for us to eat. As soon as these words came out, everyone came back to their senses and nodded. "Yes, Dashi just left today, and the gods gave us food. It must be the credit of Dashi and the others. But I never eat breakfast. How about we wait until lunch to eat?" The villagers of Tianlu village only eat 2 meals a day, one at noon and one at night. As for getting up in the morning, people usually don't eat. Hearing this, Village Chief Lu praised, "That's right, everyone go home and get a spoon and a bowl, and take some porridge back." The villagers trotted back home. Luo Mingyue made room on the ground, so she put a large bowl of chopped boiled eggs and a large bowl of soft white steamed buns. When the villagers came over with the basins, they were surprised and delighted. "Oh my God, boiled eggs. The eggs at the immortal's house must be very big, so they cut them up specially for us. Steamed buns. These are white flour steamed buns. I used to eat whole grain bread, and only during festivals can I eat steamed buns that are so fragrant and soft. Wow, this overwhelming wealth. Oh no, this supreme delicacy is finally mine." The little people only regretted that they did not bring 2 more basins. Some of them filled the millet porridge with a large spoon and went home to get a new container. Some of them filled a bowl with boiled eggs and went home happily. Many families in the village raised chickens, but not everyone can eat eggs. The villagers surrounded the stone basin tightly on all sides, fearing that it would be gone if they arrived too late. Luo Mingyue was watching from the sky and suddenly regretted why she had fed the food so carelessly. The villagers of Tianlu village could not hear her voice and could not communicate with her, so there was some chaos and disarray when they received the food. Luo Mingyue tried to communicate with a silver-haired prophet, but the prophet was like a wooden man, staring at her without saying a word. Luo Mingyue. This silver-haired young man was handsome, but maybe his brain wasn't very good? Luo Mingyue could only give up the idea of communicating with him. Village Chief Lu howled a few times, asking everyone to line up, but the crowd's voices were louder than his, so it was useless. Although Lu Dashi and others had brought back delicious food from Manga village before, that was only brought back. Today, the gods were feeding them directly, which had a different meaning. Village Chief Lu looked helpless, but fortunately everyone had some sense and knew that food was precious. After serving the rice, people around him were careful to avoid knocking the rice over. Luo Mingyue observed for a while and found that there was no stampede, so she took another spoon and added some boiled eggs into the stone basin. The gods even added eggs. The villagers looked up and exclaimed, "The immortal spoon is really big." Village Chief Lu took the opportunity to shout, "Be quiet. The gods are watching us from above. Be careful. If the gods think we are rude, they might take our things back." The villagers gradually slowed down and began to line up. At this time, Qianxue patted Luo Mingyue's arm with her claws and said, "Master, don't be fickle. The poor little ones in Mo village are still hungry." Perhaps because of preconceived notions, Qianxue prefers the villains in Mo village. Luo Mingyue said, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten them." As she spoke, she took out a stone basin filled with breakfast from the storage space. There are two kinds of soup, meatball soup and spicy soup. The other 3 stone basins contain chopped buns, steamed eggs, and refreshing pickles. However, the meatballs in the meatball soup were all broken into pieces, and there was vermicelli in the soup. No chopped green onions or coriander were added. These 2 ingredients were placed separately so that the kids can add them as they like. Seeing Lu Dashi and others still transporting the stone sculptures on the road, Luo Mingyue grabbed the carriage. Lu Dashi and his brothers were all shocked. "Someone stole our horses." "Shut your mouth. That's the prophet's horse. When did it become ours?" Lu Dashi cursed and swore. He was almost scared to death, because he was riding on a horse. As the horse took off into the air, Lu Dashi also rose into the air and went up to the sky. At this time, his group of brothers were still paying attention to the horses. Which was more important, the horses or the people? Lu Dashi's calves trembled, but the next second, his eyes blurred and his feet landed on solid ground. He found himself and his car next to the immortal family terrace in Manga village. Jiang Yanfeng was eating. When he saw the hand in the sky, he put down his bowl and chopsticks in time and asked, "Dashi, how come you were captured by the immortal this time?" "What do you mean by captured?" Lu Dashi came back to his senses and realized what had just happened. He immediately smiled and said, "Just now I was riding a horse and was walking towards your village. Behind a horse was a cart with stone sculptures. The immortal must have seen that I was too tired from traveling and sympathized with me, so he sent me here." Jiang Yanfeng automatically ignored the unimportant content and asked, "Is the carving done?" Lu Dashi said proudly, "Of course." While he was speaking, Luo Mingyue grabbed his brothers one by one. The brothers had seen Lu Dashi being captured before, so they were mentally prepared. It was too fast. I didn't even see the scenery on the road, clearly. Is this what it feels like to fly? It's really strange to look down from such a high altitude. Lu Dashi told his younger brothers to stop talking nonsense and help move the stone sculptures. Mo Jin also stepped forward, ready to help. The stone sculpture is 20 centimeters high, covered with a red cloth, and stands upright on the carriage. Luo Mingyue poked her head out and asked, "Where do you want to put the statue?" Jiang Yanfeng said, "Return to the immortal. Put it on the immortal family platform." So, Luo Mingyue lifted the red cloth, grabbed the stone sculpture, and moved it to the platform. Mo Jin and the Lu brothers who were about to move the stone sculptures. After Luo Mingyue finished moving, she said, "Continue eating. Don't let the food get cold." "Okay." Jean sat back obediently and started eating. Jiang Yanfeng also nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Immortal. The Liu brothers looked confused. Brother Jiang? Jiang Yanfeng said, the Immortal asked us to eat while it's hot. Jean had already taken out a few empty bowls and handed them over, asking the Liu brothers to sit down and eat. It has become a habit in Manga village now, and everyone eats 3 meals together. Liu Dashi took the bowl, thanked him, and then mustered up the courage to ask, Brother Jiang, can you help me ask what we should do so that the Immortals will favor our village? Hearing this, Jiang Yanfeng looked up at the sky. Luo Mingyue was still there. She didn't keep anyone in suspense and said bluntly, I can provide food and drink to Tianlu village, but in their entire village, only the young children and a silver-haired young man can see me. Jiang Yanfeng relayed her words. Liu Dashi said, in our village, the only prophet has silver hair, but he doesn't like to talk much. Luo Mingyue had previously learned of the identity of the silver-haired young man through conversations among the villagers of Tianlu village. She originally thought that the prophet was an old grandfather, but she didn't expect him to be so young. Liu Dashi said again, My Lord God, I have a secret that I want to tell you alone. Luo Mingyue said, You don't need to shout when talking to me. Just whisper to yourself. I can hear you. If you have anything to whisper, just talk to yourself. Jiang Yanfeng acted as a messenger and continued to relay Luo Mingyue's words. Luo Mingyue listened attentively. Liu Dashi kept talking about the silver-haired prophet's prediction about the evil man in Mo village, which he meant for the Immortal to take seriously. He then said, It's hard to communicate with the prophet during the day. That's just his temper. I hope the Immortal won't mind. The prophet at night is easy to talk to. Luo Mingyue thought, split personality? Liu Dashi continued, I have heard of split soul syndrome before, which means that there are 2 souls in a person's body, and these 2 souls take turns to control the body. But I asked the prophet of the night, and he told me that the person in the daytime is him, and the person in the night is also him. Because he is extremely talented and has revealed too many secrets of heaven, he is suppressed by heaven and earth during the day and cannot speak too much. He can only return to his original nature at night. Is this actually the case? However, Luo Mingyue did not completely believe it. She decided to see the prophet of the night in person before making a conclusion. Liu Dashi said almost everything he could say, and then returned to Jiang Yanfeng's side. Everyone started to eat breakfast. Luo Mingyue did not appear again. She stood outside the cardboard box and said, Qianxue, I have prepared the materials for the transformation pill during this period of time. I will make the pill for you in a while. Wow, Master, you are so nice. Qianxue's eyes were filled with surprise, and her foxtail suddenly grew bigger, wrapping around Luo Mingyue's body and rubbing it gently. Luo Mingyue reached out and touched a handful of white fox fur and asked, Is your tail retractable? Qianxue said, No, my original form was originally very big, and now I am in a shrunk form. Master, have you forgotten? I was originally a big fox, but because I heard you provide food and shelter, I shrunk to my current size and followed you back to the sect. Luo Mingyue searched through her past memories and discovered that Qianxue's body was 3 meters long, not counting the length of her tail. Luo Mingyue had never refined the transformation pill before and didn't know how long it would take, so he spread a piece of cloth on the land in the yard of each household in Manga village and then began to distribute some vegetables. Jiang Yanfeng raised his head and asked in confusion, Is the Immortal going out? Luo Mingyue responded to him, I have something to do. If I am not back at noon, you can cook for yourselves. After saying that, Luo Mingyue went to the sky above Tianlu village again. The little people couldn't see her hands, but they could see all kinds of vegetables falling from the sky. It's raining? This isn't rain, this is food coming down? And they are concentrated in one area. A 6-year-old child said, I saw it. It was the Immortal who put the vegetables down with his hands. The villagers wanted to bow and thank him, but the Immortal spread a piece of cloth on the ground, and everyone quickly made way. 2 stone basins filled with clear water fell from the sky. Tianlu village is very large with a lot of open space. Luo Mingyue wanted to dig a hole and put some water bowls for them. But then he thought that there were many children in the village. If a child fell in and was not rescued in time, it would be a trouble. So he placed a few more stone basins filled with clean water. As for the staple food, Luo Mingyue did not plan to distribute it. He mainly provided water because the situation in Tianlu village was different. They could eat roasted animal meat, but they lacked water and vegetables. After doing all this, Luo Mingyue looked back at Majia village and found that the little people had already cleaned up the dishes. On the immortal family platform, there is a statue of Luo Mingyue. Below the stage, the villagers stood in several rows, neatly arranged with serious expressions. The two young village chiefs stood in the front. The Jiang family had incense and candles, but not in large quantities, so only Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jin held incense in their hands. The world is suffering from a severe drought, and the people are struggling to survive. The people of Majia village are struggling to survive. Fortunately, the immortals have mercy on them and saved them from hunger and fatigue. Jiang Yanfeng burned incense, stood in front of the stone sculpture, and said seriously, "I, as a mortal, cannot repay you. I am willing to serve the gods with my pious heart." Jiang Yanfeng took the lead and knelt down, inserting the 3 incense sticks in his hand into the incense burner. Mo Jin followed suit. The villagers behind him knelt down in unison. Even the children, who were only a few years old, knelt with their backs straight. Solemn and dignified, Jiang Yanfeng said, "I wish to worship the gods for all eternity and offer you my most sincere faith." Luo Mingyue. 4 generations? Jiang Yanfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this life enough? Luo Mingyue wanted to stop him, but Mo Jin and the villagers had already repeated, "I wish to worship the gods for all eternity and offer you my most sincere faith." Then he kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times in front of the stone sculpture with sincerity. Lu Dashi knelt at the back and kowtowed as well. But his younger brothers stood far away. After all, this immortal was from Majia village, so what did it have to do with Tianlu village? The immortal's food and drink was a timely help to Majia village, a ray of light in the desperate life. However, the villagers of Tianlu village have not really experienced desperate situations, so naturally there is no question of faith. Moreover, Lu Dashi's younger brothers believed that they exchanged water resources by carving stone statues of immortals, which was a transaction. They did not owe anything, so there was no need to kneel down. Only Lu Dashi, who was possessed by some evil spirit, had to kneel down with everyone else. At this moment, as the villagers of Majia village finished kowtowing 3 times, a mysterious power descended upon Majia village. A wisp of invisible energy seemed to float out from every villager and gather on the stone statue. Among them, Jiang Yanfeng and Mo Jin have the most aggressive aura. Even Lu Dashi was emitting an invisible aura.
Boom.
There was no sound in reality, but Luo Mingyue felt as if there was a sound of thunder in his ears. The next moment, she felt that there was some kind of connection between herself and the stone statue enshrined in Majia village. This connection is strange. It was as if Luo Mingyue had an extra clone. Luo Mingyue was even able to descend his spiritual consciousness onto the stone statue and use the statue's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose to watch the group of little people in front of him. Luo Mingyue murmured to herself, This stone sculpture is actually endowed with spirituality. There is no such method of collecting faith in the world of immortal cultivation, otherwise the entire mortal world will suffer, and mortals will become the harvest ground of faith. If the immortal cultivator is a little ruthless, he can even create a disaster first and then appear as a savior. Therefore, Luo Mingyue's situation is unique. The system sent me the little people village. Could it be that it was to help me practice? This thought flashed through Luo Mingyue's mind, and she appeared above Majia village with a complicated expression. Jiang Yanfeng called out, "Immortal." Luo Mingyue said, "I have received your faith." A smile appeared on Jiang Yanfeng's face. Luo Mingyue added, "You don't have to kneel down in the future. If you really want to worship, just bow." Jiang Yanfeng said, Today is the first time we formally worship the immortal, so of course we have to be more solemn. Jean turned around and said to the villagers, "You only need to kneel today. From now on, you can only bow, otherwise the immortal will be unhappy." "Okay, I won't kneel anymore." Everyone turned around to look at him. "What's wrong?" Lu Dashi said incoherently, I heard the immortal sound and saw the immortal." Hanshi said, "How is it possible?" Lu Dashi said happily, "I don't know either. Maybe it's because I carved the stone sculpture of the immortal. My contribution was so great that the immortal bestowed blessings on me as a reward." Hearing this, Luo Mingyue's gaze fell on Lu Dashi. Lu Dashi had a rather ordinary appearance, with a scar on his face, which gave him a bit of a fierce aura, but now he was smiling so hard that his teeth were showing. He looked up at Luo Mingyue and said with full energy, "Thank you, immortal, for giving me this opportunity. I will carve another stone sculpture when I return and put it in our Tianlu village." Luo Mingyue said, "You have indeed made a contribution. I left some clean water for your village. In addition, is there anything you want?" Lu Dashi scratched his head and said, "I want a wife." Luo Mingyue was silent. "She is not the matchmaker." Lu Dashi saw her dilemma and said quickly, "It's mainly because of the severe drought now. We are short of food and clothing. Even the betrothal gifts have changed. I want to marry the village beauty, and she is willing to marry me, but her family has put forward conditions. The betrothal gifts must include sugar, vinegar, salt, and other seasonings, as well as air-dried meat strips that are easy to preserve, 2 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour, and a jar of water. Your betrothal gift is so simple? It's not easy. My family doesn't even have a bag of flour. People in the village have been eating barbecued meat for a long time." Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "I can give you all the food and seasonings you mentioned." Lu Dashi smiled happily and said, "By the way, immortal, my brothers also participated in the carving. You can't just reward him alone." Luo Mingyue glanced at the young men standing in the distance and said, "Okay, they will also get rewards." "Thank you, immortal." Lu Dashi prepared to return to the village. Little did they know that because of his existence, the villagers of Majia village actually developed a sense of crisis. This Lu Dashi is eloquent and talented. Could it be that he has abducted the immortal to Tianlu village? It's possible. I think I should learn from Lu Dashi and learn all his skills. Don't dream. Before you even got close to Lu Dashi, you were kicked out of the village gate by the people of Tianlu village. Lu Dashi and his younger brothers got on the carriage. Luo Mingyue simply grabbed the carriage and took them back to Tianlu village. This journey is so fast, it's addictive. Lu Dashi returned to the village, entered his own yard, and quickly moved out several large vats. The Lu family's house is the largest in the entire village. There are 5 utility rooms alone, and there are also 5 water tanks. When village chief Lu heard that his sons had returned, he hurried home and said, "Dashi, the village is no longer short of water these days, and what are you doing? Why did you move all our belongings into the yard?" Lu Dashi said, "I have done a great service in carving the stone statue of the immortal, and the immortal will reward me." Village chief Lu said, "I was just about to tell you that as soon as you dragged the statue away this morning, the immortals in heaven gave us food, and it was cooked rice, very delicious. Later, vegetables and rain fell from the sky." Before he could finish his words, he saw a huge bowl tilted and filled a water tank in his house with water. Next, a spoon was dropped and 4 other large vats were filled with flour. "Oh my God!" The village chief stared blankly at the sky. Lu Dashi was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Thank you very much, immortal." Luo Mingyue spread another cloth in his yard and piled up a small amount of spiritual rice, sugar, and salt. Lu Dashi brought out 2 pots, and Luo Mingyue poured vinegar and oil into them respectively. As for the dried meat strips, she didn't prepare any, so she asked Lu Dashi if she could use other food instead. Lu Dashi said, "That's enough. Immortal, this is enough. Even if the spiritual rice is not cooked and is still raw, it still emits an enticing rice aroma." Lu Dashi had tasted the magical rice and knew it could cure internal injuries, so he was reluctant to use it as a betrothal gift. Anyway, there is no fixed condition for the betrothal gift, so it doesn't matter if 2 bags of rice are changed to 2 bags of flour. Luo Mingyue said, "This is all for you. As for your brothers, you can give them to them next time. Otherwise your yard will not be able to accommodate them." Okay. Lu Dashi had the same idea. Luo Mingyue came to the alchemy room and began to refine pills. What she didn't expect was that it took her 3 days to refine a transformation pill. Moreover, 1 furnace of the fasting pill can produce 12 pills, but this transformation pill, there is only 1 in 1 furnace. At the moment when the elixir was successfully refined, a huge dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky, and the entire sect felt the sky darken. There were thunder and lightning and dark clouds.
Boom.
Purple lightning struck down one after another with great momentum. As we all know, if the beast men want to transform into human form, they must undergo the baptism of thunder and lightning. Nowadays, the transformation pill can help spiritual beasts transform. It is a heaven-defying pill, so it will be struck by lightning. He will also chop down the alchemist Luo Mingyue together. Wait! If I had known earlier, I should have gone to another place to make the elixir. Luo Mingyue's face changed. He grabbed the pill and prepared to leave, but the thunder had already struck down one after another. The house and furniture also suffered bad luck. This was the first time that Luo Mingyue had experienced a thunder tribulation since she was a child. She was a little scared at first, but within 2 seconds she realized that she seemed to be able to temper her body with the thunder. After being struck by the thunder, the impurities in her body were removed, and she felt much lighter. The tempering process was painful, but it was within Luo Mingyue's tolerance. Luo Mingyue thought, "I wonder if the system can be alarmed and wake up early?" Disappointingly, the system did not move at all. Wait until the thunder dissipates. The house where Luo Mingyue currently lived was gone. Only a lonely room remained. That's right, it's the room where the villain is stored. Since it has been refined into a spatial spiritual treasure by the system, it is very resistant to attacks. "Master, are you okay?" The eldest disciple Mu Lingyan stood not far away and asked with concern. There had been a thunderstorm just now, so he didn't dare get too close. Luo Mingyue said, "It's okay. I'm just refining a transformation pill. It's not a big problem." Mu Lingyan was surprised. Transformation pill? Is this not a big problem? The transformation pill is a heaven-defying elixir. It is hard to find one on the market, and it is priceless. The master can actually refine the transformation pill. Alas, why is the evil master so powerful? Mu Lingyan sighed in his heart and said, "Master, your house is destroyed. Do you want us to build a new one for you?" Luo Mingyue waved her hand. "Don't worry about the house. I will take care of it myself." Mu Lingyan nodded, pulled out an invitation from his sleeve, and said, "Master, this is an invitation that someone sent yesterday. There are restrictions on it. We disciples are too weak to unlock it. I beg you to take a look at it." Luo Mingyue took the invitation and removed the restriction, only to see the following words written on it. "Master Mingyue wrote to us personally. Xuanqing sect intends to hold a qi refining disciple competition on the afternoon of May 11th. We sincerely invite your disciples to participate. The top 10 in the competition will receive rewards."
Xuanqing sect.
Luo Mingyue had some impression of this sect. The world in the book that she traveled through mainly had 3 major sections. They are Mingyue sect, Xuanqing sect, and Hongri Villa. Among them, the most prominent feature of Xuanqing sect is its large number of people. The sect leader's philosophy is teaching without distinction, and it is said that when he founded this sect, he said that he wanted his disciples to be more numerous than the stars in the sky. The sect leader himself is very protective of his people. Hongri Villa is quite mysterious, and its geographical location is uncertain. The entire villa is a huge magic weapon that can go up to the sky and into the water, and can be large or small. It can escape at an incredibly fast speed. The entire sect adheres to the Tao of Hushu, and its purpose is it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The owner of the villa has an arrogant temperament. Although he cares about his reputation, he pays more attention to his own development. He holds grudges and is obsessed with looks. He is willing to patiently teach good-looking disciples, even if they have poor talents and spiritual roots. Those who are not good-looking will not even have the opportunity to join the villa. Since the novel mainly describes the story of the male and female protagonists, Luo Mingyue doesn't know much about the other two sections. In the original book, the vicious female supporting character was too disdainful to take the disciples to participate in the Qi Refining Disciples competition and simply threw the invitation aside and ignored it. But now, Luo Mingyue showed the invitation to Mu Lingyan and asked, "Do you want to go?" Mu Lingyan glanced at the invitation and asked cautiously, "Can I go?" Luo Mingyue nodded. "Of course, you can ask your fellow apprentices who wants to go and get ready." "Yes, master." Mu Lingyan took the invitation and left. As for Luo Mingyue, she was not idle either. She entered the room first and took a look at the little people. Qianxue said, "Master, luckily I was smart. When I saw the dark clouds outside, I quickly brought these 4 cubs in. Otherwise, they would have died if the thunderbolt had struck them just now." Qianxue seemed a little cautious when speaking. After all, she had brought the children to this room that raised little people without permission, and she didn't know whether Luo Mingyue would be angry. Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "Luckily I have you. Otherwise I would have committed murder." As she spoke, she reached out and touched Qianxue's head. Qianxue squinted her eyes comfortably, feeling that her master had a good temper. She didn't understand why her master's disciples would speak ill of her behind her back. The 4 little fox cubs did not run around the room, but huddled obediently in the corner. Perhaps because the noise outside was too loud, they huddled together timidly, their eyes dark and clear, making them look adorable. Luo Mingyue walked over and touched their soft fur. The cubs looked cute and were not afraid of people. Under Luo Mingyue's caress, they gradually calmed down. The brave little fox even jumped into Luo Mingyue's arms, making humming sounds as if it was acting coquettishly, revealing its soft belly. How cute! The 4 little foxes were all white cloud foxes and looked the same. Luo Mingyue had no idea which one was in her arms. Qianxue said at the side, "This is the youngest one, the 4th one." Luo Mingyue said to the little foxes, "When you transform, I will give you new names." The little foxes didn't understand. They just felt that Luo Mingyue's aura was very familiar, and they all wanted her to touch them a few more times. Luo Mingyue felt around for a while, then stood up to check the situation in Manga village. She hadn't fed the little people for 3 days, and she felt a little sorry for these little guys in Manga village. She didn't know how they were living recently. Luo Mingyue first replaced the water in the basin with new clean water, and then skillfully took out a stone basin and put braised pork, stewed duck, braised beef, boiled eggs, and goat milk in it. Meat, eggs, and milk are all available. A piece of cloth was spread next to it, and some apples and soft peaches were placed on it. Many of the little people couldn't see her hands, but they could see the falling objects. It was early morning and the villagers had just finished washing up and rushed to Xianzhuantai. The immortal is providing food again? The little people were a little confused. Luo Mingyue was away for 3 days. During these 3 days, the villagers of Manga village not only cooked for themselves, but also planted seeds in the fields. Life is gradually getting back on track. Everyone thought that the gods appeared to help them get through that difficult period, and that from now on, they should be self-reliant and live their lives as usual. Who would have thought that the immortal would start feeding again? Moreover, the food is so sumptuous that it is hard to refuse. The children were very happy because with the arrival of the immortal, they would have meat to eat. But this time, the villagers habitually bowed to the stone sculpture of the immortal before eating. When everyone bowed, invisible air emerged from their heads and merged into the stone sculpture. Luo Mingyue was slightly stunned. What exactly are these air currents? Is it the manifestation of the power of faith? There were no stone sculptures before, so this kind of situation had never happened. Luo Mingyue raised them without asking for anything in return. He simply felt sorry for them and treated them like pets. Unexpectedly, he gained a wave of faith. At present, it is still unclear what the use of faith is, but Luo Mingyue is not in a hurry. Anyway, life is still the same as before. Then Luo Mingyue went to observe Tianlu village again. This village is large and populated. The clear water in the several stone basins left by Luo Mingyue has been taken away by the little people. A 20-centimeter-long corpse of a poisonous beast was lying on the open ground. The little people were busy around the corpse. Some were taking blood, some were cutting meat, and they were having a lot of fun. Moreover, there are a lot of dried meat drying in the yard of every household. The people in this village are tough and have much better survival ability than those villains in Majo village. Luo Mingyue did not disturb them, but picked up the stone basins he had left behind, washed them, filled them with clean water, and put them back in place. Lu Dashi looked up immortal. However, Luo Mingyue's face did not appear in the sky. There are 3 empty tanks in Lu Dashi's yard, and the other 2 tanks are probably kept at home. Luo Mingyue picked up the 3 jars, filled 2 with clean water and the other with goat milk, and put them back in the yard. "Thank you, immortal." Lu Dashi looked up at the sky. He had been a little worried these days. He had originally thought of carving a new stone statue of the immortal and worshipping in the village, but the villagers did not seem to want to pin their hopes of survival on the immortals. Everyone thinks that practicing martial arts to strengthen oneself is the only way to go, and relying on gods is unreliable. Even Lu Dashi's younger brothers were not very cooperative. Therefore, the carving project was put on hold. Lu Dashi didn't mind carving the statue by himself, but the problem was, the villagers are unwilling to believe in gods. Lu Dashi also asked everyone about their thoughts. Everyone said that if the gods gave them food, they would help with the work and would thank the gods from the bottom of their hearts, but if they were asked to offer their faith, they might as well drink the blood of animals. Lu Dashi was helpless, so he wanted to communicate with the gods. But Luo Mingyue didn't have time to deal with him for the time being. Luo Mingyue poked her head out and told him, "Put out a few more empty tanks next time." Having said that, he disappeared. Lu Dashi sighed helplessly. At this moment, Luo Mingyue handed the transformation pill to Qianxue. Qianxue asked, "Master, should I take it now?" Qianxue was so touched. "Master, you are so kind." This is the benefit of making a contract with an immortal cultivator. Not only can you transform earlier, but you can also survive the tribulation safely. Find a good master, and he will take care of the problems. Qianxue walked out of the room and took the pill. As the drug took effect, Qianxue felt pain all over her body, as if she was soaked in boiling water and was burned from the outside to the inside. It let out a shrill scream. The sound was so sharp that all the hair on its body stood up. Rushed out to check on Qianxue's condition. Qianxue has turned into a human form. She lies on the ground with a tired look on her face. There were no calamity clouds in the sky, probably because the pill itself had been struck once, and all the karmic disasters had been borne by Luo Mingyue, so after taking it, there was no need to overcome the calamity anymore. When Qianxue was a fox, her entire body was snow white, without any other colors. But when she turned into a human form, there was a red flower-shaped pattern between her eyebrows, as bright as fire. She has a charming appearance and is full of seductiveness. Even Luo Mingyue, a woman, felt inexplicably moved when she saw it. Qianxue's height is about the same as Luo Mingyue's, but she has a slimmer figure, a slender waist, and eyes as bright as water. Luo Mingyue was just about to find clothes for her when she saw a flash of light on her body and a red long skirt appeared on her. Qianxue turned around in a circle excitedly. The morning light pours down, and the red clothes flutter. The smile is gorgeous and beautiful. Luo Mingyue looked at her face and said, "I thought you would look a bit like me after you transformed, but I didn't expect you to look nothing like me."
Ah?
Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, "Well, master, we are just master and servant, not mother and daughter or sisters. We have no blood relationship, so of course we don't look like one." Luo Mingyue said, "You can transform as you please, right? Whatever you imagine in your mind, that's what you will transform into." Qianxue shook her head and said, "Humans cannot decide what they look like after they are born. Similarly, we are the same. Our appearance after transformation is entirely up to fate and is not affected by our own thoughts at all. However, we foxes know the art of transformation. After transformation, we can change our appearance at will. Luo Mingyue nodded, so that's how it is. Qianxue used magic to conjure up a water mirror. She looked in the mirror and said happily, I didn't expect I'm so beautiful. This birthmark between my eyebrows. When she saw the shape of the flower clearly, Qianxue's pupils shrank and she quickly covered her forehead with her hands. Luo Mingyue asked, What's wrong? Luo Mingyue is also a bit obsessed with looks, and she likes both men and women as long as they are good-looking. Of course, Luo Mingyue's appreciation of beauty is pure, not the kind of love. Qianxue stammered, This birthmark, in the eyes of you humans, symbolizes bad luck. Luo Mingyue pondered for a moment and said, Then when you go out, remember to cover yourself up so that others can't see you, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Why?
Qianxue put down her hand, blinked her dark eyes, and said, Master, do you mind? We have already signed the contract. It's too late to mind it, Luo Mingyue said calmly. Besides, I don't care about this. Qianxue explained, This mark is the Lingyuan flower from the demon realm. However, humans think that any creature related to the demon realm symbolizes disaster, so they reject it. In fact, my birthmark does not bring bad luck. On the contrary, the Lingyuan flower is a flower of hope. Qianxue added, My mother is a spirit fox, and my father is a creature from the demon world. He is also the guardian beast of the Lingyuan flower. I vaguely remember my mother saying that she once took a Lingyuan flower. Now it seems that this flower should have entered my body when I was born. Luo Mingyue frowned and said, I heard that the demon world is closed. Where did your father come from? Qianxue said, I am already over 3,000 years old this year. 3,000 years ago, the demon realm and the immortal cultivation realm still had contact. Later, my parents returned to the demon realm to visit relatives. At that time, I just wanted to play with my friends in the tribe, so I didn't go with my parents, who knew that the demon realm suddenly underwent a huge change, and the entire demon realm was closed off, cutting off contact with the immortal cultivation realm. Having said this, Qianxue's eyes dimmed, and she never saw her parents again after that. Having lost the protection of her parents, her treatment in the tribe became worse and worse. Later, Qianxue left the tribe. Not long after I left the tribe, I heard that the tribe leader's child was arrogant and domineering and provoked the tiger tribe. As a result, the entire tribe was surrounded and killed by the tiger tribe, and not a single person was left alive. Qianxue continued, The Lingyuan flower has the effect of attracting good fortune and avoiding disaster, so I was able to avoid disasters many times. But in the eyes of others, it became that wherever I went, there was a disaster, which made it impossible for me to live in the original jungle. I wandered all the way, passed by many places, and finally met you, my master. Luo Mingyue looked strange. It's not a good thing for you to meet me. After all, his original self was a vicious villain, and not someone who is easy to get along with. Qianxue said, Why is it bad? The Cloud Fox clan needs to grow 5 tails before they can transform. I transformed with only 3 tails. Moreover, I have a premonition that if I make a contract with the master, it will be auspicious. Luo Mingyue was slightly stunned, as if thinking about something. Qianxue asked, Master, can you build a house? Luo Mingyue replied, Yes. She picked and chose in the ruins, and put the alchemy furnace, the ore scattered on the ground, and some things that were not destroyed by the thunder into the storage space. The piano that was in the piano room before was not damaged at all, which showed that its quality was extraordinary. Luo Mingyue searched through the memories about the piano in her mind and found that the name of the piano was Fengchun, which means dead comes back to life with spring. Playing the piano and playing music has a healing effect, and it can not only heal the body but also the soul. Luo Mingyue put away her zither and decided to play a couple of songs for people to listen to when she had time. Qianxue used magic to roll up the rubble and dirt from the ruins into the air and threw them far away. Fortunately, the Mingyue sect is vast and sparsely populated, so no one was hit. After clearing away all the debris, Qianxue asked expectantly, "Master, how do you build this house? I'll learn from you, too." Luo Mingyue said, "Okay, but I don't know how long it will take to build. During this time, I need you to help take care of Mo Village." Qianxue was full of questions. Alchemy needed to be done in one go, and the fire of the elixir could not be cut off in the middle, so as not to waste all the previous efforts. However, building a house did not have to be completed in one go. If you were tired, you could stop and rest. But from the tone of the master, building a house did not seem to be easy. While Qianxue was confused, Luo Mingyue had already taken out the ores he had picked up from the storage space, piled them together, and then released a blazing, white divine fire from his fingertips.
Qianxue asked what.
"Is this for?" "All the ores are smelted together, a hodgepodge?" Luo Mingyue didn't say anything. Her attention was already focused on the ores. Luo Mingyue prepares to refine the weapon. However, she lacked talent in composition, painting, and hands-on craftsmanship. She knows how to refine weapons, but refining a spiritual weapon in the shape of a house is a bit difficult. However, Luo Mingyue thought about it and decided that since she was in the Jinan stage, she could go without sleep every day. After all, cultivation could replace sleep. She just needed a separate space to prevent being disturbed when she was refining the elixir. Therefore, the new room only needs to meet the two conditions of being windproof and rainproof and being protected from prying eyes. After figuring this out, Luo Mingyue began to refine it. The blazing white divine fire burned for an hour. The ores were melted into liquid and finally carved into a rectangular box. Luo Mingyue pinched her hands together, drew runes and spells, and when the box cooled, it became a spiritual weapon. It's just that the appearance of the spiritual weapon is a bit strange. The spiritual weapon was a rectangular box with an empty bottom, so it could be turned upside down on the ground. There were two regularly shaped holes on the front of the box, which were clearly visible. Anyone who saw them would know that the two holes were a door and a window, without Luo Mingyue introducing them. Ahem. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Luo Mingyue's face. She obviously felt that this didn't look like a house. But when she looked at it from another angle, she saw that this rectangular box was silver white with ancient runes carved on it. It looked exquisite and solid. "It looks pretty good too." Luo Mingyue dripped a drop of blood on it, contracted the spiritual weapon, and threw it to the ground. The silvery white rectangular box suddenly grew larger and turned upside down on the ground, directly covering the room where the little man was.
Perfect.
Luo Mingyue clapped her hands. She didn't expect that it would only take her 1 hour to solve the housing problem. Qianxue was stunned. "I don't know if I should say this. Does this look a bit like a coffin?" Luo Mingyue corrected him. "No, this is just a box with doors and windows. It's nothing like a coffin. A coffin has a lid, but the top of our house is sealed and can't be lifted." Qianxue nodded with a strange expression on her face and entered the house within a house, which means first walking into the silver rectangular house, and then walking into the house where the little people lived, which is simply called the house within a house. Qianxue went to see the 4 little fox cubs. Even though she had turned into a human form now, her aura had not changed, and the cubs still recognized her. Qianxue carried the cubs out and put them into the silver house, not allowing them to go to the room where the little people lived. Luo Mingyue asked, "I am going to the human world. Is there anything you want?" Qianxue said, "Buy more vegetables, I want to feed the little guy myself." Luo Mingyue nodded. Now that she had a house, she was lacking furniture. She planned to buy some. Although she knew how to refine equipment, it was not necessary for her to refine all the furniture in the room. It would be more convenient to just buy them directly. Moreover, Luo Mingyue had previously ordered furniture for the little ones from a carpenter, and considering the time, it was time to go and get it back. Luo Mingyue flew with the sword. The sword was like flowing moonlight. The sword was sharp and bright, and the scenery under his feet rushed by. The mountain peaks were lush and green. There were birds flying in the woods, and the sunlight was like broken gold flowing sand, coating the woods with a layer of warm brilliance. As the chilly wind blew, Luo Mingyue swooped down towards the human world on a sword. After passing through an invisible barrier, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly became much thinner. She first bought furniture, bedding, some fresh vegetables, cloth, silk, and some daily necessities, and then went to Lu the carpenter. "You're here." Carpenter Lu had a bright smile on his face. He took Luo Mingyue to check his achievements during this period. 300 small rounded corner wardrobes, 800 small Luohan beds, more than 300 dressing tables for women, 1,000 matching small tables and chairs, 800 small square stools, 200 bookcases, 100 wash basin racks, and 300 screens. The precious woods used are red sandalwood and rosewood. Carpenter Lu said, "You only gave me the dimensions of the bed, table, chairs, and rounded corner wardrobe. The rest of the bookcases, screens, and other items were made based on estimated dimensions. They are considered gifts. I wonder if you're satisfied." Luo Mingyue was a little confused. "You did so much." She counted the time on her fingers. It had only been a short time, but Carpenter Lu had already made a pile of them. It was really a bit outrageous. Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Carpenter Lu scratched his head and said, I definitely didn't make this by myself. You gave me 2 gold leaves, which is a huge sum of money. I couldn't eat it all by myself, so I secretly exchanged the gold leaves for a lot of silver. Craftsmen also have their own circles. Carpenter Lu received a big order, and he would be exhausted if he worked on it alone. Although Luo Mingyue did not specify how many small furniture he wanted at the beginning, Carpenter Lu received a large sum of money, so of course he had to make more. So he contracted the task out and even expanded his thinking. He even made some bookcases, wash basin racks, and screens that Luo Mingyue had not mentioned. "Girl, I asked someone to make 2 models of small houses. Because it is difficult to make, I didn't dare to make more. Please pick one and see which style you like, and I will make it according to that one." Luo Mingyue took a look and found a large blue brick and tiled house. The layout and structure was just as she described. A house consisted of several connected rooms with a tiled roof and tall and smooth walls, which enclosed a yard, making it convenient to raise cattle and sheep in the future. Another model is a large mansion with 3 entrances and 3 exits. It can be seen that it was made with great care. It is the scale of a courtyard of a wealthy family, with hanging flower gates, rockery, stone bridges, etc. The pillars and gates are painted vermilion, and there are pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted buildings. There are even mini potted plants on both sides of the road. The pots are made of adobe and sprinkled with broken leaves to add greenery. Judging from the appearance alone, Luo Mingyue would definitely like the big house, but she thought about it. The population of Majia village is only 15 households and 35 people. It would be too luxurious for one family to live in a big house. It would be empty and difficult to clean. But if the villagers were to live together and live collectively, it would not be very realistic. Luo Mingyue finally decided on the large blue brick and tile house and asked the carpenter to build it according to this. Carpenter Lu said, "Okay, no problem. Also, where's your home? I can get a carriage and send all these little things back home for you." Although the furniture is small, there are so many of them that they are difficult to carry when piled up. For example, for the Luohan beds, Luo Mingyue required that each bed be 12 centimeters long. If 800 beds are laid out in a line, it would be a full 96 meters. Not to mention the other furniture, Carpenter Lu specially cleared out a room to stack them all together to save space. Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "No need." She raised her sleeves and waved, and the room was empty in an instant. Carpenter Lu's eyes widened, first in surprise, then in fear. "Immortal." "Immortal?" Luo Mingyue said. "He is just a cultivator, not an immortal." There was nothing to hide about her identity. The mortal world had heard of legends about cultivating immortals. Some people traveled through mountains and rivers for decades in search of an immortal, but failed and died in depression. Some people were lucky enough to meet an immortal who was selecting disciples, and they entered the mountain gate at a young age in search of immortality. There is no harm in Luo Mingyue revealing his identity. Carpenter Lu will only work more attentively. Luo Mingyue took out 3 more gold leaves and said, "This is the remaining money. See if it's enough. If not, I'll add more." Carpenter Lu rubbed his hands and negotiated. "Immortal, I won't accept this gold. Can you see if my son has the talent to cultivate immortality?" Luo Mingyue nodded. "Okay." The 10 disciples chosen by the vicious female supporting role are basically orphans, beggars, abandoned babies, or maids like the heroine by Tian. In short, each disciple has no parents, making it convenient for her to take them home and raise them. Luo Mingyue does not plan to accept any more disciples, but she can still help test their talents. Carpenter Lu carried his son out, a big fat boy of 2 or 3 years old, very lively and not afraid of strangers. Luo Mingyue took out a mirror and shone it at the child. The mirror surface was filled with a soft and not dazzling white light. Carpenter Lu asked hopefully, "How is it?" Luo Mingyue shook her head. "No spiritual roots."
How could that be?
Carpenter Lu's expression was visibly disappointed. The white light was so beautiful, but he actually had no spiritual roots. He didn't give up and begged Luo Mingyue to test him as well. Luo Mingyue held up a mirror and shone it upon him. This time the light on the mirror was green, but the green was darker. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a mixture of blue and black, and very complicated. Luo Mingyue said, 3 spiritual roots of talent. The qualifications are of the lower grade. Carpenter Lu didn't understand what 3 spiritual roots talent meant, but he knew that low-quality talent meant something bad, but he still asked, "Can someone like me join the immortal sect?" Luo Mingyue said, "Our sect will definitely not accept you. As for other sections, the possibility of accepting you is not high either." Carpenter Lu sighed and muttered to himself, "In fact, I also know that I am just an ordinary person. I just fancied that I was lucky to meet the immortal master.
It was rare that you were so easy to talk to.
I thought I was blessed with a good fate and might be able to join the immortal sect by chance and bid farewell to the mortal world. I didn't expect that I would not have such a fate." He adjusted his attitude and said, "Sir, I will build this blue brick and tile house for you right away. If it is convenient for you, you can come to me and pick it up every 10 days or so." Luo Mingyue nodded. "Okay." Carpenter Lu said again, "Please take back the gold leaf." Luo Mingyue said, "No need. It's not easy for you to make a living." Carpenter Lu said firmly, "I told you that I won't take your gold. I'm a man of my word, and I won't break it." "Well, if you don't want gold, then let's take silver." Luo Mingyue nodded calmly, took the gold leaves away, and left a dozen silver ingots. Then, spiritual energy floated around her, and her body disappeared from the spot. Carpenter Lu was left standing there in confusion. Hey, it is too easy for immortal cultivators to make money. They don't care about worldly gold and silver at all, nor are they willing to covet such small profits. If Luo Mingyue was short of money, he only needed to go around the city, pick up a few wanted warrants, or go to the homes of powerful people to get treatment, and he could easily get a lot of gold and silver. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, what are valuable are spirit stones and cultivation resources. So, no matter whether Carpenter Lu wanted it or not, Luo Mingyue had to keep the reward. She didn't want to owe anyone anything. Luo Mingyue returned to her silver box room and began to arrange the furniture. After entering the door of the room, there is a round corner table and 4 benches opposite, with a teapot and teacups on the table. On the left-hand side is an alchemy furnace, and to the left of the alchemy furnace are 2 beds, with the head of the bed connected to the foot of the bed, separated by a screen, and curtains hung around it to create a private space. In the corner, there is a fox den prepared for 4 little foxes. On the right-hand side is the room where the little people are kept. Luo Mingyue performed a dust purification technique, and the whole room became fresh and tidy. Mu Lingyan's hesitant voice came from outside the door. "Master, excuse me, is Master here?" Mu Lingyan really couldn't have imagined that after he went to seek the opinions of his fellow apprentices in the morning, he came back at noon to see that his master had built a new house. The huge silver box almost blinded his eyes. Sparkling silver, dazzling. Ancient runes are carved on the walls, with smooth lines, cold and sharp, mysterious and solemn. The doors and windows are also silver white.
Mu Yan this.
He looked dazed as he looked up at the huge rectangular silver box. This is the first time I have seen a house like this in my lifetime, and it feels weird. Luo Mingyue opened the door and walked out. Mu Yan saluted and said, Master, I, second junior brother, and third junior brother are all willing to participate in tomorrow's chi refining disciple competition. In fact, there are more than just these few. All the disciples want to participate. Even if they can't win a place, it's good to go out and have a look. But they were afraid of performing too poorly in the competition, bringing shame to their master and being punished when they returned. Luo Mingyue estimated that many disciples would not dare to go out with her, and that having 3 of them willing to go was already very good. So she nodded and said, Okay, wait for me at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. Yes, master. Before leaving, Mu Yan couldn't help but take another look at the silver glittering building. Master is still as unique as ever. Luo Mingyue had a lot of things to do today, and it was already late when she returned from the human world. By the time she returned to the house after meeting Mu Yan, the children had already finished lunch and started their nap. Luo Mingyue placed some fruits and osmanthus cakes on the immortal terrace in Majia village as an after-meal dessert. Qianxue played with the fox cubs for a while. When they woke up, Qianxue showed her face in the sky above Majia village and said, I am Qianxue, the fox you saw before. Jiang Yanfeng said, I have seen a fox fairy. Qianxue said, Don't be so polite. I can transform into a human form. Thanks to the master. You only need to worship the master. Don't worship me. Jiang Yanfeng changed his words and said, Yes, Master Qianxue. Luo Mingyue also poked her head out and said, Yanfeng, I brought you gifts. Jiang Yanfeng asked curiously what gift. His eyes were bright and full of devotion and trust in Luo Mingyue. In the entire village, Jiang Yanfeng is the most loyal and steadfast believer. Moreover, he is a man with a lot of ideas. As for Mo Jin, he was born without any reverence for gods. Even though he would kneel down and kowtow to thank the gods for their grace. But sometimes he looked at the immortals with such deep and mysterious eyes that people could not guess what he was thinking. Luo Mingyue put down all kinds of furniture one by one, almost filling up Jiang Yanfeng's yard. She said, If your furniture is old, you can replace it with new ones. Jiang Yanfeng was slightly stunned. The immortal is really very careful.
He can even think of such a thing.
Actually, I have some small change here, but it's a bit large. If you're short of gold or silver, I can give it to you. Luo Mingyue added. Also, I'll ask someone to build a new house. What do you think? Jiang Yanfeng smiled elegantly and gently. It's my honor. Luo Mingyue put the blue brick house outside the village, then put his hand on the ground and said, Jiang Yanfeng, stand on my hand. I will take you there. Qin Qi, the kid next door, was taking a nap. When he heard the immortal's voice, he rubbed his eyes, ran out, and climbed onto Luo Mingyue's fingers before Jiang Yanfeng. Jiang Yanfeng also climbed up. Mo Jin came out of his house and looked up at the sky. Luo Mingyue looked at him. Mo Jin said, Immortal, I want to see it too. Luo Mingyue responded to the request and stretched out her hand, letting Mo Jin stand on her hand as well. The 3 little men looked down. They were a little scared at first, but the cactus's hand moved very slowly and steadily, and gradually they were no longer afraid. Mo Jin pushed open the door and walked into the yard first. Jiang Yanfeng and Qin Qi followed closely behind. The 3 of them walked around the yard, checking every room one by one. Among them, 3 connected rooms are bedrooms, and there are also 2 utility rooms, a kitchen, and a toilet. The walls are also very strong. A normal house should be built 1 brick at a time, but the bricks in Luo Mingyue's world are relatively large, 24 centimeters long, 11.5 centimeters wide, and 5.3 centimeters high. It is definitely impossible to cut them into small pieces and then build them together. They can be directly cut into appropriate size and thickness to build a courtyard. The tiles on the roof can barely be considered tiles. They are relatively smooth and waterproof, and rainwater can flow down easily even when it rains. Luo Mingyue asked, How is it? Are you satisfied with the layout? Emojin replied, very good, about the same size as my house, but much sturdier and looks more impressive. Emojin's family is considered well off in the village, with 4 bedrooms, but some villagers still live in simple, thatched huts. Luo Mingyue said, if you like, we can change the house for you. Jiang Yanfeng raised his head and said, thank you for your kindness, Immortal, but if you arrange everything in detail, it will easily make everyone develop a character that wants to gain something for nothing. Luo Mingyue was stunned. I thought to myself, who has a pet that needs the pet to be self-reliant? Luo Mingyue is ready to support them for the rest of their lives. However, little people are definitely different from pets like cats and dogs. Especially Jiang Yanfeng, he is a very thoughtful person. Luo Mingyue sighed in her heart. It seemed that all the small houses she had ordered would not be used. But soon, Jiang Yanfeng said, replacing the houses can be used as a reward for those hard-working villagers. Luo Mingyue smiled and said, okay. She put down various furniture, and they can also be used as rewards. What kind of wood is this made of? It's so exquisite. Emojin asked, examining the furniture one by one. Luo Mingyue said, it's red sandalwood and rosewood. Haven't you seen it? No, I haven't heard of it. Emojin stopped in front of the dressing table. There was indeed a mirror on the table. It was much clearer than the bronze mirror he used at home and could reflect a person's face clearly. Emojin stood around the dressing table curiously, the word want almost written on her face. Chun-Chi was a little kid, curious about everything, but he was very quiet. He just opened his big dark eyes and looked at everything around him, but he never spoke a word. An idea suddenly flashed through Luo Mingyue's mind, and she asked, Chun-Chi, are you a prophet? Chun-Chi's face was full of surprise. He raised his head and asked, did the immortal see through it? Luo Mingyue couldn't tell. She was just guessing. After all, there is a prophet in Tianlu village, and Chun-Chi is quite similar to that prophet, and they both talk less. Luo Mingyue had wanted to ask him for a long time, but she just didn't find a suitable opportunity. It just so happened that Chun-Chi took the initiative to come here today. Chun-Chi pursed his lips and said with a depressed look, I am useless. I woke up too late and almost made a big mistake. Jiang Yanfeng reached out and rubbed his head, comforting him. You are just a child. Don't take the blame on yourself. Chun-Chi shook his head. You don't understand. Emojin asked, what have you awakened to? Chun-Chi said, awakening the power of blood is just like you. In fact, you have only awakened half of it. You have power but no rules. Emojin felt that this was not something a child could say, so he asked, what is the rules? Chun-Chi did not answer him, but said, every village and town in this world will give birth to a prophet, but some awaken early and some awaken late. Prophets have inherited memories in their blood, and they are born to know a lot of things. They can guide the villagers on how to survive in difficult situations. Chun-Chi added, some prophets have bad luck, like the one born in Tianlu village, where a prophet was actually a baby girl. But the family valued boys over girls and already had several daughters, so the villagers put the baby girl in a basin and let her float away along the river. There was no severe drought at the time. Jiang Yanfeng asked, how do you know this? Chun-Chi blinked his eyes. A prophet knows everything from his ancestors.
He is born knowing.
When I awaken, the memory in my blood allows me to understand many things. I can see the past and the future. There is no price for looking at the past, but if you predict the future or reveal the future, you will change the future. At that time, it may bring you merits or disasters. The prophets are knowledgeable, and every time they do good deeds, they will gain merit. Merit will make the prophets powerful. When the merit is complete, they can ascend to the immortal world. In addition, the prophets are in touch with each other and are restricted by the heaven and earth. I was born here, and I will never be able to leave Mo village in my lifetime. But there are exceptions. The prophetess baby girl from Tianlu village was abandoned by her parents and exiled. From the day she was exiled, she was free and could go anywhere in the world. Although I was also abandoned by my family, it was my family that left, and I was the one left behind, so I can never leave Maja village. As for the silver-haired prophet in Tianlu village now, he arrived at the village later. He cannot come here, because this is my territory. Chunchi added. Brother Mo Jin awakened the DC bloodline. As long as his feet are on the ground, he will have endless power, but DC is not just strong. Brother Zhang's bloodline power is witch. He is born with the ability to see things that others cannot see. He can communicate with the gods and is good at praying for rain, exorcising evil spirits, etc. However, he does not have the ability to tell fortunes, because divination is the power of prophet. Jiang Yanfeng was stunned. Why don't I know that I am a Wuzhu? Qinchi said, because you are only half awakened, just like Brother Mo Jin. Jiang Yanfeng asked again, then how can I continue to awaken? Qinchi said, eat more rice given by the immortal. The rice contains a power that I cannot understand, but it can stimulate the potential of the human body. After a pause, Qinchi continued, it doesn't matter if you don't eat. You have already awakened a part, and you'll fully awaken sooner or later. You just need to wait patiently. You will be fully awakened in a year at the latest. By then, you will understand your identity. Your bloodline has its own cultivation method to guide you to become stronger. Actually, according to the original trajectory, I should have awakened the prophet's bloodline when I was 7 years old, but because I ate rice, I awakened early. Hearing this, Luo Mingyue said, I have a lot of rice, I'll make sure you have enough to eat. She actually wanted to teach the little ones how to practice for a long time, but she faced several problems. First, she needed to check each of them to see if they had any spiritual talents. Different spiritual roots required different cultivation methods, and they couldn't be taught randomly. Second, she had seen Jiang Yanfeng write the 3 words Zianjuatai and found that the characters in the 2 worlds were different. Even if she gave them the cultivation method, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Third, cultivation requires the spiritual energy of heaven, and earth, the world of villains, is isolated from spiritual energy. The paper puppet that Luo Mingyue had placed there before was directly turned into ordinary paper. The spiritual spells he cast were directly decomposed and dissipated into nothingness by the heaven and earth. This shows that this world is not suitable for cultivating immortals. Even if Luo Mingyue passed down some skills, it would be useless, as no one could cultivate it at all. Now, after listening to Qinchi's words, Luo Mingyue realized that the world of villains has its own cultivation system. Unlike the cultivation of immortals, their inheritance is passed on through blood. Moreover, different professions have different powers. Qianxue listened very carefully and had a thoughtful expression. She said, my father seems to be a... Luo Mingyue turned around and asked her, a what? Qianxue shook her head and said, it was too long ago. I can't remember it clearly. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the room. Luo Mingyue didn't care where she went. After all, Qianxue was already a mature fox. It was her freedom to go wherever she wanted. It was impossible for her to report everything she did to Luo Mingyue. Luo Mingyue stretched out her hand and said, come up, I'll take you back. The 3 little men stood on her palm again. Mo Jin fell into deep thought, probably digesting what Qinchi had said to him. Jiang Yanfeng said, Shao-Qi, since you have awakened, why didn't you tell us this earlier? Qinchi said, because you didn't ask. Jiang Yanfeng. Qinchi explained, the prophet cannot reveal information on his own initiative. I can only tell you if you ask me. He added, on the day I awakened, I actually went to your yard, Brother Jiang, and warned you, but you didn't believe me at the time and asked me if I was talking nonsense, so I couldn't tell you the truth and had to leave. Luo Mingyue asked, Shao-Qi, besides the 2 of them, who else in the village can practice? Qinchi replied, Brother Mo Hanshi, there is also a little bit of Earth Master blood in your body, but it is too weak. You may not have the chance to awaken it in this lifetime. But it is not certain. If you eat more rice, it may be possible. Also, the blood of the mother of the 2 brothers of the Mo family is a little special, but I don't know exactly what's special about it. After the immortals came, everyone's future changed. The secrets of heaven were obscured, causing my precognition ability to be inaccurate. Jiang Yanfeng asked. Shao Qi, you said you were trapped in Majia village, so how can you gain freedom and leave here? Chen Qi said, unless my parents come back and personally tell me to get out of this village, which is equivalent to severing the karmic relationship with my relatives, or all my relatives die, then I can leave. While they were chatting, they heard the horrified voices of the villagers below. Oh my God, village chief, how did you two fly out of thin air? And you took the Chen family's child with you. Have you become immortals too? I want to fly too. The villagers could not see the immortal's hand. From their perspective, Jiang Yanfeng and others did not even need to take a step. They stood in the air and moved forward slowly. They looked very powerful. Luo Mingyue sent the three of them home one by one. Then he placed a dressing table in Mo Jin's house and said, I see you seem to like this very much. Thank you, immortal. Of course, Mo Jin liked it very much. He was a filial child. He remembered that his mother treasured a brass mirror in the house when she was young. Unfortunately, he broke it because of his playfulness. Later, he bought a new mirror for his mother, but it was not as smooth and clear as the immortal's mirror. As for other furniture, Mo Jin has no shortage of them, and he has gotten used to living there and doesn't want to replace them. On the other side, Jiang Yanfeng invited again. Shao Qi, live with me. Chen Qi did not refuse this time, but nodded and said, it would be great if my house could be demolished. I don't want anything inside. Luo Mingyue asked, are you serious? I can help you dismantle it. Chen Qi nodded. It would be great if we could demolish Brother Zhang's house as well, and then put up the new house that the immortal showed us today. Jiang Yanfeng actually didn't want his house to be demolished, because this house contained the memories of his life with his parents. However, looking at the new furniture placed in the courtyard, he was silent for a while and said, then tear it down, but I haven't made any contributions. How can I have the face to live in the house given by the immortals? Luo Mingyue comforted him. You have done enough merits. Managing the village is also a kind of merit, not to mention that you also wash for the villagers. Luo Mingyue almost blurted out the word brainwashing and quickly stopped the topic. Jiang Yanfeng went back to the house to pack up his things. He threw away all the old furniture and only needed to pack clothes, daily necessities, and the food that the immortal had rewarded him with. He put them outside the house after he was done. Chunchi didn't have much to pack, just a few thin clothes and some food. While they were packing, Luo Mingyue took out a shovel from the storage space. This was something she bought in the human world. After raising the little man, she wanted to buy some of anything she came across on the road, and it came in handy. Luo Mingyue carefully used a shovel to dig up the houses of Jiang Yanfeng and Qin Qi's family, and then leveled the soil on the ground before putting the new house on top. The new furniture was also placed in the yard. The two Mo brothers came over to help move things. The other villagers were full of envy and gathered around Jiang Yanfeng's house to inspect it. This is a new house given by the immortals. Village Chief Jiang is so lucky. He must have gone to help the immortal. Otherwise, why would the immortal only give him the house and not Village Chief Mo? I also want to help the immortal. Luo Mingyue was above the sky, watching the busy little people. Time passed unknowingly. The sun set in the west, and the little people gathered at the immortal terrace to be fed by the immortals. This time, Luo Mingyue provided 2 stone basins of rice. The other 3 stone basins contained roasted lamb, sweet and sour meatballs, and stewed vegetables. As usual, the little people first worshipped the stone sculpture of the immortal, and the power of faith in everyone was gathered towards the stone sculpture. The immortal always likes to feed me divine rice at night. I will definitely wake up hungry in the middle of the night. It must be because eating the divine rice at night has better effects, so the immortals feed it at night. Luo Mingyue felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, because she always wanted to enrich the little people's diet at noon, and 5 stone basins were not enough for her. Lingmi looked rather light, so it was not even within her consideration. She would only think of feeding it at night, but she didn't feed it very often. After the villagers finished their meal, Luo Mingyue took away the empty stone basins and put down 5 new stone basins filled with food for the villagers to take back. When they were hungry at night, they could just heat them up and eat, saving them the trouble of getting up late at night to cook. After dinner, many villagers felt hot and could not sleep for a while, so they walked and chatted along the street.
Montagchen practices boxing.
Jiang Yanfeng did not run, but did push-ups instead. Chun Chi stood by and counted how many he had made. 1, 2, 3.58.237.842. Jiang Yanfeng was sweating profusely after doing 1,000 push-ups. He stood up and asked, "Why don't you need to exercise?" Chun Chi said, "Because I have awakened, I can absorb it quickly. So that's how it is. I really hope I can wake up soon." Jiang Yanfeng brushed the dust off his hands and went to take a hot shower. Luo Mingyue withdrew her gaze and suddenly remembered that Lu Dashi once said that the silver-haired prophet at night had a very different personality from that during the day. So she came to the sky above Tianlu village to see if she could see the prophet. Luo Mingyue's head was outside the cardboard box, so the little people couldn't see her. Lu Dashi carried a jar of wine, walked to the silver-haired prophet's yard and knocked on the door.
Come in.
The red-eyed prophet spoke lazily. Lu Dashi walked in and asked casually, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" The red-eyed prophet glanced at him, then continued to look up at the moon. "If you have something to say, just tell me." Lu Dashi chuckled and said, "Master Prophet, you know more. I want everyone in our village to believe in immortals and live a good life. Do you have any ideas?" The red-eyed prophet sneered, "It's not like we can't survive, so why should we pin our hopes on an illusory god?" Lu Dashi retorted, "It's not empty or illusory. The things given by the immortals are real. How can they be empty? Besides, the stream is dry now, and there is no water. If the immortals hadn't given us clean water, we wouldn't have been able to survive for long with the blood of animals. Besides, the immortals in Maggia village are really good, kind, merciful, and considerate. We don't need to kneel down to her, just bow to her. What's wrong with us bowing to our savior? Is it too much?" The red-eyed prophet said indifferently, "If the immortal really has nothing to ask for and doesn't need our kneeling, then why do you want everyone to believe in her? She herself doesn't ask for anything, so why are you so anxious? You can't say that. It's us who need the fairy, not her who needs us." Lu Dashi said angrily, "The villagers use the water given by the fairy and accept her kindness with peace of mind, but they are unwilling to worship her. People should have a conscience." The red-eyed prophet was unmoved. "I don't have any conscience. I only worship the moon, not the gods." Lu Dashi muttered, "Isn't that perfect? The immortal in Maggia village is honored as the bright moon immortal. Your worship of her is equivalent to worshipping the moon, right? Wait, what did you say her name was?" The prophet's originally indifferent red pupils burst into a sharp, cold light. The eyes glow red in the middle of the night, which is really scary at first glance. Lu Dashi almost threw away the wine jar in his hand. He took several steps back until his back was against the courtyard door, and he could no longer retreat. Then he replied tremblingly, Mingyue mortal." The light in the red-eyed prophet's eyes faded. He frowned and whispered to himself, "Did I misunderstand? I should be worshipping the moon fairy in the sky, not the moon at night?" Lu Dashi couldn't hear what he said clearly and didn't dare to interrupt him, so he just stood there against the door. Which one should I worship? Or why not worship both? One of them will always work. The red-eyed prophet lowered his head and hesitated for a while. When he looked up, he saw that Lu Dashi was like a wooden stake, not daring to move, with a cowardly expression. The red-eyed prophet smiled and said, "Come over here." When Lu Dashi approached, the red-eyed prophet suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" and looked him up and down. "What's wrong?" Lu Dashi felt uneasy and quickly went into the kitchen, took out 2 wine bowls, and moved out a table and chairs. "Let's drink in the yard today." The red-eyed prophet nodded and watched Lu Dashi busying around quietly. Lu Dashi poured the wine. The red-eyed prophet sat down, took a sip of wine, and finally a smile appeared on his face. He stared at Lu Dashi for a long time with a deep gaze, and there seemed to be a mysterious vortex of stars in his red pupils. After a moment, the red-eyed prophet withdrew his gaze and said, "I see, Daisher, I finally understand why you are so concerned about the affairs of the gods." Lu Dashi said, Because I want the villagers to live a good life. The red-eyed prophet shook his head. No, it's actually because you received her blessing and began to awaken, so you can't help but want more people to believe in her because it's also good for you. Lu Dashi asked, awakening to what? The red-eyed prophet finished drinking the wine in the bowl and replied, awaken the power of blood. Everyone has blood in their body, and blood contains inheritance and power, but most people's blood power is weak, and they can only be ordinary people throughout their lives. But you are lucky. You have been favored by the immortals and awakened the blood of the god crafter. Master craftsman? Lu Dashi laughed and said, I am a craftsman to begin with. Why do I need to awaken my bloodline? Actually, I am very interested in the cultivation that the prophet mentioned. Unfortunately, you told me that in our village, only you can cultivate and no one else can. The red-eyed prophet said, nothing is absolute. You couldn't practice in the past, but you are different now. Really? Lu Dashi asked as he poured the wine, can I practice now? Then can you teach me how to practice? The red-eyed prophet said, the time has not come yet. When you are fully awakened, you will naturally know how to practice. You don't need anyone to teach you. The two continued to drink, and as they drank, the red-eyed prophet said, can you carve a smaller immortal sculpture? Okay, how small?
About as long as my forearm.
What does the prophet want this for? It is enshrined in my home. Lu Dashi was stunned. Did you take the wrong medicine? You actually want to offer sacrifices to the gods. Any questions? Lu Dashi chuckled, no, this is a good thing, leave it to me. The red-eyed prophet had a calm expression and said, also, believing in gods requires letting nature take its course. You don't have to think about spreading your faith in the village. This will easily make people disgusted. Just take care of yourself. Lu Dashi nodded. Okay. The red-eyed prophet picked up the jar of wine and poured wine into his mouth. He tilted his head back, his Adam's apple rolled, his long silver hair was as soft as water, and his dark red pupils were like gorgeous gems, reflecting the moon in the sky. Lu Dashi shouted, hey, leave some for me. This wine was buried by my father 18 years ago. He wanted a daughter, but ended up having me. It's very precious. Why did you give me all of it? Is there? Lu Dashi was stunned for a moment. He looked around, opened the gate and looked outside, then looked up at the roof. Not to mention any human figures. He didn't even see a cat or a dog. The red-eyed prophet smiled and said, you won't find it. Lu Dashi was a bit rebellious. He was not convinced and said, why? I want to find it. The red-eyed prophet raised an eyebrow and said, it is the god you believe in who is watching you. Lu Dashi was stunned. He raised his head and saw the night sky full of twinkling stars, but the familiar face did not appear at all. Lu Dashi suspected that the red-eyed prophet was deceiving him and using this method to divert his attention so that he would no longer pursue the matter of the jar of wine. At this time, the red-eyed prophet stood up, bowed in the direction of Luo Mingyue outside the paper box, and said with a smile, I heard that the immortal is kind and will give us food and drink. I wonder if the immortal has any wine or drinks. Lu Dashi thought he is indeed a prophet, so brave. Luo Mingyue. She actually had some drinks. When I went to the human world before, I wanted to buy everything I saw, but many things were not distributed to the little people. It's not that she is stingy, it's just that she prefers to feed the little people 3 meals a day, as food is the most important thing for people. Luo Mingyue found a jar of wine from the storage space. She bought it from the inn. She didn't drink and didn't remember the name of the wine, but it was the most expensive one in the inn. She poured the wine into the stone basin and put it down. Thank you, immortal. The red-eyed prophet thanked him generously. Lu Dashi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the immortal would actually satisfy the prophet's request. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude and then poured 2 bowls of wine. After sitting down, Lu Dashi held the wine bowl with an excited look on his face. This is the wine given by the immortals. I am a little reluctant to drink it. Chi Tong knew first. Then don't drink. I can finish it all by myself. No, whoever sees it gets a share. Don't even think about keeping it all to yourself. Just as Lu Dashi took a sip, he saw a new stone basin falling from the sky. It contained 3 dishes, sweet yam with sugar, cold peanuts and braised beef. Is this a snack prepared by the immortal? Lu Dashi opened his mouth wide. The red-eyed prophet turned back to the kitchen and got 3 plates, put some dishes on them, and placed them on the table. Lu Dashi seldom got drunk before. Whenever he came here to drink, he would drink in moderation. He mainly drank for the prophet because a drunk prophet would be easier to talk to. But today, Lu Dashi himself was drunk and had a silly smile on his face. Hee, the immortal is watching me. She gives me wine to drink and food to eat. The immortal is so nice. The red-eyed prophet looked at him with disdain. If you get drunk and go crazy and offend the immortal, be careful that the immortal will dislike you. No, I'm not drunk at all. Oh, if I were drunk, I would prostrate myself before the immortal, admit my fault and apologize to her. Then she would forgive me. The red-eyed prophet looked up at the sky. Luo Mingyue slowly poked her head out and asked, "Can you sense me?" The red-eyed prophet smiled slightly. Yes, the immortal has a mysterious and pure aura, so I can naturally sense the immortal's presence. Luo Mingyue asked, "You said Lu Dashi is a divine craftsman. Then do you know what kind of abilities he will have after he awakens?" Hearing this, the red-eyed prophet did not rush to answer, but said, "I thought the immortals knew everything, and were omnipresent. I didn't expect that there are things in this world that the immortals don't know." Luo Mingyue said, "I don't know much about your world. The only thing I can provide is food, clothing, and daily necessities. I can't help with anything else." The red-eyed prophet said, "What the people care about is food and water. The immortal generously rewarded them and saved countless people. This is a great merit. From now on, I will also be a believer of the immortal and worship the immortal day and night." Luo Mingyue said, "There is no need for offering sacrifices. I want to hear more about the knowledge related to divine craftsmen and prophet from you. I can't finish talking about these even if I talk for 3 days and 3 nights. The red-eyed prophet laughed. He seemed unwilling to say more. Instead, he picked up the wine on the table and raised his glass to the sky. "This glass of wine is for the immortal." Luo Mingyue said, "Thank you, but I don't drink." The red-eyed prophet felt that she had a good temper, so he pointed to the 2 stone basins in the yard and said, "Have you ever heard of the saying that a little rice is a favor, but a big rice is a grudge? From now on, just give her some clean water and raw food. There is no need to prepare so much." Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If I stop feeding you one day, it doesn't matter if you scold me. You can't find me anyway. Even if you hate me, you can't come and beat me up. Besides, maybe by then, I will be dead. After all, the system once said that the villains would destroy the world in 500 years, but the system did not send Luo Mingyue any relevant information about the villains in the demon world. It only said that the villains were bloodthirsty and committed all kinds of evil. Luo Mingyue was not sure if he could influence them. He might be beaten to death by the villains as soon as he started to influence them. However, Luo Mingyue has a good attitude. Her point of view is life is long. Enjoy life while you can, live one day at a time. Worry about tomorrow. Cherish every happy day." The red-eyed prophet asked in confusion, "How can an immortal die if his lifespan is as long as the heavens?" Luo Mingyue said, "Although you call me a fairy, I haven't become one yet." The red-eyed prophet said, "You are too modest. You are so powerful that you can block out the sun and the sky. You must be an immortal." Luo Mingyue shook her head. It was pointless to explain anyway, so she simply gave up. Just then, Qianxue burst into the house. A rich rice aroma spread. Luo Mingyue turned around and saw that there were more than 20 plates flying around Qianxue, and each plate was filled with cooked, steaming spiritual rice. Luo Mingyue was stunned. "You did these?" Qianxue shook her head and said, "Of course not. I ran to Morongshir's room and begged him to cook for me. He was very shy and blushed when he saw me, but after hearing about my identity, he became enthusiastic and said he would cook for me, but I didn't want to eat it. I just wanted rice. He has been busy until now and gave me all the plates. Now he is still cooking rice, and I have to send these plates back to him." Luo Mingyue. "The second apprentice is quite honest." Qianxue said, "Master, I don't have any storage space. Please put this rice away. Okay. Luo Mingyue raised her hand and took away all the rice, leaving the plate for Qianxue. Qianxue ran back to deliver the plates. Luo Mingyue looked towards Tianlu village again and found that the red-eyed prophet was still standing there. Lu Dashi had already come out of the toilet, drunk. He drank 2 more bowls of wine, then fell on the table with a plop and fell asleep. The red-eyed prophet raised his head and looked at the jade white finger that was very close to him. He could clearly see the fingerprints on it, and there was a light pink under the nail. The nails were neatly trimmed and round, and the skin was bright and shiny. The red-eyed prophet said, "There is still a lot of wine left. We can continue drinking tomorrow night. I hope the immortal will not take it away." Okay. Luo Mingyue nodded and put down a piece of cloth to cover the 2 stone basins to prevent dust from falling in. However, just as she covered her hand with the cloth and was about to take it back, the red-eyed prophet suddenly took 2 steps forward and grabbed her index finger before her hand was completely lifted off. Luo Mingyue. She looked at this bold little man in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" The red-eyed prophet replied, "I don't know when we will meet again, but I can't help but want to hug you when we say goodbye." After a pause, he continued, "It shouldn't be considered an offense if I just hold my fingers together, right? However, men and women should not touch each other." However, the red-eyed prophet was only a little over 9 centimeters long, not even as big as a palm. Luo Mingyue could send him flying with just a flick of her finger. "It's not an offense," Luo Mingyue replied. Since the red-eyed prophet took the initiative to approach her today, Luo Mingyue was not polite. She reached out and gently touched the red-eyed prophet's hair with her fingertips. The silver hair is as white as frost, silky and smooth. It feels very good. Luo Mingyue had wanted to touch it for a long time, but the little people always called her an immortal, so she was too embarrassed to touch them. After touching it twice, Luo Mingyue was satisfied and said in a coaxing tone, "Okay, go to bed early." The red-eyed prophet did not speak. He tilted his head back, and his dark red pupils somehow became lighter in color, like gorgeous and translucent gems. Luo Mingyue couldn't help but touch his hair again and smiled with curved eyes. "Good night." The red-eyed prophet also laughed, "Good night." He looked up and watched the immortal's face disappear into the horizon quietly. After a long while, he murmured softly, "The immortal touches my head." The next morning, Luo Mingyue reunited with his disciples. Mu Lingyan bowed, and the other 2 disciples followed suit. "Master." Luo Mingyue responded and raised his hand to summon the spirit sword. With a wave of his hand, the spirit sword expanded several times. Not to mention 4 people, even 8 people would be able to stand on it. The sword was as bright as snow, and it was floating steadily in the air. Luo Mingyue was the first to step on the flying sword. "Come on up." Murong sure looked worried. He and his fellow apprentices could not fly. What if they were blown away by the wind while stepping on the flying sword? But he did not dare to raise any objections. He could only step onto the flying sword with trepidation. The 3rd junior brother followed closely behind him. As for Mu Lingyan, he stood at the very end. It was his first time on a flying sword, and he thought it would be more convenient for him to look after his 2 junior brothers if he stood at the back. The magic sword rose into the air and flew into the sky. Luo Mingyue opened up his spiritual power shield and protected several disciples silently. The invitation sent by Xuanxingmin had a built-in positioning effect. Luo Mingyue followed the direction indicated on the invitation and flew for 2 hours before arriving at the Tianji Island where Xuanxingmin was located. It was already noon when we arrived. Luo Mingyue muttered, "What a mistake. I didn't expect the distance to be so far that it would take 4 hours to fly. I should have set off earlier." Tianji Island is located in a vast ocean. Access is by boat or by flying a sword like Luo Mingyue. The leader of Xuanqing sect was already standing at the door waiting. He looked to be around 20 years old, with long dark purple hair like brocade, and even his pupils were deep purple. He was handsome, wearing a crescent-shaped white gown with star patterns embroidered on it with gold thread, and had a tall and slender figure. He seemed to be tired of waiting, with his arms folded, his back leaning against the door frame, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a lazy look on his face. Only when he saw Luo Mingyue landing did he stand up straight, walk forward, and said with a smile, "I guess this must be the leader of Mingyue sect, right? He is truly outstanding and unparalleled in the world. I am Qi Zixing, the leader of Xuanqing sect. My name is Luo Mingyue, sorry for being late." Qi Zixing smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. The fact that the sect master is willing to come here is already a huge honor for me." Qi Zixing had a warm smile on his face, and he spoke very politely, making people feel comfortable. He turned around and introduced, "Master, the one standing behind me is Jinwu Chibi, the owner of Hongri Villa." Golden Crow Chibi? The name sounds a bit strange. Jinwu Chibi is an uncle with a square face who looks very decent. He appears to be about 40 years old and wears a bright red robe, which is very eye-catching. Luo Mingyue had seen him a long time ago and thought he was Qi Zixing's follower. She was secretly wondering why he was dressed so ostentatiously. She didn't expect that he was actually the owner of Hongri Manor. Jinwu Chibi said with a smile, "Hello, Sect Master Luo. You can call me Jinwu or Chibi, whichever comes more convenient to you." "Okay, Master." Luo Mingyue nodded and smiled, not choosing any name to call her. Jinwu Chibi took the initiative to ask, "You only brought 3 disciples?" Luo Mingyue nodded, "Yes." Jinwu Chibi exclaimed, "Your disciples are much better looking than my disciples." He is a face-obsessed person, and his focus is not on cultivation but on appearance. Luo Mingyue exchanged a few pleasantries with him casually. Everyone was a cultivator and did not need to eat lunch. Luo Mingyue's 3 disciples were taken away by the people from Xuanqing sect to rest. As for Luo Mingyue, together with Jinwu Chibi, under the leadership of Qi Zixing, they wandered around Tianji Island and familiarized themselves with the environment. During the conversation, the 3 of them had a great time. Luo Mingyue actually doesn't like this kind of annoying social interaction, but whether it is Qi Zixing or Jinwu Chibi, they both have high emotional intelligence, speak very nicely, are very gentlemanly, and take special care of Luo Mingyue. The most important thing is that these 2 people actually prepared gifts for Luo Mingyue. Qi Zixing said, "I don't know what the sect master likes, so I can only give you 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. I hope the sect master will not despise it." Jinwu Chibi said, "We have a divine beast in Hongri Villa. It absorbs the purple air from the east every day, and its tears can turn into rare purple sun ore. I heard that the sect master can refine weapons, so I prepared 100 pieces of purple sun ore and wanted to give them to you. 100 pieces is indeed a little too little, but the divine beast has been crying every day recently, and it feels a little weak. I will let it cry again after a while, and I hope the sect master will not think it is too little." Luo Mingyue waved her hands and said, "No, don't give me these. I left in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything. There is no gift to give in return." Jinwu Chibi handed over a storage bag and said, "Master, please accept it. I have already brought the ore." Qi Zixing also put the storage bag he had prepared into Luo Mingyue's hand. Luo Mingyue suddenly started to get scared. After all, if someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. These 2 people are a little too enthusiastic. Okay, now that the sect leader has accepted the gift, let's get ready to start the disciple competition. Qi Zixing led the way with a smile. Jinwu Chibi was also extremely happy, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching the sky, and no one knew what he was so happy about. Luo Mingyue decided to meet up with his disciples first, and if he found anything wrong, he would run away with them. The competition venue for the Qi refining disciples was on the arena on Tianji Island. Hongri Villa brought 4 disciples, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, who were particularly pleasing to the eye. Xuanqing Gate had 3 disciples appear. Luo Mingyue was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Are there any rewards for the top few?" Qi Zixing said, "Top 10. Luo Mingyue asked again, "How many disciples are participating in the competition today?" Jinwu Chibi said, "There are exactly 10 disciples." Luo Mingyue was speechless. had originally had some expectations for the disciples' competition. After all, she brought Mu Lingyan with her. Mu Lingyan was the hero of the novel, with incredible luck. Not to mention fighting against opponents of the same level, he could even fight against opponents of higher levels. By then, he would surely defeat everyone with a crushing manner, win the first place, and steal the limelight. Result: there are only 10 disciples in total. Even if Mu Lingyan won first place, it would not be surprising. Luo Mingyue asked, "There are many disciples in Xuanqing sect. Why don't you send some more out?" Qi Zixing smiled and said, "Guests are welcome. We should be the hosts and not send too many disciples. Otherwise, it will be suspected that we are bullying the minority with our numbers." Luo Mingyue said, "The rewards for the competition were originally paid by you, so it doesn't matter if you give more." Qi Zixing changed the subject and said, "The competition has begun." The disciples began to draw lots and compete in pairs. There are 3 arenas on the ground, so there will be 3 matches first, then 2 matches to determine the top 5. Next, one of the 5 disciples will be given a bye, and the remaining 4 will continue to duel in pairs. The hero Mu Lingyan was indeed very lucky, as he became the lucky one who got a bye. The 10 Qi refining disciples were all good-looking, and with the addition of spells of various colors blooming one after another, it was like a kaleidoscope, full of splendor. Luo Mingyue watched with great interest for a while, but before she could get enough, the disciples' competition was over. The 3 disciples she brought with her directly monopolized the top 3 spots. It was so simple that Luo Mingyue felt like a fool for flying 4 hours to see this. The disciples who had finished the competition came over and stood behind their own master's seat. Jinwu Chibi praised Luo Mingyue for being really good at teaching his disciples, and hoped that Luo Mingyue could pass on some of his experience to him. Luo Mingyue said modestly, "In fact, the most important thing is the disciples' own efforts. I adopt a laissez-faire teaching style and rarely pay attention to them." Jinwu Chibi said, "How is it possible?" "It must be because of the sect master's good teaching." Luo Mingyue chatted with him for some meaningless nonsense, and Qi Zixing couldn't stand it anymore, so he got to the point. "Sect master, we asked you to come here this time because we have something to ask of you." Luo Mingyue asked, "What's the matter?" Qi Zixing said, "I heard that the sect leader has a whip." Jinwu Chibi asked, "Can you whip these 4 disciples I brought with you?" Luo Mingyue looked calm, but she was actually stunned. She blinked and said dryly, "Master, if you want to punish a disciple, just do it yourself. Why do you want me to do it for you? Why do you have to pretend to be confused, sect master?" Jinwu Chibi sighed and said, "I don't have a good thing like the spirit-stealing whip. A few whips can remove the impurities on the spiritual roots. Although it is painful and cold when being beaten, but wanting to change the aptitude of spiritual roots is itself a heaven-defying thing, so it is normal to suffer a little."
"Yes."
Qi Zixing nodded. His brilliant purple eyes looked at Luo Mingyue seriously and said, "Ordinary people cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining stage, and then go up to the foundation establishment stage, but after being hit by the soul-stealing whip, they can cultivate to the 10th level of Qi refining stage. As long as they lay a solid foundation, they will have a bright future. Unfortunately, the soul-stealing whip is only effective for disciples in the Qi refining stage, otherwise, I would also like to be hit a few times." Luo Mingyue. Wait, soul-stealing whip? In the memory of the vicious female supporting character, she picked up a whip one day that was very handy to use. She named it the Frozen Soul Whip and used it to punish her disciples. But now, after listening to what these 2 people said, Luo Mingyue felt a little confused. She thought about it and took out the Frozen Soul Whip from the storage space. Jinwu Chibi said excitedly, "Yes, it is this whip." Luo Mingyue asked curiously, "How do you know it's in my hand?" The vicious female supporting character only used the whip to beat her disciples and never took it out. How did outsiders know about the existence of this whip? At this time, Qi Zixing explained, "We in the Xuanqing sect are good at deducing the secrets of heaven. Some time ago, Brother Jinwu wanted to find a way to improve his spiritual roots in this world, so he came to see me and asked me to help find it. I dreamed of the Manhwa sect through the stars, and saw the sect master whipping his disciples with a whip. After waking up from the dream, I used the mysterious star technique to project the appearance of the whip, and learned its name and function. Brother Jinwoo was also beside me. We discussed it, and each prepared a small gift. Then, I invited you here in the name of the competition. The main reason was that it was quite difficult for Jinwoo Chibi to prepare the Ziyang ore. The poor beast cried for several days in a row, and his eyes were swollen. Luo Manhwa handed the whip to Chi Zixing. Master, I'll lend you the whip. Can you do it yourself? Chi Zixing shook his head and said, This whip is the sect master's contracted spiritual weapon. It is only effective when the sect master takes action. It is useless for us to take it. Jinwoo Chibi said, Master, don't worry. The 4 disciples I selected are all strong-willed people. They can withstand at least a dozen lashes. Master, don't save your energy. Just beat them as much as you want. Luo Manhwa. She was a little hesitant to do it. Chi Zixing said considerately, Xuanqing sect has a law enforcement hall. There is a cross in the room. It is more convenient to hang people up and beat them. Do you want to beat them here, or do you want to go to the law enforcement hall? Luo Manhwa didn't want to go anywhere. But she accepted so many high-quality spirit stones from Chi Zixing, she couldn't just take the money and not do anything, so she could only say, Then let's do it here. Chi Zixing thanked him and asked his 3 disciples to go up to the stage together. Luo Manhwa also walked onto the stage, raised his sleeves, and swung out a whip. The force was just right, hitting the 3 disciples in turn. The screams were so sharp and shrill that they almost pierced the eardrums. The 3 disciples rolled on the ground holding their wounds. Luo Manhwa thought that if he used 10,000 high-quality spirit stones for just one whip, it would be a waste, so he whipped a few more times. The disciple who was beaten was almost going crazy, tears streaming down his face, looking miserable and pitiful. Seeing his disciples crying pitifully, Luo Manhwa stopped. Chi Zixing gritted his teeth and took out another storage bag. Sect Master, give me a few more lashes. I still have 500 high-grade spirit stones here. He had a painful expression on his face. This was his only remaining private money. The rest of the spirit stones and magic weapons were in the sect's treasury. He used them to train his disciples, and he was reluctant to use them. Jinwoo Chibi said, When the sect master whips my disciples later, please do your best and try to whip them a few more times before they pass out. If the sect master feels that the reward is not enough, I can add more. Don't stop.
What?
You have to whip someone until they faint? Mu Lingyan and the others were so shocked that they were speechless because they all avoided being whipped, but today, someone actually begged the master to whip him and was even willing to exchange it with high-quality spirit stones, saying that being whipped would have benefits. Could it be that they had misunderstood the master before? But the master was indeed moody. Sometimes it's crazy. Mu Lingyan felt his head was in a mess. He didn't know what he was thinking. He just stared blankly at his master's back. A thought flashed through Morongshir's mind. Master charges for beating others, but beats me for free. So, Master is pretty good to me. The 3rd disciple was a sunny and handsome young man. He had been beaten by the frozen soul whip twice before and felt excruciating pain. When he was beaten the 2nd time, he said without thinking that he hated his master to death and that he would rather beg and wander in the world than be picked up by his master. After that, his master stopped beating him and ignored him. In the entire sect, the eldest brother was the one who received the most whippings. At this moment, on the ring, Luo Manhwa swung the whip a few more times and clearly felt that a lot of the spiritual power in his body had been reduced. Before, Luo Manhwa flew on the sword for 4 hours without stopping and still felt that his spiritual power was vast and boundless. But now, after only 10 whips, his spiritual power decreased sharply. Soon, Chi Zixing's 3 disciples fainted from the pain. It was the turn of the 4 disciples from Hongri Villa to go on stage. There were 2 men and 2 women. All of them had expressions of being ready to die. Luo Manhwa had experienced this time, and he whipped his disciples one after another without pausing in between, hoping to knock them out as soon as possible so that they could be freed sooner. However, these 4 disciples obviously persisted longer. There was a woman among them who, even though she was trembling all over, still stood upright and refused to fall down. Luo Mingyue hit her more than 20 times before the woman rolled her eyes and fell limply to the ground. Luo Mingyue was also extremely tired. Although he still had some spiritual power left, he felt dizzy. Everything in front of me was doubled. In a trance, she heard the system shouting, "What's going on? Why did it consume so much? The Ziyang ore is still valuable, but is it worth whipping a mere 10,000 high-quality spirit stones? I'm so mad, I'm so mad." The system was furious and cursed Qi Zixing. It also said that the soul-stealing whip was a priceless treasure and should be exchanged for treasures that could not be bought on the market. He was such a treacherous person and deserved to die. Luo Mingyue couldn't hear what was said afterwards because she fainted. Qi Zixing took out a bed from his storage bag. Considering the gender difference, Qi Zixing did not take action, but used magic to slowly place Luo Mingyue on the bed. "Master." Mu Lingyan and other disciples rushed over quickly. Qi Zixing comforted him. "Don't panic. The soul-stealing whip is extremely powerful. There is a price to pay for using it. Your master beat 7 people at once today. He was exhausted and may need to rest for a while. The 3 of you carry her back to the room and watch her wake up."
Yes.
Mu Lingyan lowered his eyes and looked at his master's pale face. He felt a little uncomfortable inside. He and his 2 junior brothers used magic to take the bed away. The disciples of Xuanqing sect hurriedly carried away the people who were knocked unconscious by the whip. After everyone left, Jinwu Chibi said, "Brother Qi, sect leader Luo beat my disciple very hard and even knocked herself out. Do you think I should give her some compensation?" Qi Zixing nodded. "Indeed, but sect leader Luo's behavior is a little confusing to me. I originally thought that she would only give me 10 or so lashes at most, but who would have thought that she would fight so hard?" Jinwu Chibi said, "Yes, and she actually dared to faint right under our noses, not afraid that we would take the opportunity to lock her up or kill her. She is really brave." Qi Zixing said, "I think you are really brave. You still want to imprison and humiliate her. You are simply courting death." Jinwu Chibi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Qi Zixing said, "Even if Sect Master Luo was seriously injured and lying in front of me one day, I would never dare to disrespect her, and I would even rush to treat her wounds and give her medicine." Jinwu Chibi frowned and said, "Why do I feel that you are a little afraid of her? The 3 of us are all in the Jindan stage. Although her strength is the most advanced, if we add up the 2 of us, we can always beat her, right?" Qi Zixing snorted and laughed. "This is not a question of strength at all. There are some things I can't say, and the secrets can't be revealed. Anyway, just make friends with her." Jinwu Chibi nodded heavily. "Well, just based on the soul-stealing whip in her hand, I will definitely make friends with her." In fact, he originally wanted to join forces with Qi Zixing to kill people and steal treasures, but unexpectedly Qi Zixing stood on Luo Mingyue's side, so he had to give up the idea. Jinwu Chibi was secretly puzzled. The reason why Mingyue sect became one of the 3 major sects was all because the sect leader Luo Mingyue had the cultivation base of the Jindan stage. Otherwise, based on the size of the sect alone, Mingyue sect would not even be ranked. The disciples in the sect were all in the Qi refining stage. Even if Luo Mingyue was killed, her disciples would not have the strength to avenge her. I really don't understand what Qi Zixing has to worry about. Could it be that Luo Mingyue has some powerful backing? Jinwu Chibi thought for a moment and finally decided to continue to maintain friendly relations with Mingyue sect in the future. After all, Qi Zixing was able to predict the future and what he said made sense, so it was correct to listen to him. Luo Mingyue had a dream. In the dream, the system scolded her for a long time and finally said, "In the future, you are not allowed to use the whip easily. You can only hit 5 people at most at a time, no more." Luo Mingyue didn't ask why. She nodded to indicate that she had taken note of it. The system said again, "Spiritual stones are too cheap. From now on, put Qi Zixing on the blacklist and ignore this miser." Luo Mingyue said, That's 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. How can it be cheap? Spirit stones are the currency in the world of immortal cultivation and can be used to purchase magical instruments, elixirs, and other items. The system said, "You can have as much of this thing as you want. You might as well exchange it for some medicinal herbs, minerals, or even a pet egg." Wait, have you contracted a pet? Luo Mingyue nodded. Yes, I contracted a fox named Qianxue. The system did not continue on this topic, but asked, "By the way, do you like the gift I gave you?" Luo Mingyue said, "I like it very much." That's good. I'm going to continue sleeping. I woke up halfway this time, which consumed a lot of energy. I don't know if I can wake up on time in half a year. I might sleep a little longer.
Remember to think of me.
Luo Mingyue opened her eyes and saw a handsome young man standing by her bed. Luo Mingyue called out, "Murongshi?" Murongshi shuddered subconsciously and said quickly, "Master, I'm here." Luo Mingyue rubbed his still aching temple and asked, "How long have I slept?" "Half an hour." After Murongshi answered, he continued, "Big brother and third junior brother have been called by Master Qi to receive their reward. They should be back soon." Luo Mingyue sat cross-legged and began to recover his spiritual power. Murongshi consciously sat on a chair nearby, not daring to make a sound to disturb them. Perhaps it was because Luo Mingyue's spiritual power was severely depleted. When she sat down to practice, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here frantically, forming a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual energy, which poured into Luo Mingyue's body. Everyone in the Xuanqing sect was alarmed. During their usual practice, everyone's speed of absorbing spiritual energy was very normal. They had never seen a scene as massive as Luo Mingyue's. The spiritual energy of the entire Tianji Island was drained away. Some elders were in seclusion, but halfway through, they suddenly felt that the spiritual energy around them was fleeing frantically, with not a trace left. How can I go into seclusion like this? Everyone couldn't help but start tracing the source. Jinwu Chibi was originally planning to say goodbye and leave, but he sensed some commotion and came over to join in the fun. Jinwu Chibi said with a smile, "Brother Qi, congratulations. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gathering. This is a sign that a treasure will be born." Qi Zixing held his forehead with his hand. "What treasure is there? Didn't you realize that this is a guest room?" Jinwu Chibi looked carefully and asked, "Who lives in there?" "Who else could it be?" "Of course, it's Sect Master Luo." "This." Jinwu Chibi was skeptical. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered more and more, strong winds blew all around. The roof could not bear the weight and made a cracking sound. This sound seemed to become a fuse. The next second, the eaves were blown off by the strong wind, and the walls, tables, chairs, and other objects were swept into the sky. Qi Zixing raised his hand and gathered all these things back, putting them into the storage bag, and explained, "There are too many disciples, so we need to be frugal. We can't let this furniture be swept away." Jinwu Chibi had no time to deal with him, because as the house collapsed, the only people left were Luo Mingyue, who was sitting cross-legged, and Murongshi, who was clinging to the foot of the bed. Murongshi was so blown that he couldn't speak, and even found it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, he was quick and grabbed the foot of the bed. Otherwise, he would have been blown up along with the furniture. In fact, it would be good if it flew up to the sky so that Qi Zixing could pull it back, but Murongshi couldn't open his eyes and couldn't see what was happening outside. He was afraid that if he let go, he would be blown away and fall to the ground and be half dead. Therefore, he didn't dare to let go at all. Luo Mingyue was completely unaware of the strange phenomena in the outside world. She only felt countless spiritual energy pouring in from all directions, filling her whole body, making her feel warm and comfortable. No wonder some people can stay in seclusion for many years. It turns out that immersing oneself in cultivating immortals is such a wonderful thing. The meridians and dantian gradually filled up. The pain in my head was gently soothed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and my limbs felt light and energetic, refreshed. After Luo Mingyue finished replenishing his spiritual energy, he stopped practicing and then saw people everywhere. There were so many disciples of Xuanqing sect. They formed a black mass and surrounded Luo Mingyue. Just as Luo Mingyue was thinking about what was going on, she heard a trembling voice full of grievance. Master, Master. It's Morong Shi. He was lying on the ground, holding onto the bed legs with both hands. His face was covered in dust, and his hair was messy. Luo Mingyue narrowed her eyes dangerously and asked, Who bullied you? She bent down and pulled Morong Shi up from the ground. No, Master, no one bullies me. Morong Shi shook his head, too embarrassed to say that he was blown by the wind. He performed the cleansing dust technique to clean himself up. Qi Zixing quickly asked everyone to disperse, saying that the fun was over and they should stop gathering here. Jinwu Chibi said with envy, Master Luo's terrifying cultivation speed and exaggerated affinity with spiritual energy, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the darling of heaven. He suddenly understood why Qi Zixing didn't dare to provoke Luo Mingyue. This girl must have great luck. You should know that there is a huge formation on Tianji Island that can ensure that the spiritual energy in the air is evenly distributed. According to Qi Zixing, this is to ensure fairness. No matter where you live on the island, the concentration of spiritual energy you feel is the same. When the spiritual energy of the entire island rushed towards Luo Mingyue, the Tongtian array was actually resisting, but it was unable to resist, so a violent gale was formed. Most people could not practice under such circumstances, but the funnel formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly protected Luo Mingyue inside it. No matter whether it was the strong wind or the noisy discussions, they were all isolated outside, ensuring that Luo Mingyue could practice with peace of mind. These spiritual energies of heaven and earth seemed to have consciousness and were leaning towards Luo Mingyue. I'm glad that the sect master has woken up. I was planning to take you to my treasure house to pick out an item as a parting gift. Qi Zixing stepped forward and said, A parting gift? Jinwu Chibi was stunned, thinking, why don't I have one? But Qi Zixing ignored him and explained to Luo Mingyue what had just happened while leading the way and taking Luo Mingyue to the treasure house. Luo Mingyue was shocked. She didn't expect that her destructive power was so strong. Qi Zixing said, Master, you don't have to blame yourself. Spiritual energy is from heaven and earth and does not belong to any sect. Anyone who wants to absorb it can do so. As for the guest room, it was also damaged by our sex formation. It has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, the collapse of the guest room was our fault, and we should compensate for it. Luo Mingyue. Although the system told me to pay less attention to Qi Zixing, he is not only handsome and speaks nicely, but he also takes all the responsibilities on himself, which makes it really hard for people to have a bad impression of him. The two of them came to the treasure house on Tianji Island together. When the door of the treasury opened, Luo Mingyue's eyes were almost blinded. The treasury was filled with golden light and the aura of a wealthy person. Luo Mingyue suddenly understood why the system called Qi Zixing a stingy guy. Suddenly, she felt that the 10,000 high-quality spirit stones were not so attractive. The treasure house was not only filled with a large number of spiritual instruments and magic weapons emitting golden light, but also with many golden talisman papers, golden ink, and even a golden egg. Qi Zixing explained, I may have a trace of dragon blood in my body. I prefer gold, and like to collect all kinds of shiny things. The master can pick any item he likes from here and take it away. Luo Mingyue fell in love with the golden egg in the treasure house at first sight.
Ah.
Qi Zixing didn't know how to respond for a moment. Luo Mingyue asked, Can I pick this egg? Qi Zixing nodded. Yes, of course. I don't know what kind of egg it is. I wanted to hatch it, but after 100 years, there is no movement at all. Luo Mingyue said, That's perfect. I'll just roast it and feed it to my little pet. This egg is full of spiritual energy. Eating it will definitely strengthen your body. Qi Zixing was speechless. He was a little reluctant to do so. After all, the egg looked like it was made of pure gold and was gleaming with light. It was luxurious and beautiful. Perhaps it could hatch a powerful spiritual beast. Even if it couldn't hatch, it would be nice to display it as a decoration. He didn't expect that sect Master Luo had such different ideas and actually wanted to eat it. Qi Zixing was silent for a moment, then said, "Anyway, this egg has been given to sect Master Luo. You can do whatever you want with it." His heart was bleeding as he said these words. After all, Xuanxingmen is a wealthy and powerful family, so they need to spend frugally. Luo Mingyue put the golden egg into the storage space and said, "Thank you for the hospitality of Master Qi today." Qi Zixing said, "Sect Master Luo, why don't you take a rest for a night and leave with your disciples tomorrow morning?" Without waiting for Luo Mingyue to refuse, he added, "It's getting late. There are often huge sea beasts in the sea. It's safer to leave during the day." Luo Mingyue nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Master Qi." Qi Zixing arranged a new room for her and placed his 3 apprentices next to her. Luo Mingyue had just absorbed all the spiritual energy of the entire island in the afternoon. He didn't want to cause any trouble at night, so he just quietly prepared to go to bed. As soon as she lay down, she heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I found it was Mu Lingyan.
Master.
He was dressed in white, with a tall and slender figure and picturesque features. Mu Lingyan lowered his eyebrows and said respectfully, "Is Master feeling better?" Luo Mingyue replied, "Very good." Mu Lingyan raised his eyes to look at her, then lowered his head again. "Master, regarding the whip, it's all my fault."
Huh.
Luo Mingyue raised her eyebrows in confusion, not understanding why he said that. Mu Lingyan's voice was dry, and his face was ashamed. "Master once said that being whipped was for my own good, but I was young and ignorant at the time. I just thought that Master was punishing me, and I had a deep grudge against Master. I have misunderstood Master for many years. I hope Master will forgive me." As he said this, he bent his knees and knelt down towards Luo Mingyue. Luo Mingyue racked her brains and began to search her memory. Because the vicious female supporting role had a relatively large brain capacity, it covered many skills and knowledge such as alchemy and refining. As for the memories of her disciples, they were all selectively faded by the vicious female supporting role herself. She didn't even remember the names and appearances of some disciples. Except for the eldest disciple, she didn't seem to care much about other disciples. Not long after, Luo Mingyue saw from her memory that a 5-year-old child was brought up the mountain. This child was naturally Mu Lingyan. The vicious female partner tested Mu Lingyan's spiritual roots and said softly, "You have a single spiritual root, but the spiritual root foundation is very poor. It may take more than 10 years or even decades to improve, and the process is very painful. You need to stay in the qi refining stage for many years. Only in this way can you lay a solid foundation and allow you to go further on the road of cultivation in the future." These heartfelt words were completely like talking to a cow. A 5-year-old mortal child, who had just been brought to the mountain, was completely clueless and didn't even know how to read. He had never been exposed to cultivation and had no idea what spiritual roots were, let alone what the qi refining stage was. Most importantly, who can remember what they heard when they were 5 years old? As we grow older, our memories of the past have long since become blurred. What's more, the 5-year-old Mu Lingyan was a little beggar. He asked timidly, "Sister, I can help you work. Will you give me food?" The vicious female partner patted his head with pity. "Yes, I will make sure you are well fed." The vicious female supporting character is taking care of a child for the first time and is extra dedicated. When Mu Lingyan was 10 years old, the vicious female supporting character felt that it was time to teach the child how to practice, so she used the soul freezing whip. Mu Lingyan burst into tears and fainted after being whipped only once. His practice was very difficult, he stumbled a lot, and even absorbing spiritual energy was a struggle for him. The vicious female supporting character would beat him every once in a while. Gradually, Mu Lingyan finally cultivated to the first level of qi refining stage and became a true immortal cultivator. During this time, when Mu Lingyan was being beaten, the vicious female supporting role did say, "Lingyan, don't blame me. I did this for your own good." But the child had long forgotten what he heard when he first came up the mountain. He begged, "Master, I will work hard to cultivate. Please don't hit me. I will be very obedient." The vicious female supporting role comforted her. Only if you are patient can you become stronger. Master will not harm you.
Muling cried pitifully.
Although he was very grateful for the kindness of the evil master in raising him, but after being beaten too many times, even a biological child would have negative emotions, not to mention that Mu Lingyan is not a biological child. The seeds of hatred took root in the heart and grew into a towering tree as he grew older. When Mu Lingyan was 20 years old, the vicious female supporting character brought back another child, Morongshur. Within a few years, he brought back several apprentices with miserable life stories. These children were left to Mu Lingyan to raise. The vicious female supporting role was very busy researching various things, but she would remember to beat her apprentices every month. At the beginning, she beat the few children behind her. Later, Mu Lingyan protected them and was reluctant to let them get beaten. The vicious female supporting role thought that Mu Lingyan had the worst aptitude and should indeed be beaten more often, so she followed his wishes. Later, the disciples had almost grown up, and the vicious female supporting character discovered that the disciples all hated her. She didn't understand where this hatred came from. After all, she had done a good thing by rescuing these children. Even if she had neglected to discipline them, they were at most not close to her. Why did they hate her? The vicious female supporting character didn't understand, but also felt angry and heartbroken. In addition, she seemed to be studying a magical artifact, which was a book. The book seemed to be stained with an ominous curse, causing the vicious female supporting character to become more and more crazy, and her behavior began to become outrageous. She often beat and scolded her apprentices. My memory of what happened afterwards is a little vague, and the whereabouts of the artifact is unknown. Next, Luo Mingyue traveled through time and took over the identity of the vicious female supporting role. Luo Mingyue. She thought Mu Lingyan was born with excellent spiritual roots. After all, he was the male protagonist, but who would have thought that he was beaten? Luo Mingyue was in mixed emotions and felt her mind was a little confused. Luo Mingyue came back to her senses and said, "Get up, don't kneel anymore." Mu Lingyan shook his head and said, "Master, I am guilty. Please punish me, otherwise I will feel guilty." Luo Mingyue asked, "How do you punish me?"
"I've whipped too many people today.
I'm a little tired and can't do it anymore. Besides, are you sure you're here to be punished?" The last question was a rhetorical question with a sarcastic tone, because every time Mu Lingyan came to receive punishment, he was whipped. Now being whipped has become a good thing. If Luo Mingyue whipped him, it would not be a punishment at all, but a reward. Mu Lingyan opened his mouth, feeling even more guilty, because he was not the only one who hated his master. Under his influence, his fellow junior brothers and sisters were also full of resentment towards their master. Luo Mingyue said, "It's late. Go to bed." Mu Lingyan said, "Master, I will explain it clearly when I return." Luo Mingyue didn't answer and slammed the door. Originally, she wanted to ease the relationship with the male protagonist and his disciples, but for some reason, she felt a tightness in her chest. She didn't know if it was the emotions of the original owner of the body that made her not want to talk much and just want to go back to the room to sleep. After she closed the door, Mu Lingyan knelt there for another half an hour before he stood up with heavy feet and returned to his room. Mu Lingyan sat at the table, recalling every detail of the past, and found that he couldn't sleep at all. He treated his fellow students as his family, but forgot that his master also raised him with great care. Today, Master beat someone and even knocked herself unconscious. This shows that every time she whips someone, even though it looks easy, it actually takes a lot of her energy. Mu Lingyan felt even more uncomfortable, as he didn't want his master to beat up other people's disciples. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. "Enemy attack, be alert." The deafening sound echoed in every corner of Tianji Island. Luo Mingyue was woken up, put on her shoes and walked out, only to see colorful lights streaking across the sky. Those were the traces left by the elders of Xuanqing sect as they flew across the sky. The owner of Hongri Villa had left long ago because his sect building itself was a spiritual treasure. Wherever he went, that was his home. The spiritual treasure could fly into the sky and into the sea, and it had completely left the sea area as early as the afternoon. However, Qi Zixing himself did not think of asking outsiders for help. The entire Tianji Island is located in the sea and is often attacked by groups of sea beasts at night. Some people may find it strange that since the sea is dangerous, why can't Qi Zixing move the sect to another place? Although Tianji Island is large in area and the scenery is pleasant, it is very inconvenient for ordinary disciples to travel. If they move to land, it will be much more convenient for everyone to travel and buy things. But Qi Zixing felt that it was great to be on the sea. First of all, sea beasts often attack islands, which not only increases the disciples' vigilance, but also allows them to consolidate their cultivation through participation in battles, thereby enhancing everyone's practical experience and combat capabilities. Secondly, there are many disciples in Xuanqing sect, and when there are more people, there will be more trouble. It is easy to form cliques and factions, which will lead to conflicts of interest and fights. Qi Zixing, as the sect leader, does not want to see everyone fighting to the death. At this time, he needs to establish a common enemy for the disciples, that is, the sea beasts. The presence of the external threat of sea monsters can make the disciples become united. Everyone works together to drive away the sea monsters, enhance cohesion, and strengthen their feelings for each other. Finally, the sect is too large and powerful to be supported by Qi Zixing alone. Qi Zixing is not very good at business, so the disciples can only be self-reliant. The sea beasts are full of treasures, and after killing them, they can be exchanged for spirit stones and cultivation resources. Why not do it? Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Qi Zixing was very satisfied with Tianji Island. He spent a huge amount of money to build 2 large formations. One is the Mother Formation, named Tongtian Formation, which covers the entire island and can keep the island full of spiritual energy, which is helpful for his disciples to practice. The other is the Subformation, which is a purely defensive formation that only covers the residential area. It is the defense line of the entire sect. If the disciples cannot defeat the sea beasts and let them come ashore, they can still retreat to their own residences. With the protection of the subformation, the disciples can be safe. There are many whistles on Tianji Island. Once blown, it means that a sea beast is coming, and all disciples must go out and join the team to hunt the sea beast. Luo Mingyue even saw a child of 7 or 8 years old, holding a long sword almost as big as his body, and rushing towards the sea beast while roaring, without any fear. Mu Lingyan and others were infected by the scene before them and rushed forward as well. Qi Zixing was in charge, and whenever the defense line formed by the disciples was about to be conquered, he would raise his hand and cast a spell to help, and each spell was very precise. For example, if spiritual energy is compared to a stream of water, it would be okay for ordinary people to sprinkle more water when casting a spell, but Qi Zixing was not like that. He was extremely frugal and would never waste water. He would drip water out, using a dropper, which was extremely precious and would not waste a single drop. After all, Qi Zixing was not sure every time the sea beasts came, and how long they would stay. He had to hold on and persist longer to ensure that he could support his disciples in time and not fail at the critical moment. Qi Zixing was in command in the sky, and then sent a message to Luo Mingyue. Master, the sea beast attack is a private matter of our Xuanqing sect. We do not need the help of your disciples. I hope you can quickly protect them to prevent the genius from being killed prematurely. Luo Mingyue said, "It's okay, let them do whatever they want. My disciples have been at ease for too long, so today is a good opportunity to see some blood."
Qi Zixing nodded. Okay.
Anyway, he had already reminded himself that he had to take the overall situation into consideration and take all aspects into account. He did not have extra time to be polite to Luo Mingyue or to ask for Luo Mingyue's help. However, Luo Mingyue felt that she could not just stand by and watch. People are all mutual. Qi Zixing was a good person, so it would only take a little effort for her to help. Luo Mingyue flew up on his sword and flew to the front, only to see dense swarms of sea beasts surrounding the entire island. There were so many of them that people would suffer from claustrophobia. The disciples of Xuanqing's sect included those who were good at archery, those who were good at sword dancing, and those who were good at using swords. They were all experienced in battle and cooperated well with each other to guard the island together. Luo Mingyue flew a circle and felt that there was no need for her to help in the battle, but she could start from another aspect. She came to a place not far from Qi Zixing and took out a piano. The name of the zither is Feng Chun, which looks simple and elegant. Luo Mingyue played the piano. Every note turned into healing medicine, floating into the disciples' bodies and healing their wounds. Luo Mingyue played until early morning. The sea beasts did not stop and continued to attack Tianji Island fearlessly. Qi Zixing said, "Sometimes they retreat overnight, and sometimes they attack for several days in a row. Sect Master Luo, it's already dawn. You can take your disciples and leave." Now the sea beasts are bloodthirsty and are determined to rush to the island. As long as you fly high, they won't care about your departure. Luo Mingyue shook her head. "It doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity for my 3 disciples to exercise as well." Luo Mingyue couldn't leave at this time, but watching this kind of fight with sea beasts might be interesting for a while, but after watching it too much, it would become boring and he wanted it to end quickly. Luo Mingyue asked, "Can I kill the sea beast?" Qi Zixing said, "Of course, I am here to guard the island. If a powerful sea beast appears in any direction, and the disciples cannot handle it, I will go to provide support." Luo Mingyue said, "I thought you were here to train your disciples, so you rarely intervened. Training is part of the reason, but the main reason is to prevent a powerful sea beast from attacking from any direction, instantly breaking through the defense line formed by the disciples, attacking the island, and causing the death of a large number of disciples. So I can't just focus on one direction." At this point, Qi Zixing's expression suddenly changed. 18 of them came at the same time. 18 sea beasts in the Jindan stage. He couldn't handle them alone. Even if Sect Master Luo is added, it will be useless. Tianji Island had encountered this situation before. Several Jindan stage sea beasts attacked, and he couldn't defeat them, so he took his disciples and fled into the sub-formation. The main living territory of sea beasts is in the sea, and it is impossible for them to stay on the island forever. Those sea beasts in the Jindan stage cannot break through the formation and will retreat because they find it boring. Then the disciples will come out to move around. Anyway, the sub-formation will protect houses and other buildings, and the mountains and rivers and other places will be easy to take care of after being destroyed. The entire world of immortal cultivation has a low overall strength. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, cultivation is difficult. After searching the entire world of immortal cultivation, there are only 3 immortal cultivators in the Jindan stage, namely Luo Mingyue, Qi Zixing, and Jinwu Chibi. Therefore, only the sect where these 3 people are located can be regarded as a large sect. After all, they have peak combat power. The rest of the sects, no matter how large they are, cannot be ranked. The arrangement method of the Tongtian formation on Tianji Island was obtained by Qi Zixing from an ancient relic. The sub-formation is like a tortoise shell and has first-class defensive capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to establish a sect on this sea. Qi Zixing said to Luo Mingyue very quickly, "Retreat quickly." After that, he blew another whistle. As soon as the whistle sounded, the disciples turned around and ran without hesitation. When some disciples were retreating, the sea beasts took the opportunity to bite their arms. The disciples swung their swords and cut off their arms without hesitation, without even looking back. Only the 3 disciples of Mingyue sect did not know the signal to retreat, but the disciples of Xuanqing sect nearby ran away in groups of 2, each carrying Mu Lingyan and others, and ran for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts rushed onto the island arrogantly. However, it was obviously not the first time that the disciples had escaped. They ran very fast, and their 2 legs actually ran faster than 4 legs. Why do you want to withdraw? Obviously, the disciples were full of energy and could take turns to rest. They could fight for another 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. But the situation was urgent. Qi Zixing had no time to chat with Luo Mingyue and hurriedly replied, "Because we can't win." After saying that, Qi Zixing flew out to cover the disciples' retreat. Zheng, the sound of strings being plucked was heard. Luo Mingyue didn't want to retreat, so she played the piano again. It is still a healing piece of music. But this time, it wasn't just the sect's disciples who were cured. All the running sea beasts suddenly felt the sound of heavenly music entering their ears, which was so sweet and pleasant that it penetrated their bones, and they felt that their body and mind were healed. The internal organs in the body are wriggling and growing wildly. The bones lengthened inch by inch, piercing the wriggling internal organs and the skin on the body. Any sea beast that heard the sound would, in just 1 second, be transformed from the inside out into a hedgehog pierced by bones. The internal organs grew excessively, and bright red blood flowed all over the floor. The sound of the piano spread in all directions, and even the surface of the sea was surging with countless blood-red waves.
Woo!
Only sea beasts in the Jindan stage can hold on for a while under the sound of the piano. 4 Jindan stage sea beasts were clever enough to dive into the sea and run away, but it was in vain because a magic sword streaked across the sky like a comet hitting the moon, beheading them one by one. The other 14 Jindan stage sea beasts had just come ashore, and before they could even utter a sound to beg for mercy, their bones and flesh had fallen to the ground, and they died on the spot. As for the sect's disciples, after hiding in the subformation, they found that their broken limbs had actually grown back. When everyone was admiring Sect Master Luo's healing skills are unparalleled in the world and Sect Master Luo is really amazing, they turned around and saw that sea beasts were dying in groups and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The whole island suddenly became quiet, with only the lingering sound of the piano. After Luo Mingyue finished playing the song, she found that the sea beasts were no longer making noise and nodded with satisfaction. She stood in midair, and everyone was looking up at her. Her hair is as black as ink, and her white dress is simple and elegant, without a speck of dust on it. This seems like a dream. The disciples of Xuanqing's sect looked confused, and suddenly remembered that a few years ago, the sect leader Qi Zixing fought 3 Jindan stage sea beasts alone and was seriously injured. But today, Sect Master Luo played the piano and not only cured all the injured disciples, but also sent all the sea beasts to heaven. Could it be that today's sea monsters are made of paper? But before, when everyone was fighting bloody battles, it was obviously very difficult. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Luo Mingyue and changed. Why do I feel that Sect Master Luo is much more powerful than the Sect Master? The Jindan stage is so strong. Mulingyan, your master is so amazing. Is your sect still short of people? Brother Morongshir, can you introduce someone to me? Someone secretly touched Morongshir's arm. Morongshir, why am I suddenly a little proud? Mulingyan said, Master only accepts disciples with single spiritual roots.
Ah,
that's no hope. I have 2 spiritual roots. But one of my spiritual roots has mutated. It's a rare ice spiritual root. Can you make an exception? I can be an outer disciple. The disciple spoke very softly, but his senior sister still heard it. The eldest sister raised her eyebrows, grabbed his ear, and dragged him away. Don't even think about changing your sect. If you dare to betray your master, I will destroy you. Big sister, I am wronged. I was just joking. I am very loyal to our Xuanqing sect. By the way, Sect Master Luo is a woman and our sect master is a man. If the 2 of them become Taoist couples, wouldn't our 2 sects become one family? At the same time, Qi Zixing flew up on his sword and saw the corpses of the dozen or so Jindan stage sea beasts. He couldn't help but gasp and asked, Sect Master Luo, are you really in the Jindan stage? Luo Mingyue nodded. Yes, the state of great perfection of the golden core stage. Qi Zixing choked up, I am also a great perfection, but... Luo Mingyue asked, but what? Qi Zixing shook his head. He originally thought that he and the owner of Hongri Manor together would definitely be able to beat Luo Mingyue. It was not until this moment that he realized that the gap between him and Luo Mingyue was very large. To put it bluntly, even if there were 10 of me plus the owner of Hongri Manor, we would not be a match for Luo Mingyue. Thinking back to the time, I fought 3 sea beasts and won with great difficulty, but I was also seriously injured. But today, Sect Master Luo killed so many sea beasts easily. There is really no harm without comparison. Last night, Luo Mingyue kept playing the piano, which made Qi Zixing think that Luo Mingyue was taking the path of curing diseases and saving lives, so he had infinite merits and his cultivation was going smoothly. But now, seeing the sea beasts die so strangely and miserably, Qi Zixing's scalp tingled, and he suddenly felt that Sect Master Luo was very unfathomable. Generally speaking, cultivators can only feel the other party's realm, but cannot sense the depth of their spiritual power. There are differences in strength among cultivators at the same level, but the difference is not too big. Unless someone relies on taking pills to advance, their realm is superficial. In the entire world of immortal cultivation, there are currently only 3 Jindan stage immortal cultivators, which is enough to prove that Qi Zixing has good talent and strength. He has advanced steadily through talent and hard work, not by taking elixirs. Qi Zixing is as powerful as the owner of Hongri Manor, and because he can calculate the secrets of fate, his chances of winning will be higher if he fights with the owner. Luo Mingyue's strength exceeds that by so much, which is very abnormal and outrageous. Luo Mingyue's music can heal disciples while killing sea beasts. The different effects are clearly distinguished and controlled precisely. If she wanted to kill people, the entire Xuanqing sect would probably be wiped out. Thinking of this, Qi Zixing's tone unconsciously became respectful. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong are respected, and it is not shameful to submit to the strong. Qi Zixing said, "Thank you, Sect Master Luo, for your help today." Luo Mingyue said, "You're welcome." Qi Zixing added, "The group of sea beasts below were killed with the help of the sect master. I asked the disciples to count the number of corpses and then give the sect master a reward. I wonder what the sect master thinks." Luo Mingyue nodded happily, then felt that she should be polite, so she said, "Let's split it 50-50. Your disciples have worked very hard to kill sea beasts. I came here empty-handed and didn't bring any gifts. I took so many things from you, so it's just right for me to leave something behind." Qi Zixing shook his head. "Let's put things in perspective. The reward I gave was for the transaction, not for free. As for the rewards that Mu Lingyan and the others received, they won them based on their strength, so they can't be confused." "Good." Luo Mingyue nodded, paused, and asked, "What can we get in exchange for the sea beast's corpse?" Qi Zixing said, "It depends on what the sect master wants. There are still some spiritual stones stored in our sect's treasury. As for those spiritual treasures and magical instruments, they can all be exchanged for the price. In the end, you won't suffer any loss." Luo Mingyue asked again, "Do you have any channels to sell sea beasts?" Qi Zixing said, "Yes, but every time we sell something, we need to go out to sea by boat, and bargaining takes time, which may take 1 or 2 days or half a month. If Sect Master Luo is in a hurry to leave, you can choose something from our sect's treasury first." Luo Mingyue said, "I know," then stretched out his hand and patted the spirit sword. The spirit sword whistled away, bringing up a gust of strong wind. Qi Zixing was stunned for a moment. "Sect Master Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Mingyue smiled slightly and said, "My disciples have never seen the sea in the world of immortal cultivation, let alone sea beasts. I will kill a few and bring them back to let them have a taste." Qi Zixing silently labeled Luo Mingyue as a foodie in his heart. In the future, he could start from this aspect and collect more delicious food to prepare for Sect Master Luo. Qi Zixing said, "There are many corpses on the island. I heard that you only have 10 disciples. You probably can't eat many. Why don't you just pick a few and take them away?" Before he could finish his words, he saw Luo Mingyue's spirit sword rushing out from the sea, and a huge beast was skewered on the sword, and the corpse still had the pressure of the Jindan stage. Luo Mingyue took away the corpse of the sea beast, and then the spirit sword flew away again, and brought back another corpse a moment later. Luo Mingyue thought this was a bit troublesome, so he enlarged the spirit sword and threw it into the ocean. Not long after, The spirit sword came out with 5 sea beast corpses, each of which was in the Jindan stage. Qi Zixing began to sweat coldly. Qi Zixing originally thought that Sect Master Luo was just a man of great merit and destiny, so he decided that he would never go against Sect Master Luo in his life. Now it seems that his decision was correct. Sect Master Luo looked cold and aloof, but he was so powerful when he started fighting. It is very easy to kill sea beasts quickly. For example, Qi Zixing can kill many Qi refining stage sea beasts with one strike, but Luo Mingyue only killed Jindan stage sea beasts in a very short time. This is very terrifying. Qi Zixing arranged for his disciples to collect the corpses of sea beasts and count them. Mu Lingyan and others also came to help. The bloody smell in the sea was so strong that it attracted many powerful deep sea hunters. Qi Zixing's eyebrows jumped, and he had an ominous premonition, as if a new danger was quietly brewing. He quickly counted with his fingers, but just when he had calculated halfway, he saw Luo Mingyue's spirit sword fly out again. However, this time, the spirit sword did not sink into the sea. Instead, it hovered above the sea, making a clear sword sound. An invisible wave of pressure spread out, this time intimidating everyone indiscriminately. Whether human or animal, they all seemed to feel a sharp sword energy hanging above their heads. The sword energy was so cold that in just a moment, it made people feel cold all over and a huge fear arose in their hearts. It was the fear of death and the deep sense of powerlessness that they could not escape, as if the next second, the sword energy would cut off their heads and they would die. Even Qi Zixing's body became stiff. I was sweating all over. A thought arose in Qi Zixing's mind. Sect Master Luo could kill their entire sect in seconds by himself. What 3 major sects? That's ridiculous. Xuanqing sect and Hongri Villa are not worthy of being ranked alongside Mingyue sect. Various distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qi Zixing thought again. The sect master is so strong, but he can faint after using the soul-stealing whip. It shows that this whip is indeed an incredible thing. Only Sect Master Luo can persist in swinging the whip dozens of times. If it were Qi Zixing, he might be drained of energy by the whip after just one swing and faint directly.
Why?
Luo Mingyue looked at Qi Zixing strangely. She originally thought that the leaders of the 3 major sects should be of similar strength, but who would have thought that Qi Zixing was so weak? It seemed that she could kill Qi Zixing easily. Help me up, why do my knees feel a little weak? Some disciples whispered. The person next to him shook his head. I can't help you, I'm weak too. Last night they were roaring with ferocity when they killed the sea beasts, but today they were so frightened and weak in the knees due to the pressure from Sect Master Luo. Qi Zixing had a bitter look on his face. He considered himself a genius, but today he suffered a series of setbacks. If the gap between him and Luo Mingyue was smaller, Qi Zixing would feel a little better, but the gap was too big, so big that he could not see any hope and felt that he might stop at the realm of great perfection of the Golden Core stage in this life. Sect Master Luo is so strong, but he has not been able to advance to the nascent soul stage. Doesn't that mean he has no chance at all? Qi Zixing sighed dejectedly, feeling that his state of mind was affected. Fortunately, there is no such thing as inner demon in the world of immortal cultivation now, because the demon realm has become independent, and all the negative energy in the world will gather in the demon realm. Otherwise, Qi Zixing feels that he will definitely develop an inner demon today, and it will be difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation in the future. The surface of the sea was rising with waves. These were the sea beasts nearby trying desperately to escape. A thought flashed through their minds. There was an extremely powerful person living on the island. They must not provoke him and must flee quickly. Qi Zixing tried hard to cheer himself up. He counted with his fingers and found that behind the group of beasts, there were actually several sea beasts in the nascent soul stage. They were attracted by the smell of blood and would attack the island. Qi Zixing practiced a special technique and was best at sensing the destiny of heaven. Therefore, he sensed the danger. But now, Luo Mingyue took action to intimidate these nascent soul stage sea beasts, and they fled, so the danger has been lifted. Qi Zixing's heart was slightly shaken, and he said, "Wait a minute." The sea beast in the nascent soul stage was also frightened. Doesn't this mean that the pressure from Sect Master Luo, who is in the golden core stage, is even greater than that from the nascent soul stage? Thinking of this, Qi Zixing's expression was very strange. Even a Yuanying stage could be scared away. What was the point of him being completely crushed by Luo Zongzhu, a Jindan stage? It was not that he was weak, but that Luo Zongzhu was too strong. The one with the problem is Luo Mingyue. Qi Zixing asked, "Sect Master Luo, when do you think you can advance to the nascent soul stage?" Luo Mingyue shook her head. "I don't know. I seem to have hit a bottleneck in my practice. Every time I practice at night, I feel that my progress is slow." Qi Zixing said, "This is normal. If you can feel that you are making progress every day, then it's not right. Everyone's cultivation is very slow." Qi Zixing brought Luo Mingyue to the treasury of Xuanxingmen again and asked her to choose items. This time, Luo Mingyue picked out the raw materials for refining equipment and pills. If there were 10 medicinal materials in the treasure house, she would only take 8 and leave 2 for Qi Zixing. Qi Zixing. It hurts. It hurts so much. Every time I see things in the treasury being taken away, it hurts more than killing him. However, just because Sect Master Luo had helped out today, no matter how reluctant Qi Zixing was, he decided to be generous. Qi Zixing generously said to everything Luo Mingyue liked, "Take it all." Before we knew it, the items in the entire treasury had been reduced by half. Qi Zixing covered his chest with his hands, and a look of regret appeared in his mysterious and deep purple eyes. Luo Mingyue asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, This is an old illness of mine acting up. Don't worry, Sect Master. I'll be fine in a while." Qi Zixing waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. The old illness he mentioned refers to the onset of his stinginess. Luo Mingyue checked her storage space and found that she had taken enough, so she said, "I wonder if the sea beasts I killed can be worth so many things? How about I go to the sea again and hunt a few more sea beasts?" Qi Zixing said sincerely, "No, it will definitely be worth it." However, Luo Mingyue felt that it was not enough. She was the kind of person who was willing to return 70% to 80% if others were kind to her 30%. So she used her magic sword to hunt and kill hundreds of sea beasts, one of which was in the nascent soul stage, and the rest were all in the golden core stage, which consumed a lot of her spiritual power. Luo Mingyue murmured to himself, "I didn't expect that I could even defeat a Yuanying stage cultivator. The strength of these sea beasts is really not good enough." Qi Zixing said, "Master, it's not that they are not good enough, it's that you are really too strong. Even if you say now that you are a big shot in the tribulation crossing stage, I will believe it. Who is the Jindan stage who kills the same level as cutting vegetables?" Seeing so many corpses of Jindan stage sea beasts, Qi Zixing felt a chill down his spine. Luo Mingyue said, "How can it be so exaggerated? I am still far from the tribulation crossing stage. It is true that I am currently in the golden core stage. It may be that I have more spiritual roots, so my strength is twice that of the same stage. Besides, she is the villain after all, so it's okay for her to be stronger than others." Qi Zixing said, "Excuse me, what is your spiritual root?" Luo Mingyue said, "I have 5 spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth." Qi Zixing muttered to himself, "Could it be that the 5 spiritual roots are the best spiritual roots?" Luo Mingyue said, "My case is an individual case and cannot be used as a reference. People with a single spiritual root are better. Even I myself have accepted disciples with a single spiritual root." Qi Zixing looked at her and said, "The sect master's disciples are only at the qi refining stage. How about the sect master consider accepting some disciples with 5 spiritual roots? Perhaps only such disciples are the most suitable to accept the sect master's teachings." Although Qi Zixing had no idea what kind of martial arts Luo Mingyue was practicing, he guessed that this method was most suitable for disciples with 5 spiritual roots. Luo Mingyue said, "I am not good at teaching them. 10 disciples are enough. I don't plan to take more." Cheesixing said, "Well, it's better to have fewer disciples, so it's easier to train them. I have too many disciples, and I can only call many of them by name, and I'm not very familiar with them." Luo Mingyue thought to herself, "You're still lucky. I couldn't even remember the names of my disciples before." The two chatted for a while, and then Luo Mingyue said goodbye. Cheesixing said, "The value of the sea beasts has not yet been fully calculated. Would you like to stay for a few more days?" Luo Mingyue shook her head. The bloody smell on Tianji Island was too strong, and there was no point in staying there. The spirit sword grew longer and bigger, carrying the four masters and apprentices away. What Luo Mingyue didn't know was that after she left, Cheesixing waited until his disciples had collected all the corpses of the sea beasts and then ordered them to hide in the subformation because he decided to go out for a while. "Master, where are you going?" "Go to Hongri Villa. I want to fight with the owner of the villa to see who is stronger." The whereabouts of Hongri Villa are unknown, but this does not pose a problem for Cheesixing. He is good at divination and can find Hongri Villa no matter where it hides. This fight must be fought. He must defeat the owner of the manor to increase his confidence. Only by winning can his mind flow smoothly and his cultivation improve. Without waiting for the three disciples to speak, Luo Mingyue used the cleansing dust technique to wipe the blood off their faces. Mu Lingyan shook his head blankly, feeling that his face was almost numbed by the strong wind. Murongshir's adaptability was stronger because he had been flattered once when he was in Xuanqing sect. Now he quickly came to his senses. He took the initiative to say, "Master, is there anything you want to eat? I'll go back and make it for you." Luo Mingyue said, "I won't eat it. You can cook more spiritual rice to feed the ants." Murongshir. Feeding ants with magical rice is such a luxury. Besides, he had already cooked so much spiritual rice for Spirit Fox Qianxue, which was enough for the ants to eat for a long time, right? Murongshir opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but then he remembered that he had misunderstood his master for so many years because of the whip, so he couldn't say anything extra. He nodded and said, "Okay, Master, I will cook all the spiritual rice when I get back." The spirit sword returned at a constant speed and flew safely back to Mingyue sect. Luo Mingyue put the three disciples down. Mu Lingyan called out, "Master." But it didn't work. As soon as the three disciples' feet landed on the ground, Luo Mingyue flew up on a sword at an incredible speed and disappeared from their sight in an instant without even saying a word of goodbye. Only three disciples were left, looking disheveled in the wind. Murongshir whispered, "Big brother, is Master in a bad mood?" Mu Lingyan clenched his fist and said, "Perhaps Master is disappointed in us? I will gather everyone together right away." Mu Lingyan enjoys a high prestige among his disciples. Except for the little junior sister by Tian who just came to the mountain, the rest of the disciples were basically raised by him. When they found out that Mu Lingyan had returned, the other fellow students put down what they were doing and ran over to visit him. "Big brother, is the scenery outside nice?" "Big brother, I also want to go out, but unfortunately our sect is shrouded by a formation. Without Master's permission, we can't go outside. Ever since we joined the Mingyue sect, we can only rely on the books in the library to imagine what other sects are like. I really envy the independent cultivators in the outside world. They must be very happy." "Big brother, you want to participate in the competition, and you must have seen the immortal cultivators outside, right?" Everyone surrounded Mu Lingyan, talking to each other, their eyes full of longing. The disciples felt that the Mingyue sect was a big cage that imprisoned them. Because Mu Lingyan thought so, he wanted to leave the most, and the other disciples were more or less influenced by him. Bai Tian, the youngest, didn't have much yearning for the outside world. For one thing, she used to be a maid for a wealthy family in the mortal world. She grew up in a mansion and was accustomed to the struggles in the rear quarters. After coming to the sect, she felt that the atmosphere here was much better than that in the mansion. Secondly, Bai Tian has not yet entered the first level of qi refining stage and is still an ordinary person. She only wants to practice and doesn't want to go out. Many of the other disciples grew up in the mountains and had never seen the evil hearts of people in the outside world. They were curious about everything outside. Moromshir said, "In fact, we have misunderstood Master before. This time we went to Xuanqing sect, and the sect master and the Red Sun Manor master begged Master to use the frozen soul whip to beat their disciples." "No way, is this true? Could it be that they heard that our master is particularly good at beating people, so they asked the master to help them educate their disciples?" Moromshir shook his head and said, "No, the whip in Master's hand is actually called the soul-stealing whip. It is a magical weapon that can improve one's spiritual roots. It is the only one in the world, and is extremely precious. If anyone wants to be beaten by Master, they have to spend spirit stones or exchange it with rare treasures." How is this possible? Isn't that the way Master punishes us?" The fifth disciple said doubtfully, "I remember that after I went up the mountain, Master taught me a technique. I spent many years, but still couldn't learn it. I was still immortal. Master punished me by whipping me. Then I learned it." Another disciple said, "Me too. I was beaten by my master, and I was afraid of being beaten again, so I worked hard and soon got the hang of cultivation." The other disciples felt something was not right the more they listened. It seemed like everyone had been beaten by their master before they started practicing. "But it hurts so much. I can't stand it. Master, why don't you explain it to us?" Moromshir said weakly, "Is it possible that she explained it, but we didn't listen? She said that she beat us for our own good. But who would believe it? She fainted from the pain." "Well, that's true. That's not right. But later on, Master also humiliated Senior Brother. She even made Senior Brother get on all fours and then sat on his back." At this time, Bai Tian said, "What's this? When I was a maid, it was very hard. Every day, I had to get up before dawn to work. If I made a mistake, I would be beaten with a stick. I was lucky because I served the old lady and didn't suffer much. I heard that the maids in the second young master's yard, as long as they were pretty, would be taken into his room and made concubines. Unfortunately, the second young master was unreliable and often gave his concubines to others. There was also a sister, who was the most miserable. She originally had a lover, but was forcibly taken by the second young master. Later, she jumped into the well." Bai Tian continued, "Now that I have joined the Manhwa sect, I can sleep as late as I want every day. The senior brothers will only assign me some easy tasks. Even if I make mistakes, it doesn't matter. The senior brothers will not blame me, but will help me clean up the mess. You all say that Master is vicious, but I have wanted to ask for a long time. Master doesn't seem to show up very often. How can she be vicious? Anyway, I have never seen it." The fourth disciple said, "Although what you said makes sense, I am still very afraid of my master and the whip in her hand." The fifth disciple said, "Among us, only the eldest brother cultivates the fastest. Is it because he gets beaten the most?" Bai Tian said in distress, "I have never been whipped before, and I am just an ordinary person. What do you think? Can I take the initiative to ask Master to whip me a few times? I really want to cultivate immortality." The eighth disciple said, "Believe me, if you get hit once, you will want to die. It is simply unbearable for a human being. Yes, junior sister, you'd better practice on your own. The soul-frozen whip is really terrifying." Mu Lingyan sighed and said, "Swinging the whip is very exhausting for Master. Yesterday at Xuanqing Gate, Master whipped me dozens of times in one breath, and my spiritual power was exhausted. I fainted directly, and my face was extremely pale." Moromshir sighed and said, "Yes, if I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed the truth was like this, because Master had intermittent episodes of insanity before, and it looked quite scary." Bai Tian said, "I really don't understand what you are thinking. Master brought you from the human world, allowed you to grow up safely, and also let you learn the way of cultivating immortals. And none of you know how to be grateful." She glanced at all the brothers and sisters and continued, "Although I am very grateful for your care during this period, you often speak ill of Master, which I strongly disagree with. When I was a maid, I didn't dare to discuss the Master behind her back. When I met a powerful Master, I would beat the maid who gossiped to death." The sixth disciple said, "Little apprentice sister, what you said is wrong. We are not maids. We are her disciples. Bai Tian asked, then is it right for you to say bad things about Master behind his back? The seventh disciple looked annoyed. The Master doesn't know anyway. Mu Lingyan suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. Mu Lingyan added, when I was in Xuanqing sect, I chatted with the sect master's disciples and learned that after the foundation building stage, one can have spiritual consciousness. Wherever the spiritual consciousness covers, nothing can escape. Master is a cultivator in the Jindan stage. She killed tens of thousands of sea beasts on the island of Xuanqing sect with a piece of piano music. Her methods were extremely cruel. What's even more surprising is that while killing sea beasts, Master was also able to heal the injuries of her disciples. At that time, I didn't understand how this was done. Someone told me that it must be that the sect master used his spiritual sense to lock onto both sides of the enemy and control them accurately to do this. Think about it. The island is so big, there's so many people, and Master can handle it. What's more, the territory of our Manhwa sect is not as vast as the island of Xuanqing sect. Maybe Master has already heard everything we said. The eighth disciple turned pale. Big brother, don't scare me.
I'm timid.
If the Master hears, will he peel off a layer of my skin? Bai Tian said, don't scare yourself. What did Master do to you to make you so scared? The eighth disciple thought for a long time and stammered, Master only whipped me and never bullied me. I am very afraid of pain. Every time I see Master, I will recall the feeling of being whipped and feel scared. Bai Tian heard this and said, no, you've all been beaten before. I'm going to find my Master and ask her to beat me up too. The vicious female supporting character Luo Manhwa particularly likes the word perfect, so the entire territory of Manhwa sect is composed of 10 continuous mountains. Among them, the highest mountain is the main peak, which is the mountain where Luo Manhwa lives. Next door is called Disciple Peak. As the name suggests, it is where Luo Manhwa's disciples live. There are various buildings on the mountain, including houses and libraries. The third peak is the Herb Peak, where various herbs grow that can be used for alchemy. The fourth one is the Beast Taming Peak, where a group of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep are raised freely. There was also a fox there originally, but the fox was taken away by Luo Manhwa. The fifth one is the Storage Peak, which has alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, etc. On weekdays, disciples basically do not come to this mountain because it is boring. The sixth is Lingtian Peak. There are spiritual fields on the hillside and at the foot of the mountain, which are used to grow spiritual rice and various vegetables. The seventh one is called Huahai Peak, on which many flowers and trees grow. The eighth is the Bald Peak. I don't know if the mountain has been burned by fire. There is no grass growing on it. There are only countless rugged rocks. It is dry and boring. Even birds are unwilling to stop on this mountain. The ninth peak is Hot Spring Peak, where there are several hot springs. The 10th one is Hike Peak, which has pleasant scenery and is used for entertaining guests. Except for the main peak, Mu Lingyan is responsible for arranging disciples to take care of the other 9 peaks. As for the main peak, although Luo Manhwa did not explicitly forbid everyone to climb the mountain, her disciples kept a respectful distance. However, the house where she lived was a restricted area and her disciples were not allowed to approach. At this moment, Luo Manhwa had returned to the main peak and headed straight for his own silver glowing house. A cloud fox cub came over with its short legs, humming, and circled around Luo Manhwa's shoes. The other little cubs were a little slow to react, but they all ran over to welcome Luo Manhwa's return. Luo Manhwa's expression softened. He picked up a little fox and touched it, then said, Go back to your den and practice. You need to absorb spiritual energy as soon as possible so that you can grow up quickly. The little foxes acted coquettishly and refused, insisting that Luo Manhwa touch them one by one, before they ran out to the yard to play with their long tails dragging. Luo Manhwa entered the room where the little people lived. Qianxue sat on a small stool, holding her chin with both hands, and said cheerfully, Master, you are back. However, although she greeted Luo Manhwa, her eyes were still looking at the little people. Luo Manhwa smiled and said, What are they doing? They make you so focused that you can't bear to look away. Qian Shue said. Jiang Yanfeng is teaching the children to read. The private school has been built, but I don't like him teaching indoors. I can't see everything through the window, so I asked him to move to the yard to teach the children. Luo Mingyue looked out and found that there were tables and chairs in the yard, with a dozen children sitting there obediently. Jiang Yanfeng was teaching very patiently, and at the same time, he did not forget to instill in the children ideas such as we should be grateful to the immortal. Without her, we would have no food to eat or water to drink, and might have died long ago, etc. Luo Mingyue. How come they have been brainwashing children since they were young? Might as well teach you something serious. But the children said, Village Chief, we already knew what you said. My father has told me many times. Yes, I also saw my mother suddenly cry while sewing clothes at home. She said she hadn't worn new clothes for a long time. The best fabric she had ever seen in her life was given by the immortal. Wow. Yesterday was my birthday. Today I'm 7 years old. I heard that you can't see immortals anymore after the age of 7. A girl next to him said fiercely, Don't cry. You should be content with having seen an immortal. I'm already 9 years old and have never seen an immortal. I should be the one crying. The children began to chatter and discuss. Stop talking. Jiang Yanfeng hurried to maintain order in the classroom. This group of children were of different ages, and their learning progress varied, making them difficult to manage. Jiang Yanfeng began to teach the children how to write, and the first thing he taught was how to write the 4 words Mingyu Xianren. The children all studied very seriously. Some children murmured, Daddy told me to learn more characters so that I can write letters to the immortals in the future. Luo Mingyue. The immortal is now, just like you, illiterate and does not recognize the characters of your world. However, cultivators have excellent memory when it comes to learning. Luo Mingyue decided to learn to write with the children. In this way, she will be able to understand the words in the world of little people in the future. Jiang Yanfeng wrote the 4 words Mingyu Xianren many times on a piece of paper and distributed it to everyone one by one. Immortal? Jiang Yanfeng raised his head. Luo Mingyue smiled at him and said, Don't worry about me. Just continue talking. Jiang Yanfeng was delighted when he found that the immortal was looking at him and giving him paper. He felt that this was the immortal's recognition of him. Jiang Yanfeng did not give paper to the children because there were only 2 brushes in the entire village, which were not enough. Therefore, the children needed to dip their fingers in water and write and draw on the table. They did not need paper for the time being. Qian Shue whispered, The village is so poor. Since she was speaking outside the box, the little people couldn't hear her. Luo Mingyue said, It was my negligence. I should have customized a batch of brushes for them. Qian Shue's eyes lit up and she said, We're going to the human world to make custom orders, right? I'll go. After I transformed into a human form, I haven't been to the human world yet. I heard that the markets in the human world are very interesting. Oh, by the way, in my childhood at that time, I was kept in a cage as a pet and another big fox was skinned, which almost scared me to death. Fortunately, I was young and had some magic skills, so I ran away in time. Luo Mingyue reached out, touched her head lovingly and asked, Is that big fox close to you? Qian Shue looked at her strangely and said, I don't even recognize it. It's like 2 strangers. I don't even treat it as a member of the same race because it is not enlightened. Keep your wits about you? This word sounds a little familiar. Qian Shue explained, Just like the 4 cloud fox cubs, although they can understand us, they can't speak human language. So, in my eyes, they are not my people but pets, ordinary animals. But after they worship the moon and practice, transform into spirit beasts and learn to speak human language, I will regard them as my people. Because speaking human language means opening up spiritual wisdom, commonly known as enlightenment. Luo Mingyue was a little worried about Qian Shue going to the human world alone, so she said, Why don't we go together? I can just pick up the pot I ordered last time. Qian Shue waved her hand. No, didn't we agree to leave someone to look after the little one? Luo Mingyue said, They are not in any danger now, and their lives are basically stable. Besides, it won't take much time to go back and forth to the human world. Qian Shue said, but I still want to travel around in the human world. If I'm lucky, I might meet a handsome scholar. Luo Mingyue understood. It seemed that Qianxue was mainly obsessed with the scholar in the human world, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you some silver and a few gold leaves. You take Jiang Yanfeng's brush and go to the human world to order a brush of the same size." "Okay, no problem." Qianxue nodded excitedly and asked Jiang Yanfeng to borrow a brush. Luo Mingyue added, "By the way, the batch of small pots I ordered earlier should have been made long ago at Wu's shop. I was busy picking up furniture last time and forgot to pick up the pots. Please remember to pick them up for me." Qianxue said, "Yes, I've got it in mind. I'll transform into your appearance and go get it when the time comes."
Good.
Luo Mingyue nodded and handed Qianxue a few paper puppets to guide her and prevent her from getting lost. After Qianxue left, Luo Mingyue followed Jiang Yanfeng and learned more than a dozen characters. Chun Chi's bloodline has been awakened and he is naturally able to read and write, but he also sits in the yard with other children and listens carefully to Jiang Yanfeng's teaching. The writing in the Little People's Village is a bit like Oracle Bone script. Luo Mingyue wondered whether she should teach Jiang Yanfeng modern simplified Chinese characters so that it would be easier to write. But on second thought, forget it. The Little People Village obviously has its own writing system and cultivation system. If I teach simplified Chinese characters to others, even if the little people in Majia village learn them, it will not be of much use to them, and they will be almost illiterate, because the books in the little people's world all use characters similar to Oracle Bone inscriptions. They learn simplified Chinese characters, but in the end they can't even understand the books, and their learning is in vain. It would be better to just learn from Jiang Yanfeng. Unless Luo Mingyue unlocks the entire world of villains, and then starts from the royal family, promotes simplified Chinese characters throughout the country, and publishes related books. Just thinking about it seems like a huge project. Luo Mingyue decided to let nature take its course and only provide some food and drink, not interfering with the cultural development of the dwarf village, or wait until the imperial city is unlocked in the future. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard Mu Lingyan's voice coming from outside the door. "Disciple requests to see master." Luo Mingyue did not go out, but released a paper puppet. The expression on the paper figurine's face was indifferent, and a childish voice came out of its mouth. "What's the matter?" Mu Lingyan lowered his head, looked at the little paper figure on the ground, and said, "Master, my junior sister has been slow to learn how to practice martial arts. I hope you can give me some pointers." He was more tactful in his words and did not directly mention whipping but guidance. Paper figure. Mu Lingyan was puzzled. "Master?" The paper figurine said, "As the eldest senior brother, and also at the 9th level of Qi refining stage, you can teach by Tian." Mu Lingyan looked embarrassed. He had taught his junior sister the tricks of cultivation and told her about his own experience in cultivation, but it was of no use. The main problem his junior sister was facing now was that she was unable to absorb spiritual energy into her body, and Mu Lingyan could not help at all. Master, junior sister, and several other junior brothers and sisters are at the foot of the main peak. Junior sister wants you to hit her a few times," Mu Lingyan said. Paper figure. Mu Lingyan knelt down. "We have all been beaten by our master, except for my little sister. I hope our master will have mercy on us and not show partiality." Luo Mingyue was speechless after hearing this, because the plot of the novel transmitted by the system was rather vague. It only said that the hero and heroine had excellent spiritual roots, but did not say that they became excellent after being whipped. Luo Mingyue's spiritual sense covered the entire mountain, except for the cardboard boxes where the little people lived, which automatically blocked the spiritual sense's prying eyes. It was like a black hole. No matter how much power poured in, it would be swallowed up by the cardboard boxes. At the foot of the mountain, Bai Tian said anxiously, "I don't know if master will beat me." Murong sure comforted her. "Of course we will. We have all been beaten before. There is no reason to leave you behind." Bai Tian enviously said, "You guys are so lucky. You've been beaten by master a long time ago, and master took the initiative to beat you. I'm different. Master hasn't paid much attention to me since he brought me up the mountain. Does master dislike me?" The fourth disciple comforted him, "Don't think too much. If the master didn't like you, he wouldn't have brought you up the mountain." The eighth disciple hummed softly, "I'm just waiting to see the little sister crying and begging for mercy after being whipped." Bai Tian clenched her fist and said with a firm face, "Eighth senior sister, don't worry. I will at least hold out for 2 more lashes before begging for mercy." "Phew, little girl, I thought you were so strong-willed." Eighth senior sister was amused. She was a sickly beauty, and when she smiled like that, she actually looked quite bright and radiant. The sickly beauty Yu Yingchao was stunned for a moment. She was a person with mutated ice spiritual roots. After being whipped by the frozen soul, although she successfully stepped into the threshold of becoming an immortal cultivator, she became weak and sickly from then on. Moreover, she was particularly afraid of hardship and pain. Therefore, among all the disciples, she was the only one who feared the master the most. Moreover, she doesn't like physical contact with others. She pushed Bai Tian's hand away and said, "Little junior sister, stay away from me. Don't pass my illness to you." "It's okay. Eighth senior sister, I don't care about this." Bai Tian likes sickly beauties. She feels that every frown and smile of eighth senior sister hits her aesthetic point, making her want to get close to her. However, Yu Yingchao had already slowly hidden behind other senior brothers and sisters. Luo Mingyue discovered through her spiritual sense that all 10 disciples were present, waiting for her to beat people with a soul-freezing whip, and Bai Tian herself seemed to be looking forward to it as well. After all, getting beaten can make you stronger. It may hurt a little, but it is effective. Luo Mingyue thought for a moment. She had originally planned not to use the whip in the future, but the other 9 disciples were beaten and became immortal cultivators, but Bai Tian was still just an ordinary person. Forget it. Let's just beat him up. It won't take much time anyway. Luo Mingyue walked out of the room, raised her hand and waved, and went directly to the foot of the mountain, even teleporting Mu Lingyan down.
Master.
The disciples began to greet him one after another and lowered their heads habitually, not daring to look Luo Mingyue in the eye. Luo Mingyue said him indifferently and directly grabbed Bai Tian out alone. Without any further ado, he whipped her. Bai Tian originally wanted to get to know her master a few more times, but ended up getting beaten. She let out a scream that was not like a human, so sharp and shrill, and her throat was broken. Bai Tian curled up on the ground, her body shaking and twisting constantly, and a long bloodstain appeared on her clothes, but because of the unique effect of the soul-frozen whip, the blood did not flow out. Luo Mingyue had no expression on her face and whipped him again. This time, Bai Tian couldn't even scream. A faint huh sound came from her throat, her body was stiff and cold, her eyelashes trembled, her eyes were empty and lifeless, and her breath was weak, as if she would die in the next second. The scene at this moment perfectly recreates the scene where the vicious female supporting role bullies the female protagonist. Luo Mingyue raised her eyebrows and put away the whip. She looked around and said, "From now on, I will be in seclusion for 10 years. If you have any problems, please discuss it with Mu Lingyan." 10 years of seclusion? Everyone was shocked, and no one cared to look after the little sister who was curled up on the ground. They all looked up at Luo Mingyue. Luo Mingyue had an indifferent expression. The 10 years of seclusion was just her excuse. She simply didn't want to teach her disciples. At the beginning, when Luo Mingyue first came here, the system said that this was a novel called The Path to Immortality by Destroying Heaven and Earth, and also showed her a rough idea of the story between the male and female protagonists. In it, the vicious female supporting character Luo Mingyue mainly punished the disciples through the soul-frozen whip, causing the disciples to hate her. But who would have known that the soul-frozen whip was actually the world's only soul-stealing whip, which would consume a large amount of spiritual energy when wielded. The vicious female supporting character used the whip to help her disciples practice. No wonder among all the disciples, only the male protagonist Mu Lingyan's cultivation grew the fastest because he was beaten the most. But in the end, after the male protagonist's cultivation surpassed that of the evil master, he directly killed the evil master. From the male protagonist's perspective, he has suffered many years of torture and naturally wants to take revenge. But from the perspective of the evil master, she picked up these disciples from the human world, improved their qualifications, and taught them the methods of cultivation, but in the end, they did not have a good end. Of course, both sides are actually wrong, because the vicious female supporting role sometimes looks really crazy. In order to inspire her disciples to make progress, she deliberately called them trash, thinking that this would motivate them. But she didn't know that this would cause the conflict between the two sides to become deeper and deeper. However, after the death of the vicious master, the male and female protagonists also ended up in trouble because the villains destroyed the world and attacked everyone indiscriminately, making it useless even if they had the halo of the protagonist. Thinking of this, Luo Mingyue rubbed her temples. She really didn't know what kind of author could write such a weird plot. She felt that the plot setting of this novel was very strange. The first part of the story describes that the hero and heroine finally get rid of the oppression of their vicious master and are sweetly in love. However, the second part of the story describes that a bunch of villains emerge from the demon world, destroying the world and killing people like crazy. Shouldn't the hero and heroine work together to eliminate the villains and save the entire world of cultivation? Luo Mingyue felt that the plot of the novel was not right, so she decided to stay away from the core characters in the book, that is, the male and female protagonists, reduce contact with her disciples, and concentrate on raising villains. The little ones are so cute, only the size of a palm, and much more pleasing to the eye compared to this group of disciples. Therefore, Luo Mingyue used the excuse of seclusion to prevent her disciples from coming up the mountain to disturb her in the future. Mu Lingyan asked, "Master, what should I do if I encounter a danger that I cannot solve?" Luo Mingyue asked back, "Where does the danger in the sect come from?" Mu Lingyan said with a lack of confidence, "What if a powerful bird or beast lands on the mountain?" Luo Mingyue handed over a paper puppet. This paper puppet could not speak or move, and had not been activated yet. Luo Mingyue said, "If there is an emergency, inject spiritual power into the paper man." Mu Lingyan held up the paper figurine with one hand and asked, "Master, do you have anything else to remind me of?" Luo Mingyue said, "That's all. Do you have anything else to do?" Mu Lingyan turned his gaze to his fellow students. Moromshir said, "Master, you don't want the spiritual rice anymore?" Luo Mingyue said, "If you want, Qianxue will come down the mountain to find you." Mu Lingyan asked, "Master, if we want to leave the sect and go out for training, what should we do?" Luo Mingyue said, "As long as you cultivate to the foundation building stage, I will allow you to go out with your fellow apprentices." Mu Lingyan was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Thank you, Master." The disciples were very happy to hear this and looked at Mu Lingyan with expectant eyes. Luo Mingyue waited for a while and found that no one spoke, so he said, "In this case, you all go back to practice and don't disturb me if you don't have anything else." After saying this, Luo Mingyue's mind moved, and the whole person disappeared from the spot. The disciples were silent. After a long while, Yuing Chao said, "Why do I feel that Master has given up on us?" Mu Lingyan refuted without thinking, "Impossible. We are her disciples. How could she abandon us? Maybe Master has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and is in a bad mood, so he decided to go into seclusion. When Master breaks through, he will have time to teach us." The fourth and fifth apprentices were twin sisters. They helped Bai Tian up, one on each side, and said, "Little apprentice sister, let's take you back to your room." Bai Tian shook her head. Her brows were furrowed, her body leaning limply against one of the senior sisters, and her expression looked somewhat painful. The fourth sister asked kindly, "Don't you want to go back to your room? Where do you want to go?" Bai Tian felt a discomfort in her throat and didn't want to talk. She practiced the skills that her master had taught her. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth gathered and flowed, pouring into her body through the whip wounds. Soon, the 2 whip marks healed one after another. The aura of Bai Tian also steadily entered the first level of qi refining stage. Bai Tian said with a hoarse voice and a grin, "I am a cultivator now." Before, after being beaten, other disciples only wanted to lie in bed and recuperate, and then practice after their injuries healed. Only Bai Tian, despite his injuries, couldn't wait to start practicing. Seeing Bai Tian's cultivation level improve with their own eyes, everyone felt indescribable. Mu Lingyan said, "The spiritual energy seems to like the breath of the frozen soul whip very much. It only lingers at the wound of the little junior sister." After the wound healed, the speed at which she absorbed the spiritual energy obviously slowed down a lot. The ninth disciple said with a complicated expression, "So, being whipped is a good thing, but we don't know how to appreciate our blessings." Yu Ingchao said, "I don't want this blessing. I am a genius. I can advance without being beaten." The seventh disciple said silently, "Yes, so you have only reached the third level of Qi refining stage. Look at the eldest brother. He can withstand the frozen soul whip and is now at the ninth level of Qi refining stage." Yu Ingchao had nothing to say. Her cultivation was indeed low, but she didn't want to be beaten and would rather practice on her own. Before we knew it, the sun had set. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a glow over the entire village. Jiang Yanfeng asked the children to go back and review their homework on their own and come back to study tomorrow. When Luo Mingyue came back, she just saw the villagers coming back from working in the fields. Luo Mingyue began to serve dinner to the little people. There are still 5 stone basins placed there. Among them, 3 stone basins were filled with magical rice. The other 2 contained roasted meatballs and stewed cabbage with tofu. After a stone basin filled with magical rice was empty, Luo Mingyue filled most of the basin with soy milk for the little ones. "By the way, I replaced the water in the sink with new clean water." The villagers habitually thank the immortal statue before starting to eat. An invisible airflow is generated above everyone's head and flows into the statue of the immortal. The airflow above Jiang Yanfeng's head even appeared faintly like white mist, curling around like steam, which was particularly eye-catching. However, except Luo Mingyue, no one else could see the scene. Moreover, the white mist above Jiang Yanfeng's head would only appear when he bowed to the statue of the immortal. After bowing, the white mist disappeared. The same was true for the airflow above the heads of the other villagers. However, when some villagers were eating the magical rice, air currents also flowed over their heads towards the immortal sculptures. Luo Mingyue paid attention to their eating habits. Knowing that spiritual rice was appetizing, she would add soups and dishes every time the stone box was empty. After the children finished their meal, Luo Mingyue observed them for a while before going to see the situation in Tianlu village. In Tianlu village, the stone basin left by Luo Mingyue was still there, but the water inside was empty. During the more than a day and a half that Luo Mingyue was away, Qianxue only brought rain to the people of Majia village and provided them with clean water and completely ignored Tianlu village. The villagers of Tianlu village had become accustomed to the presence of clean water in the stone basins every day. Now that the water had suddenly disappeared, many people felt uncomfortable. It seems that the gods are not as selfless and loving as the legends say. They refuse to provide us with water just because we don't believe in them. Brother, please have some shame. The gods don't owe us anything. Didn't you say before that you could survive by drinking beast blood? Why are you complaining again today? I think beast blood doesn't taste good. It's better to use it for bathing. As for clean water, that's what we should drink. Yeah, I really miss the days when there was water. After all, there are many people in Tianlu village, and it is impossible for everyone to respect the gods, and not everyone knows how to be grateful. Some villains even cursed. The fairy is hypocritical. She first gave us some water, but when we got used to it, she stopped giving us water. I think the fairy must be trying to make us submit and become her believers. I won't let her have her way. That's right, we must stick to our own ideas and never compromise with the gods. I think this god is an evil god. Humans raise pigs, cows, sheep, and other poultry to eat when they grow up. I feel that gods raise humans in captivity, maybe just to raise them and then slaughter them. After this statement was made, many villagers felt frightened, thinking that the evil god was very cunning and was actually trying to deceive everyone's faith. Luo Mingyue was silent. She originally wanted to release some clean water into Tianlu village, but after hearing what the villain said, She felt that she should not embarrass herself. If they were really desperate, they could go to Maja village to exchange for water resources. There was no need for her to go to such lengths to provide them with water out of kindness and still be treated as an evil god. Luo Mingyue shook her head and sighed. With more people, there are more thoughts. At this moment, Lu Dashi was chatting with his father, the village chief. Lu Dashi said, "Dad, our family has already sent the betrothal gifts to the village beauty's home. When can we get married?" Village Chief Lu said helplessly, "When the time comes, we will invite the whole village to a banquet. Barbecue is easy. Every household will have it. The problem is that it is dry, and there is a lack of water. Dashi, why don't you consider postponing the marriage for a few years? Anyway, there are many bachelors in the village, and you are not a big deal." Hearing the last sentence, Lu Dashi was a little angry. The village beauty is already 18 years old this year, and in a few years she will become an old maid. Village Chief Lu continued, "That's perfect. You have deep feelings for her anyway, so you won't mind her age." Lu Dashi scratched his hair irritably and said, "But I want to marry her as soon as possible." "Dad, don't you want to have a grandson sooner?" Village Chief Lu sighed. "Grandson? Given the current drought conditions, giving birth to a child would be a torture, so it's better to wait a while. Besides, you burned incense and bathed yesterday and knelt down to pray, hoping that the immortal would provide some clean water for your family, but what happened? The immortal ignored you. I've told you a long time ago that if you rely on mountains, they will fall, and if you rely on water, it will flow. If you believe in immortals, you might as well hunt a few more poisonous beasts." Village Chief Lu talked a lot, and then he suddenly found his son looking up at the sky with a dull expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Village Chief Lu frowned and said unhappily, "Are you listening to me? Why are you looking up? Are you still pinning your hopes on the gods?
Who knows where you are, you?"
Mingyue immortal." Lu Dashi stuttered and shouted, his expression a little embarrassed, because his father had just said that the gods were unreliable, and the gods appeared the next second. A look of panic flashed in Village Chief Lu's eyes. Although he did not insult the immortal just now, his words were disrespectful, and he didn't know whether the immortal would punish him. Lu Dashi said, "My father did not mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive him." Luo Mingyue didn't say anything. She saw 3 empty water jars in the Lu family's yard, so she filled them with clean water and put them back in the yard. When Village Chief Lu saw the clear water in the jar, he realized that the immortal did not blame him, so he quickly pulled his son's hand away and sincerely thanked the sky. Lu Dashi felt embarrassed. He had already thought about how to beg for mercy for his father, but the immortal didn't even say a word of blame. He just silently provided clean water, which made him feel ashamed.
"I'm sorry, immortal."
Luo Mingyue didn't need his apology. Village Chief Lu just didn't want his son to pin his hopes on the gods. He didn't want to slander her like some villagers did, so Luo Mingyue was not angry. She asked Lu Dashi, "Are you going to get married?"
Luo
Mingyue said, "Pick an auspicious day and tell me everything you need." Lu Dashi waved his hand quickly and said, "As long as there is clean water, it will be enough." The bride price he had used to propose marriage was given by the immortal, and he felt embarrassed to trouble the immortal again. Luo Mingyue asked, "Don't you want new furniture?" Lu Dashi was confused. New furniture? The immortal also provides this? Luo Mingyue said and put down a Luohan bed, a dressing table, and a round corner wardrobe. They were all purple-red with beautiful color and delicate texture. They were made of red sandalwood and could also repel mosquitoes in summer. Lu Dashi said in disbelief, This is all for me?" "Yes, this is a wedding gift for you." Luo Mingyue nodded and handed over a piece of soft red silk. "On your wedding day, I can give you fruits, wine, and various dishes. This is not appropriate." Lu Dashi felt that he should not accept it, but the immortal gave him so much, especially the red silk. The fabric was soft and bright red, which looked very auspicious. The village girl would definitely like it. Luo Mingyue smiled and said, "Take it." Lu Dashi stopped being hypocritical. He looked up at the sky with a serious expression, clasped his fists and said, "My immortal, from now on you will be my second parents. If you let me go east, I will never go west." As soon as these words were spoken, Village Chief Lu's face suddenly turned grim. He felt as if his son had been taken away by someone. He even suspected that the gods in heaven had cast a curse on his son. But on second thought, the gods provided both water and food. If a curse really was cast, the entire village would have become believers long ago. It would be impossible that only Lu Dashi was bewitched. Oh no, it's not just one person. My son told me that the silver-haired prophet was also preparing to worship the gods. Unfortunately, no one believed him and thought that Lu Dashi was spreading the prophet's words falsely. Some people even ridiculed Lu Dashi behind his back, saying that he was a running dog of the gods and that he even lied in order to gain faith. Lu Dashi was so angry that he ignored the villagers for the past 2 days and just held a piece of stone to carve every day. Village Chief Lu was also angry, feeling that the prestige his son had accumulated during this period was almost exhausted because of the matter concerning the gods. Luo Mingyue asked, "Why don't you go to the prophet to drink tonight?" Lu Dashi was stunned for a moment, then replied, "The prophet went out this morning and won't be back for several days. Besides, I don't drink every night. I only go to him when I'm upset or have something to do. He went out." Luo Mingyue frowned and asked, "Where did he go?" Lu Dashi said, "I don't know." Luo Mingyue added, "I still owe your brothers some compensation. Have you ever asked them what they want?" Lu Dashi said, "They want flour and vegetables." After they returned home, they put the big vats in the yard to dry in the sun, waiting for the immortal to send down rewards. There are 5 brothers in the Lu family, among whom Lu Dashi and Lu Shaoshi are brothers. As for Ershi, Sanshi, and Sishi, these 3 are the sons of Lu Dashi's uncle. Luo Mingyue asked, "Where is their home?" Lu Dashi said, "The house across the street is their home." As he spoke, Lu Dashi came out and showed the way to the immortal. Luo Mingyue saw 7 empty vats in the yard, almost filling up the entire yard. As the sun had already set, most of the villagers had returned to their houses and lay down. Except for Lu Dashi and his son, no one saw the large vats rising into the sky and then gently falling down. Luo Mingyue filled 3 of them with water, 3 with flour, and the last one with vegetables such as lettuce, romaine lettuce, and eggplant. After doing all this, she looked at Lu Dashi and said, "Go to bed early." "Okay, immortal." When Lu Dashi returned home and saw the new furniture in his yard, he felt very happy. "Dad, did you see that? I am indeed a child loved by the immortals. This red cloth feels so soft and festive. And these furniture can all be heirlooms, right?" Village Chief Lu said with a complicated expression, "I was always wary of the immortal before because I couldn't see her, couldn't hear her voice, and didn't know what her character was like. Now that I see these things, I feel that she is really careful." "Is that so?" Lu Dashi chuckled, and even the scar on his face became softer. "The immortal's rewards are all good things. Look at this woman's dressing table. The mirror is clear and beautiful. Look at this drawer. It can store a lot of things. And look." Before he could finish what he was saying, he was suddenly kicked by Village Chief Lu. Lu Dashi was puzzled. "Dad, why did you kick me? You actually said in front of me, your biological father, that others are your adoptive parents. I feel uncomfortable listening to that. Not only will I kick you, I will also beat you." Village Chief Lu went to get a broom and chased him around the yard. As Lu Dashi ran, he shouted, "The immortal married me a wife and treated me so well. She is not someone else, she is my belief." Lu Shaoshi had fallen asleep, snoring loudly, but was woken up by the noise. He rubbed his eyes and walked out. "Dad, big brother, what are you doing?" Lu Dashi felt that he should give in to his father, so he deliberately slowed down his pace, took 2 hits from the broom, and then continued running. "Shaoshi, my father didn't help me find a wife, so the immortal helped me, and my father was still not happy. Can you tell me whether my father is too overbearing?" Lu Shaoshi asked curiously. "Brother, how can the immortal help you get married?" Lu Dashi replied, "The immortals have packed the food for me for the wedding banquet.
What?
Brother, are you kidding me? Lu Xiaoshu blinked his eyes and said doubtfully, whenever a family in our village holds a wedding, they have to invite the whole village to a banquet. Will the immortal provide you with so much food? People in the village often visit their neighbors and sit in the shade to chat when they have nothing to do. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone in the village knows each other. No matter if there is a wedding or a funeral in a family, the whole village will be notified. Lu Dashi nodded confidently and said, "Of course I will. I believe the immortal will not break his promise." Village Chief Lu said, "You little brat, why didn't you tell me this news earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have hit you."
Lu Dashi said, "I told you."
Village Chief Lu said, "You didn't tell me. I thought the immortal only gave you cloth and furniture. Although the quality is beyond reproach, the most precious things now are food and water. If I knew she was providing the wedding banquet, I would have agreed on the spot that you should recognize her as your godmother. Even I would have kowtowed to her." Lu Dashi said with disdain, "Dad, stop talking nonsense. How can I reach the level of an immortal? It is a great blessing that she is willing to accept me as a believer. I would like to recognize her as my godmother, but she will definitely not agree." Village Chief Lu said, "What if she agrees? You can give it a try. I think this fairy has a good temper. Even if she fails, she won't hit you." Hearing this, Lu Dashi was furious. "Dad, do you remember who advised me to rely on myself just now? It's true that I am right, but it's really comfortable to rely on the immortal." As he said this, Village Chief Lu bowed towards the sky. Lu Xiaoshu also bowed to the air, muttering, "Immortal, I also need a wife. Before, I was young and hot-tempered, ignorant, blind, and unwilling to trust you, but now I have turned back and awakened in time. I hope you can give me a chance to reform. If I get married in the future, I pray that you can give me food. If my wife gives birth to children in the future, I hope they are twin daughters. We have too many sons in the Lu family. I like delicate and soft daughters. I pray that you can bless my wife to give birth to daughters. Also, it is not easy for a daughter-in-law to give birth. I hope you can bless my wife to be healthy." In addition, Village Chief Lu couldn't stand it anymore, so he hit his youngest son with a broom and said angrily, "Shut up, you're asking for so many things. If I were a god, I would just slap you to death." Luo Mingyue did not hear the conversation between the father and son of the Lu family because she saw that the stone basin she had used to hold wine for the silver-haired prophet was still in its place, but it was empty, and the same was true of the stone basin that held the food and wine. Luo Mingyue put away the two stone basins, washed them, and then returned to the sky above Majia village to ask Qin Shi if he had slept. Qin Shi rubbed his eyes and walked out. "Not yet. I was reading and dozing off." "What do you want, immortal?" Luo Mingyue said, "I heard that prophets can sense each other. The prophet from Tianlu village is out. Can you sense where he is?" Qin Shi tilted his head and said, "I can't sense it now." Luo Mingyue was a little disappointed. "Okay." Qin Shi raised his head and said, "The immortal cares about him very much." Luo Mingyue nodded calmly and said, "His hair is very beautiful. I like it very much." Qin Shi said, "It is indeed dangerous for people like him to walk around outside." Qin Shi explained, "I have said before that a prophet will be born in every village, and the prophet cannot leave the village where he was born unless he is driven away by his parents or his relatives are all dead. But what I haven't said is that every village actually has a land deed. Land deed can be understood as the ownership of this territory. Just like I was born in Majia village, when I awakened my ability, I naturally mastered the land deed of Majia village. When other prophets pass by the village, they will sense my presence and will not come in. Because I have the land deed in my hand, as long as they come in, I can kill them. Like in Tianlu village, the original baby girl prophet was driven away, the land deed was in a state of no owner, and the baby girl was also called a wanderer. Any wanderer can settle in any ownerless village, but if they want to settle there permanently, they must live in the village for 3 years and gain the recognition of 90% of the villagers. In this way, they will be recognized by the land deed and become the owner of the village. The advantage is that with a land deed, you'll have a comfortable and stable life in the future, and you won't have to worry about anyone trying to kill you. There are many professions in this world, and some professions specialize in hunting down prophets. Wandering prophets don't have the protection of a land deed, so they're the easiest to be hunted. The disadvantage is that once you get the title deed, you will not be able to regret it or escape, and you'll be trapped within the deed for the rest of your life. Therefore, some wandering prophets like to keep wandering and looking for new villages, and are unwilling to settle in one place. However, most wandering prophets want to find a place to settle down, because only by owning the land deed can they obtain the positive emotions of the people through the land deed, thereby gaining merit and making themselves stronger. Having said that, Qinshi raised his head and gave Luo Mingyue a sweet smile. Since the immortal came to Majia village and bestowed blessings, the lives of the people have become better and better. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, and has generated a lot of happiness and other emotions. These emotions are fed back to me through the land deed, making me stronger. I feel that one day in the future, perhaps I will be able to help the immortal. Luo Mingyue asked, "Is your last sentence a prophecy?" "I think so." After saying that, Qinshi yawned. Luo Mingyue left a stone basin filled with pastries in the yard and said, "You can continue to sleep. This is a midnight snack for you. You can get up and eat it if you are hungry in the middle of the night." Qinshi pursed his lips and smiled. He looked a little more cheerful than before, but only towards people he knew. In front of strangers, he was still that taciturn child. Qinshi said, "I suddenly can't sleep. Does the immortal have any other questions you want to ask?" Luo Mingyue said, "Not yet." "Wait, do you know how to tell fortunes about marriage? Lu Dashi from the next village wants to get married. How about you help calculate a good date?" Qinshi counted with his fingers and said in surprise, "Lu Dashi is destined to be a bachelor. He will never be able to marry a wife. His sweetheart has a calamity in her life and will die. Lu Dashi is very infatuated and refuses to marry anyone else, so he will never have a wife. Moreover, the catastrophe is very near, but Qinshi cannot figure out what kind of disaster it will be, because ever since Luo Mingyue appeared, the destiny has become chaotic." After that, Qinshi added, "However, there are variables in the village now. Some prophecies can only be listened to casually by the immortals. They may not be true." "Okay, I understand." Luo Mingyue nodded and decided that from now on, he would keep an eye on the village beauty of Tianlu village and make sure she could survive the disaster and marry Lu Dashi safely. After all, Lu Dashi was good at carving stone statues and had made great contributions. Luo Mingyue did not want to let his believer live out his life alone. So, Luo Mingyue turned his attention to Tianlu village. This group of people held torches and knives in their hands, looking ferocious and murderous. Moreover, it was obvious that they had planned this act in advance. After entering the village, they dispersed without saying a word, preparing to rob houses and injure people with knives. In desperation, Luo Mingyue took out a huge empty barrel and directly detained this group of people. What happened? The originally quiet bandits suddenly panicked, thinking that the sky had fallen. It was pitch black all around. Fortunately, the torches in their hands could barely provide light, allowing everyone to see the surrounding environment clearly.
"This
seems like we are locked up? That's not right. Look, the top of our heads is also sealed, like a big barrel, covering us all. Are you kidding me? Where in the world is there a bucket this big?" At this time, a group of bandits on horseback suddenly emerged from the blood mist. Luo Mingyue took out another bucket to lock them up, but this group of people were standing in a relatively scattered position, and 2 horses carried 2 people out of the range of the bucket. What a huge barrel! It has trapped all our companions. Can we carry this bucket away? What are you thinking? The most important thing now is to figure out where this barrel came from. It can't be a hidden weapon developed by Tianlu village. Tianlu village doesn't have the protection of a prophet, so it shouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Since the land deed of Tianlu village is still ownerless and the silver-haired prophet is nowhere to be found, in the eyes of other prophets, this village is not protected. The 2 people left behind were running around in panic. The person on the left asked, "What should we do? Should we kill people first, or carry buckets to save people first?" The companion on the right said, "I think you are not in your right mind. There is no DC among us, and our strength is limited. We can't lift it at all. Why don't we go and explore the situation of Tianlu village first?" While the two men were talking, they suddenly noticed that the bucket was lifted up. The people in the bucket gathered together, back to back, and were discussing how to solve the problem. Suddenly, they found that the walls around them disappeared. The two men outside did not have time to think about why the bucket moved, and subconsciously rushed in on horseback to join their companions. Luo Minghua took a look, put the bucket back down, and locked everyone in neatly. "We fell into a trap." The two people who were locked up regretted it a lot. They shouldn't have been so impulsive. Luo Minghua was afraid that there would be a lack of oxygen inside, so she considerately lifted the bucket and then put it down again. However, keeping someone locked up for the entire night is not a solution. Luo Minghua didn't know if anyone in this group of bandits could see her. If they couldn't see her, they couldn't hear her voice, and the two sides couldn't communicate at all. So she woke up Lu Dashi. "What's wrong?" Lu Dashi was awakened by the sound and saw that one of the immortal's fingers had reached into the room and knocked over the table. He quickly got up, put on his shoes, opened the window, and sure enough, he saw the familiar face in the sky. Luo Minghua said, "A group of bandits on horseback broke into the village. I have detained them at the entrance of the village. Go and have a look." "Bandits?" Lu Dashi was a little surprised. To be honest, in places like theirs, wherever there are mountains and water, there must be poisonous beasts. Ordinary people cannot get rid of the poisonous beasts, so naturally they cannot occupy the mountain and become bandits. But those who can get rid of the poisonous beasts can sell them to make money and live a comfortable life. There is no need for them to be bandits. Therefore, there are usually no bandits in their place, only rebels. However, in remote and poor places like Maja village and Tianlu village, there is no news and no one knows what the situation is like in the outside world. Perhaps because of the severe drought and the changes in the world, bandits appeared? Luo Minghua added, "I see these people are dressed very casually. They look like bandits, but their spirit is very different. They may be soldiers, you should be more careful, or ask a few people to go with you." Lu Dashi nodded, woke up his younger brother, left home, went to his uncle's house across the street, and called his 3 cousins as well. Lu Ershi said sleepily, "Brother, you woke me up in the middle of the night. I really want to beat you up." "Me too. I feel like I don't get enough sleep every day. I'm almost dying of sleep." Lu Sishi shook his head and suddenly said, "Wait, isn't the gate of my house closed? Why did you knock on my door directly?" "The immortal picked me up and took me over the courtyard wall." Lu Dashi explained briefly and then told his brothers the situation at the village entrance. Lu Sishi asked quietly, "Why doesn't the immortal just kill all the bad guys?" Lu Dashi glared at him and said unhappily, "If God killed all the bad guys and the world was filled with good people, do you think that's possible? Besides, what is your definition of good and bad? I am good to you, so in your eyes, I am a good person. But if I bully others, then in the eyes of others, I am a bad person. Do you think the gods should kill me too?" The soldiers went to the battlefield, killed the foreigners, and returned triumphantly. To us, they won the battle and are heroes. But to the enemy, they killed many people. Does that count as committing many evils? How could an immortal be partial to one side? It's different. Lu Sishi muttered, and said, "Just like I like cats. When I'm in a good mood, I will feed the cats outside. But if a stray cat comes to my door and wants to kill my cat..." Lu Dashi turned to look at him. "Then you kill the stray cat?" "Of course." Lu Sishi nodded, then shook his head and sighed. "Well, I can't bear to hurt small animals. At most, I can scare them away and kick them a few times to scare them. I can't do such a thing as asking me to bully small animals." Lu Dashi said, "The immortal is huge. In her eyes, we are smaller than stray cats. Or maybe even insects. The one in the sky is a female immortal. She probably can't kill an insect with her bare hands. Getting her hands stained with blood will not only make them dirty, but also look disgusting. So, we need to negotiate." "I see." The brothers walked towards the village entrance while chatting, holding knives in their hands. The Lu family's home was not too far from the entrance of the village. When they walked over, they saw two large barrels that were turned upside down. Luo Minghua lifted up one of the buckets. There was only one torch left in the barrel, which was used for lighting. The rest were extinguished. When the barrel was lifted up, the people inside quickly rode their horses to rush out, determined not to be trapped inside again. However, halfway through the charge, the iron barrel fell down again, leaving only enough space for the horse to rush out. The people on the horses were hit by a bang and rolled down. 2 or 3 people were unlucky and were trampled by the horses' hooves. They immediately curled up on the ground and were unable to stand up. The horses fled in all directions, and Luo Minghua did not stop them. She took out the iron barrel, and only one of the bandits inside was left standing. The others were half kneeling on the ground, supporting the ground with a knife in one hand. Some were lying on the ground, holding the knife tightly in their hands, but their ribs were broken by the horses, and they could not get up for a while. Others were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, not daring to get up, because what they encountered today was too weird. They suspected that there might be a powerful awakened person in Tianlu village who was secretly teasing them, so they did not dare to act rashly. Lu Dashi asked loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing in our village?"
"We're just passing by."
The only man standing was tall and had an ordinary appearance. To show his sincerity, he dropped the knife in his hand and took a few steps towards Lu Dashi. Seeing that he was alone and had no weapon, Lu Dashi couldn't help but relax his vigilance. The man introduced himself. "My name is Heido, and I was tracking a group of rebels. Who would have thought that when I passed by your village, I touched a trap and got trapped inside?" Lu Dashi asked, "Just passing by?" Heido nodded and said, "There is a severe drought in the world. Your village must not have much to eat or drink. If we were not tracking down the rebels, how could we have come to such a place?" Lu Dashi said, "From what you said, it seems that you are soldiers? But the clothes you are wearing." Heido spread his hands helplessly and sighed, "When we go out, we can't wear anything too ostentatious. Just look at the horses we ride. We are not riding ordinary horses, but poisonous beasts that have been domesticated by the government." Lu Dashi asked, "But all your horses have run away. Are they still tamed?" Heido said, "The horse was frightened and ran away. It's understandable. I have an envelope with the county magistrate's handwriting. If I show it to you, you will believe what I say." Lu Dashi looked at his brothers and thought that since Heido had lost his knife, it shouldn't cause any trouble, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you take it." Heido walked over naturally and reached into his arms to take something out. What he took out was not an envelope, but a medicine bag. He raised his hand and the white powder in the bag dispersed like smoke. Although Lu Dashi held his breath in time, his reaction was not as fast as the speed of the powder spreading, and he still inhaled some. Lu Dashi felt pain and itchiness on his face where the powder touched him, which was extremely uncomfortable, and his eyes also felt sore and unbearable. Heido sneered, "A bunch of idiots. You are not awakened. How dare you fight me?" Lu Ershi and the others had no idea what an awakened person was. They endured the pain and wanted to swing their swords at Heido, but the other party dodged them easily. Lu Dashi was standing at the front, being the first to come into contact with the powder and having a larger contact area. He felt a burning pain in his eyes and felt like he was going blind. The pain was so severe that he almost threw the knife away. Veins popped up on Lu Dashi's forehead, and he swung his knife forward angrily, wanting to kill Heido. Lu Dashi and his brothers were relatively young and inexperienced. Although they had hunted poisonous beasts before, the beasts were straightforward, and no one was so insidious and cunning. As a result, they never expected that Heido would take out the medicine bag. In fact, not only Lu Dashi and others, but all the villagers in Tianlu village are lacking in fighting against others. They are only good at dealing with poisonous beasts and have never killed anyone. Heido looked around. He was afraid of the barrel that appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. He suspected that there was an awakened person hiding in the dark. As for Lu Dashi and others, they were just ordinary people, and were not taken seriously by him. You have been poisoned by my medicine, so just wait for death. The only way to save you is to wash with plenty of clean water. But now it's a year of severe drought, and there is no water at all. Heido pretended to be proud and arrogant, snatched the knife from Lu Dashi's hand, and put the knife on Lu Dashi's neck. At the same time, he kept his eyes and ears open, trying to force out the awakened person in the dark. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the knife in his hand being pulled out by a huge force. Even though he held it so tightly, the knife was still pulled away. Heido was extremely surprised. Before he could figure out what kind of power this was, he felt as if his waist was being grasped by a pair of invisible hands. Heido was caught directly in midair. What is going on? Heido was horrified. Then he saw a huge basin filled with clear water falling from the sky. The basin tilted and poured water directly towards Lu Dashi and others. The medicine powder lost its effect, and countless drops of water dripped down the corners of the clothes and fell into the soil. Heido and others were heartbroken. Water, that's water. For a moment, they didn't have time to think about why a basin appeared in the sky. Their minds and eyes were filled with the wasted water. Lu Dashi and others rinsed their eyes with water, but still felt uncomfortable. Luo Mingyue finished watering a basin of water and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lu Dashi looked up and said, "Thank you, Immortal. I feel my face and arms are much better now, but my eyes still hurt. Eyes are more fragile and difficult to relieve." Immortal? What immortal? Heido struggled in midair and felt that the invisible big hand holding him was tightening hard. He suddenly dared not move. Seeing that he had calmed down, Luo Mingyue relaxed her strength a little, giving him a chance to catch his breath. As for Heido's companions, they were still staying where they were, very quiet. Lu Dashi said, "Heido, I warn you that you'd better tell the truth. Our village is protected by immortals, and we won't tolerate people like you running wild." Heido said with a spit, "What immortal? Don't think I don't know. There must be a powerful awakener in your village. Today I admit defeat. The strong are respected. Let me go, or Lu Dashi was stunned. He thought Heido was going to say something harsh, but he didn't expect Heido to say, "Otherwise my wife and child will have no way to survive. My child is only 2.5 years old this year and cannot live without a father. In fact, I am also a poor person. My family has no food and water. I have no other choice but to come out to rob. Tianlu village is the first target we chose. Who knew that the luck was not good, and we failed just after the operation. Considering that I am a first-time offender, please let me go. I promise that I will never come again." After hearing this, Lu Dashi asked sincerely, "My immortal, how should we deal with them?" Luo Mingyue asked back, "How do you want to deal with it?" Luo Mingyue didn't know whether Heido's words were true or false. After all, spiritual magic was ineffective in the world of villains. Otherwise, one spell would make Heido and others tell the truth. Lu Dashi thought for a moment and said, "My immortal, let me tie them all up first."
Good.
Heido looked up at the sky. He racked his brains but could not think of any kind of awakened person who could make a rope fall from the sky and make the knives fly up to the sky and disappear one by one. It's really weird. Moreover, there was clearly nothing in the sky, but Lu Dashi was talking to the sky, calling it immortal. At first, Heido thought that Lu Dashi was playing tricks to scare people, but who would have thought that the sky was actually cooperating with him?
Bang!
Heido suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. He suspected that he was under an illusion. When he slapped him, a faint dark green light appeared at Heido's fingertips. He was using the power of his bloodline. Heido awakened the Xian Yi bloodline, which has many abilities, and each person has a different focus. For example, Heido focuses on poisons and witchcraft. He cannot cure diseases and save lives, but sometimes poison can also become an antidote, fighting poison with poison. Heido poisoned himself at this moment in order to wake up from the illusion. However, he found that even though he was poisoned, the scene before his eyes did not change. This shows that this is not an illusion, but a real picture. The The Liu brothers and others worked together to tie up the dozen people brought by Heido, one after another. Immediately afterwards, another iron barrel that was upside down on the ground was also picked up, but the person inside was obviously more cautious than Heido and others. He stood there without moving and did not rush out. In fact, there is no need to run. After all, the iron barrel is gone, and the best option is to stand still quietly instead of being trapped inside. Lord Heido, how did you fly into the sky? Someone asked in surprise. Heido had a bitter look on his face. He also wanted to know why he was floating in the air. Luo Mingyue grabbed him with one hand and pinched one of his arms with the other. Heido felt creepy. The fear came from the unknown. He couldn't see the enemy, but his body was being manipulated at will, which undoubtedly increased his fear. He trembled and said, "Senior, what do you want to do? I can cooperate with you, as long as you don't kill me." Heido was originally a squad leader of soldiers and also a military doctor. He could not cure illnesses or injuries, but he could help people get rid of toxins. Later, the world became increasingly chaotic, and several princes rebelled and conquered cities. The county magistrate in the area where Heido was located escaped, and Heido took advantage of the chaos to sweep up a bunch of property and left with hundreds of good brothers. Among these good brothers, there were 3 awakened ones. Due to disagreements, the 3 parted ways. Among them, Heido had the best popularity, and dozens of brothers were willing to follow him. When Heido and his companions fled, they had limited food with them, so they often went to the villages to rob. At first, everyone still had some conscience, so they robbed some from every household and would not rob them all. Later, they found that water resources were becoming less and less, and the number of robs increased, so their mentality gradually changed. What's more, there were beautiful girls in some villages. Later, Heido and others started killing and burning people. They no longer remembered how many villages they had massacred or how many places they had moved to. During this period, Heido led everyone into a village, but there was a powerful prophet in that village who led the villagers to resist with knives. Half of the people led by Heido were killed in that village and suffered heavy losses. They didn't dare go back for revenge and could only flee quickly. Later, Heido became more cautious when choosing targets and specifically selected villages that were not protected by prophets. Who would have thought that I would mess with a tough guy again today? Tianlu village is so weird. Heido was like a puppet, and Luo Mingyue turned his arms over and over to check them. At this moment, Lu Dashi said to the remaining horsemen, "Get off your horses and put down your weapons, and you will suffer less." However, how could this group of desperate criminals surrender willingly? After hearing what Lu Dashi said, they looked at each other and scattered instantly, in order to prevent the bucket from falling again and locking everyone up again. Whoever could run away would be the best. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue put down the black beans, swept his hands over, and pushed the group of people to the ground. Then he skillfully put away their knives. Brother Lu Dashi came forward with a rope and tied the man up. There was a man who was the youngest and the smallest. He seemed to be obedient, but he was actually tensing up his body. He was ready to wait for Lu Dashi to come in front of him. He would then cut Lu Dashi's throat with a blade and kill him with one. It didn't matter if he didn't cut the aorta. This thin man was Heido's younger brother. The blade was coated with deadly poison, but the poison spread slowly. Therefore, when killing people, cutting the throat was the fastest. If the cut was crooked, it didn't matter. As long as the skin was broken, the person would die. But if the skin on the arm was cut, as long as Lu Dashi cut off the arm in time, he could survive. Therefore, the throat was still the most effective. Just when he was ready to take action, he suddenly found his body hanging in the air. His body was grabbed by an invisible big hand, shaking back and forth, making him dizzy, his stomach churning, and he almost vomited. Several blades fell out of his sleeves with a crackling sound. Seeing this, Lu Sanshur said, "You'd better behave yourself. My elder brother is favored by the immortal. You want to play tricks in front of the immortal? Do you think your life is too long?" The horses were frightened, and some ran out of the village, while others ran into the village in a panic. The barking of dogs sounded one after another, waking up many villagers. Some villagers had poor sleep quality and could not fall asleep because of the noise. They got up and ran to the yard to beat the dog, but then they saw a horse passing by outside the yard. They immediately stopped being sleepy and thought someone's horse had run away, so they quickly called for people to chase it. The horses didn't know the way and ran around, but instead of running out of the village, they were caught. The villagers lit torches and wondered, how come there are more than a dozen horses? Is our village so rich? Ordinary families simply cannot afford to buy a horse. Besides, it was definitely not normal for so many horses to come here in the middle of the night. Village Chief Lu came out late because he found that his 2 sons were missing. Not only that, the 3 boys from his younger brother's family were also not at home. Village Chief Lu cursed and said, "Where did this rebellious son and his brothers run off to? It's so dark in the middle of the night. It's really worrying. Village Chief, please take a look. What should we do with these horses?" The horses were frightened when they saw so many strangers, but at least they were not trapped in an iron barrel like before. Some of the horses were injured and could not run, so they gradually calmed down. Someone suggested, "How about we take the horses home first? If the owner of the horse comes, we can return the horse. If no one comes, we can wait until daybreak and divide the property among the villagers. How do you think?" Village Chief Lu said, "Don't be fooled by the immediate benefits. Our entire village can't even get 5 horses together. Only rich families can raise so many at once. If we take the horses home, we will be slandered as horse thieves and may even be thrown into jail. Village Chief, what do you say we should do?" Village Chief Lu said, "I think the owner of the horse must be nearby. Leave some people to guard the horse, and the rest of you go look for him with torches." At the same time, the 5 Lu brothers were escorting prisoners, with Lu Ershi leading the way holding the rope, and the other 4 brothers walking in the middle or at the end, responsible for guarding the prisoners. Lu Xiaoshi asked, "Brother, how should we arrange for these 20 people? Our house can't accommodate so many people." Lu Dashi said indifferently, "Who said we should put them in the room? Let them stay in the yard for 1 night. Then don't we have to keep watch over them all night?" Lu Dashi said, "It's okay, you go to sleep, I'll work harder tonight and watch over them." "No, I'll go with you, we can take care of each other." Lu Xiaoshi asked softly, "By the way, big brother, is the immortal still here?" "I don't know." Lu Dashi raised his head and tentatively called out to the sky, "Immortal?" The immortal did not appear. Lu Dashi confirmed again, "Are you there?" Luo Mingyue still didn't respond. Lu Dashi said to his brother, "The immortal is not here." Lu Xiaoshi immediately relaxed a lot. He touched the back of his head and said, "Brother, I want to discuss something with you. I also want to become a believer of the gods. Is that okay?" Lu Dashi squinted at him and asked, "Weren't you unhappy before?" "Ahem, I was ignorant before. And many people in the village don't believe in gods, and I don't want to be the odd one out. As long as you have a pious heart, the immortals are actually very easy to talk to." The 2 brothers walked and chatted. Lu Dashi whispered, "To be honest, I don't want to spare their lives at all, but I don't want to kill them in front of the immortal. Even if I really have to kill them, I can't do it because we still have to carve stone sculptures for the immortal, and we can't let the blood of these people dirty our hands." "That's right. It's a good opportunity to bring these bandits back for everyone to see. We can be considered to have done a great deed today." Lu Dashi said, "Shut up. You're claiming to be so great. We only spent some effort tying the ropes, otherwise, how could we, the brothers, subdue so many bandits?" Lu Xiaoshi stopped talking and just smiled foolishly. After turning the corner, as they walked, they spotted a fire ahead. "Hey, are the villagers awake?" The 2 sides came together. Village Chief Lu originally wanted to blame his sons for not sleeping and running around late at night, but he saw that the leader was Lu Ershi, who was holding a rope in his hand, and the rope was tied to a group of strangers. Village Chief Lu asked, "Ershi, who are these people?" Lu Ershi said, "These are bandits who came on horseback. They are very fierce, and each of them has a knife in his hand. The horses have almost all run away, but the people are still here." The villagers suddenly realized, so that's how the horses that ran into the village came from. Next, the 2 sides exchanged information, mainly Lu Ershi giving a general account of the whole story. As for Lu Dashi, he didn't want to talk to people in the village recently, so he just hid in the back. Are there still bandits in our area? The villagers expressed their incomprehension. They knew they couldn't sleep if they went back home anyway, so they simply interrogated the bandits in the middle of the night. What are your names? Where are you from? At first, Hei-do and others were unwilling to speak, but after being severely beaten up by the fierce young villagers, they almost became obedient. But there are many people who tell liars. They all didn't want to die, so they made their life stories sound pathetic and spoke nonsense. If one person lies, others may not be able to tell the truth from the falsehood, but there are too many liars, and they do not have a unified caliber, resulting in loopholes in their words. For example, one said that he ate grassroots today, and another said that he had not found food for several days and survived by drinking water. Another cursed and said that his companions were brainless. If life was really difficult, they would have killed and eaten horses long ago, and why would they eat grassroots? They were all a bunch of idiots, and their lies were not perfect. I am ashamed to be with idiots. The villagers interrogated the prisoners separately and killed 2 of them in public. Finally, someone confessed honestly. We are from a county far away. We heard that several princes were rebelling. We couldn't survive, so we burned, killed, looted, and robbed everywhere to make a living. We usually act at night because people are asleep at night and are least alert. Often, some villagers are hacked to death by us while they are still asleep. The men in the village are useless, so just kill them. If the women are pretty, we'll enjoy them. We won't kill them, but I don't think they'll survive, because we've taken away all the food. Our leader is called Hei-do, and he is an awakened one. Some villagers asked, what does awaken mean? Some villagers also asked, if the princes fight, will the dynasty change? Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Haida's eyes. It was indeed a remote and poor place, isolated from the outside world. They didn't even know that the outside world was in chaos. I don't know which prince will win in the end. It may still be in the midst of war. Anyway, they can't fight here, and the officials won't enter the village. Some villagers had a strong sense of crisis and said, that's not necessarily true. We have to be prepared. When the soldiers really come, it will be too late. Hei-do sneered, don't worry, there's not even a county government office in this village. You're all a bunch of poor people. The officials spent a lot of food and grass to come here, and found that the things they looted were not enough to fill their stomachs. Who would be willing to do such a loss-making business? Besides, there was no need to attack your village. We only needed to attack the key cities, and then send 1 or 2 officials to collect taxes from you. Whether the emperor changes or not will not have much impact on you villagers.
Puff.
One of the bandit prisoners couldn't help laughing and said, what a bunch of fools. Don't worry, rebellion is not a game. It won't end in a year or 2. Lu Dashi's face was full of suspicion. Why are you so honest that you even tell us exactly how many bad things you have done? The first person to confess said, because I want to join your village. Of course, I have to be honest to avoid trouble in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that your village is very strong, and the strong are respected. Powerful? The villagers obviously misunderstood. One of the young men proudly said, we have a prophet who teaches us martial arts secrets, and we often hunt poisonous beasts. Of course, we are powerful.
No, no, no.
The prisoners shook their heads. The poisonous beasts are vulnerable in our eyes. Killing them is nothing. Hei-do nodded and said, where is that adult? We want to talk to that adult. The villagers were confused. What, sir? Hei-do said impatiently, stop pretending. We were captured by that mysterious awakener. The person next to him echoed, yes, we were going to enter the village at night and kill everyone if nothing unexpected happened. Who would have thought that we would be trapped as soon as we entered the village? The villagers frowned when they heard this. You are all prisoners, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly. As for the adults you mentioned, they should be the gods in heaven. Lu Dashi is the only one in our village who believes in gods, so the gods will help him, but most of us don't believe in them. Hei-do was confused. What heavenly gods? In his entire life, he had never heard of any deity appearing to him. He himself has no faith, but if he has to have one, he would choose to worship the god of wealth. But now people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Heido said loudly, "Master Immortal, my name is Heido. I am a Xian-Yi. I am good at detoxifying people. There are poisonous beasts rampant in this world. Both the blood and meat of beasts are poisonous, and I can extract the toxins from them." Because of this, many brothers were willing to follow him at first. Unfortunately, more than 20 brothers were killed in a village, resulting in only 19 people following him now. Many villagers in Tianlu village didn't know about awakened people, so Lu Xiaoshi came out to educate everyone. The so-called awakened people refer to people who have awakened their bloodline power and possess special abilities. Such people are rare and precious. The prophet is an awakened person, and so is the mysterious doctor. Different awakened people have different abilities. Heido's face was full of confidence. He felt that the Lord God would definitely keep him, because he was of great use. As a result, Lu Dashi said impatiently, "The immortal is not in heaven. I will leave the matters here to you. I will go back to sleep." Lu Dashi was in a bad mood at the moment, because the immortal had made great contributions to the capture of these prisoners today, but after helping them capture the prisoners, the immortal disappeared into the sky and never appeared again, silently giving without asking for anything in return. If there were no immortal, someone would definitely die in the village tonight. However, the villagers' attention was all on Heido's people, and no one thanked the gods at all, which made Lu Dashi very unhappy. Lu Dashi remembered what the silver-haired prophet had told him, that he should go with the flow in terms of faith and not force others, so he didn't say much. After leaving these words, he turned around and went home. His brothers looked at each other and quickly caught up with Lu Dashi. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" Lu Dashi waved his hand. "I'm fine." Lu Ershi asked, "Can you fall asleep if you go back now? How about we brothers have a drink?" Lu Sishi said, "I secretly hid a jar of wine. While my father's attention was on Heido and the others, I went to steal the wine." Lu Sanshur silently gave his fourth brother a thumbs up. He himself couldn't bear to drink Dad's jar of wine. When he finds it when he gets home, he will break both of your legs. "What are you afraid of? We're going to do something great tonight, so what's wrong with drinking a little?" After the Lu brothers left, the village elders, as well as village chief Lu and others, began to discuss in a distant place how to deal with these prisoners. Heido and the others are arrogant in their bones. I think they are not suitable to join our village. Yes, what they said just now really deserved a beating. My son clenched his fists and was about to hit them. Fortunately, I grabbed him in time. Don't mention my son. I want to punch them. They actually called me a fool. Besides, Heido and the others are all men. If they want to settle down in Tianlu village, they must marry and have children. There are more men than women in our village. Moreover, they have committed many evil deeds and regard human life as worthless. Who can guarantee that they will not suddenly attack and kill us one day? As for the ability to extract toxins that Heido mentioned, the prophet also has this ability. After discussing for a while, everyone finally decided to kill Heido and others. It is impossible to let him go as the two sides have become enemies. Let the young people take action. Heido and the others said that someone is rebelling. The world outside must be in chaos. Maybe there will be bandits coming to our village in the future. Let the young people see blood so that they can better protect their wives and children in the future. A moment later, a dozen young men approached the prisoners with long knives. "You're going to kill us?" "A village of idiots. We are familiar with the outside world, and keeping us here will only benefit us and cause no harm. Yes, there is a famine now. We can go to other villages to plunder supplies and then come back to share with you." The prisoners shouted loudly that although their hands were tied and difficult to break free, their feet were free. A group of people were tied together, making it difficult to escape. But there was not much panic on their faces. Instead, they looked like a pack of wolves, with ferocious eyes flashing, as if it was not them who were besieged, but the villagers. Heido's eyes were gloomy. He was a distinguished awakener. It was ridiculous that these ignorant villagers dared to attack him. Heido closed his eyes, and a dark green light suddenly emanated from his body. The light was deep and dark, and it spread outward with him as the center. During the spreading process, Guanghui automatically avoided his companions. The companions were not idle either. Some of them took out blades from their partner's boots with great effort and started cutting the rope, while others took out a thin blade from the thigh of their pants. It was difficult to cut the rope because the rope provided by Luo Mingyue was too thick. A dozen young men holding knives were the first to be enveloped by the dark green light. They let out shrill screams, and the long knives in their hands were actually corroded into dark green, and the skin of these young people was also dyed the same color. Some of the remaining villagers quickly retreated, while others rushed over with panicked expressions. "My son, how are you?" Then, the people who ran over were also enveloped by the light and fell to the ground screaming. The villagers immediately became agitated, because before this, they had never seen the abilities of the awakened ones. Although there was a silver-haired prophet in the village, he was low-key and introverted and spoke very little. Moreover, he had never shown such a strange ability before. The villagers thought that the awakened were just good at fighting. Who knew that Heido's body could actually glow? Some timid villagers had already screamed and hid behind. Fortunately, the green light on Heido's body did not continue to spread outward, but instead retracted into the body. Some of his companions had already broken free from the ropes and ran over to help Heido cut the ropes. Heido looked at the villagers in front of him with a cold face and said, "You killed my 2 brothers earlier. I thought that the immortal was watching, so I didn't resist. Otherwise, who are you?" His eyes were sinister and cold, like a venomous snake. "I didn't want to tear my face off with you just now, but you guys were so shameless." Heido was not sure that he could deal with the immortal hiding in the dark, so he was very careful when poisoning and did not immediately take the lives of the dozen young people. But even so, it's enough to scare people. The poisoned person's face was dark green, and his expression was distorted by pain, looking extremely hideous. Heido said, "If you know what's good for you, bring our horses here. Otherwise, I don't mind poisoning all of you. At worst, we'll both die." "Master Heido, they killed our brothers. Why are we wasting time talking to them?" Hearing this, Heido glared at the person who spoke and scolded him in a low voice. "Are you crazy? If we kill someone and anger that god, we will definitely not be able to escape. Now, using these dozen young people as hostages can just threaten Tianlu village to release them. Give them the horses quickly. My son has been poisoned. He is my only son. The parents' hearts are broken." Some villagers were irrational and suddenly shouted, "It's all Lu Dashi's fault. If they hadn't caught Heido, my son wouldn't be poisoned now." Hearing this, Lien Heido couldn't help laughing and clapped his hands, saying, "You are right. If it weren't for that Lu Dashi, I would have poisoned your entire family to death and sent you all to heaven in one piece." "Ha ha ha, yes. Our Lord Heido hates to see family members separated by life and death, so he mercifully sent the whole family away. You are such a pitiful frog in a well. If Lu Dashi hadn't stopped us, you would have been chopped to death in your sleep. In this village, except for the beautiful women, no one else can survive." He's 6th brother. What you said is not right. A beautiful woman can't survive. After all, she has lost her innocence and food. The man who spoke had an evil smile on his face. His eyes swept across the village beauty in the crowd. This girl was so beautiful that people wanted to kidnap her. The elders were dumbfounded. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. One of the elders shuddered and said quickly, "Quick, go, and invite Lu Dashi over. I'm going to find Brother Dashi." Heido raised his hand and formed a dark green light barrier, blocking the road directly. "None of you can escape. Bring the horses here quickly and make way. Otherwise, I will kill these hostages immediately." Village Chief Lu said, "Do you think we are stupid? What if you run away and then poison the hostages to death?" Heido thought that he really thought so, but he couldn't answer like that. He said calmly, "Don't worry, Heido, value my words and I will never go back on my words. Otherwise, how could these brothers follow me willingly? Yes, Lord Heido keeps his word and will never kill anyone." The bandits responded. Lying doesn't cost money anyway. The villagers had no choice at this point and felt deeply powerless. Heaven. Luo Mingyue was not idle either. In fact, when green light came out of Heido's body, she reached out to stop it, but unfortunately it was to no avail. The deep green light passed through her hand without any obstruction and fell on the villagers. But you can't see her hands. On the other side, after Lu Dashi and his brothers arrived home, they had just prepared some snacks and were about to drink, when they looked up and found that the immortal was reaching his hand down. Lu Dashi stood up suddenly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Dashi said, "I have to go out and take a look." Something must have happened outside, otherwise the immortal would not have taken action. Something happened? Several people immediately stopped drinking. How could something go wrong? Did they let the person go? I don't know. Lu Dashi shook his head and hurried over with his brothers. Luo Mingyue crushed a detoxification pill. Spiritual magic is useless in the world of villains, but rice containing spiritual energy can make the villains strong and healthy. Based on this, it can be inferred that the detoxification pill must have a certain effect. I just don't know how effective it is, and whether it can remove the poison of Xianyi. At this time, a villager knelt on the ground and begged, "Fairy, please save my son. As long as my son doesn't die, I will set up a longevity tablet for the immortal from now on." With one person taking the lead, many others followed suit and knelt down. "My son is my life. I beg the immortal to have mercy and save him. As long as he is alive, I will die." Heido and the others became alert when they saw the villagers' behavior. They said sternly, "Get away from them. If you say another word of nonsense, I will kill them right now." The bandits gathered around Heido, seeking shelter. Luo Mingyue put the crushed pills into a small stone basin, then took out another pill and put it into the bowl of water. The reason why she didn't take action just now was that she was worried that Heido would die and the poison people would die as well. After all, she didn't understand the abilities and characteristics of Xianyi, so it was always right to be cautious. Luo Mingyue saw that the villagers had made way for Heido and the others to escape, so she picked up the bowl of water and poured it at the poisoned people. What type of awakened person is this lady god? Why are her abilities so weird that she can even conjure up a large bowl of water out of thin air to detoxify? Luo Mingyue felt relieved. It seemed that the poison of Xianyi was just that bad. She took back the bowl and dropped a huge rock on the ground.
Run.
Heido was so scared that his heart and liver were broken. Last time he just used a huge barrel to trap them, but this time he directly used a meteorite. The stone was extremely huge and moved very fast, leaving no chance for people to react. Or even if they did react, it was useless. Heido was crushed to death as soon as he took a step. Fortunately, the villagers retreated far away and left a large open space. Otherwise, given the size of the stone, some of the villagers would have suffered. Those who were poisoned were still lying there. When the stone fell, their faces were filled with fear, because the stone was only a few steps away and would have crushed them. Blood slowly flowed out from the gap between the stone and the ground. Luo Mingyue also raised her hand symbolically and covered her eyes. Although she was the one who killed the person, it did not affect the discomfort she felt inside. You know, the only living creature she has killed in modern times is a mosquito. And he would kill everyone he saw without mercy. The little people are small, but they are also human beings. Killing a mosquito feels completely different from killing a person. Luo Mingyue sighed lightly and didn't even want to take away the stone she had just put down. She felt that the scene after picking up the stone would be very full. Just imagining the scene of insects exploding with juice is disgusting enough. She turned her gaze away and looked towards Mo village. All the candles in Maja village have been extinguished. There are no cats, dogs, cows, or sheep in the village. Everything is silent. Luo Mingyue originally wanted to find Xinqi, but she guessed that the child had already fallen asleep. It was the middle of the night, so it would be better not to disturb him. If there was anything, they could talk about it during the day. Tianlu village. The villagers were immersed in the shock of the huge rock falling from the sky. That stone just now, was it placed there by an immortal? I don't know. Maybe it was an immortal. Look at this stone. It just happened to crush all the bad guys to death. Dashi came late and asked, "What happened?" I saw the immortal holding a bowl of water, and then put down a stone. The villagers were still terrified, and began to tell Dashi what had happened. "Daisher, you don't know how dangerous the situation was. We were planning to kill them, but that mysterious doctor named Haidu could actually glow. Anyone who came into contact with that light would be poisoned. Fortunately, the clear water poured by the immortal has removed the poison." Haido also said that if they hadn't been trapped at the entrance of the village, they would have rushed in and killed us. Ahem, Dashi, I have something to discuss with you. Can you also carve a stone statue of an immortal and place it in the village? Dashi raised his eyebrows, looked at the elder who was speaking, and asked, "Didn't the elder Zhao say before that he would rather drink beast blood for a lifetime than believe in illusory gods?" The elder of the Zhao clan was choked and said awkwardly, "Really? I'm old and my memory is not good." Seeing that he had given in, Dashi did not continue to mock him, but said, "Carving is easy, but in our village, not everyone believes in immortals." After a pause, Dashi raised his head, as if listening to the immortal's will. After a moment, he said, "The immortal said that not everyone is required to believe in her. After the statue is installed, those who truly thank her can bow to the statue, but do not need to kneel down. If there are villagers who are unwilling to believe in her, they will not be forced, as long as they do not slander her behind her back." The Zhao clan elder smiled and nodded repeatedly. Okay, as long as the immortal agrees. I was really worried that the immortal would not like us and would not allow us to worship her. Another old man song said, "In fact, ever since I ate the first meal gifted by the immortal, I have been a believer in the immortal in my heart. It's just that my family members are confused and told me to be self-reliant and earn my living. They also think I am nagging. Self-reliance also depends on the situation. If there is a drought and all the water is gone, no matter how hard we work, can we create water out of thin air? Besides, believing in immortals does not require us to become beggars. We can still work hard and be positive as before. After such a long time, I have come to realize that the gods are truly kind. We believe in them to repay their kindness and thank them for their blessings, rather than completely losing our ability to live and relying solely on the gods' mercy and rewards to survive." Yes, what the elder of the Ling clan said is correct. We must work harder than before and hunt more poisonous beasts to offer to the immortal. Dashi was stunned. He never expected the elder's attitudes to change so quickly. However, this is a good thing for Dashi. He sincerely hopes that more villagers will become believers of the immortal. At this time, the village chief Lu said, "Dashi, ask the gods what to do with this huge stone?" Dashi shook his head and said, "The immortal is no longer in heaven. I think she may not want to take the stone away. The immortal has helped us kill people. Do you still want her to help clean up the mess? This is too much."
Ah.
Such a huge boulder, we would need a lot of people and we might not be able to move it. Besides, there are more than a dozen lives under this stone. I am a little scared because my home is near this stone. I don't dare to go home. I will definitely have a nightmare tonight. What are you afraid of? Haido and the others deserve to die. What's more, there are gods in heaven protecting us. There is no need to be afraid. But this thing is blocking the road, and our carriage can't get out anymore. Dashi said, "How about this? Let's try to carry the stone away first, or wait until daybreak and go to Mo village for help." "Why do we want to go to Manga village? There are so many young and strong men in our village." Dashi said, "There is a man with supernatural powers in Manga village. His name is Mo Jin. With his help, we will have an easier time." He added, "Before, we didn't believe in gods, so our contacts with Manga village were not close enough. But in the future, we can definitely strengthen the relationship between the two villages and help each other so that we can live better." The elder of the Ling clan asked, "By the way, Dashi, I remember you said before that the 3 meals a day in Manga village depend on the rewards from the immortals. Is this true?" Dashi nodded, "Yes." The elder of the Ling clan said, "The immortals have given things to our village before, but unfortunately we behaved like a bunch of ungrateful people, only knowing how to take the benefits and not how to repay the immortals. I am old now, and I don't know why, but I suddenly want to eat tofu. I hope to go to Maja village to exchange some tofu tomorrow. Lu Dashi said, okay, when I go to Mo Jin tomorrow, I'll ask him if he has any tofu. Also, I'm just a craftsman, and I don't know the process of worshipping immortals. The village chief Jiang Yanfeng of Maja village is very good at this. It would be great if we could send a few people to learn from him. The elder of the Zhao clan nodded and said, I agree. Now select a few young people with good looks and gentle temperaments to study with Jiang Yanfeng tomorrow. That might be a little difficult. All the young men in our village practice martial arts. They have 8-pack abs and are more ferocious than the other when they go out to hunt poisonous beasts. It's hard to find a gentle one. One villager said with a distressed look on his face, water is so precious. It's not enough to drink. It's such a waste to use it for bathing. Lu Dashi said, as long as we have the favor of the immortals, we will have an inexhaustible source of water. I will give you 2 puppies. One is dirty and the other is clean. Which one do you like better? I like it clean. Lu Dashi said, isn't that right? Besides, we sweat a lot when practicing martial arts every day and our bodies stink, which is not good at all. Even if we wipe it with a wet towel, it is better than not washing it at all. Okay, we get it. When we have water next time, we'll take a shower first. The villagers nodded one after another. Everyone had stayed up so late that the elderly were so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes. The young people seemed very energetic, but they were also urged by their elders to go back to bed. More than a dozen horses were placed in different households, and they were planned to be distributed uniformly after they woke up tomorrow morning. In addition, there are still many details that have not been agreed upon today, but there is no rush to discuss the results now. It is not too late to discuss it in the dark. For example, Lu Dashi and his brothers are about to carve stone statues of immortals for the village. They are working for the whole village and should be paid. Also, the immortal must have taken action to punish Heido and others tonight for Lu Dashi's sake. After all, Lu Dashi was the only one in the village who claimed to believe in immortals. Even if everyone didn't say it out loud, they would remember this favor in their hearts. After dawn, as usual, Luo Minghua fed the little people in Maja village first. 2 bowls of pure rice, 1 bowl of porridge, plus stir-fried beef with peppers and 3 kinds of cold shredded vegetables. There were chili peppers early in the morning. Some villagers loved them, but some elderly people had weak spleen and stomach and could not eat them, so Luo Minghua added pork head and braised beef. After eating the spiritual rice, the appetite will improve and people will need to eat more meat and staple food. So after the villagers finished eating the spiritual rice, Luo Minghua added some steamed buns. Add clean water to the water bowl. After dinner, Jiang Yanfeng was full of energy and was not in a hurry to teach the children. Instead, he led them for a walk around the village. The women were also busy, cleaning up the dishes, fetching water to wash dishes, washing clothes, cleaning the house, and growing vegetables in their own yards. Mo Jin and the others were full of energy. They practiced martial arts first and then went to the fields to check the growth of seeds and pull out the weeds. Luo Minghua added more water. Then go to see Tianlu village. Everyone in the village got up late today because they went to bed too late last night and accidentally overslept. The children who practiced martial arts woke up the earliest. They slept soundly last night. Even if some of them were woken up by the noise outside, they were too lazy to get up and check on the situation and fell asleep again soon. So they had enough sleep last night and woke up early today. However, the children did not have strong self-discipline, and when they found that their parents were not awake, they got up quietly to go to the toilet and then lay down again to sleep. The elderly people sleep little and have difficulty falling asleep after waking up, so they simply get dressed and get up. The elder of the Ling clan was pleasantly surprised to find a piece of cloth in his yard with a piece of tofu on it. As for other villagers, they found that there were some stone basins filled with clear water in the village. The villagers fetched water and went home. Lu Dashi and several of his brothers had breakfast and went to Maja village with some villagers. The elders of the Ling clan were old and didn't want to go out. Besides, The tofu given by the immortal was too big to be eaten up, so they simply shared it with their neighbors. Life in Tianlu village today is similar to the past. The only difference is that some young people have been taken away by Lu Dashi. Seeing Qin Shi getting up, Luo Mingyue asked, "Qin Shi, have you heard of Xuani?" Qin Shi nodded and said, "In my brain, there are a lot of inherited memories stored. I wonder why the immortal asked about Xuani?" Luo Mingyue said, "Last night, a group of people broke into Tianlu village. The leader was a mysterious doctor who had green light coming out of his body." Qin Shi raised his eyebrows and said, "This person has great abilities. He is good at poison. He can extract poison from poisonous beasts to strengthen himself." Qin Shi then talked about some knowledge related to Xuani. Luo Mingyue listened carefully. At the end, she simply wrote down the professions and abilities she already knew so that she could check them later to prevent forgetting them. Qin Shi has grown a little taller than before, but in Luo Mingyue's eyes, this height is almost the same as if he has not grown at all. The elderly people in the village are all full of energy after eating the magical rice. Even Mo Jin's mother, Shangguan, has a rounder and more lustrous face during this period. Luo Mingyue felt a sense of accomplishment. Lu Dashi and others came to Majia village. "Dashi, you are here again?" Enthusiastic villagers greeted me on the way. Lu Dashi's face was filled with smiles. He responded, "Yes, I am here to bother you again. From now on, our village will also be preparing to worship the immortal." "Really? That's a good thing." The people of Majia village were obviously more friendly than before. "Didn't I hear you say before that you were unwilling to make offerings?" Lu Dashi then recounted what happened last night. The villagers felt the danger and fear just by listening. "There is a rebellion outside. I don't even know who the emperor is now. It doesn't matter. It's useless to know this anyway. I'm just afraid that some rebels will pass by our village and capture the men." "Haha, you dare to capture able-bodied men? Just drive them out of the village. We are protected by the gods." The villagers rarely had the chance to hear news from outside, so they asked many questions. The morning passed by in a flash. At noon, Luo Mingyue started feeding the little ones again. Lu Dashi and others also had a sumptuous lunch. After dinner, Jiang Yanfeng said, "Dashi, our village is too quiet now. Do you have any puppies in your village?" "Of course." Without waiting for Lu Dashi to answer, Lu Sishi said actively, "I have 6 or 7 puppies at home. I am worried about what to do with them. I can't raise them all. So far, I have only given one away. The rest are at home." Jiang Yanfeng said, "That's great. Our village is willing to exchange it for clean water. Or if you want something else, you can also bring it up and we will make a deal." Lu Sishi waved his hand and said, "What deal?" "I'll make the decision. I'll give you all the puppies." "How can this be possible?" Jiang Yanfeng shook his head and said, "Not only puppies, we also want to buy cattle, sheep, chickens, and piglets." "Is that so?" Lu Sishi scratched his head. He couldn't make the decision because his family didn't have these cubs. He had to discuss it with the villagers to see who was willing to sell. Setting up a stall? The Lu brothers all thought that this proposal was good and would deepen the exchanges between the two villages. Lu Ershi said, "No problem. The poisonous beasts on this road have been cleared by our village anyway. By the way, do you eat poisonous beast meat? The taste is okay, but it is definitely not as delicious as the dishes given by the immortals. Eating it can strengthen your body." Jiang Yanfeng nodded. "You can bring some with you when you trade." "Okay, we brothers can decide on this kind of thing. When is the time?" Jiang Yanfeng said. "How about tomorrow?" Lu Ershi said, "Okay. We'll start preparing when we get back this afternoon." As for Lu Dashi, he went to find Mo Jin and explained his purpose. A huge rock blocking the road? Mo Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded, "No problem. Shall we set off now?" After hearing this, Luo Mingyue poked his head out from the sky and said, "Mo Jin, how about I come?" Mo Jin looked up and said, "Thank you, immortal. But there is a body under the stone. I am afraid it will pollute your eyes. I am very strong. If I really can't lift the stone, I will ask the immortal for help." Luo Mingyue said, "I'm not worried that you can't lift it. I'm worried that it will scare you." Hearing this, Mo Jin was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled slightly and said, "I am a man. I am not afraid." And the people of Tianlu village also said that the world is not peaceful now, and people like us must see blood first. "All right," Emojin added. "Also, when I go to move the stones, please look away, immortal." He didn't want the immortal to see those scenes. Even though the immortal was the murderer, Emojin deduced from several conversations between him and the immortal that the immortal himself could not bear to kill. If the villagers of Tianlu village had not been so incompetent, why would the immortal have to take action himself? Thinking of this, Emojin clenched his fists. He had been exercising every day during this period of time, and even asked Chun-Chi specifically how to awaken faster. Chun-Chi replied that the power of Earth God comes from the earth. One only needs to have more contact with the earth, eat more magic rice given by immortals, or take poisonous beast meat. In the past 2 days, Emojin has been sleeping on the floor, but the effect is not obvious. He has been considering digging a hole and sleeping directly in the hole. As long as he can awaken, coupled with his own innate divine power, he will be able to protect the village. Emojin followed Lu Dashi and left. Emo Hanshi was digging a hole in his yard. Shangguan asked in confusion, "Hanshi, what are you doing?" Mo Hanshi worked hard to shovel the soil with a shovel and said in a muffled voice, "Dig a hole and bury myself." Shangguan's expression was complicated. "Son, why don't you go dig in the grave?" Mo Hanshi turned around in surprise. Shangguan said again, "It's quieter to bury you in a cemetery. If you bury you in your own yard and fill the soil, won't we be stepping on your head when we walk around? This is not good. Be obedient and go to the cemetery." Mo Hanshi opened his mouth in shock, wanting to cry but unable to. "Mom, you still want to bury me? I dug the pit so that my brother and I could sleep together. The prophet said that I also have the possibility of awakening. Although the hope is slim, at least there is some hope." There was a strange flash in Shangguan's eyes. "Prophet?" Mo Hanshi raised his hand and slapped his mouth because the fact that Qinshi was a prophet was a secret, and currently only Jiang Yanfeng, Emojin, and him knew about it. On the one hand, Qinshi himself did not want to reveal his identity. After all, the Mo family village lived under the protection of immortals, and whether there was a prophet or not would not have much impact on the villagers. On the other hand, Qinshi is still young. Although he knows a lot of knowledge, he is still a child at heart. Jiang Yanfeng doesn't want him to bear too much, so he conceals this matter. Mo Hanshi also found out about this matter when he accidentally overheard the conversation between his younger brother and Jiang Yanfeng. Shangguan murmured to herself, "There is a prophet in this village too?" At the beginning, the villagers were desperate and the prophet never showed up. "I thought the prophet of this village had been exiled long ago. Now it seems that the prophet just awakened late." Mo Hanshi didn't hear her words clearly and asked, "Mom, what are you mumbling about?" Shangguan shook her head, "Nothing." After saying that, she turned around and went back to her room, but tears appeared in her eyes. The word prophet reminded her of her father. Shangguan fled to Majia village. Her father was a prophet. Everyone lived well in the village. But one day, her father asked the villagers to pack up and run away, saying that a terrible thing would enter the village in a few days. Many villagers did not believe him at the time. Some villagers believed him but were unwilling to run away because the houses and buildings were their own wealth. Who would be willing to leave their homeland? Moreover, Shangguan Xianji did not run away himself, but encouraged others to run away. Many people suspected that he wanted to cheat everyone and then seize their houses and land. But Prophet Shangguan explained that when danger came, anyone in the village could run away except him because he was the prophet and the owner of the land deed. In the end, Shangguan Xianji tried his best to persuade only a small number of people to escape. Shangguan didn't want to leave, but her father said, "If you don't believe my prediction like other people do, I won't blame you. Just pack your bag and go out for 7 days. When you come back, you will know whether what I said is true or not." Shangguan said, "Dad, it's not that I don't trust you. I just don't want to abandon you. You are my only relative in this world. That's why you have to live well and pass on the bloodline of our Shangguan family. I've read your fortune, and it says you are destined to have 2 sons. You are born lucky and will survive a desperate situation and die of old age. So, no matter how difficult your life will be in the future, don't seek death. Even if you can't see any hope of survival, you have to hold on to your last breath, because you will definitely survive and will definitely hold on until you are rescued. As he spoke, Prophet Shangguan used his ability to bestow a blessing power on his daughter. This blessing power would remain dormant in her body, allowing her to survive longer without food or water. Shangguan was young at the time and did not understand why her father gave her such a blessing. It was not until a severe drought later that she realized how powerful the prophet was, that he could see such a distant future. Thinking of this, Shangguan lowered her head and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. She did survive, but unfortunately she never saw her father again. Mo Jin went to Tianlu village to help move the huge rocks. He said he was helping, but he actually lifted the huge rock by himself and held it above his head. The villagers of Tianlu village were all stunned. Such great strength. Is he the same as Heido, an awakener? I wish I could be as powerful as him. Everyone was talking about it, but the children had simpler thoughts and admired. Wow, this brother is so awesome. Brother, what did you eat to grow up? Why are you so strong? Brother, I also want to be lifted up by you. The adults quickly took the children away, because the children were focused on Mo Jin, but the adults only saw the blurry corpse. Soon, all the children were taken away, and the braver young people were responsible for dealing with the corpses on the ground. They washed them with clean water, crushed flower petals and grass leaves, and scattered them on the ground to cover up the bloody smell. Lu Dashi walked in front, leading Mo Jin and asking him to put the boulder outside the village. Mo Jin, thank you so much. Please stay for dinner tonight. Mo Jin readily agreed, okay. He remembered his brother saying that when their father was still alive, every time they hunted a poisonous animal, the meat would be sent to the town. Therefore, the two Mo brothers had never eaten poisonous animal meat, so it was a good opportunity for them to try it today. In fact, there is a mountain behind Manga village where many poisonous beasts live. Mo Jin plans to go up the mountain to kill them after he awakens. As for why he didn't ask for help from people from Tianlu village, it was because Mo Jin and his men had no shortage of food and didn't have to rush to deal with the poisonous beasts. Moreover, Mo Jin was born with supernatural powers, so he felt he could handle it. If he asked others for help, he would have to provide compensation. Lu Dashi took Mo Jin around the village. There were many people in Tianlu village, including many girls of marriageable age. A few brave girls came together, pretending to pass by, and secretly looked at Mo Jin. One of the girls even took the initiative to greet Lu Dashi and said, "Brother Dashi, what a coincidence." Lu Dashi was already engaged to the village beauty, and he knew very well that the girls came for Mo Jin, so he introduced him. This brother Mo Jin is the village chief of Manga village. He is young and promising, and is also a person favored by the gods. It just so happens that you have come to recognize his face. In the future, the exchanges between our two villages will definitely increase gradually. When the girls heard how capable Mo Jin was, they liked him even more. However, Mo Jin obviously didn't have that intention. He just nodded at them politely and passed by them. The girls felt very lost and watched Mo Jin's back as he walked away.
Night.
Mo Jin stayed to eat and found that the taste of the animal meat strips was okay, salty and chewy. After eating, he felt a warm feeling on his body, which was similar to the effect of the magic rice bestowed by the immortals, and both could quickly replenish physical strength. Shenmi is more nutritious and has healing effects. It has a soft texture and a rice aroma. It can be eaten by both the elderly and children. Animal meat strips do not have these functions, but they can also strengthen the body. Lu Dashi also cooked a pot of pork soup. Drinking the hot soup made him feel particularly comfortable. Lu Dashi said, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay for one night? It's just in time for you to go to the market tomorrow." Mo Jin shook his head. "I want to set up a stall tomorrow. I can just run back later." "You're running away right after dinner?" Lu Dashi wanted to persuade him again, but at this moment, he noticed a cold and beautiful face peeking out from the horizon. Ajin, let me take you back. A slender white hand descended, with the back of the hand touching the ground, motioning Mo Jin to come up. Thank you, immortal. Mo Jin smiled with his eyes curved. He stood up and walked onto the immortal's palm. Lu Dashi could clearly see that Mo Jin left several not so obvious footprints on the immortal's hand. Lu Dashi felt his heart was broken. The immortal was so caring and considerate to the people of Magia village. The immortal was so high and mighty, holy and noble, yet he was willing to let Mo Jin step on her palm. What was this? This was obvious favoritism. Luo Mingyue noticed that Lu Dashi was full of envy, so she asked, "Do you want to come up for a ride too?"
Ah?
Lu Dashi was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He said incoherently, Can I too?" Luo Mingyue smiled, of course. Lu Dashi walked quickly to Luo Mingyue's finger, then carefully lifted his foot, walked up step by step, and stood beside Mo Jin. Luo Mingyue raised his hand, kept his palm steady, and began to move. The night wind blew past Lu Dashi's ears, and he wanted to shout loudly to let everyone know that he was flying. Village Chief Lu was providing door-to-door service, recording who wanted to set up a stall tomorrow. Lu Ershi and a few others were helping him. As soon as the Lu family members came out of a house, they looked up and found Mo Jin and Lu Dashi standing in midair, proudly standing and flying out of the village. Lu Xiaoshi stammered, "I seem to be hallucinating. My brother has ascended to heaven?" Lu Dashi looked down and saw his father and brothers. He waved vigorously and said with a smile on his face, "The immortal is taking me for a ride." "Brother." Lu Ershi ran a few steps but failed to catch up. He looked up at Lu Dashi, his eyes full of desire. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue simply stretched out his other hand and grabbed Lu Ershi into his palm.
Wow.
So cool, I want to fly too. Lu Sishi has a cheerful personality. He jumps high on the spot as if he could fly. Lu Sanshur had a relatively low presence. He was a simple and honest young man. He didn't say anything, but stared at the figures in the air, and the words "I want to fly too" were almost written on his face. As for Lu Xiaoshi, he grabbed his father's shoulders and said excitedly, "Dad, look, my brother is so amazing. His feet are off the ground and he moves so fast. How do you think the immortal can fly with him? It's a pity that we can't see the immortal." Village Chief Lu's face darkened. "Let go." Lu Xiaoshi asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy to see my brother flying?"
I'm happy. I'm almost dead with joy.
"You rebellious son. You think I'm too strong and want to take my shoulders off, right?" Village Chief Lu couldn't stand it anymore and slapped his youngest son on the forehead. Lu Xiaoshi then realized that he had used too much force and pinched his father's bones. No wonder his father was angry. Luo Mingyue stopped. She didn't mind fulfilling the little people's wish, but the size of her palm was limited. She couldn't let all the Lu family members stand up, so she put down her hand and let the 3 people on her palm get down first. Lu Dashi looked up and found that the immortal was gone. He panicked and asked in a low voice, "Mo Jin, what happened? Could it be that my brothers were too noisy and annoyed the immortal?" Mo Jin looked at him and said seriously, "Don't speculate on the immortal's thoughts. She is kind and tolerant and won't get angry because of such a small matter. The immortal suddenly disappeared. Maybe she has something to do. We just need to wait or walk back slowly by ourselves." Lu Dashi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We haven't had as much contact with the immortals as you have. Moreover, the immortals are really considerate to you. Today they were worried that you would be frightened by the scene under the stone, and now they are personally escorting you back to the village. You are really a favorite of the gods." Mo Jin looked at him and said, "The fact that you can see the immortal means that she is also looking after you." Lu Dashi replied, "Maybe the immortal had something to do, so he left us all behind." As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden box fell from the sky. The height of the wooden box is about 4 centimeters. It has no lid and has a large space for many people to stand. Luo Mingyue said, "Come up." Lu Dashi conveyed the immortal's words and asked his father and brothers to stand inside. Mo Jin also climbed in from the edge of the wooden box. "Hold on, ready to go." Luo Mingyue picked up the box with one hand and walked forward. It was more convenient than walking with the person supported by her palm, and it was also more stable and safer. After all, there is no guardrail on Luo Mingyue's palm, but the four sides of the wooden box act as guardrails to prevent the little people from falling down. The wooden box flew ostentatiously in the sky. The little people in the Lu family were all smiling happily, especially Lu Cixi. When he saw the acquaintances below, he would greet them loudly and wave, his eyes and eyebrows full of excitement. "Brother Dashi, have you learned the magic technique?" The people below asked subconsciously, and when they wanted to chase it, they found that the wooden box had gone far away. Luo Mingyue sent Mo Jin home and sent the Lu family back. Village Chief Lu felt dizzy. He never thought that he could experience the feeling of going to heaven like birds and animals in his lifetime. It was magical to look down at the scenery on the ground from above. Soon, the wooden box fell to the ground. The brothers of the Lu family were having fun all the way, and even now they have smiles on their faces. Lu Dashi took out the box and thanked Luo Mingyue. Lu Cixi couldn't see the immortal and couldn't talk to him, so he bowed hard, bending over 90 degrees, almost hitting the ground. After bowing, he shouted, "Immortal, I will be your most loyal believer from now on." The other brothers were not willing to be outdone and bowed one after another. Lu Xiaoshi was the most sincere. Or maybe he was a little afraid of heights and his legs were weak, so he bowed too hard and fell to the ground. Lu Sancher next to him hurriedly helped him up. Luo Mingyue couldn't help laughing, but it wasn't a mockery. She just felt that the little people were very cute, and their happiness was also very simple. They were all so happy just by taking a ride. Luo Mingyue's mood also improved. She smiled and said, "Go to sleep, there will be a market tomorrow morning." Lu Dashi responded, "Okay, immortal. Good night." Lu Dashi was so excited that he wanted to prostrate himself. The immortal not only took him for a ride and smiled at him, but also said good night to him. What an honor! Lu Dashi also said, "Good night." The tone is excited and full of energy. Luo Mingyue held her forehead and quickly hid outside the cardboard box. Otherwise, she felt that Lu Dashi would not be able to sleep if he saw her. Lu Xiaoshi asked curiously, "Brother, what did the immortal say to you?" "Nothing, just told us to go to bed early and said good night." Lu Cixi's eyes sparkled, and he said with longing, "I'm so envious. I wish I could talk to the immortals too." Lu Dashi encouraged him, "You can do it. I couldn't see the immortals before." Later, when Maja village worshipped the statue for the first time, I followed suit and worshipped. Then I could see the immortals. We should work together to carve a huge immortal statue and place it in Tianlu village. When the time comes, you can also worship devoutly, and maybe you will be blessed. Yeah, I almost forgot about it. Have you found the materials? Let's start tonight. Don't worry if you haven't found the right materials yet. I am in a hurry. There's no point in being anxious. We are doing a favor for the gods, so we must do it beautifully, not just for speed. Luo Mingyue moved to the outside of Maja village and found that Mo Jin was still awake and was practicing boxing in the yard. Luo Mingyue's fingers were scratching the edge of the box, and she poked out a pair of eyes and stared at Mo Jin. Mo Jin found that the immortal only showed his smooth black hair, smooth and full forehead, and a pair of clear and bright eyes, so he stopped practicing boxing and asked, "What's the matter, immortal?" At the same time, Jiang Yanfeng, who had already lain down to sleep, suddenly felt something in his heart and woke up from his sleep. He opened the window and saw the immortal. He put on a crescent white robe, walked hurriedly into the yard, bowed slightly to show respect, and asked, "What do you want, immortal?" Chun-Shi walked out of the next room and stood beside Jiang Yanfeng, sleepy-eyed, and asked curiously, "Sister Fairy, what's wrong?" Luo Mingyue blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that she had startled all three of them at once. She said, "It's okay. I just came to see you and asked if you wanted any salt." Jiang Yanfeng said, "The immortal gave me salt last time. After I distributed some to the villagers, there was still a lot left." Luo Mingyue said, "Tomorrow we will have the market. You guys want to trade items, but I think the houses in Tianlu village are more magnificent than yours, and there are more people. This was a rather euphemistic way of saying it. Luo Mingyue saw that Majia village was too poor and was afraid that they would not be able to produce anything to set up a stall, so she added, "The villagers of Tianlu village often hunt poisonous animals and need salt to marinate meat strips. I have white refined salt here, which is of better quality than coarse salt. I'll give you some more for setting up a stall tomorrow. Not only salt, I also have various condiments, silk fabrics, cotton." Chen Qi said, "I don't need anything. Just having food to eat every day is enough. I plan to just go shopping tomorrow and not buy anything." Jiang Yanfeng said, "I heard that Tianlu village also intends to believe in the immortals. If they knew that the immortals are on our side." Mo Jin said, "Immortal, I want cotton and cloth to make a quilt." Luo Mingyue responded to every request and immediately put a piece of cloth in front of Mo Jin. It was filled with cotton, and the pile of cotton was taller than Mo Jin. Mo Jin said quickly, "Enough, too much." Only then did Luo Mingyue stop. There is some distance between the Jiang family and the Mo family. When Jiang Yanfeng saw the immortal dropping items down, he knew without guessing that it must be Mo Jin who asked the immortal for something. Jiang Yanfeng shook his head and sighed, but he didn't say much. After all, Mo Jin was also the one chosen by God. The immortal was willing to pamper Mo Jin, and he couldn't stop him. Moreover, Jiang Yanfeng himself got a big house and a lot of new furniture from the immortal. He was too ashamed to blame others. Jiang Yanfeng was just worried that the immortal's good temper would easily make mortals greedy. As I was thinking about it, I suddenly noticed a piece of cloth falling from the sky, followed by a lot of cotton falling down. Luo Mingyue said, "Well, you two should make a new quilt too." Jiang Yanfeng's first reaction was to wave his hands. "No, Luo Mingyue interrupted him. "Don't refuse." The rest of Jiang Yanfeng's words were stuck in his throat. His face was very interesting. He thought that what the immortal had given him was enough, and he didn't want to ask for more, but the immortal ordered him to accept it, and he didn't want to go against the immortal's will. Luo Mingyue smiled with curved eyebrows and a little proud look. She said, as if coaxing a child, "I want you to live a better life. I am very rich and have everything I need. If a little bit of money slips through my fingers, it will be enough for you to have enough food and clothing. For me, as long as you are happy, I will do my best to help improve your life. As long as you care about my kindness, I will continue to provide you with food and daily necessities. Jiang Yanfeng, I don't care how greedy you are, because everything you need is insignificant to me. As long as you don't scold me or hate me, I will keep feeding you until the end of my life." These are what Luo Mingyue wanted to say for a long time. She felt that Jiang Yanfeng had too many concerns, which was not good. She hoped that Jiang Yanfeng could live a more relaxed life. Immortal. Jiang Yanfeng stood there in a daze. He didn't expect Luo Mingyue to be willing to explain so much to him. He knew that mortals and immortals think differently. Due to their different identities and statuses, the two sides are inherently unequal. No matter how friendly Luo Mingyue behaves, there is always a layer between the two sides. Just like no matter how kind and amiable the principal is, it is impossible for students to tell all their troubles to the principal. Everyone has their own thoughts and will not say them out loud easily. While Jiang Yanfeng was stunned, Luo Mingyue had already piled up cotton in his yard. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mingyue disappeared in a flash, without giving Jiang Yanfeng a chance to speak. While listening to the fairy's speech, Mo Jin pulled his brother out of bed, and the two brothers worked together to move the cotton given by the fairy into the house. "Try it as a snack." Mo Hanshi took a bite and said disdainfully, "It's not as delicious as the pickles given by the immortal." After being fed for a long time, Mo Hanshi has developed certain requirements for the taste of food, but he still remembers in his bones that food cannot be wasted. When he eats, even if the food in the bowl is not delicious, he will eat it all without leaving any. Mo Jin said, "It's good to change your taste occasionally. When we used to eat brown rice at home, you would be happy all day if you ate a few more bites. But now, you don't even like to eat meat sticks." Mo Hanshi touched his nose and said with a smile, "The food fed by the immortal is too good. Our tastes have become picky." The next day, early morning, The people from the two villages came out to set up their stalls early. Few people brought out tables. Most people simply spread a piece of cloth on the ground and put the things they wanted to sell on it. However, no one shouted out their wares. Anyway, the market was so small that people could just walk around to buy whatever they wanted. The shouting was too noisy, so it was better to be quiet. Chin-Chi had originally planned not to buy anything, but now he was squatting in front of a cage containing healthy and lively puppies. One of the dogs was biting the cage persistently, whimpering in grievance. Chin-Chi placed his finger next to the puppy's mouth. The puppy sniffed and licked it twice. Chin-Chi was silent for a long time, then said, "Did I want to buy a dog?" The stall owner saw that he was a child and said, "Where are your parents? Ask them to bring something in exchange, and then you can take one home." Chin-Chi nodded, turned around and ran back home, taking out a jar. The stall owner asked, "What is this?" Chin-Chi replied, "It's white sugar." The stall owner was very surprised and said, "It's a pity that I only brought a bag with me this time, but no container." Chin-Chi left the sugar jar behind and said, "I'll give you the jar too." The stall owner said, "You're so generous, kid. Go back and call your parents. Candy is very precious. You give me so much at once, don't you feel bad?" Chin-Chi teased the puppy while saying, "I am the eldest in the family, and I have no family members." The stall owner was silent. Such a young child, whose parents were gone, felt sympathy for him and said, "Then I can't charge you so much candy. Just take this jar back and get a bowl to scoop some candy for me." Chin-Chi glanced at him, bent down, picked up a puppy, and ran away without looking back.
"Hey, you kid."
The stall owner chased for 2 steps, but saw that Chin-Chi's body had disappeared in the crowd and he could no longer see him, so he had to stop helplessly. Someone stopped on the road and asked him, "Old Chien, was your puppy stolen by a kid?" Old Chien shook his head and frowned. "No, that kid gave me a whole can of sugar. How can a puppy be so expensive? This kid doesn't know how to be frugal. I have to find him." Jiang Yanfeng, who was not far away, witnessed the whole process. He came over and said, "That child is my adopted brother. There is no need to look for him. You can take the sugar." Old Chien said sternly, "How can I do this? How can I take advantage of a child when I am away from home? I have children at home too." Jiang Yanfeng said helplessly, "Take it. This is given by the immortal. We have too much candy at home to finish it. It will be bad if it is kept for a long time. It's rare that my brother likes this puppy, so let's just treat it as making friends." Too much to eat? Old Chien was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of the generous God in heaven, nodded, and sat back in his seat. Mo Hanshi set up a stall to sell cotton and cloth, as well as large barrels of cooking oil and many bowls. Mo Jean was wandering around and patrolling the streets to prevent anyone from causing trouble, but the villagers were all very simple and honest, and the transaction process was very civilized, with basically no disputes. The puppies, lambs, and other animals sold in Tianlu village are the most popular and are sold out in a short time. The villagers of Tianlu village used a variety of items to set up their stalls, such as combs, hairpins, and jewelry for women, headbands and crowns for men, woven straw sandals, bamboo baskets, and some clothes and shoes for children. As for Lu Sishi, he occupied a stall by himself, placed a big pot, and many bowls and chopsticks. His brothers brought tables and chairs, opened the lid of the pot, and inside was the steaming animal meat soup. The villagers of Manga village did not have time to have breakfast this morning. When they smelled the aroma of the soup, they were really a little hungry, so they came over to eat a bowl. There were not many tables and chairs, but the villagers were not in a hurry to eat. Those who could not queue up would walk around the market first. As for the soup, they just tried it for fun. When it came to delicious food, the food given by the immortals was the best. Just as I was thinking about it, a small stone basin fell from the sky and was placed on an empty stall. The basin was filled with fresh fruits, all cut into pieces, so I could eat them directly. The villagers of Manga village were used to it and didn't even think about fighting for it. Some villagers in Tianlu village were very excited and ran to get it, fearing that it would be gone if they were too late. Then they found that there were only a dozen of them running, while the people in Maggia village were so calm. They felt a little embarrassed for some reason, so they slowed down their pace. Jiang Yanfeng kindly reminded, "Don't rush. Even if you finish eating, the immortal will definitely add more. Everyone will have a share." Luo Mingyue found a vacant place and put down 3 stone basins, which were filled with brown sugar-steamed cake, candied fruits, and sesame candy. Everyone could take some while walking. The children happily took the candies and brown sugar-steamed cakes to eat, each of which was their favorite. The market lasted for the whole morning. Tianlu village really likes the salt, sugar, vinegar, and cooking oil provided by Maggia village. The people in Maggia village also exchanged for a lot of animal meat strips. The girls chirped, "There's actually silk in Maggia village. It's so soft and beautiful." Yes, and the price is very affordable. When I went to town before, I didn't want to buy those bright fabrics. Today I can go back and make myself a new set of clothes. I also bought some cotton. It's very cold here in the winter. Although it's still early, it's better to prepare in advance. This preserved fruit is so delicious. There is also steamed cake. I even secretly put some in the basket and plan to eat it when I get home. The little people were all smiling and chatting with each other after the transaction. Maggia village has a small population, and there are young men who are still single, while Tianlu village also has girls waiting to get married. A young man and woman accidentally bumped into each other's arms in the market. They apologized to each other, but when they looked up, they saw each other's eyes. The girl was shy and hurried away with her sisters, but the boy stared at her back and couldn't help asking the stall owner next to him, "Uncle, whose girl was that just now?" The stall owner smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" The young man nodded vigorously and answered directly and affirmatively, "I like it." The stall owner said, "That's the girl from the Guff family in our village. If you like her, I can act as a matchmaker and ask her for you." "Okay. Thank you, uncle." The folk customs in the villain world are relatively open, and the marriage customs are different from those in ordinary ancient times. It belongs to an imaginary area, and the marriage customs are relatively simple. There is no special matchmaker in the village. If a man meets a girl he likes, he can ask someone to ask. If the girl also has this intention, she will send her horoscope. If there is no problem with the horoscopes, they can discuss the wedding date. As for the person who made the connection, he can receive a thank you gift. Moreover, in order to encourage childbirth, widows are not prohibited from remarrying, and the restrictions on women are not that strong. Even if a woman becomes pregnant before marriage, she will not be thrown into a pig cage. At most, she will be pointed at by neighbors, and her family and friends will feel ashamed. If the family is cruel, they will kick the girl out of the house. But most families are reluctant to kick their girls out. As noon approached, there were fewer and fewer villagers in the market, and everyone started to pack up their stalls. The little people in Tianlu village need to cook for themselves, but in fact, no one is hungry at all, because they eat while walking around in the morning, and the gods will add new snacks after they finish eating. Many people have not stopped eating all morning. Not only do they eat with their hands, they also secretly hide some in their sleeves and take them back home. Luo Mingyue turned a blind eye to this kind of behavior. These snacks were originally for the little people to eat, but some of them were greedy and kept taking them secretly. If they were told that they could take them away openly, they would probably rush to grab them. Luo Mingyue planned to feed the animals regularly because she had storage space for easy storage. If she fed them too much at one time, the little ones would not be able to finish them, and they would not be fresh enough if left for too long. In Maggia village, Qin-Chi brought back a puppy, a khaki pastoral dog that had been weaned. Its bright black eyes were very lively. It ran in circles around Qin-Chi, its tail wagging happily. Qin-Chi didn't know what to feed the puppy. He happened to see a stone basin falling from the sky. He knew it was time for the gods to feed everyone, so he picked up the puppy and prepared to take it to the Xianwan terrace for a meal. Some villagers had bought lambs and were now working hard to build a sheepfold. They were sweating profusely and had not planned to eat lunch. But suddenly they remembered that the lambs were still hungry, so they wiped the sweat off their faces with a towel and planned to bring back some food. Mo Jin's family has quite a lot of pets, including 2 lambs, a puppy, and a piglet. Mo Hanshi rolled up his sleeves, castrated the pig first, and then said to his brother, My family has raised a pig for a long time, and we killed it during the New Year. Mo Jean said. I don't remember. Mo Hanshi smiled and said, That's normal.
You were just born at that time.
The two brothers chatted while working. Shangwan quickly cleaned up the sheepfold and drove the two lambs in. They seemed to be hungry and made bleating sounds. Shangwan said with anticipation, These are lambs bought from two different families, one male and one female. They will be perfect for pairing when they grow up and will give birth to lambs in the future. Mo Hanshi said, Mom, you're thinking too far ahead. Maybe one day, I will get up in the middle of the night and be very hungry, so I will roast this little lamb and won't be able to wait for them to grow up. Shangwan glared at her son. How dare you? Mo Hanshi chuckled and changed the subject. The immortal has given us some delicious food again. Let's go eat. This time, Luo Mingyue not only prepared lunch for the little people, but also prepared fresh grass leaves for the lambs and cows, goat milk and eggs for the puppies, and more millet grains for the chickens. Moreover, she had crushed the millet grains and could be fed directly. The villagers lined up and received food for their pets in an orderly manner. With all kinds of animals, the village became lively, and children ran around the streets happily chasing the puppies. Some children were more naughty. They opened the sheep pen and wanted to go in to ride the sheep, but were stopped in time by the adults at home. The village is bustling with activity. Seeing the little people laughing, Luo Mingyue was also sincerely happy. She went to see the situation in Tianlu village again. Then he discovered that something seemed to be wrong in Tianlu village again. From the blood mist, a group of refugees, covered in dust and ragged clothes, walked out. The refugees walked slowly and listlessly, as if they had lost hope in life and just moved forward numbly. Luo Mingyue quickly called Lu Dashi. Daisher, many people have come to your village. A lot of people? When Lu Dashi heard this, he rushed out of the room with a knife in his hand, calling his friends along the way, and called over a dozen brothers. Luo Mingyue comforted him. Don't be nervous. They are not bandits, but a group of refugees. Lu Dashi said, We can't take it lightly. The refugees are crazy and will risk their lives for food. In some ways, they are scarier than bandits. It's safer to hold a knife. Ever since the incident with Heido, the villagers had become more respectful towards Lu Dashi. Seeing Lu Dashi holding a knife, more and more villagers went back to their houses to get their weapons and hurriedly chased after him. Luo Mingyue said, Dashi, there are too many people gathered in your village. Let them go back and get bowls and spoons. Lu Dashi sent a brother to tell the villagers behind him, Don't bring knives, bring some tableware. As for Lu Dashi himself, he continued to walk towards the village entrance with a dozen young and strong youths. They carried knives on their shoulders and blocked the entrance to the village firmly. At this time, the refugees turned the corner and saw the stone tablet with 3 big characters Tianlu Village inscribed on it. Going further ahead was the entrance to the village. There's a village ahead. The refugees' eyes suddenly lit up. Couldn't find any food or water along the way. Their legs felt like they were filled with lead, and their heads were dizzy, like the walking corpses. During this period, some refugees even had the idea of killing their own kind, but what they didn't know was that there was an awakened person hiding in the team. This awakened person quietly influenced the refugees' thoughts and travel routes, secretly helping them avoid many dangers along the way, and finally arrived here. The refugees originally wanted to break into the village, but when they saw that Lu Dashi and others were all strong, carrying knives, and had ferocious expressions, they thought they were not easy to deal with. Therefore, the refugees were forced to become polite and greeted each other first. Hello, hello. Lu Dashi said coldly, Okay. Your knives are so shiny, they even reflect light in the sun. Can you put down your knives and show them to us? One refugee said hoarsely, Is there any water? Please give us some water. Just give us some water and we'll leave right away, without any entanglement. Please, we really can't survive. My baby is still young. I can live without water or food, but please give my baby some water. The refugees were already tired, and as several adults knelt down to beg for their children's survival, more refugees followed suit and knelt down, begging for drinking water. Lu Dashi pointed the tip of his knife at the refugees and shouted, "You want water? Then stand up and line up. Don't make noise or cut in line, or I'll stab you. Do you understand? As long as you line up quietly, you will have plenty of clean water to drink." Lu Dashi shouted a few times with all his might. His shouting was very effective. Although the refugees did not quite believe what he said, they quickly stood up and lined up. There are 3 rows. Under normal circumstances, some of them might cut in line and make noise, but the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. The refugees quickly lined up like emotionless rag dolls. In the crowd, there was a young girl with a dusty face, hair like dry grass leaves, and a body as thin as a bamboo pole. She hung her head in silence, and her eyes were a strange green, sometimes fresh like the first green on the treetops in early spring, and sometimes dark like the withered yellow leaves in late autumn. The color of her pupils slowly changed between these 2 colors, containing the rhythm of life. An invisible aura emanated from her, enveloping all the refugees. The refugees were connected into a whole, rising and falling together. As long as the girl is alive, those who are enveloped by her power will not die and will share her life state. This also means that if the girl dies, all the refugees will die. When the line was lined up, people from Liujia village had already brought their bowls and chopsticks one after another. Luo Minghua put down a stone basin filled with porridge. People who have been hungry for a long time cannot eat too much in one breath. The refugees looked up at the sky in surprise. They didn't expect that such a large object would fall from the sky and land in Tianlu village. Because Lu Dashi and others were blocking the way, the refugees could not see what was in the stone basin. The villagers of Tianlu village felt extremely complicated when they saw the miserable plight of the refugees. They could not imagine that there would be such miserable people in the world, each of them lifeless and dying. Lu Dashi and others took knives and made way for only 2 people to pass through. The rest of the villagers filled their bowls with porridge. Lu Dashi said, "Now, step forward in rows to receive your food. If anyone dares to jump out and disrupt the formation, I will let him see what it means to be beaten with a white knife in and a red knife out." In fact, this last threat was completely unnecessary. The refugees came forward one by one, and after receiving the porridge, they squatted on both sides of the road, gulping down the porridge. They don't even need a spoon. They just use their tongues to lick all the rice grains in the bowl until not a single one is left. Everyone had porridge. Soon, it was the turn of the girl with strange pupil color. The girl had long bangs that covered her eyes. She also received a bowl of porridge and squatted on the roadside like everyone else, but she ate in a very polite manner, drinking the porridge in small sips. As the warm rice soup went down the girl's face, a faint smile appeared, and she felt particularly satisfied. But she only drank half a bowl. A middle-aged woman came over and said, "Yining Chuan, you have a small appetite, so half a bowl is enough. Give the remaining half to your brother and sister." Yining Chuan looked up, her bangs covering the color in her eyes, and she held the bowl tightly in her hands. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." As she said that, the middle-aged woman tried to grab the bowl from her hand. The girl was thin, and even though she held the bowl very hard, it was still ruthlessly taken away from her. A hint of pride flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes, but when she turned around, she saw Lu Dashi looking at her expressionlessly, with a long knife already on her neck. Okay, good man, let's talk it over." The middle-aged woman was so frightened that she was out of her wits, her face turned pale, and she forced a flattering smile. Lu Dashi said, "Everyone is very obedient and eating quietly. Why are you the only one who is restless and runs to grab other people's bowls?" To be honest, Lu Dashi felt that the mental state of this group of refugees was very strange, a bit like The Walking Dead. But after receiving the food, everyone had light in their eyes and smiles on their faces, but Lu Dashi still felt it was strange, because the refugees were too obedient, so obedient that it was abnormal. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman stood up and snatched someone else's bowl, which made Lu Dashi feel that she was a normal person. The middle-aged woman said in a trembling voice, I took my daughter's bowl." You see, she is so thin and has a small appetite. She can't drink a whole bowl, so I took it away. I am her mother." Lu Dashi frowned, half believing and half doubting. A mother is stealing food from her child? The middle-aged woman pointed at her husband and her other 2 children and said, "Look, these are all my family members. Yining Chuan is my eldest daughter, and the other 2 children are named Yi Zhuangshi and Yi Meili." Lu Dashi raised his eyebrows. Why does the name Yining Chuan sound very meaningful and nice, but the other 2 children are very down to earth? The middle-aged woman was talking until her mouth was dry. When she noticed that Lu Dashi's long knife had moved away a little, she quickly drank a mouthful of the porridge at her bowl and continued to explain, "I only ate half a bowl of my own rice, and shared the other half with my husband and my youngest son Yi Zhuangshi. The boy is 8 years old and is in the growth period, so 1 bowl is not enough. I thought Ningchuan's appetite was relatively small, so I came over to take her bowl." Lu Dashi frowned. It seemed that this was someone else's family affair and it was not convenient for him to interfere, so he could only put down his sword. Lu Shaoshi also followed and heard what the middle-aged woman said. He turned to look at Yi Ningchuan and found that the girl was squatting on the spot, hugging her legs, her head slightly lowered, her body thin, lonely, and silent. A look of pity flashed in Lu Shaoshi's eyes. He turned around and ran back, brought a new bowl of porridge, and handed it to Yi Ningchuan. "Here, drink it." Yi Ningchuan raised his head. His eyes were still slowly changing color, but they were perfectly hidden by his hair. Lu Shaoshi felt a little awkward. He said, "Your hair covers your eyes. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable? How about I get you a comb?" The girl shook her head, raised her hands, and took the bowl that Lu Shaoshi handed over. Then continued to drink in small sips. "Are you mute?" Lu Shaoshi did not leave, but squatted down beside and asked. The girl didn't answer, so Lu Shaoshi asked again, "Is that woman really your mother? If she isn't, just blink and I'll go and get justice for you." The girl froze for a moment. "Who can keep going without blinking?" Lu Shaoshi rolled up his sleeves and said, "Okay, I knew she was pretending to be your mother." After saying that, Lu Shaoshi stood up and looked at the middle-aged woman not far away with a vicious expression. The woman sat cross-legged on the ground, happily drinking the half bowl of porridge she had just snatched from Yi Ningchuan. Lu Shaoshi's yelling was so loud that the woman heard it and hurriedly licked the bowl clean. Then she looked up at Lu Shaoshi and shouted, "It's unfair. Yi Ningchuan has never liked to talk since she was a child. She is not dumb. We really are a family. If you don't believe me, ask my neighbors." Lu Shaoshi selectively ignored what the woman said. He just came here deliberately to find an excuse. There were families in their village that favored boys over girls, but none of them were as excessive as the middle-aged woman in front of him. Lu Shaoshi couldn't stand the woman's behavior and wanted to scare her, so he walked over with a stern face and said, "Everyone gets a big bowl of porridge, but you are the only one who is special? That's my own daughter.
How could I not know how much she eats?"
The woman argued. "Besides, you've already given her another bowl of rice. Why are you blaming me? Do you think I ate a lot? I only ate half a bowl myself, and gave the rest to my family." Lu Shaoshi said angrily, "You voluntarily gave it to your family. She was already very thin, and you still took her things." The woman continued, "The one who was robbed has no problem with it, but you come to me. It's the first time you met her, and you're defending her like this. Are you interested in my daughter? If so, bring the betrothal gift. If not, what right do you have to intervene in this matter?" Lu Shaoshi blushed and was at a loss for words. I just felt sorry for her. We are all refugees, all pitiful. Why do you only care about her?" The middle-aged woman was sharp-tongued and acted like a spoiled child. She slapped her thigh and cried, "I'm almost starving to death. Since you are kind-hearted and pity her, why can't you pity me? My husband and I have worked so hard to raise 3 children. Do you think I have a good life? I am a woman, and you are young and strong, and you still clench your fists. Do you want to hit me? Boo, my life is so miserable. You might as well beat me to death. I won't live anymore." Lu Shaoshi was angry and speechless. "I didn't hit you." He just clenched his fist in anger, and the woman started yelling. The refugees nearby moved silently away from here. Lu Dashi saw his brother's embarrassment, walked over with a knife in hand, and said to the middle-aged woman, "If you dare to say another word, I will cut off your head." The middle-aged woman thought, "The people in this village look fierce, but they are actually kind-hearted. Otherwise, why would they be willing to give us porridge? They will definitely not kill me." Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman felt fearless and continued to cry, "Wow, I'm so hungry. Give me another bowl, and I'll stop crying." Unfortunately, she threatened the wrong person. Lu Dashi didn't waste any time and directly used a knife to cut a bloody mark on the middle-aged woman's arm.
Ah!
The pain of her skin being cut made the middle-aged woman scream, and her crying stopped abruptly. She looked at Lu Dashi in horror. Lu Dashi had a scar on his face, and his sneer made him look ferocious and intimidating. "You want another bowl? No problem. Come on, stand up and walk away. When I chop off your head, I will definitely fill your mouth with a big bowl of porridge so that you can rest in peace." The middle-aged woman backed away using her hands and feet, shaking her head, No, I'm full." Her husband mustered up the courage to stop her, looked at Lu Dashi in a flattering manner, and said with a smile, "We know we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and let my wife go." Lu Dashi snorted coldly and put the knife on the man's shoulder. The man's legs suddenly went weak and he knelt down in front of him. Yi Zhuangshi and Yi Meili were frightened and cried when they saw this scene. "Wow. Don't kill my parents.
Please."
The two children huddled in the arms of the middle-aged woman. Seeing this, Lu Dashi could not take action again, so he could only say, "Keep your wife under control. If you do this again, I will not let you off easily." The man nodded repeatedly. After Lu Dashi left, he hugged his wife and children tightly, feeling relieved to have survived a disaster. The middle-aged woman cried softly in his arms, "I just stole half a bowl of porridge from Yiningchuan." She couldn't drink that much, and she also gained the favor of others and got another bowl of rice. But not only did she not let me go, she even instigated other men to bully us. The middle-aged woman continued, "For the sake of this family, I would rather sell my own son than sell Yiningchuan, but she is so ungrateful. I know she doesn't care about me. After all, I'm not her biological mother, but her stepmother. My existence is just an eyesore to her." The man hugged his wife, patted her back, and said, "I know how much you have devoted to this family. It's Ningchuan who is too ignorant and doesn't know how to care for others." The couple spoke in very low voices, and people at a distance could not hear them at all, but Luo Mingyue was an immortal cultivator with sharp ears and eyes, and she could hear their conversation clearly. Luo Mingyue raised her eyebrows and called out, "Dashi." Lu Dashi raised his head. Luo Mingyue said, "Ask about the situation at Yi Ningchuan's home." After a pause, he added, "Please take care of Yi Ningchuan." Lu Dashi said seriously, "Yes, I'll go right away. What the immortal tells you to do is the most important thing." Lu Dashi put down his knife and went to ask nearby refugees for information. Most of the refugees did not dare to look Lu Dashi in the eye. When they saw him coming, they all lowered their heads. A brave child stopped Lu Dashi and asked nervously, "Benefactor, can you give me something to drink?" Lu Dashi smiled, "Sure, as long as you answer a few questions for me." "What's the problem?" The child tilted his head and his parents pricked up their ears. Lu Dashi asked, "Do you know Yi Ningchuan?" "Yes, Sister Ningchuan is beautiful and gentle." Lu Dashi asked again, "What about her family?" The child shook his head, "I don't know." Lu Dashi looked at the child's parents and asked, "Do you know the situation at her home?" The couple also shook their heads and said, "We don't know.
We have only met Ningchuan.
She is helpful, sincere, and kind." Lu Dashi went to ask other refugees. No one noticed that Yi Ningchuan, who was drinking porridge with his head down, had his eyes flickering. She had also heard the fairy sound just now and wanted to look up at the sky, but she was afraid that her abnormal pupils would be discovered and she would be caught as a monster. She could only keep her head down and drink the millet porridge in the bowl in silence. After drinking it, she licked her lips with satisfaction. Lu Xiaoshi squatted beside her and asked, "Do you want more?" Yi Ningchuan thought, "Can I have another bowl?" She nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoshi went to serve her another bowl. At this time, Lu Dashi walked to a deserted place and couldn't help but raised his head and muttered, "My Lord God, I think these refugees are very strange." Everyone praised Yi Ningchuan as a good person, but whenever I asked about her family situation, the refugees said they didn't know. I went around for a long time, but didn't get any information. Speaking of this, Lu Dashi felt very ashamed. He was so useless that he couldn't even do such a simple thing. Luo Mingyue comforted him. "It's okay, take your time." Lu Dashi felt more and more ashamed. The immortal was so kind. How could he bear to disappoint him? Therefore, Lu Dashi decided to mobilize the power of the masses, convey the immortal's words to the villagers, and point out to the villagers who is Yi Ningchuan and who are her family members. When the people in Tianlu village heard this, they immediately became very enthusiastic. The young people ran among the refugees, trying to build relationships with them and to inquire about the news. Several elders in the village, with their descendants, walked directly towards Yi Ningchuan's parents. "You doubt what you want to do?" Yi Ningchuan's father was terrified. "If you have anything to do, come to me. Don't hurt my wife and children." The elder of the Ling clan didn't waste any time talking to him. He just waved his hand, and several of his children and grandchildren stepped forward and grabbed and subdued the family of 4. Then he took Yi Ningchuan's father to a remote place and started interrogating him. "What's your name?"
Yeyeranyi.
"Tell me more about your family situation." "My wife is Chu Xiaohua, and my children are Yi Ningchuan, Yi Zhuangshi, and Yi Meili." The elder of the Ling clan laughed and said, "Please explain it in detail." "The god of our village. A big shot is very interested in your family. If you explain it more clearly, we don't mind giving you more food." As he spoke, the elder of the Ling clan took out 2 strips of meat from the package. Yirani's eyes widened. He didn't bother to think about the big shot's purpose. All he could think about was the meat strips. He said, "I got married at the age of 20. A year later, my wife gave birth to a daughter named Yi Ningchuan. 2 years later, my wife gave birth again, but she had a heavy hemorrhage and a difficult labor, resulting in 2 deaths. My mother disliked Ningchuan because she was a girl, so she asked me to marry again. Later, I met Chu Xiaohua through an acquaintance's introduction. Xiaohua was a widow with a 10-year-old son. I married her and started a new family with her. When Ningchuan was 8 years old, Chu Xiaohua gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl." Speaking of this, Yirani's face was filled with obvious joy because twins represent good fortune. He used to love his eldest daughter Yi Ningchuan the most, but since he had the twins, he transferred most of his love to the twins. Of course, he still loves his eldest daughter, but not as much as before. Ningchuan is 16 years old this year. Logically, it's time for her to get married. Xiaohua arranged a marriage for her last year. The man's family is well off, but Ningchuan doesn't want to get married. I am quite indulgent towards his daughter, so I continue to support her. The water in the village was getting less and less, so we started to flee from the famine. Before we fled, Xiaohua sold her eldest son, born to her ex-husband, in tears in exchange for life-saving food for our family. Otherwise, we would not have been able to hold on for so long. Yirani sighed and said, "Although Xiaohua is a little harsh towards Ningchuan, she is a kind woman. She has sacrificed too much for this family. Ningchuan should be more considerate of her."
Kind?
The Ling clan elder was confused. He didn't hear any kindness in Chu Xiaohua at all. He just felt that this woman was very scheming. Everyone is not blind. Just by looking at Yi Ningchuan's bamboo-like body, they should know that this child is not having a good life. Although there is a shortage of food now, Yirani's twins do not look that weak. Moreover, Yirani's words were very vague just now. For example, when he talked about introducing a marriage to Yi Ningchuan, he said that the man's family is well off, but he did not mention any information such as the man's age and character. Yirani also said that his wife treated Yi Ningchuan a little harshly and then lightly passed over the topic. This is why the rest of the villagers chose to ask other refugees about Yi Ningchuan's family instead of asking the Yi family directly, because the same thing would give people completely different feelings when spoken from different people. However, no one asked Yi Ningchuan directly, because Lu Xiaoshi was guarding by Yi Ningchuan's side, but Yi Ningchuan kept her head down, looking like a very introverted girl. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she would not easily reveal her true feelings to strangers. The elder of the Ling clan told Lu Dashi the information he had obtained. Lu Xiaoshi also ran over and after listening, he said, "Missy is so pitiful. Her father doesn't love her and her mother doesn't care about her. This is the first time I've seen such a pitiful girl in my life." Lu Dashi said, "It's just right. The immortal asked us to take care of Yi Ningchuan. Please help her when you have time." Lu Xiaoshi nodded and agreed without hesitation, then hesitated and said, "This is not good. Men and women should not touch each other." Lu Xiaoshi waved his hands hurriedly. "What I mean is that it's not good for a single man and a single woman to have too much contact." The elder of the Ling clan said, "Okay, Xiaoshi, you don't need to explain. We all know you well and know that you are a good child." The elder of the Ling clan said again, "How about this? I will let my granddaughter get in touch with Yi Ningchuan. My granddaughter is 13 years old this year, and she is lively and like a little son. She will definitely be able to become good friends with Yi Ningchuan." Another elder said, "The immortal means to take care of Yi Ningchuan. How can you take care of a 13-year-old child? I suggest sending a kind-hearted aunt to take care of Yi Ningchuan's food and daily life." "That's right. We must obey the will of the gods and raise Yi Ningchuan to be plump and white." Luo Mingyue. She just asked someone to take care of her, but she never said fat and white. However, in the minds of the villagers, taking care of a person means making sure she is well-fed and clothed and lies down happily. It would be best if she gets fatter and looks blessed. Someone asked, "By the way, what should we do with Yi Ningchuan's family?" The elder of the Ling clan said, "Don't worry about the family. The immortals have mercy on Yi Ningchuan, not her family." Then how should these refugees be resettled? Tianlu village could only vacate a few houses at most, but the problem was that there were too many refugees. If we allow the refugees to enter Tianlu village, what if the two sides do not get along well? What if these refugees have bad character? Many villagers are unwilling to let strangers into the village. Even the elders of the clan cannot make decisions for the entire village. So, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Dashi. "Daisher, how about you? Ask the immortal what he thinks."
Good.
Lu Dashi raised his head and stared at the sky. Luo Mingyue said, "I know you are not familiar with this group of strangers, so there is no need to let them into the village." Hearing this, Lu Dashi breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the immortal would be too compassionate and accept all the refugees to Tianlu village. Although the believers would follow the immortal's will, it was already very difficult for everyone to live a good life, and they would not have extra energy to help strangers. Luo Mingyue said, "Ask these refugees if anyone can see me." Lu Dashi walked into the crowd and ordered, "Everyone, look up and see what's in the sky." The refugees looked confused. "There is a sun in the sky. And the white clouds. Besides that, is there anything else?" Yi Ningchuan also raised his head cautiously. Lu Dashi came over and said in a gentle voice, "Girl, fix your hair and show your eyes." Yi Ningchuan was like a frightened rabbit, lowering his head in panic, holding his head with both hands. Lu Dashi was stunned for a moment. "Miss Yi, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Yi Ningchuan still held his head and said nothing. Lu Xiaoshi said, "Brother, she is quite timid. Please don't scare her." Lu Dashi was speechless. He felt that he had been gentle enough just now. He didn't expect that this girl was so timid. Luo Mingyue said, "Forget it, Dashi. Let these refugees rest outside the village by themselves. As for the bowls, chopsticks, and tableware." Lu Dashi continued, "What we just provided are the bowls and chopsticks that each family usually uses to entertain guests. There are still some left at home. Can I bring some more?" Luo Mingyue said, "No. I'm just worried that you don't have enough bowls and chopsticks at home. Just consider the bowls and chopsticks I bought for the refugees. Ask the villagers what they need, and I can provide them for everyone." "Okay." Lu Dashi turned around and discussed with the elders. The elder of the Ling clan said, "The immortal is kind-hearted and has given us water, but we only provided some bowls and chopsticks. How can we ask for compensation from the immortal? Besides, survival is not easy, and we also want to help the refugees. Just think of those dishes and chopsticks as our free donation. The villagers nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue said, "In this case, how about I make it rain for all of you?" Lu Dashi conveyed this message to everyone. The villagers were overjoyed and went home to call their relatives and friends and quickly collected the dried meat strips in the yard. Although there was no shortage of drinking water in the village now, everyone had not been rained on for a long time and was very happy. As for the refugees, they were skeptical. Rain? Will it really rain?
Impossible.
We have traveled such a long way and have never encountered a rainy day. It is dry everywhere. Yes, even the springs have dried up. Besides, how do you know it will rain? Does God need to notify you before it rains? Your name is Lu Dashi, right? I am a doctor. Since you provided us with porridge today, I will diagnose your pulse and treat your brain for free. I found that you have been talking to yourself in the sky. You should be treated quickly while you are still young. Lu Dashi's face darkened. I'm not sick. Yirini said, Lu Dashi, the people in your village don't keep their promises. The old man just told me that if I told him about my family situation, he would give me some meat strips, but after I finished speaking, he gave me nothing. People should not break their promises. Lu Dashi showed his fist and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you to death. Yirini stopped talking, and his inner impression of Tianlu village became worse. Luo Mingyue took the tools for watering the flowers and began to bring rain to Tianlu village. It's raining. The little ones were dancing and jumping around, not minding at all that they were soaked. Some of them even tried to chase the rain. Luo Mingyue held a shower head in one hand, spinning around to water the refugees, and also watered the refugees at the same time. It's really raining. Thank God, we have water to drink. The refugees cried with joy and quickly took up their bowls to catch the rainwater, drinking it up when it was full. Wait, this rained, how come it's still warm? Feels like hot spring water. Lu Dashi, are you a god? Why does it rain when you say it will rain? When Lu Dashi heard this, he said with a straight face, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a deity. I'm just a believer of the deities. Our village is called Tianlu village. There is a patron saint in the village named Mingyue Xianren. Yirini asked, where's the guardian angel? Can we go and worship him? I am very sincere. Lu Dashi glanced at him and said, the fairy is not in the village. She is guarding us in the sky. This rain is sent by the fairy. If you want to worship, just worship directly towards the sky. Yirini thought of Lu Dashi often mumbling to himself at the sky, so he looked up and let the rain fall on his face. He prayed earnestly, Mingyue fairy, please reward us with a well. No, please reward my family with a lake. I want to grow crops so that I can feed my wife and children. If I can own a lake, I will be your most pious and loyal believer in the future. Oh no, I can even be your running dog. Many refugees followed Yirini's example and made wishes to the sky. Yi Ningchuan sat on the ground, collecting water in a bowl and drinking quietly. Lu Xiaoshi ran in the rain to his heart's content, and finally ran to Yi Ningchuan's side and said, don't worry, I will definitely make sure you have enough to eat and drink in the future. There is no shortage of meat in our village, but you have been hungry for too long, so you can only eat light food at the beginning.
Yi Ningchuan ignored Liu Xiaoshi.
Her hair was wet and broke into wisps, with water dripping down. The wet bangs could no longer perfectly cover the color of her pupils. Yi Ningchuan simply closed her eyes and drank the water. Lu Xiaoshi didn't mind. He couldn't explain why he always liked to get close to Yi Ningchuan. At this moment, Yi Ningchuan suddenly felt that someone was pinching him. Luo Mingyue stopped the rain and put Yi Ningchuan in his palm. The refugees were stunned. Sister Ningchuan, are you flying? Husband, I'm so scared. Could it be that Yi Ningchuan is actually a monster? Chu Xiaohua hid in Yirini's arms, trembling. Yirini said, impossible. Daddy, I want to fly too. Let Yi Ningchuan take me flying.
Ye Zhuangxi shouted.
He didn't want to call her sister at all, but called Yi Ningchuan by her name. Yirini frowned and said, keep your voice down. When you are out, You can't be as willful as you are at home. At this moment, Yining Chuan was holding a bowl of water in her hand. She lowered her head and dared not open her eyes. Luo Mingyue said, "Actually, you can see me and hear me talking, right?" Yining Chuan uttered a soft hum. The sound was as thin as a mosquito's hum. If Luo Mingyue had not had good hearing, she would not have been able to hear it at all. Luo Mingyue asked again, "You are an awakener, right?" Yining Chuan nodded again. She hesitated for a moment, raised her face, and slowly opened her eyes. The color of the pupils gradually changed. At first it was a vibrant emerald green, and then it turned into yellow-green, just like dead leaves in late autumn. These two colors appeared in a cycle, constantly changing, which was extremely strange. Yining Chuan pursed his lips, looking a little reserved. She has a pretty face, pretty eyebrows, and a pointed chin. She is a petite beauty. Luo Mingyue asked, "What kind of awakener are you?" Yining Chuan seemed to lack a sense of security. She lowered her head again and whispered, "I am a life master. I can connect other people's lives with my own life." When I awakened and became a life master, a memory of inheritance automatically appeared in my mind. This memory told me how to save others and how to become stronger. After saying this, and noticing that Luo Mingyue didn't move, Yining Chuan continued to explain. "In the past, I didn't use my ability until the villagers in our village collectively fled famine. However, there was not enough food, and many villagers were on the verge of starving to death on the way. I was very sad and I didn't want them to die. So, every time someone was about to starve to death, I would link their life with mine. In this way, as long as I live, everyone lives. Even if they don't eat or drink, they won't die." Later, more and more villagers secretly gave me food and shared their lives with me. In the absence of food, their minds become slow and rigid, but once their bellies are filled, they regain their vitality. In addition, I can also convey messages to them through thoughts and make them listen to me.
But
Mortal Master also has shortcomings. A narrator connects fate, and my life was given to me by my parents. My biological mother is dead, but my father is still alive. So, from the moment I become a narrator, I will not be able to go against my father's wishes. No matter what he says, I will obey him unconditionally. My father married a new wife, and this wife became my nominal mother. I can disobey my stepmother, but I am bound by the rules of the narrator and cannot say bad things about her unless my father divorces her." Luo Mingyue asked, "If your father asked you to die, would you go?" Yining Chuan shook his head and said, "No, I am cultivating my life. The premise of being obedient is not to harm my own life." Luo Mingyue said, "But I heard that your family arranged a marriage for you before, but you didn't want to get married and refused." Yining Chuan said calmly, "My stepmother sold me for a good price and asked me to marry a 50-year-old wealthy businessman as a concubine. My father agreed and comforted me by saying that I would have a good life after marrying him. But before I even got married, the wealthy businessman offended a high-ranking official and his family was confiscated and exterminated, so the marriage was cancelled. From the beginning to the end, I never refused. It was my father who changed his mind. Also, anyone who is connected to my life cannot discuss my parents and relatives. So, no matter how others asked, no one could tell me anything about my family situation. Only my parents themselves can tell me. So that's how it is." This was the first time Luo Mingyue had heard of this situation. She asked, "Is every awakener subject to restrictions of the rules? For example, the prophet will be restricted by the place of birth and cannot leave at will." Yining Chuan shook his head. "I don't know." Luo Mingyue asked, "If someone killed your father, would you be okay?" Hearing this, Yining Chuan's expression looked a little strange. After Luo Mingyue realized what was happening, she also felt embarrassed and thought her question was too abrupt. Yining Chuan said, "If my father died of illness or old age, I would not be affected in any way. But if he was murdered at the moment he was on the verge of death, the two of us would automatically sign a life-melting contract. As long as I am alive, he can be resurrected infinitely. However, the moment the contract is signed, it is equivalent to me paying him back with his life. From now on, he can no longer order me to do anything. Luo Mingyue nodded thoughtfully, so that's how it is. Yining Chuan said, I hope my father will be healthy and live a long life.
I don't want him to die.
When Yining Chuan said this, her tone was emotionless. Her pupils froze on the withered yellow-green color for a moment, and then continued to slowly change color, because this was the influence brought by the fortune teller, and she couldn't say bad things about her father. In fact, Yining Chuan had feelings for her father in the past, but her father favored his younger brothers and sisters and his stepmother time and time again, and even sold her to someone else as a concubine for money. From that moment on, Yining Chuan knew that her father was dead, and the only one alive was Yi Zhuangshi and Yi Meili's father. Yining Chuan said, because when I awakened to become a life master, my biological mother had died, and only my father was still alive. One life and one death. Green represents vitality, and yellow represents death. So I have two abilities. One is to fuse lives, connecting other people's lives with my own. The other is to save lives, which means I can bring the dead back to life. If someone dies within an hour, I can bring the deceased back to life. Her voice was so low that she sounded like she was talking to herself. After saying this, Yining Chuan looked up and asked curiously, What about you? Are you also an awakener? You look very big. Luo Mingyue said, I am an immortal cultivator. Yining Chuan exclaimed, You are really powerful after awakening. Not only can you become so big, but you can also create water out of thin air. In comparison, I am relatively weak after awakening to become a life master. Luo Mingyue asked, Are the people whose lives are merged with yours equivalent to your puppets? Yining Chuan thought for a moment and said, No, the puppets have lost their minds. Although the people who have merged their lives with me will obey my orders, they have their own thoughts. It's just that when they are hungry, they will be dull, and their thoughts will be slow. Once they are full, they will return to normal. At this point, Yining Chuan lowered his head and said, In a sense, they are indeed like puppets, because they are tied to me throughout their lives. If their lives are in danger, they will do their best to protect me, because as long as I don't die, they can survive. Although Yining Chuan is an awakener, she is only 16 years old and has little experience in interpersonal communication. She does not seem to understand the principle of talking to someone you have just met before you can have a deep conversation, and took the initiative to say, if you want to get rid of the life-melting state, there are two ways. One is to kill me, and they will all die. Another way is that all the people who have merged their lives with mine will hate me to death. They must hate me from the bottom of their hearts to kill me. This way, after I die, they will not die but will be free. However, from now on, they will lose the ability to revive and only have one last life. But in fact, the second method is difficult to achieve, because this method requires everyone to have heartfelt hatred towards Yining Chuan. This is almost impossible because there will always be people in this world who think that melting one's life is a good thing and that one can become immortal. Luo Mingyue said, Since they are all under your jurisdiction, it is convenient for management. Tianlu village is under my protection, and you refugees are not allowed to sneak into the village without permission. Yining Chuan pursed her lips and nodded. I know. I'm very grateful that you're willing to give us a meal today. In fact, Yining Chuan also had some reservations. She felt that Luo Mingyue was very powerful, so she deliberately revealed her abilities and weaknesses in order to lower Luo Mingyue's vigilance. Because she was not familiar with Luo Mingyue, she was worried that Luo Mingyue would hurt her, so she had to be on guard against others, so she concealed the most crucial information. Yining Chuan's power is far from that simple. In addition, the fact that she must listen to her father is also half true and half false. Moreover, Yining Chuan didn't expect anyone to take in these refugees. After all, it was not easy for anyone to survive now. There were too many refugees, and eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping were all problems. However, Yining Chuan's gratitude at this moment was genuine. Thank you for your hospitality today. After we rest for a while, I will take them away. Luo Mingyue said, If you are willing, I can provide you with 3 meals a day and drinking water and some cloth, but You cannot enter Tianlu village and disrupt their lives. If you accept this condition, you can stay, build a house here, and settle down temporarily. Admittedly, Luo Mingyue has a lot of house models, but she has to find something for the refugees to do. Otherwise, if the refugees are well-fed and have no worries about food and shelter, they will be prone to being idle and causing trouble, making it difficult to manage them, so they must be kept busy. Hearing this, Yi Ningchuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. You will provide us with 3 meals a day?
Right.
Yi Ningchuan asked again. Does every meal include porridge? Luo Mingyue nodded. You like porridge? Then I'll give it to you, every meal. Yi Ningchuan's eyes were red, and she asked, Then what do you need me to pay? Luo Mingyue originally wanted to say that she didn't need anything and that she was just keeping them for fun. But on second thought, if someone was nice to me for no reason and without asking for anything in return, I would definitely not believe it. So she said, You need to thank me from the bottom of your heart. When my statue is completed, you can go and bow to it to express your gratitude. Yi Ningchuan was stunned. Is it that simple? Luo Mingyue smiled and said, It's not simple. What I need is a devout believer, not a lip service believer. We just met. Don't be in a hurry. I will give you enough time. As long as you always treat me sincerely, I will always support you.
Yi Ningchuan.
Is there such a good thing? She felt like she was dreaming today. Not only did she drink porridge, she was also caught in the rain, and there was also a huge cultivator who said he would support them. Could this be a dream? Yi Ningchuan pinched himself secretly. It hurt, which meant that all this was real. Luo Mingyue reminded again. Remember my request. Refugees are not allowed to enter the village on their own initiative, but if it is the villagers who invite them, then it is another matter. Yi Ningchuan nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll remember that. Luo Mingyue added. Also, you have no place to live now. You can build a house outside the village, but I only protect Tianlu village. If you are in danger, you must run to this range so that I can see you. As he spoke, Luo Mingyue moved his palm and brought Yi Ningchuan to the red fog. He drew a line on the ground and said, Only within the line is the area under my protection. The place where the red fog is located is the place that Luo Mingyue has not yet unlocked. There are a lot of refugees. Just now, some refugees ran to the red fog area with their porridge bowls, and Luo Mingyue could not see them. In addition, there is limited space at the entrance of Tianlu village. Although it can provide space for refugees to line up for meals, it is not enough for all refugees to build houses and live here. There will always be people living in the area where the red fog is located, but this is not a big deal. Anyway, as long as Yi Ningchuan is kept alive, these refugees will not die. Yi Ningchuan nodded in response. Luo Mingyue put her on the ground. Many refugees gathered around, some with concerned faces. Ningchuan, when will you be able to fly? Some of them were full of admiration. Sister, you are so awesome. Can you take me flying with you next time? Others looked up at the sky in confusion. Ningchuan, can you communicate with God? Yi Ningchuan said patiently. There is a bright moon fairy in the sky. She can provide us with food in the future. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the excited refugees. Is this true? It has been so difficult along the way. Yi Ningchuan, thank you. Without you, I would not have been able to make it this far. The vast majority of refugees did not know that they had been saved by Yi Ningchuan. When they were about to starve to death on the road, Yi Ningchuan quietly melted their lives. After the melting of their lives, the villagers would involuntarily develop a good impression of Yi Ningchuan, but they were not aware that they had immortal bodies, and Yi Ningchuan did not take the initiative to tell them. Only a few refugees knew that they had been saved by Yi Ningchuan, but their memories were a little vague. They only knew that Yi Ningchuan was their savior, but they had no idea how they were saved. Except for Yi Renyi's family, all the refugees have a very good impression of Yi Ningchuan and subconsciously ignore the unusually colored pupils of Yi Ningchuan. On the other side, Lu Dashi heard Luo Mingyue's conversation with Yi Ningchuan in the sky and told the villagers, the refugees may build houses outside our village. It doesn't matter, just build it. The land outside the village doesn't belong to us. As long as they don't occupy the road, It doesn't matter if they are on both sides of the road. I have extra clothes at home that I can give to them. I think some of the refugee girls are pretty. It would be great if we could marry them back to our village. Lu Dashi said, you can contact the refugees if you want, but you must not bully men or women. Don't worry, Dashi. There is a God above us. How dare we do something bad? At the same time, the elder of the Ling clan had sent his 13-year-old granddaughter to contact Yining Chuan. Hello, Sister Yi. My name is Lingling. Can we be friends? Lingling is a cute little girl with a baby face, big eyes, and an innocent look. Yining Chuan lowered her head, not wanting strangers to notice her eyes. Lu Xiaoshi also came over and said, Miss Yi, I heard that you want to build a house. I'm very strong, and I can help you. Yining Chuan shook her head. She didn't want to owe a favor to a stranger. The refugees would help her.
Sister Yi.
Lingling called again. She was just a child, and it was impossible for her to be too flattering. After finding that Yining Chuan ignored her, Lingling snorted and ran away angrily. Grandpa, Sister Yi doesn't talk to me at all. When the elder of the Ling clan heard that his granddaughter was being wronged, he said, forget it. Go back to the village and play with your little sisters. The refugees borrowed tools from Tianlu village and began to cut down trees and build houses. Chu Xiaohua simply bandaged her wound and whispered to Yirini, Husband, I see that young man from Tianlu village seems to like Yining Chuan very much. Why don't we use him to build a house for our family? Yirini frowned and disagreed. This is not good. I think the boy's brother is very fierce. Besides, why should we build a house? Tianlu village is not good at all. I don't want to settle here. I want to leave here. Chu Xiaohua said, but meals are provided here. Yirini suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he spoke up. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There must be something wrong with this Tianlu village. They even have strips of meat on them.
Who knows what kind of meat that is?
You mean that piece of meat? Yirini whispered, let's eat a few meals first, and then find a chance to escape. I suspect that Tianlu village will eat people, so we have to leave before they are eaten. Chu Xiaohua had a frightened expression on her face and said, Husband, I'm lucky to have you. You're smart. Yirini really likes the feeling of being praised. After the couple finished discussing, Yirini walked up to their eldest daughter, Yining Chuan, and said, Ning Chuan, your brothers and sisters are still young and can't work. Your mother's arm is injured, and she can't do anything. Building the house can only be done by us, father and daughter. Yining Chuan lowered his head and did not respond. Yirini had long been accustomed to her behavior and continued, Go borrow an axe from the people in Tianlu village and chop some firewood. I'll go choose a location for the house. After saying that, Yirini was about to turn around and leave, but Lu Xiaoshi grabbed his wrist.
Hiss.
Yirini took a breath and felt that his wrist was about to be broken. Lu Xiaoshi was young and hot-tempered. He couldn't bear to see Yirini bullying others like this, so he said sarcastically, You are such a hard-working father. You let your daughter cut down trees while you go to choose the location of the house. Haha, you have the nerve to say such shameless words. Let Miss Yi choose the location of the house. Come here, I will watch you cut down trees. Lu Xiaoshi grabbed Yirini and left. Let me go. Yirini struggled, but found that he couldn't move at all. Lu Xiaoshi exercises all year round and goes out to hunt poisonous animals. His muscles are smooth and he looks very masculine. He dragged Yirini to a tree and said, Come on, chop down the tree. Yirini found that his wrist was pinched red. He felt that Lu Xiaoshi was too much, actually bullying him, a person from another village. I don't have an axe. Lu Xiaoshi crossed his arms over his chest and said lazily, Use your palms. I see that you are quite thick-skinned, so the skin on your hands must be thick too. Even if you chop the tree with your bare hands, you won't get hurt. Yirini really couldn't understand. His eldest daughter was skinny, dull, and had no good qualities at all. Why would Lu Xiaoshi protect her so much? Yining Chuan looked at the scene here and felt a little moved. He didn't expect that a stranger would stand up for him. Yirini said, You like my Ning Chuan, right? Let me tell you, if you marry Ning Chuan, I will be your father-in-law in the future. You'd better be polite to me. Otherwise, I will never marry Ningchuan to you, even if I marry her to an old man.
刘小石听了快气炸了，他对叶宁川没那个想法，可是听见叶仁义说出要把女儿嫁给一个老头子，这种话顿时怒不可遏，感觉叶仁义面目可憎，十分欠揍。
I tell you, my daughter listens to me the most. A sneer appeared on Yi Renyi's face, and he shouted loudly, Ningchuan, come here. Yi Ningchuan walked over with his head down. Yi Renyi said, this kind-hearted villager from Tianlu village insisted that you can chop down trees with your palms, but I'm old, and I don't know how to do it. Can you show me how to do it? Remember to use your palms to exert force. I'll have to count on the side to see how many times it takes to chop down a tree. It turns out that it is best not to mess with strong young people. Yi Renyi regretted it very much. He originally wanted to threaten Lu Shaoshi and make him obey. But Lu Shaoshi was so excited that he waved his fist and gave Yi Renyi a severe beating. At first, Yi Renyi was still stubborn. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I will break Yi Ningchuan's legs. Then Yi Renyi's scream changed. My leg is broken. Yi Ningchuan received a new instruction and no longer used his palms to chop trees, but walked over to save people. Lu Shaoshi sneered and kicked Yi Renyi away like kicking a piece of wood. When the brothers of the Lu family saw this, they hurried over. Lu Ershi said, Shaoshi, stop hitting him. What if you kill him? Lu Sanshi advised, yes, if you have anything to say, just talk it out. Luo Mingyue was watching from outside the paper box and thought to herself, Lu Shaoshi did a great job. She had disliked Yi Renyi for a long time, but she was the fairy Mingyue, and she couldn't condescend to beat up a mortal. That would be too cheap. Lu Shaoshi's behavior was very much to her liking. When Yi Ningchuan was about to rescue Yi Renyi, an aunt came over. The aunt's surname was Gua. She had just been called over by the elders to talk. The elders asked her to take care of Yi Ningchuan. Aunt Gua stepped forward quickly, grabbed Yi Ningchuan's hand, and said distressfully, Girl, why don't you know how to protect yourself? Look at your hands. There were many calluses on the palms of his hands, and the skin felt very rough, probably due to years of hard work. In addition, he had just been scratched by the bark, and bright red blood had already seeped out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Shaoshi kicked Yi Renyi away again. Aunt Gua said, Come on, let's go to my house. My husband is a doctor, and he can put some medicine on your hand. Yi Ningchuan seemed deaf to all that was said. She struggled to walk towards where Yi Renyi was. What a filial girl, she only wants to save her father. Aunt Gua couldn't help but sigh. She wanted to ask Lu Shaoshi to stop, but her eyes accidentally passed by Yi Ningchuan's face. It happened that Yi Ningchuan was looking at Yi Renyi with eyes wide open. Aunt Gua immediately saw the withered yellow-green color. She was so scared that she let go of her hand and screamed, Why are this girl's eyes this color? Yi Ningchuan avoided her gaze and quickly closed her eyes. Aunt Gua, what's wrong? Lu Sishi asked puzzledly. Aunt Gua said, This girl's eyes are green, like a cat at night. Really? Let me see. Lu Sishi came over. Yi Ningchuan was extremely embarrassed. She pursed her lips into a line, lowered her head in embarrassment, and covered her eyes with her hands. At this moment, Aunt Gua suddenly realized, I know why the gods favor her. It must be because her eye color is different from ours. Lu Sishi said, How can a person's eyes be green? Aunt Gua said, What do you know? Her eyes are like the prophet's hair. They are auspicious. Lu Sishi was stunned. Auspicious? Auspicious? Aunt Gua nodded. That's right. I originally thought that the gods favored Miss Yi because they felt sorry for her. Now it seems that it must be because there is something special about Miss Yi. Lu Ershi thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and said, Aunt is right. The prophet taught us martial arts and purified the flesh and blood of poisonous beasts so that we can all survive. I believe Miss Yi is a person of good fortune just like the prophet. A person of good fortune? Yi Ningchuan was stunned. A few years ago, when she first awakened, she was shocked by the changes in her eyes and thought she was sick. Fortunately, the inherited memory appeared, allowing her to understand why such changes occurred in her. Yining Chuan was less than 10 years old at that time. She went to find her father with joy, wanting to tell him that she had awakened special abilities. But at that time, her father was with Chu Xiaohua. Chu Xiaohua saw the color of her pupils and cursed her as a monster, saying that he would poke her eyes out. Fortunately, Chu Xiaohua's father stopped her. He said that if she became blind, she would not be able to help with housework in the future. Only then did Chu Xiaohua let her go. Later, her father and Chu Xiaohua asked her to cover her eyes with her hair to avoid scaring others when she went out. Later, anyone who had a shared fate with her would selectively ignore her pupils of strange colors, but Yining Chuan had gotten used to covering her eyes because she was often denied at home and had some inferiority complex in her bones. Yining Chuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his eyes could be associated with the word auspicious. It feels like a dream. It was not until Yi Rennie's begging for mercy that Yining Chuan came back to his senses. Please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Yi Rennie was beaten to a bloody mess, but Lu Xiaoshi was still not satisfied, so he kicked him hard in the stomach before stopping.
揍完之后，刘小石也顾不上跟别人打招呼，他嫌弃自己的手沾了血，转身回村，一边走一边说：“神仙爱干净，我得先把手洗了。”
Yi Rennie was lying on the ground wailing. Since no one was beating him now, his previous command to Yining Chuan save him was equivalent to being invalid. Anqua called a few familiar ladies and took Yining Chuan away together. Come on, let's take you to take a bath and change into some nice clothes. Let me fix your hair properly. Yining Chuan was not used to other people's enthusiasm, but she was surrounded, with an aunt in front, behind, and on both sides. Aunt Guo was leading the way in front, with aunts on both sides holding her arms, and another aunt following behind, as if she was afraid that she would run away. This strange person and environment made Yining Chuan feel uneasy. She looked up at the sky as if for help, but unfortunately the sky was empty and there was nothing there. That huge, immortal cultivator seemed to have left. Aunt Guo's home was not far from the village entrance, and they soon arrived. Before Yining Chuan could struggle, the aunts let go of her arms and asked, "Girl, can you take a bath by yourself?" Yining Chuan nodded, secretly looked around, and wanted to escape, but the aunt walking at the end had already closed the gate. The two aunts quickly prepared a bucket of bath water for her and let her go into the house to wash herself. There was a screen in the room, on top of which were the clothes that Aunt Gua had prepared for her, and behind the screen was the bathtub. Yining Chuan was the only one in the room, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She prefers to be alone. At the same time, Aunt Gua was whispering outside, "I think this girl is sensitive and introverted. We should be careful when dealing with her." Another aunt said, "Well, I wanted to rub her back, but seeing how timid she looked, I didn't dare to go in." Aunt Gua added, "I think she is quite self-conscious, especially about her eyes, so we should praise her eyes more in the future. Also, tell everyone in the village about this. If anyone sees her and finds that her eyes are green, don't be surprised. No problem. She is the one favored by the gods. Not to mention her green eyes. Even if her hair and nails were green, I would still praise her. Actually, this girl is quite pitiful. Her father married a stepmother and treated her almost like a servant." The aunts chatted for a few words and then went out, leaving only Aunt Gua behind. Aunt Gua was about to go out to fetch water when a piece of soft cloth fell from the sky. The color of the fabric is light pink, which is very suitable for a young girl like Yining Chuan. Then, some vegetables, magical rice, and flour fell on the cloth. Aunt Gua couldn't see the immortal, so she bowed to the sky and said, "I understand, immortal. I will cut this piece of cloth and make a new dress for Miss Yi. As for these grains, I will also make them for Miss Yi." Luo Mingyue put down a few more pieces of cloth, in several colors including navy blue, goose yellow, and date red. Aunt Gua looked down at the navy blue clothes she was wearing and asked tentatively, "Are these for me?" The immortal did not respond. In other words, even if she responded, Aunt Gua wouldn't be able to hear it. So, Aunt Gua asked if I guessed right, "Would you pick up the cloth and put it down again?" Luo Mingyue smiled. She picked up the pieces of cloth, shook them gently, and put them back. Aunt Gua smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Don't worry, I will take good care of Miss Yi and will never treat her unfairly. Aunt Gua was busy moving things from the yard to the kitchen. When she had almost finished moving, another stone basin fell from the sky, half of it filled with boiled eggs and the other half filled with scrambled eggs with chopped green onions. Although Aunt Gua has hens at home, she can't bear to eat them herself. Even if the hens lay eggs, they are given to her grandchildren. Today, after receiving the reward from the immortal, Aunt Gua feels that she has much more energy to work. She suddenly felt that it was good to have an immortal to believe in because the immortal would provide real benefits. The refugees had been busy all afternoon, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. A stone basin filled with porridge fell from the sky. Lu Dashi was worried, so he took a few brothers with him and stood aside with knives, asking them to line up and not fight over the food. But he was obviously worrying too much, because this group of refugees were very obedient. They did not cut in line at all, and stayed very quiet. However, after eating, the refugees seemed to come alive and started talking and laughing. Although they could not see the fairies in the sky, they seemed to have easily accepted the assumption that food would be sent down from heaven, and were not surprised at all. They each stayed with their families, and some refugees even sat on the ground with their wives and daughters in a romantic way to watch the stars. On the other side, Yining Chuan had already finished taking a shower. Aunt Gui used the afternoon time and worked with her family to clear out the grocery room, cleaning it inside and out. She also moved a single bed in and made the bedding. Aunt Gui said, "You can stay at my house." Aunt Gua's little grandson came over and looked up at Yining Chuan curiously with innocent eyes. "Sister Yi, your eyes are so beautiful. Can you look at me for a while?" Children's words sound particularly sincere. The little grandson thought to himself, "Grandma said that if I praise Sister Yi more in the future, I will have endless scrambled eggs with chopped green onions. I will definitely work hard to earn eggs." Not to be outdone, the little granddaughter ran over and said, "Sister Yi, you are very beautiful." Yining Chuan is not good at getting along with strangers, but when she heard the children praising her, she felt a little happy inside. No matter whether what others say is true or not, she likes to hear it as long as it is praise. Even if it was fake, she was willing to do it. Praise is always better than the criticism from your father. Aunt Gua arranged a seat for Yining Chuan and let her eat with her family. Yining Chuan had not eaten at the table since she was 10 years old. Most of the time, she ate by herself in the kitchen. Her stepmother didn't like her and didn't let her sit at the table. Today, she sat in the middle of Aunt Gua's family and felt particularly uncomfortable. She wanted to say that she could just squat aside to eat, but her voice was too low. The little boy next to her took the initiative to use a spoon to scoop her a spoonful of scrambled eggs. "Sister Yi, we can start eating now." The child's tone is particularly cheerful and contagious. Aunt Gua and her family started to eat. Except for the little boy who scooped some scrambled eggs for Yining Chuan at the beginning, he started to fill his stomach and no longer paid attention to Yining Chuan. The others also ate their own meals and chatted occasionally, feeling relaxed and comfortable. No one came to see Yining Chuan, which made Yining Chuan feel less restrained. After the meal, Yining Chuan took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Aunt Gua didn't need her help originally, because her daughter-in-law was there to help clean up the dishes, but Yining Chuan was too busy to sit still, so Aunt Gua just let her do it. Dr. Gua had already prepared the healing medicine and asked his wife to apply it to Yining Chuan. But Aunt Gua discovered that the scars on Yining Chuan's hands had actually healed, and apart from the rough skin and thin calluses, there were no other wounds. So, Aunt Gua took out the snow skin cream that she had treasured for a year and applied it to Yining Chuan's hands. Aunt Gua muttered, "This bottle is very expensive. It costs 3 taels of silver. I gritted my teeth to buy it. Apply a little every day. Don't get it wet after applying. It can make a woman's skin delicate." Yining Chuan waved his hand and said, "No, it would be a waste to apply it on me." Aunt Gua said, "Don't waste it. You are our honored guest. In addition, if you miss your father, you can go out of the village to see him, but don't go out at night, and sleep peacefully at my house at night, understand?" Yining Chuan raised his head and met Aunt Gua's sincere eyes. He couldn't refuse for a moment. "I understand." Yining Chuan must obey her father, but If she can't see her father or hear his voice, then she naturally doesn't have to obey. Yi Ningchuan always felt that she was a burden and that the only way she could avoid being abandoned was to work harder. But today, for some reason, she felt that Antguo was more like her relative than her father. Yi Ningchuan knew that Antguo was so nice to her because she listened to the words of the immortal cultivator in heaven. But she didn't care about Antguo's purpose. As long as Antguo treated her well, that was enough. Yi Ningchuan lay on the single bed prepared for her by the Guo family and soon fell asleep. At the same time, Yirini, who was outside the village, tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Yirini turned over slightly, and the wounds on his body began to hurt slightly. Yirini cursed in a low voice. There is not a single good person in Tianlu village. He allowed that Lu guy to bully the weak and almost broke my leg. Chu Xiaohua shed tears sadly. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to save you. Speaking of this, Yirini got angry, that rebellious girl. When she saw me being beaten, she didn't even know to help me block it, not to mention that this was the trouble she caused in the first place. Was it easy for me to raise her to this age? She is such an ungrateful person. Chu Xiaohua suggested. Why don't we marry her off? If she marries a young man from Tianlu village, we can still ask for a dowry.
叶人一说，反正不能嫁给那个姓柳的，他揍了我，还想娶我女儿？做梦吧！就算他跪下求我，我都不会同意。不过可以骗骗他，让他给我跪地认错。
Speaking of this, Chu Xiaohua couldn't help but say, Ningchuan hasn't come back yet. It's so late. Where can she go as a girl? Yirini said with an unpleasant expression, it's impossible that she went to sleep at a man's house. She dared to do such a shameful thing. When she comes back, I will definitely not forgive her. The couple whispered and chatted for a while. At this moment, the two did not know that Yi Ningchuan was at Antguo's house. She was lying on her back on the single bed, blinking her eyes, looking at the wall above her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The color of the eyes changes with the rhythm of breathing. Yi Ningchuan was in a daze for a long time, his eyes unfocused. After a long while, she came back to her senses and murmured, it's almost time to heal him. Otherwise, I will also have scars on my body and feel his pain at the same time. After saying this, Yi Ningchuan's eyes fixed on the lush green. A faint fluorescence floated out of her eyes. The fluorescent light swayed all the way to the outside of the village and fell on Yirini. The pain in Yirini's body gradually subsided. He yawned several times and said, my wife, let's go to bed. Chu Xiaohua missed her usual bedtime and was very energetic at the moment. She wanted to chat more with her husband, but she heard her husband snoring. She was so angry that she cursed in a low voice and turned her back to her husband. But she still had no sleepiness and instead muttered to herself, I abandoned the child I had with my ex-husband for my current husband, so Yirini should also abandon the daughter his ex-wife gave birth to for me. This is fair. The other side. Luo Mingyue no longer paid attention to the situation in Tianlu village because there seemed to be some problems in Majia village as well. I saw a wounded little man running into the Mo family village from the blood mist area at the edge of the box. But he stumbles all the way and can't even walk steadily. Blood is dripping down, and his clothes are dyed blood red, making it impossible to see the original color of the clothes. His face was as pale as snow, and even his lips were slightly pale, as if he would collapse in the next second due to excessive blood loss. Everyone has a love for beauty. Luo Mingyue couldn't bear to see such a beautiful little man die in the village, so she quickly threw the healing pill into the water, then picked up the bowl and poured it on the little man in red. From head to toe, it was watered all over. The body of the little man in red was already shaky, and he was suddenly attacked by the flood waterfall. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The water droplets wet his eyebrows, flowed along the curve of his cheek, all the way to his jaw, and then dripped silently. A layer of blood on the clothes was washed away and soaked into the mud. However, there was not the slightest smell of blood in the air. Instead, there was a sweet and fragrant scent that made people addicted to it. The expression of the little man in red was a little confused. He looked up and saw a slender, white, soft hand in the sky. The hand seemed to be carved out of white jade, without any flaws. In the hand was a blue and white porcelain bowl, and the water just now flowed out of the bowl. The little man in red thought, "This is too scary. What kind of evil magic is this? In such a remote village, there is such a strong awakener?" A trace of despair appeared in the eyes of the little man in red. He is also an awakened person, and his awakened ability is related to blood. Even though he is seriously injured and bleeding a lot, in fact, as long as his heart is still there, he will never die. Blood is his means of attack, and his blood-stained red clothes is a kind of protection for himself. The sweet smell emanating from the blood can make the enemy hallucinate, thus slowing down the enemy's pursuit. In addition, he can also transform his blood into flowers, plants, and other plants to create illusions. He can also transform into birds, insects, beasts, bloody puppets, etc. to help lure away the enemy. However, what the little man in red didn't expect was that after he escaped into the village, before he had time to use his power was broken by a large bowl of water that fell from the sky. The blood was washed away by the water droplets and fell into the black soil. The little man in red lost too much blood today. Although he could continue to stimulate his heart to pump blood, it would cause irreparable damage to his body. He didn't want to use this forbidden technique unless it was absolutely necessary. The most important thing is that the little man in red felt that even if he used forbidden techniques, he would not be able to defeat the hand just now. "Lu Yunting, why don't you run away?" There was the sound of footsteps behind me, and a group of little men holding torches ran over. The leader was dressed in black and looked handsome, but his eyes were full of vigilance. "Lu Yunting, what are you playing at? What was that huge bowl just now? You are the best at creating illusions. How many times have you used illusions to deceive us in the past few days? We have already found a strategy to deal with it. Don't think that you can deceive me by continuing to cast such a clumsy illusion." The man in black seemed to be speaking loudly on purpose in order to give himself courage and boost morale. Lu Yunting had just been drenched in water, and his body was half lying on the ground. His red clothes stuck to his skin, faintly outlining his body. One of his hands was supporting the ground, and his wide sleeves covered his hand, as well as the dagger hidden in his hand. Lu Yunting did not reply. He lowered his eyes, thinking about how deep he should stab the dagger into his heart and how much blood should be shed in order to free himself. "I have already stabbed the arm, but it is not convenient to stab the thigh, otherwise it will affect the speed of running." Lu Yunting was thinking in his mind. Suddenly, he realized that he had cut many wounds on his body in order to make more blood flow out. It was very painful to run, but he had long been accustomed to the pain and felt that he could bear it. But now, the wounds on his body have healed? When did this happen? Lu Yunting lifted his sleeves in disbelief, looking at his smooth and delicate skin, and fell into deep thought. He thought of the bowl of water just now and had a guess in his mind. Could it be that? The hand in the sky just now was not meant to knock him down, but to heal him? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the young man in black shouting, "Lu Yunting, I advise you to give up resistance. As long as you give up your cultivation now, I can spare your life. Since you were once a prince, I am willing to give you a decent gift. I hope you will not refuse my toast and drink a penalty." Lu Yunting raised his eyebrows. Perhaps because of the bowl of water, he felt that his energy had recovered a lot. Lu Yunting sneered, "Since you know I'm a prince, you should know that I don't need your charity. I would rather die of blood depletion than live in shame and steal." Before he uttered the word life, Lu Yunting saw the soft and huge hand falling from the sky and hovering over his head. The next moment, Lu Yunting was arrested. The black-clad villain below looked stern. "Since you are resisting stubbornly and seeking your own death, don't blame me for being rude." The man in black was about to use his ability when he felt an invisible force pushing him. Not only was he pushed, but all of them were pushed down, and their torches fell to the ground and went out. Everyone was shocked. "My lord, is this also an illusion used by His Royal Highness the Prince?" Someone in the crowd asked tremblingly. Someone next to him subconsciously retorted, "Are you a fool? What kind of illusion can knock us down? There must be someone secretly helping Lu Yunting. No wonder he wanted to run to this village. This means there is an awakened expert in this village waiting to pick him up. Run away. The black-clothed villain couldn't find the enemy hiding in the dark. He looked up and saw Lu Yunting floating in the sky, but still sitting, as if he was sitting on air. It looked particularly weird. The black-clad villain felt that he could not kill Lu Yunting today, so he could only order his men to flee quickly. Luo Mingyue ignored them because Lu Yunting was sitting in her palm, looking into her eyes. Lu Yunting said, I have been studying since I was young, and I am familiar with the names and abilities of various awakened people in the world, but I can't find any awakened person who can transform into such a large body like you. Luo Mingyue replied, I am a cultivator. Lu Yunting pondered, immortal cultivators. Could they be the latest type of awakened ones? My name is Lu Yunting. What is your name? Mingyu, bright Ming, the moon of the moon. It sounds so beautiful. Lu Yunting couldn't help but look up at the bright moon in the sky. He didn't know why Luo Mingyue saved him, but he remembered this favor. Luo Mingyue asked him, Are you thirsty? Lu Yunting. Although he was soaked to the skin, he had run a long way and was quite thirsty. Luo Mingyue said, Wait a moment. She put Lu Yunting on the ground, then quickly used her magic sword to hollow out a few small stones to make simple bowls. After cleaning them, she first placed a table and a chair on the ground, and then placed 5 stone bowls filled with water on them. Seeing this, Lu Yunting first thanked him, then picked up the bowl and drank the water. His movements were very graceful, or perhaps it could be said that because he was so handsome, even drinking water was pleasing to the eye. He drank 2 bowls of water in one breath, leaving 3 bowls unfinished. Lu Yunting said, The water is precious. 2 bowls are enough for me. A little color returned to his face. Luo Mingyue asked again, Are you hungry? Lu Yunting replied, It's okay. I'm not that hungry. I drank enough water to be 80% full. Luo Mingyue asked, What kind of food do you like to eat? Lu Yunting felt that she was a little enthusiastic and thought that she was just like that because she heard about his identity as a prince, so he said, Miss, I am a poor prince. I don't have any silver coins on me. Even my jade pendant was lost during the escape. Only this set of clothes is valuable. Luo Mingyue waved her hand and said, Don't use clothes to pay off your debt. I don't want to see your body. Lu Yunting was choked by these words. He was silent for a while and said, I can't give you anything. Luo Mingyue said, Don't get me wrong. I just like to feed ants.
No, feed little people.
And you came to my territory. You are a guest. Of course I have to prepare a table of sumptuous food to entertain you. Lu Yunting stared into her eyes and said, It doesn't need to be rich. Just a few steamed buns will do.
Steamed bun?
Luo Mingyue didn't expect the prince to be so easily satisfied, so she picked up the table. The main reason was that the 5 bowls were too small and difficult to lift, so I simply lifted the table and poured out all the unfinished water in them. One of the bowls is used to hold steamed buns. The other 4 bowls contained 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. After putting it in place, Luo Mingyue lowered the table again. Lu Yunting was surprised. You made so many dishes in such a short time? Without waiting for Luo Mingyue to speak, Lu Yunting said, I'll just take the steamed buns. Luo Mingyue said, Eat it all. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Lu Yunting shook his head. Luo Mingyue thought for a moment and said, I see. You don't have chopsticks, right? Lu Yunting still shook his head and said nothing, just taking a steamed bun and eating it. Luo Mingyue sighed and said, You are harder to raise than a child. You don't want to eat this or that. Can you be full just by eating some steamed buns? Lu Yunting pursed his lips. He simply didn't want to trouble others. Luo Mingyue not only saved him, but also provided him with food and drink, but he was just a useless prince. Luo Mingyue asked, Where are you going next? Lu Yunting said, Keep running for your life. The farther you run, the better. Next time, those people will come after me again. If they can't find me, they might get angry and turn to killing ordinary people to force them to tell me where I am. So, if someone comes after you, tell me my whereabouts truthfully. You don't need to hide anything from me. Otherwise, I will implicate you, and you will lose your life. Luo Mingyue comforted him. Don't worry, let alone 10 people coming to kill you. Even if 100 people come, I can stop them. Lu Yunting was stunned. Are immortal cultivators so powerful? It's okay, not particularly strong. Luo Mingyue said modestly. She cut 2 irregularly shaped chopsticks and said, Here, you can make do with them. Lu Yunting hesitated for a moment, but this time he did not refuse. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Lu Yunting. A strange feeling arose in his heart. He felt that the immortal cultivator in the sky who called himself Mingyu seemed to really treat him like a child. After Lu Yunting was full, he controlled the heat generated by his body to steam his hair and clothes dry. He picked up the silk that Luo Mingyue gave him from the ground. It was soft and glowing like fire. Lu Yunting looked up and said, Thank you. He actually likes to wear white clothes, because when his blood dyes the white clothes red, the clothes can become his substitute, not only with the same figure and appearance as him, but also with the same skin temperature, voice tone, and memory. By then, even the people closest to him won't be able to tell which is the real him and which is the fake one. However, this kind of blood clothes is difficult to make. Only when Lu Yunting encounters life-threatening danger and stimulates his body's potential, his blood will dye the clothes red, and then the blood clothes can be formed. Ordinary blood cannot be used to make blood clothes. Lu Yunting himself was not clear about the specific principle. Perhaps when in danger, the body was highly tense and the energy contained in the blood was higher. In short, each blood robe was equivalent to a substitute for him. But so far, Lu Yunting has not been able to successfully make the bloody clothes. He has been running for his life these past few days and has bled a lot. His clothes have long been soaked in blood, but for some reason, he still cannot succeed. What's worse is that Luo Mingyue in the sky had just poured a bowl of clean water on him, which washed away a lot of the bloodstains on his clothes. Lu Yunting looked at the red silk in his hand with mixed feelings. Maybe he should try wearing red clothes directly next time? Thank you, Miss Mingyue, for your hospitality today. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. Lu Yunting bowed towards the sky. Luo Mingyue asked, Are you leaving? Lu Yunting nodded. If I stay here, I will only cause trouble for you, and I have more important things to do. Then wait a moment. As she spoke, Luo Mingyue reached out and took the red silk from Lu Yunting's hand. A question mark slowly appeared in Lu Yunting's head. Could it be that because he was leaving, Luo Mingyue took back the gift? Luo Mingyue took out a pair of scissors and began to mutter, I've never made clothes for pets before, and my sewing skills are not very good, so I don't know what the sewn clothes will look like. You're covered in blood now, and people with obsessive-compulsive disorder must feel uncomfortable. Lu Yunting looked up at the sky blankly, watching Luo Mingyue threading the needle, sewing and mending, making a piece of red silk into a dress. The cultivator worked at an incredibly fast speed. Lu Yunting could only see after images and could hardly see the needle and thread. In a short while, the clothes were ready. The fabric is soft, gentle, and shiny. In terms of clean and tidy, it is definitely better than the blood-stained white clothes Lu Yunting is wearing now. This new dress cannot be said to be beautiful, but it is not particularly ugly either. After all, the fabric is nice-looking, which is a plus. As for the style and appearance, it's hard to describe. Luo Mingyue put her clothes down. Lu Yunting. He hesitated for a moment, took off his coat, and put on the red clothes that Luo Mingyue made for him. The neckline does not fit the neck, revealing the delicate collarbone, but the length is just right. The downside is that it is very loose. Fortunately, Lu Yunting was wearing clothes underneath, otherwise it would have been drafty. Luo Mingyue raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. She didn't expect that she had good hands-on skills and could at least put it on. Can you try making clothes for other little people in the future? Lu Yunting was about to say goodbye, but his tone suddenly paused. His expression became very strange, because he found that this extremely large coat suddenly underwent subtle changes after being stained with his blood. Lu Yunting only changed his outer clothes, but he was still wearing a white inner garment. This inner garment had long been stained red, and the blood on it had dried. When Lu Yunting put on his outer clothes just now, the two pieces of clothing inevitably came into contact. The loose red dress suddenly tightened automatically, fitting Lu Yunting's body perfectly. At the same time, Lu Yunting discovered that he had a mysterious relationship with this red dress. It was as if the man in red had become another him. For words automatically emerged in Lu Yunting's mind: bloody substitute clothes. This dress turned out to be the substitute blood-stained dress he had always dreamed of. Lu Yunting was shocked at first, then ecstatic, and then confused. No wonder he couldn't make a blood-stained dress after fleeing for so long. It turned out that he didn't need to dye the white dress red, but just wear the red dress and get a little blood on it. Lu Yunting held his forehead, wishing he could punch himself twice. He raised his head and said to Luo Mingyue, "With this blood-stained shirt, I am 99% sure I can survive, or even kill the enemy. When I am out of danger, I will come back to find you, and by then, I will give you a thank you gift." Luo Mingyue actually wanted Lu Yunting to stay. After all, he was a prince and must know a lot of information about the Lilliputian kingdom. But he wanted to leave, and she couldn't stop him. She could only remind him, then drive slowly and be careful.
Good.
Lu Yunting nodded, picked up the white clothes he had taken off earlier, and walked into the blood mist. Luo Mingyue couldn't see him, and stared at Imo village for a while. The little people were very quiet and were all sleeping. Luo Mingyue was bored and suddenly remembered the golden egg she got from Master Qi last time, which was still lying in the storage space. "Bake an egg tonight, and maybe you can feed it to me tomorrow morning." As Luo Mingyue thought this, he took out the golden egg and placed it on the ground. Then, a wisp of bright white flame burned at Luo Mingyue's fingertips. With a slight flick of her fingers, the bright white flame fell on the golden egg, spread rapidly, and began to burn outside the eggshell. "I don't know how long it will take to bake such a big egg." Luo Mingyue was not in a hurry either. He slowly stretched out his hand to guide the flame and control the temperature. "This egg is really unusual. It can resist my divine fire, and is not burnt." Luo Mingyue increased the temperature little by little. At this moment in the golden egg, a sleeping green dragon wakes up from his dream. "It's hot. Why is it so hot?" The Qinglong was puzzled. Thousands of years ago, it was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. In order to ensure that it would not be disturbed during the recuperation period, it specially used various rare and expensive materials to create a golden egg. This egg is very much in line with the aesthetic taste of the dragon clan. The azure dragon dripped dragon blood into the egg and drew countless formations, creating space inside the egg. It liquefied the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into water and stored it in the egg. After doing all this, it crawled in contentedly and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for thousands of years. The dragons in this world have a very long lifespan. Qinglong thought that he would have to sleep for at least 10,000 years to heal his wounds. After all, the wounds were caused by the erosion of evil spirits and were attached with the power of curse. Therefore, the wounds would repeat the process of healing, bleeding, and cracking, healing again until the power of the curse disappeared and the wounds could be completely healed. But now, why was it awakened by the heat in advance? Qinglong was a little confused. He blinked blankly, wondering whether he should continue to sleep or break out of the shell to check the situation outside. What a mistake. If I had known this would happen, I should have drawn another formation so that I could see the scene outside the egg even though I was inside it. The blue dragon pondered for a while, and its eyelids began to fight. It thought, "The world is big, but sleeping is the most important thing. No matter what happens, wait until I wake up."
So it closed its eyes again.
The temperature of the flames was getting higher and higher, and Qinglong's living environment was becoming more and more harsh. It felt like it was almost cooked, and had just fallen asleep for a short while when it was awakened again by the heat. "Did I fall into the lava?" Qinglong cursed, and felt that the eggshell could not hold on any longer. Just as he was about to break out of the shell, he suddenly found that the temperature outside had dropped and was no longer hot. Qinglong. Should it break out of its shell today? After hesitating for a while, it decided to continue sleeping. Worry about tomorrow and worry about tomorrow. Since everything is fine today, let's not break the shell yet. Qinglong had a very Buddhist thought. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Luo Mingyue stopped baking the golden eggs because it was daybreak and the little people in Majia village got up one after another and started to move around. I don't know if the golden egg was burnt, but it gave off a bad smell. Luo Mingyue put the golden egg outside the room, intending to let the smell dissipate before continuing to roast it in the evening. Luo Mingyue began to prepare breakfast for the little people in Majia village. One stone basin is used to hold goat milk, one is used to hold preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and the rest are used to hold pancakes, braised meat, and steamed buns. Then Luo Mingyue went to see the little people in Tianlu village. Anqua woke up early, went into the kitchen, and started preparing breakfast for the family. Luo Mingyue put down a small bowl of goat's milk. Anqua suddenly had an idea and took out 2 clean buckets. Luo Mingyue put braised eggplant and stir-fried meat and potato slices in it. Some steamed buns and pancake crumbs were lightly spread on top. Anqua quickly took out the tableware, put the steamed buns and pancakes on the plate first, and then used a new plate to put the other 2 dishes. After finishing the installation, he belatedly bowed towards the sky to thank the immortals for the gift. Luo Mingyue shifted his gaze to the outside of Tianlu village and put down a stone basin filled with porridge and steamed buns outside the village. For the refugees, this is the ultimate delicacy. Luo Mingyue added some pickles. The refugees ate with great relish. Luo Mingyue also specially placed 2 stone basins of clean water, and everyone came forward one by one to wash the dishes. When the water in the basin became dirty, Luo Mingyue would replace it with clean water. Since chopping wood and building houses are both physical work, even if the refugees had eaten a full meal in the morning, Luo Mingyue still put down a full stone basin of steamed buns and another stone basin of goat milk for them to eat when they were hungry in the morning. The refugees' thoughts were subtly influenced by Yining Chuan. They treated the food falling from the sky as if it was "it's windy today," and it was not worth making a fuss about. Everyone feels that they have hope for a new life. That's great. Now we have enough water to drink, and there are endless steamed buns to eat. We need to build a house as soon as possible. I want to settle here in the future. Oh my God, is this milk? I'll quickly serve some to my child. He used to love milk the most. Many refugees rushed to drink goat milk. After drinking a bowl of porridge, I even felt unsatisfied and regretted that I had drunk a large bowl of porridge earlier. Otherwise, I could drink more now. The refugees began to work hard again. Luo Mingyue looked for a while and heard Lu Dashi say to the sky, "Immortal, can I marry a wife today?" "Sure." Luo Mingyue responded and then asked, "What do you need?" Lu Dashi said, "I need a lot of dishes and drinks." When ordinary people get married, they have to tell their relatives, friends, and others in advance, but the wedding process in the Little People village is simple and not that complicated. They only need to provide 1 meal at noon and don't even need to worry about breakfast and dinner. Therefore, some people only notify their family and friends on the wedding day. Everyone just needs to go with a stomach full of food, and there is no need to make dumplings or the like. Luo Mingyue said, "No problem." Lu Dashi spread the news of his upcoming marriage and even sent his younger brother to Majia village to see if anyone would be willing to come for lunch. The villagers of Majia village had a very good impression of Lu Dashi because he was mainly responsible for carving the stone sculptures of immortals. When they heard that he was going to host a banquet for everyone, the villagers expressed their willingness to go. As there was a certain distance between the 2 villages, many villagers prepared to set off immediately. Luo Mingyue looked at the lively scene in the small village and asked Lu Dashi for a lot of plates. The Lu family didn't have enough plates, so Luo Mingyue went out to pick up stones and used her magic sword to make a few small plates and small bowls on the spot. There were not enough tables at Lu Dashi's house, so Luo Mingyue took out many tables, chairs, and benches and placed them on the side of the street to ensure that everyone who came would have a seat. The quality of this table is so good. The gods are really generous. The villagers were deeply moved. Lu Dashi said, "Fellow villagers, I don't have enough plates at home. Please take out the empty plates from your homes and put them on the table." "Okay, no problem." The villagers readily agreed and went home to get their plates. Gradually, noon arrived. The little people beat drums and gongs and were in great joy as they sent the bride, the village beauty, to Lu Dashi's home. I bow to the guardian god 2 bows to the totem moon, bow 3 times to your parents and send them to the bridal chamber. The villagers laughed kindly, and the bride was shy and hid in the room. Lu Dashi greets the guests. His younger brothers also helped. Luo Mingwe provided meals for every table. Roasted deer tendons, stewed beef tendons, stir-fried pork with green onions, spicy stir-fried pork belly, roasted chicken, pork tenderloin, braised beef, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, lettuce, cold dishes, crab soup, Christian carp soup, yam cake. The little people's eyes were wide open. Such a rich feast. There were too many types of dishes to fit on the table, so some tables had different dishes, so the children would go to the tables next to them to get 1 or 2 dishes and then return to their own tables. Is this what it feels like to be fed by an immortal? I heard that the people of Majia village receive food every day. I can't imagine how happy the people of Majia village must be. I'm so envious. I used to think that Mingyue Fairy was an evil god, but now it seems that I was too narrow-minded. Even if she is an evil god, if she gives me so many delicious foods, I am willing to believe in her. Nonsense. Mingyue Immortal cannot be an evil god. She even provided wedding wine. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time. It would be great if I could drink alcohol every day. You old man actually want to drink every day? Believe it or not, I will twist your ears. The little people ate and chatted at the same time. After eating and drinking, some of the little people packed up the leftovers on the table and took them home, and took the plates from each family back to wash. Everyone helped to wipe the tables and pick up the garbage. The parents of the village beauty couldn't stop smiling because their son-in-law was very capable. This wedding banquet was much more luxurious than previous wedding banquets in the village. Not only were the tables and chairs gifts from heaven, but even the food and drinks were provided by immortals, which showed that the son-in-law was highly regarded by the immortals. There is no custom of making a fuss in the bridal chamber in Tianlu village. After cleaning up, relatives and friends leave one after another, so as not to disturb the lives of the young couple. On the other hand, the food that Luo Mingyue fed the refugees was slightly richer. Luo Mingyue had promised Yi Ningchuan that she would give him porridge for every meal. Therefore, the refugees' lunch meals consisted of porridge, noodles with soybean paste, and blanched Chinese cabbage. Feeding the refugees needs to be done step by step to allow their bodies and minds to gradually adapt. Some people have been hungry for a long time and cannot control themselves. They eat too much and feel uncomfortable. Although their lives have merged with Yi Ningchuan's and they can be resurrected even if they die of starvation, Luo Mingyue does not want to see them die of starvation. Moreover, what Yi Ningchuan didn't say is that everyone's ability to withstand stress is different. Some people have strong endurance, and the more times they die, the stronger they become. However, some people with poor psychological quality will become more and more confused as they die more and more, and finally they will not be able to bear the burden and lose the desire to live. Even if Yi Ningchuan resurrected them, it would be useless because they would seek death again and again. Therefore, the first 2 meals that Luo Mingyue fed were relatively simple, giving the refugees some time to adapt. Oh my god, noodles with soybean paste. I haven't eaten noodles for a long time. And there are green vegetables. They are so delicious. Wow, along the way, all the green flowers, plants, and trees have been plucked out, leaving only the inedible black plants. It's worth our escape to come here. The living conditions in Tianlu village are really good. The refugees happily began to eat. Yirini was so happy that he ate 2 more bowls of rice. Chu Xiaohua discussed with him. Everyone is building a house. What should we do? Yirini's wounds had healed, but he didn't want to work. He pretended to be in pain and frowned, saying, I definitely can't work like this. Both of my children are relatively young and don't have enough strength. As for you, I don't want you to suffer. After hearing the last sentence, Chu Xiaohua felt very sweet. She said, I know you feel sorry for me, but we can't sleep on the floor every day. Yirani said, "Bring Ningchuan back. She colluded with outsiders to beat me up. This matter cannot be let go. I will go to Tianlu village to cause trouble. If I can't get justice, I will hang myself at the gate of the Lu family." After finishing their meal, the family of 4 walked towards Tianlu village without even washing their dishes. As there was a wedding in the village today, there was no one guarding the entrance to the village. Yirani and his wife planned to enter the village openly. But for some reason, after Yirani reached the entrance of the village, he wanted to continue moving forward, but his legs involuntarily turned and moved sideways. Yirani was full of questions. What's going on? Not only him, but even Chu Xiaohua and the couple's twin children were unable to enter Tianlu village. My feet were completely out of control, either moving sideways or backwards. The 4 tried many times but were unable to enter the village. Chu Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver and whispered, "This village is so weird." Yirani's face turned even paler. "Why don't we run away quickly? I feel like Tianlu village is a place where people are killed." The 2 children were not happy. Yi Meili grabbed his sleeve and said, "Daddy, I don't want to leave. If I go out, I will be hungry, but here I can eat my fill." Chu Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Be obedient. If you don't leave, we will abandon you." When Yi Meili heard this, she thought of her elder brother who had been sold, and she was so frightened that her eyes welled up with tears, and she dared not say anything more. Yi Zhuangshi didn't care about that. He stiffened his neck and said, "Okay, then you guys go. Anyway, I won't starve to death. I have food to eat every day here. I want to stay here forever. Even if you leave, I can still live well." As he said this, he looked afterward. "Today's lunch is really delicious." Yirani looked fierce. "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? How could we abandon you?" He also expected his son to take care of him in his old age and see him to the end of his life. So, of course, he couldn't abandon his son. Yirani asked his wife to take care of the children while he went out to explore the way. Then, Yirani discovered sadly that his legs seemed to have their own ideas. Whenever he walked a certain distance, his legs would automatically turn around and walk back. After trying this several times, Yirani's legs became limp with fear. He came back sweating profusely and whispered to his wife, "It's bad. We can't escape at all." Chu Xiaohua was terrified. "What should I do?" Yirani said, "I don't know either. Since we can't run away, we must find a way to improve our living conditions and make ourselves more comfortable." Chu Xiaohua said, "I don't want to be comfortable. I just want to escape. Tianlu village is so weird, it must be like you said, they will eat people." The couple was just scaring themselves. Yirani's mind was also in a mess. He said, "How about we build a bed first? I was exploring the road just now, and I feel that my injuries are about to flare up again. I need to sit down and rest for a while. Wife, you have worked hard to cut trees outside. Use the afternoon to make a bed. I can sleep on the floor, but the 2 children can't suffer with us." "All right." Chu Xiaohua stood up and went to borrow tools from the refugees. Tianlu village, Lu family's room. Lu Dashi and his newlywed wife looked at each other, and both of them blushed. "Brother Dashi," the village girl shouted. Lu Dashi scratched his head with a silly smile on his face. He had liked the village beauty for a long time, but he knew that he was ordinary looking and never had the courage to confess. Later, one time, the village beauty was in danger and Lu Dashi stepped forward. The scar on his face was left from saving the village beauty. The village beauty was deeply moved and thought Lu Dashi was very brave. The 2 gradually came together. Logically speaking, 3 years ago, when the village beauty was 15 years old and came of age, the 2 could have talked about marriage, but at that time the village beauty's grandmother passed away, so they thought about postponing the wedding, but then there was a severe drought. It was delayed until now. Fortunately, the 2 people finally got together. Lu Dashi said, "Hua, look at this dressing table, this wardrobe, this bed. They are all gifts given to us by the immortals." The village beauty's name was Xinghua. She came to the dressing table, touched the mirror with her hand, and said, "It's really beautiful." Lu Dashi looked at her in the mirror and said with a smile, "I think you look really good, too." Xinghua was shy, and when she heard him praising her like that, she quickly defended herself. I was talking about the beautiful mirror. Lu Dashi stopped talking and just looked at her with a smile. Xinghua looked away in a panic. Lu Dashi came over, opened the wardrobe, and took out a folded piece of silk. Lu Dashi said, "This is also given by the immortal. You can make clothes with it." Xinghua said, "I'm already marrying you, so why do I need clothes of this color? They're too bright. But my sister isn't married yet." Xinghua is the eldest daughter in the family. Whenever she gets something good, the first thing she thinks of is her younger brothers and sisters. But today she regretted it as soon as she said it, because this piece of cloth was given to her by her husband, and she said she wanted to give it to her younger sister. She had just got married, and she took the cloth from her husband's family home, feeling like she was subsidizing her parents' home. Lu Dashi smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. You can do whatever you want with it. But I would rather wear it on you than on your sister. How about you give half to your sister? You can keep the other half for yourself and make it into a handkerchief, sachet, etc. You should learn to be nicer to yourself and stop thinking about others all the time." Lu Dashi also has brothers, so he understands his wife's behavior very well. Just like him, if he gets something delicious, he will share it with his parents and brothers and will not think of eating it alone. "Brother Dashi." Xinghua was touched and shook her head. "I won't give it to my sister. This is a gift from you. I want to keep it and preserve it well. Use it. Don't be reluctant. I will earn you more beautiful fabrics in the future so that you can wear more than you can chew." Lu Dashi hugged her. Xinghua whispered, "It's still daylight." Lu Dashi said, "I'll just hold you for a while." The two people stood quietly hugging each other. Lu Dashi's hands gradually became unruly. Outside the window, Lu Ershi and others were eavesdropping. Lu Sishi winked and said, "Big brother is usually very serious, but I didn't expect he is quite good at coaxing people." Lu Sanshur wanted to change his posture, but he didn't stand firmly and accidentally slapped his second brother on the back, making a pop sound. "Who's outside?" Lu Dashi walked out of the room, scolding with a smile. "I knew it was you guys. Go away. Get out of here." Lu Xiaoshur said, "Brother, your face is so red. Are you wearing too many thick clothes and feeling hot? How about I help you take them off?" Lu Dashi clenched his fists and pretended to hit someone. The younger brothers ran away laughing. Lu Xiaoshur suggested, "Let's go see Missy." Lu Ershi asked, "You care about her so much. Do you like her?" Lu Xiaoshur waved his hands hurriedly and clarified, No, I just saw that she was so thin and pitiful. I felt sorry for her, not that I liked her." Lu Ershi didn't think much about it. He said indifferently and said, "Missy is living at Aunt Gua's house. You don't need to worry about her." Having said that, Lu Xiaoshur still wanted to take a look, because he didn't see Miss Yi at his eldest brother's wedding banquet today, and was a little worried. As he walked along the street, he met several young men and women. Lu Dashi's wedding banquet made many men and women of marriageable age feel excited. In the past, when there was a drought, everyone was only thinking about how to survive, and just being able to stay alive was enough, and they had no time to talk about love. Now that there is no shortage of food and drink, people have begun to pursue spiritual satisfaction. Banquets happen to provide a platform for everyone to get to know each other. In addition, some men and women have met each other while setting up stalls, so it is natural for them to start talking to each other. Young men and women get to know each other's name, age, preferences, and family members. As for the family conditions, few people asked about it. After all, now that they are blessed by the immortals, everyone can not only eat delicious food, but also get expensive silk fabrics. Moreover, after experiencing the days when silver could not buy food, many people felt that water and food were the most important. It didn't matter that Maja village was a little poor as long as there was plenty of water and food. That was enough. The reason why gold, silver, and other valuables are valuable is because people recognize their value and can use them to buy what they need. If they cannot buy things, the villagers will no longer value them. Luo Mingyue was outside the cardboard box, watching the little people fall in love with great interest, just like watching a TV drama. She herself had never been in love, but watching others date felt quite sweet. Luo Mingyue even picked up a few locust flowers that had fallen on the mountain where she lived, plucked off the petals, and placed them on the road. The soft petals dotted on the dark ground look beautiful. The little people were surprised. Hey, what is this? Are petals falling from the sky? It must have been left there by an immortal.
Pick it up and take it home to taste.
Things given by immortals are always delicious. Luo Mingyue. She just thought that putting some flower petals would make it more romantic. However, the little people have already picked up the petals and taken them home. The petals of locust flowers are very fragrant and can be used to make locust flower scrambled eggs, locust flower pancakes, etc. Some little people even use the petals to make tea directly. Luo Mingyue simply went outside the room, used her magic sword to pick all the locust flowers on the tree, and caught them in a large basin. After it was full, she scattered the petals into the little human world. The aroma is very nice. The little people were very happy. Girls, in particular, like petals. Luo Mingyue observed for a while and found that no one was allergic to them, so she felt relieved. Lu Xiaoshi picked up a locust flower and went to Angua's house. Angua had already smelled the fragrance. She carried a basket and saw Lu Xiaoshi. She greeted him. Xiaoshi, where are you going? I'm just walking around. Lu Xiaoshi said this, but in fact his eyes were already looking at Yi Ningchuan, who was standing next to Angua. Yi Ningchuan had washed herself yesterday and changed her clothes. Her hair no longer covered her eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. She was not used to looking people in the eye. Lu Xiaoshi was a little surprised when he saw her eyes, but then he smiled. It turns out Miss Ye's eyes are so beautiful. No wonder she always covered them before. It turns out she wanted to hide her beauty from others. Yi Ningchuan heard a lot of people praising her today, because the enthusiastic ants had spread the news to the village yesterday, saying that the color of Yi Ningchuan's eyes represented auspiciousness, and they must praise her more when they meet her. After all, saying nice things doesn't cost money. The villagers were very cooperative, and everyone who met Yi Ningchuan praised her. There were all kinds of nice words, almost all of them were different. Some praised her beauty, some said she had a quiet personality, and some envied her beautiful eyes. After Lu Xiaoshi finished speaking, he offered the locust flower he was holding. Here, I picked it up on the way. I'm a man, and it's useless for me to pick it up, so I'll just give it to you. Yi Ningchuan evaded. I don't want to. Lu Xiaoshi turned his head and looked away, saying in an awkward tone, If you don't want it, throw it away. She bent her head and sniffed. It smells good. Lu Xiaoshi said, Do you like it? I can pick up more for you. Angua also went through this age, and seeing Lu Xiaoshi's behavior, she guessed that Lu Xiaoshi was interested in Yi Ningchuan, so she watched happily from the side, neither helping nor stopping him. Matters of the heart are between the two of them, and it is not convenient for Angua to interfere. She can only be a spectator. Yi Ningchuan shook his head. No, I can go pick it up with Angua. She is used to working at home and doesn't like to be idle. When she is idle, she tends to have random thoughts. Lu Xiaoshi said, I'll help you. Yi Ningchuan didn't say anything. One more person means more strength. While picking up flower petals, the little people in Tianlu village lamented how favored Lu Dashi was, because the locust flowers could be used to bless the newlyweds with love and happiness. This was a marriage blessed by the immortals, which was particularly enviable. The little people in Manga village did not pick up the petals because they believed that the immortal would not treat them unfairly. Sure enough, after everyone returned to Manga village, they found that there were many locust flower petals placed next to the Xianzhuan Tai in the village. Whoever wanted them could take them. There were no petals on the streets because there were few people in Manga village, and it was more convenient for everyone to gather at Xianzhuan Tai to pick up petals. Tianlu village had a large population and a large area, and there was a happy event going on, so the petals were scattered throughout the village. In the afternoon, Zhang Yanfeng was in the school, teaching the children to read. Luo Mingyue also followed to learn. Zhang Yanfeng taught for an entire afternoon and suddenly felt a mysterious power in himself. He found that his soul seemed to have transformed into a gentle breeze, breaking through the confinement of his body and floating up into the air. Zhang Yanfeng overlooked the scene on the ground. He saw that his body was still standing straight, but his eyes were closed. He saw that the immortal Mingyue stretched out his hand worriedly, as if he wanted to touch his forehead. When that jade-white hand touched his forehead, Jiang Yanfeng only felt a deafening roar in his mind, which made his scalp numb and his brain went blank. When Jiang Yanfeng came to his senses, he found that there was an extra inherited memory in his mind. This inherited memory appeared in his mind in the form of a book. On the cover of the book, 2 golden characters were written in a flamboyant style, Wu Zhu. The book contains a lot of content such as praying for rain, exorcising evil spirits, and bestowing blessings. Jiang Yanfeng only needs to think about it, and the pages of the book will automatically open, guiding him on how to use the power in his body. The books also record that every witch must believe in a god, and the more pious and pure their thoughts are, the easier it is to awaken. Moreover, one must have enough interactions with the gods to become a Wuzhu. During these days, Luo Mingyue provided 3 meals a day, spiritual rice, and gave Jiang Yanfeng a house, new furniture, and paper, and secretly listened to his lectures. Such frequent favors, coupled with the fact that Luo Mingyue had just reached out and touched his forehead, finally completely activated the witch bloodline in Jiang Yanfeng's body. At this moment, Jiang Yanfeng felt that there was some subtle connection between him and the immortal sculptures placed in the village. It seemed that as long as he prayed devoutly, he could convey his voice to the statue. If Luo Mingyue communicates with the statue, he will be able to hear Jiang Yanfeng's message. And if Luo Mingyue listens to Jiang Yanfeng's thoughts in real time, the 2 of them can communicate through the statue. They don't need to speak, they can communicate with thoughts only. Jiang Yanfeng could even borrow the power of the immortal through this statue. Luo Mingyue looked strange. I feel like my statue has become a medium of communication. It's a bit like the call and recording message function of a mobile phone. Thinking of the cell phone, Luo Mingyue felt a little nostalgic. Ever since she traveled through time, she can neither watch TV series nor variety shows, nor can she shop online or watch short videos, nor can she chat or play games online. There are very few entertainment activities. Fortunately, the system gave her a little village to help her relieve her boredom. Jiang Yanfeng looked up at the sky and used his mind to transmit his voice. Thank you, immortal. Luo Mingyue also replied to him with her mind. You're welcome. It was the first time that Jiang Yanfeng tried to communicate with the gods using this method. He was very excited, and without waiting for Luo Mingyue to ask, he told them all the abilities he had acquired, like pouring beans. His eyes were pitch black, and his pupils were bright and lively, just like a child who had just gotten a toy, constantly conveying his thoughts through his thoughts. Luo Mingyue did not get annoyed and responded patiently one sentence after another. Jiang Yanfeng said, My immortal, I seem to be able to sense your arrival. Luo Mingyue cooperated by hiding her body outside the box first, and then appeared above the Mo family village. She repeated this 2 or 3 times to help Jiang Yanfeng verify whether his perception was accurate. Jiang Yanfeng said again, My immortal, Lu Dashi is so happy today. Luo Mingyue said, Are you envious? When you get married in the future, I can also help you hold a grand banquet. I can also set up a buffet for 3 days, so that the villagers can eat until they are full and envy you. Jiang Yanfeng smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, immortal, but I don't have a favorite girl, and I don't have the mood to fall in love. I just want to spread the kindness and glory of the immortals to more and more places, so that more and more people will believe in the immortals. Luo Mingyue said, Don't work so hard. I just want to see you live a harmonious and happy life. I don't want you to go to unfamiliar areas to spread your faith. Jiang Yanfeng nodded and said, I know that I am still too weak now. I already have the advanced method and strength division of Wuzhu in my mind. When I become stronger and stronger, I will be able to have the skill of clone, so that the clone can walk the world on my behalf and convey the will of the gods. If witches want to become stronger, the method is very simple. They just need to communicate more with the gods they believe in and find ways to make the gods feel happy, and they can continue to advance. But if one is rejected by the gods, one's cultivation will come to a standstill. In serious cases, one's cultivation will regress, and eventually become an ordinary person. Luo Minghua looked around and said, "By the way, where did Ah Jin go? I didn't see him. Could he be taking a nap?" Jiang Yanfeng shook his head, no. After coming back from Tianlu village for dinner, Ah Jin went to the back mountain. There are many poisonous beasts in the back mountain of our village. Luo Minghua murmured, "I don't know if he can handle it alone." "Don't worry, I'm sure." Before he uttered the word can, Jiang Yanfeng felt dizzy, and as if his body had been drained of energy. Luo Minghua asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Yanfeng raised his head and replied, "My abilities are limited. There is a limit to the number of sounds I can transmit to the statue every day. I can't communicate with the immortal through my voice all the time." Luo Minghua said, "Okay, I get it. Take a break if you're tired." In fact, she and Jiang Yanfeng didn't have much to talk about. It was just that today was the first day she had acquired this ability, so she kept trying. Jiang Yanfeng wanted to say that he was not tired, but he had already begun to feel sleepy and could hardly open his eyes. Seeing this, Luo Minghua did not disturb him anymore. Fortunately, his home was not far from the school. After Jiang Yanfeng walked back, he fell headfirst and fell asleep quickly. Luo Minghua turned to observe the other villains. Now that the vision of the two villages has been unlocked, there are more little people, and Luo Minghua can observe whichever little people he wants. There is nothing new in Tianlu village. After the children picked up the locust flowers, they began to wash and process them so that they could eat them in the evening. Lu Xiaoshi was a very hardworking man. He picked up a lot of locust flower petals and sent them all to Yanqua's house. Yanqua waved her hand and said, "Xiaoshi, I know you are a good child, but my family can't eat so much. Your brother just got married today. You can take some petals back and you can eat them in the evening." Lu Xiaoshi shook his head and said, "My brother and sister-in-law will pick it up themselves." "Yanqua, you haven't even got married yet, but you've already started to act in a disloyal way." Yanqua wanted to refuse again, but Lu Xiaoshi was already standing in front of Yi Ningchuan and asked for something to say. "Miss Ningchuan, can you cook?" While washing the locust flowers, Yi Ningchuan looked at him strangely and said, "When I was at home, I cooked 2 meals a day for the family." Lu Xiaoshi said, "You are really amazing." Yi Ningchuan was even more confused. "What's so great about this? Many people can cook." Lu Xiaoshi said, "I can't do that." Yi Ningchuan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to learn?" "If you want to learn, I can teach you." Lu Xiaoshi nodded heavily. "Ido." Yanqua was full of questions. "Don't you know how to cook? Then today, I'll teach you how to make locust flower pancakes." Yi Ningchuan said word by word. She wanted to keep herself busy so that she would have no free time to miss her biological father. However, Yi Ningchuan could never get over it. She didn't understand why her father liked her younger brothers and sisters more and disliked her even though she was trying hard to be a good boy and listen to his words. But now, Yi Ningchuan no longer needs to understand her father's thoughts. She used to live in the village, and whenever she ran away from home, there would always be warm-hearted villagers to send her home. Besides, she had nowhere to go and could not be too far away from her scumbag father. Therefore, she could not get rid of him. But now Yi Ningchuan stays by Yanqua's side like a little tail. She can live in Gua's house, even though it is just a temporary residence, but as long as there's a place to eat and sleep, Yi Ningchuan is not picky. Anyway, she doesn't want to go back to her scumbag father. Yi Ningchuan was quite talented in cooking and had great experience in controlling the heat, using seasonings, and so on. She taught Lu Xiaoshi how to cook very seriously, and the two of them did not take a break at all. Lu Xiaoshi said with some concern, "You are rather thin to begin with, so don't keep working. I will come to learn how to cook from you tomorrow." Yi Ningchuan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not tired at all." Lu Xiaoshi still shook his head. "It's getting late, I should go back." The light in Yi Ningchuan's eyes dimmed, and she said dejectedly, "Okay." Although Yi Ningchuan and Lu Xiaoshi had not known each other for a long time, in Yi Ningchuan's heart, he already regarded Lu Xiaoshi as his friend. Luo Minghua observed the two villains and thought, it would be nice if the two of them could become a couple in the future. But Lu Xiaoshi's burden might be heavier, because he not only has to support his wife, but also the many refugees that his wife brought with her. Luo Mingyue went to look at other villains. Then I discovered that love between young men and women is very sweet. Luo Mingyue felt like she was being fed a lot of dog food. Some of the villains are in the passionate love period. Luo Mingyue thought to herself that she had to keep a close eye on the villains to see if there were any with multiple relationships at the same time. If there were such villains, she would bring them out and educate them in advance. However, the little people are all simple and loyal, and this kind of situation never happens. As the sky gradually darkens, the young men and women gradually separate, and the men will send the women home. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Luo Mingyue, as usual, gave Angua's family special treatment and provided them with a pot of steamed eggs that both the elderly and children could eat. Yining Chuan also likes to eat this. Lu Xiaoshi felt embarrassed to stay for a free meal, so he went back home. After I got back, I found Xinghua cooking. Lu Xiaoshi was shocked. Sister-in-law, you've only just got married for the first day. Why are you already cooking? Xinghua said, there are only 2 women in the family, my mother and I. My mother is the elder, and I should respect her. How can I let her cook? I'll do it. Lu Xiaoshi was surprised. Brother won't help? In fact, both he and his elder brother can cook, and his elder brother's cooking is pretty delicious. The entire village of Tianlu is more martial, and everyone, regardless of gender, can cook. But it is possible that some people are not naturally good at it. Even though they use the same ingredients and the same seasonings, the taste of the food they cook is
hard to describe.
Xinghua said, your eldest brother was called away by your second brother. Lu Xiaoshi thought that his second brother was too unkind. Today was his eldest brother's wedding day. How could he call the groom away? It was really outrageous. Lu Xiaoshi rolled up his sleeves and said, Sister-in-law, what do you like to eat? I'll make it with you. Need not. Xinghua just got married and wants to show off. Lu Xiaoshi looked around and asked, didn't you pick up some Sephora japonica petals at home? Xinghua Xin said that she and her husband stayed in the room for the entire afternoon, talking and chatting to enhance their relationship, occasionally touching each other's hands, and they didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside. Lu Xiaoshi felt guilty. He had picked up so many petals and gave them all to Angua's family. He didn't leave any for his family at all. He thought his family members would also pick up petals, but they didn't have time. At this moment, many locust flower petals fell from the sky, and it landed in a designated location, directly in the Lu family's yard. Lu Xiaoshi couldn't see the immortal, but that didn't stop him from bowing and thanking him. He didn't expect the immortal would actually provide flower petals for him individually. Love it. Thank you, Immortal Mingyue.